Where am I? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Li Guifan gradually regained consciousness, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes. Where am I? I need to move. After what felt like an eternity of struggling, Li Guifan finally sensed that he could control his body. The previous sensation of being unable to move was akin to the suffocating grip of a nightmare. Leaving him utterly distressed, now that he could successfully maneuver his body, a wave of joy washed over him. As he managed to open his eyes and attempt to rise, he discovered that he was seemingly trapped within a glass enclosure. What is happening? Li Guifan widened his eyes in disbelief as he took in the peculiar sight around him. He found himself ensconced in a glass dome, through which he could see numerous similar enclosures, each containing an infant. On the ground before him stood two strange beings, one with purple skin and the other with green skin, adorned with antennae. They were undoubtedly not from Earth. Is my scanner malfunctioning? The green-skinned alien observed the device on its head with a puzzled expression. Galmos, the combat power is. Huh? This reading seems off, it's fluctuating wildly. The green-skinned alien gazed at the previously elevated numbers, astonished. As the figures continued to soar, the astonishment morphed into incredulity, followed quickly by alarm. 800, 900, 1,000. The numbers escalated rapidly, soon surpassing 1,000 and showing no signs of stopping as Li Guifan's emotional state intensified. At a certain moment, as the numbers reached 10,000, the scanner atop the alien's head suddenly exploded with a resounding bang. How could this be? The scanner exploded, which means this individual possesses at least 10,000 in combat power. The green-skinned extraterrestrial recoiled in terror, stepping back in dread. The purple-skinned alien, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How could a Saiyan be this powerful? This matter must be reported to the king immediately. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two aliens, Li Guifan realized that he had seemingly traversed dimensions. What was this about Saiyans weren't they characters from an animated series? Suddenly struck by a thought, could it be that he had transformed into a Saiyan? And his name now was Galmos. In this entirely new realm, Galmos instinctively wished to inquire about his surroundings, but as he opened his mouth, a loud wail escaped instead. It dawned on Galmos that he was now an infanticide infant. Oh no, oh no. Not only did I suffer an unjust death in my previous life, but now I've been reborn only to meet an early demise here as well. Woe is me, I do not wish to die. It is well known that the Dragon Ball universe is one dominated by strength, a stark contrast to the peaceful world he once knew, which was rife with peril, especially among the Saiyans, who are notorious for their brutality. Given the words he had just overheard, Galmos couldn't help but wonder if King Vegeta would treat him as he did Broly, perhaps even striking him down. Wait a minute, being born with a combat power of 10,000, isn't that the stuff of legends, the Super Saiyan? But wasn't Broly the legendary Super Saiyan? What did that make him? Before he could ponder further, he noticed the purple-skinned alien had activated a communicator. Report to Lord Frieza. We have discovered a unique Saiyan infant here, whose combat power has reached an astonishing 10,000. Upon hearing the report, Frieza, who had been elegantly holding a glass of red wine, instantly widened his eyes in shock. Are you certain? Frieza fixed an intense gaze on his subordinate, his eyes glinting with an unsettling chill. Yes, and it is at least 10,000 in combat power. The scanner I used is not the latest model, which is why it exploded once the readings hit 10,000. Frieza's expression turned icy as he gripped the wine glass tightly, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Truly terrifying. Within the Frieza race, there exists a legend that speaks of an ancestor who was vanquished by a golden-haired Saiyan. The legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan is undoubtedly a nightmare for the Frieza clan. My king, how shall we deal with this Saiyan? The purple-skinned alien asked cautiously. Frieza snorted again, then fell into deep thought. Bring him to me. Such a dangerous individual must be kept under close observation. For reasons unknown, Frieza did not choose to eliminate Galmos immediately. Instead, he grew increasingly intrigued and decided to keep him close. Yes, the communication ended, and Frieza turned to his two subordinates behind him. Zaban, Dodoria, you two are to personally retrieve him. Yes, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the incubation chamber on planet Vegeta. At that moment, Frieza had just concluded a reprimand of King Vegeta and was taking a brief respite when he received the report from his subordinates. The legendary Super Saiyan, you are mine. With those words, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. In the palace of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the report. What did you say? A combat power of 10,000? Are you jesting? Furious, King Vegeta seized one of his subordinates by the collar and lifted him off the ground. It's true. My subordinate just reported that Lord Frieza himself has given the order to retrieve the child. Enraged, King Vegeta hurled the subordinate to the ground, then ascended to his throne, settling down with a troubled expression. His own combat power was merely 12,000, and now a mere infant possessed 10,000 from birth. If it were to grow, it could easily surpass him. Such a terrifying strength could undoubtedly threaten his reign. Had he discovered this sooner, he might have taken action against it, but now it was too late. Frieza had already taken notice and issued orders for its retrieval. Meaning the Saiyan could soon become the new king of the Saiyan race under Frieza's control. How could it be possible for one to be born with a combat power of 10,000? It's utterly preposterous, unless, suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, King Vegeta raised his head and uttered a few words. The legendary Super Saiyan, who appears once every 1,000 years. In Saiyan lore, there has long been a tale that every 1,000 years, an exceptionally powerful warrior known as the legendary Super Saiyan would emerge. Everyone believed it to be merely a myth, yet now it seemed that this legend had come to fruition. Chapter 2. Destruction from Frieza. In the nursery chamber, Sabo and Dodoria swiftly arrived at their destination, descending directly at the entrance. Where's that Saiyan? Soon. A subordinate guided them inside. Under the subordinate's direction, they quickly located their objective. Standing before the nursery pod housing Kamos, Dodoria was the first to activate his scanner. With a series of beeps, the reading stabilized at an astonishing 11,000. Witnessing this incredible number, everyone involuntarily gasped in disbelief. Indeed, this must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Sabo and Dodoria exchanged glances, both eyes filled with trepidation. It was important to note that as Frieza's right and left hands, their own power hovered around 20,000, while a mere Saiyan infant before them possessed a terrifying strength of 11,000. If they were to wait for the child to grow, the consequences were unfathomable. At that moment, Kamos lay with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in deep slumber, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Kamos had long since resigned himself to fate. What a farce, the Dragon Balls. Given this start, it would be a blessing to emerge with a whole corpse. Had he been transformed into another Saiyan, he might have sought a way to escape before the destruction of planet Vegeta. But as the legendary Super Saiyan, there was no hope. A single strike would spell his end. As for Broly, at least he had a father to shield him from danger. Though ultimately, the escape proved futile. He survived thanks to paternal care. Yet for Kamos, since gaining consciousness, he had never heard of his parents. They had likely perished long ago in battle. Legendary Super Saiyan. You lot, take him and the nursery pod away. Yes. With a flurry of activity from the subordinates, Kamos was swiftly transported onto a spaceship. Meanwhile, Frieza stood atop a vessel, gazing skyward. Ha ha ha. Now that the legendary Super Saiyan has manifested, should I nurture him to become an ally or eliminate him outright? While he pondered, a small spacecraft approached from a distance, landing on a nearby patch of ground. The hatch opened, and Sabo and Dodoria emerged. A massive nursery pod in tow. Lord Frieza, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Dodoria's sycophantic tone was evident as he beamed with flattery. Setting the nursery pod down, Frieza approached slowly, observing Kamos, who was still fast asleep. The legendary Super Saiyan, indeed. Frieza nodded with satisfaction. After years of searching, he had finally found him. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, Frieza's hand pierced the glass casing, seizing Kamos in his grasp. Feeling the pain, Kamos could not help but wail. When he opened his eyes, he beheld the first great villain of the Dragon Ball universe, the apex antagonist who elevated the series to its zenith. Frieza. What is happening? Kamos was incredulous. He had braced himself for death, expecting to meet his end at King Vegeta's hand, only to find himself captured by Frieza. Is he going to strangle me? If it were King Vegeta, perhaps I could escape, but before Frieza, my demise is assured. The thought of impending death intensified Kamos's cries. Why must my life be so tragic? I barely survive a day. As Kamos continued to wail, his intense emotional turmoil triggered a surge of energy within him, transforming the surrounding environment into a vibrant green. The terrifying energy eruption made Frieza feel as though the child had become a blazing fireball, inflicting pain upon him. Hiss. Frieza instinctively gasped, loosening his grip as he noticed his hand reddening, having sustained a burn. As Kamos unleashed more energy, a dazzling green protective shield enveloped him, launching him skyward. Frieza, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. Even as an infant, such potential. This being must not grow. As a competent cosmic monarch, Frieza would never entrust his fate to the mercy of another. Resolving this, he swiftly unleashed a beam of energy toward the ascending Kamos. This strike embodied all of Frieza's might, a terrifying golden beam that engulfed Kumos, silencing any final cries as he vanished without a trace. Humph. The Super Saiyan threat has finally been dealt with. Observing the energy reading on his scanner diminish, Frieza exhaled in relief. Congratulations, my lord. You have finally eliminated the legendary Super Saiyan. His subordinates promptly lavished praise upon him, and Frieza, in a buoyant mood, chuckled heartily. With the Super Saiyan gone, his plan for the annihilation of the Saiyans could commence. Frieza, with his left hand resting behind him and his right fist poised near his mouth, chuckled elegantly. Saiyan monkeys, your era shall soon be extinguished. Upon returning to the spaceship, Frieza inquired about the status of the Saiyans. As soon as he finished speaking, one subordinate began to report. My lord, aside from Prince Vegeta's trio, all others have returned. Nodding with satisfaction, Frieza commanded his subordinates to prepare for departure from planet Vegeta. As the ship powered up, all of Frieza's warships departed, swiftly arriving at the grand spaceport. Gazing down at planet Vegeta from the cosmos, Frieza wore a cruel smile. Ha, Saiyans. Your time has come to an end. Subsequently, his subordinates, displaying great initiative, opened the ship's doors, and Frieza floated out slowly. Observing the vast planet, he merely smiled faintly. It was time for destruction. Just as everyone believed it was over, a figure abruptly appeared before them. Curse Frieza, you shall not destroy our planet. The sudden appearance of the Saiyan elicited shock from all present. The newcomer was none other than Bardock, the low-class warrior who had surpassed his limits, and the father of Dragon Ball's protagonist, Son Goku. Bardock charged forward, engaging the nearest minions with ferocity, dispatching them with swift punches. Haha. Who would have thought a Saiyan would dare to strike at me? Frieza, dismissive of Bardock's sudden attack, raised a finger, summoning a massive crimson energy sphere. Saiyan, vanish. With a slight flick of his finger, the colossal energy orb hurtled toward the planet. Bardock, with no time to spare, gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a ki blast toward the gigantic sphere. However, the disparity in strength rendered Bardock's resistance inconsequential. Ultimately, he could not halt the onslaught and was consumed by the overwhelming energy. As the energy sphere detonated, planet Vegeta began to fragment and disintegrate. Erupting in a display of cosmic fireworks, the final illumination of the once mighty planet. Chapter 3 The Summoned Warrior Behold, Sabos and Dodoria, look at the brilliant fireworks. Frieza was undoubtedly exhilarated, having finally eradicated the Super Saiyans. From this day forth, his position as the ruler of the universe would face no further threats. Sabos and Dodoria stood behind Frieza, admiring the dazzling display. The Saiyans, once invaders of others' homelands, had finally met their retribution, their own homeland transformed into mere fireworks, heralding the extinction of their race. Meanwhile, on a verdant planet in the North Galaxy, vast and dense forests teemed with colossal and ferocious beasts. At the edge of this primordial forest, a multitude of extraterrestrials knelt in unison, fervently praying at a central altar. These beings, adorned with purple round heads and sporting two long mustaches measuring approximately 20 centimeters, donned peculiar white leather garments. At the altar's center stood a woman clad in a colorful silk skirt, her beauty reminiscent of Earthlings. However, unlike them, she possessed a pair of silver butterfly wings on her back, as delicate as gossamer, leaving one to ponder whether they could indeed facilitate flight. At that moment, the woman clutched a staff, kneeling as she chanted incantations. Respected Lord of Thought, the prophesied Dark Age is imminent. Please heed our prayers, and select a warrior capable of guiding us through the shadows. As the woman and the gathered crowd knelt in reverence, an invisible force began to coalesce above the altar. The woman waved her staff, channeling the collective energy, as if summoning a divine presence. With the commencement of the ritual, a surge of golden energy emerged at the altar's center, igniting excitement among the onlookers. The selection of the hero was about to begin. Whoever garnered the approval of this energy would become the legendary champion destined to lead their kin against the foretold darkness. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the golden energy began to swirl among the assembled beings, seemingly in search of something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the golden energy sped back to the altar. What was happening? Wasn't the selection meant to occur among the tribe? Did none among us meet the Lord of Thought's approval? The crowd murmured anxiously, unable to contain their confusion. Silence. The woman, grasping her staff, gently tapped it against the ground, sending a wave of intangible power spreading outward. Feeling this overwhelming force, all fell silent. Great Lord of Thought, please choose a warrior to lead us through the darkness. She prayed once more. Yet the golden energy did not continue its search among the tribe, instead pulsating with light as if beckoning something. Finally, as the golden light began to wane, An infant with a monkey's tail appeared at the altar. The crowd, initially stunned, was roused by the sudden cries of the baby. What was this? Why had no warrior been chosen? Instead, they summoned a mere infant? Could this child be the warrior bestowed upon us by the Lord of Thought? A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd, none expecting such an outcome. Even the woman at the altar was taken aback. The Lord of Thought had not selected a warrior, but sent a child instead. Was this child truly the champion? The woman cautiously cradled the infant. And as the child caught sight of her, the wailing ceased abruptly. The exquisite features, fair complexion, and gentle visage of the woman transfixed the infant, leaving him spellbound. The woman mused that even the most celebrated stars of her past life would pale in comparison to her divine beauty. The two antennae atop her forehead, rather than appearing odd, lent her an alluring charm that was simply irresistible. Faced with such beauty, even the unimpressed infant felt a desire to fawn over her. A testament to her captivating allure. The woman smiled gently at the wide-eyed infant, thinking to herself that this was indeed the warrior gifted by the Lord of Thought. Observing the child's reaction, she sensed that memories were beginning to awaken within him. Such expressions of awe were not new to her. She had witnessed countless similar reactions before. "My noble warrior, the future of our kin now rests in your hands," she said with a soft smile, gently tapping her finger against the infant's nose. Reminiscent of a tender mother teasing her child. The infant opened his chubby little mouth and playfully bit her slender finger. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, why not indulge in this delightful treat? Lost in the euphoria of being in the presence of such a goddess, the infant dismissed all previous grievances. If only he could grow a little more, the infant lamented, for he wished to savor the goddess's presence fully. In his past life, he had been a member of the Three No's, lacking wealth, possessions, or a home. Choosing to give in to despair, he had become a reclusive hermit, expecting to live a solitary existence until fate intervened unexpectedly. After criticizing a certain overhyped figure online, claiming that even after centuries of training, they couldn't destroy a planet, he was confronted and, during a scuffle, fell and struck his head, leading to his untimely demise. Who could have imagined that such a mundane end would lead him to the Dragon Ball universe, where he would embody the legendary Super Saiyan he had longed to be? Now, having survived and embarked on a new life as a Super Saiyan, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, further amplified by the fact that he was being nurtured by such a goddess. The only regret was the significant age gap. If only it were possible, he would wish for her to be the mother of the next legendary Saiyan bloodline. Suddenly, an urgent figure burst through the door, interrupting the moment. Clad in a delicate pink attire, this strikingly beautiful individual bore a resemblance to the high priestess known as Yasi. The high priestess, Yasi, was indeed the sister of the newcomer, both belonging to the butterfly spirit tribe, the most beautiful yet weakest race on this planet. Chapter 4: The First Battle. What did you say? Upon hearing her sister's report, Yasi stood up in shock, her eyes betraying a sense of panic. What should we do now? Yasi hurriedly paced back and forth, contemplating the next course of action. Sister, didn't the divine spirit select a warrior? If there were a warrior, perhaps we could stop them. Lanya assumed that her sister had come to preside over the ceremony and had already chosen a warrior. Yet why did Yasi still appear so fearful? Hearing her sister's words, Yasi let out a bitter laugh and then handed the infant in her arms, Jamos, to Lanya. This is our warrior, a child bestowed upon us by the divine spirit. But how can an unformed child withstand the ferocity of the green cloth tribe? Lanya was taken aback, staring blankly at the infant Jamos. What is happening? The newly chosen warrior is merely a baby? How can this be possible? This planet is home to 3 races and countless savage beasts. The 3 races are the butterfly spirits, the green cloth tribe, and the Mordeens. Among them, the Mordeens are the predominant race, widely spread across the planet. The green cloth tribe, however, is the scourge of the planet, known for their brutality and bloodlust, viewing the other 2 races as mere food, exhibiting extreme savagery. The butterfly spirits, favored by nature, possess the ability to harness the life force of the natural world. Yet they lack any combat prowess, somewhat akin to the supporting Namekians from the Dragon Ball series. Originally, the butterfly spirits dwelled deep within a forest. And although the Mordeens and the green cloth tribe often clashed, there was a semblance of balance between them. However, a year ago, a formidable genius emerged from the green cloth tribe, wielding immense power that wreaked havoc on the battlefield, causing the Mordeens to retreat continuously, leading to the current dominance of the green cloth tribe. Upon learning that the green cloth tribe was coming again, everyone was in a state of panic, hastily packing their belongings to flee. Lanya, gather our forces. We must ensure the warrior's safety at all costs. He is our future. Lanya took Jamos, gazing reluctantly at her sister. Are you truly going to the battlefield yourself? There is no other way. The warrior is still young. We must ensure his growth. Our elite combat forces are dwindling, and I must join the fight. With that, Yasi unleashed her power, soaring into the distance. Sister, do not worry. I will protect our warrior. Lanya steadfastly watched her sister's retreating figure before preparing to leave in search of a safe haven. At that moment, however, the child in Lanya's arms began to wail. My goddess, the vile green cloth tried. Fear not, my goddess. I shall come to your rescue. With Jamos's cries, a surge of violent energy erupted, sending the unprepared Lanya flying. The infant's tiny body shimmered with emerald light, transforming the surrounding environment into a sea of green. Layers upon layers converging upon Jamos's small form. Regardless, Jamos possessed a combat power of 10,000. What does that signify? It is worth noting that during the original Dragon Ball storyline, Vegeta's power level upon first invading Earth was not even this high. Although still a child and incapable of direct combat, the immense energy he radiated made him an exceptional long-range combatant. Thus, Jamos transformed into a streak of green light, darting toward the battlefield, reaching Yasi in the blink of an eye. The altar was not far from the battlefield, approximately 10 kilometers away. At this moment, Yasi was fervently utilizing her powers, manipulating the surrounding flora. Countless vines sprang to life, ensnaring the massive form of the green cloth tribe. These towering creatures were typically around 2.5 meters tall, with green skin, grotesque features, and a fearsome appearance. Jamos's gaze fell upon a green cloth tribe member, who had seized a Mordine and was ravenously devouring him. The scene was horrifically gruesome. Another green cloth creature extended its claws toward a beautiful girl with butterfly wings. A goddess among countless admirers, and without a second thought, the monstrous being consumed her whole, inciting Jamos's fury. How could you harm such a beautiful lady? Enraged, Jamos raised his tiny hands, directing a surge of emerald energy toward the green cloth tribe member. With a thunderous explosion, the once boisterous green cloth warrior was obliterated, leaving only a deep crater in its place. The sudden blast drew the attention of others, who turned to Jamos, yet he exhibited no fear, raising his hands defiantly against the green monstrosities. A warrior? This is the warrior bestowed upon us by the divine spirit. Can such a small being truly fight? This spectacle astonished all onlookers, be they butterfly spirits or Mordines. Yasi, hidden while casting her spells, was equally incredulous. Did I not entrust him to Lanya? How did the warrior end up here? Yet, the warrior was undeniably powerful, possessing such might despite being merely a child. At that moment, Jamos was exhilarated. Previously an ordinary person, he now reveled in extraordinary power. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. With unbridled enthusiasm, Jamos lifted his hands, akin to a machine gunner, unleashing energy blasts as if his reserves were inexhaustible, free from any concern of depletion. Perhaps this was the true strength of a transcendent physique, with energy flowing endlessly within. Die, you ugly fiends, for daring to bully my goddess. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, far more thrilling than any large-scale monster hunting game from his past life. Jamos's hands danced as he bombarded the enemies before him with energy blasts, perceiving the chaos as a mere game, entirely devoid of the grim atmosphere of war. Then, sensing something, Jamos abruptly lifted his head, gazing into the distance. The Mordines, who had been cheering for the warrior, fell silent, following Jamos's gaze. With a resounding roar, a colossal figure surged forth from afar, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As the giant figure landed, it emitted a deafening crash, its massive feet leaving fissures in the ground. Upon its arrival, Jamos finally discerned its form, a towering, muscular creature over 3 meters tall, wielding a massive spiked club, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. With a furious roar, the monster surveyed the battlefield, witnessing the chaos wrought by the small child. What should have been an easy victory had turned into a costly battle due to the child's presence. The creature's gaze locked onto Jamos, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty hunger, resembling a mindless beast intent on devouring its prey. Yet, Jamos stood resolute, hands clasped before him. As the surrounding scenery glowed with green light, layers upon layers converging in his palms. This is an energy sphere, reminiscent of the size of a ping-pong ball, though diminutive. It emanates an aura of unfathomable terror. In a previous life, Jamos pondered why the legendary Super Saiyan could effortlessly subdue the Emperor of the Wasteland. It was because the fabled Saiyans, particularly those with green hair, possessed the innate capability to obliterate planets from birth. Subsequently, Jamos cast a derisive gaze upon the monstrous creature before him. I may not be able to defeat Frieza, but can I not vanquish you? Although lacking a scouter, It is likely that no warrior on this primitive planet exceeds a power level of 1,000. An ominous smile spread across Jamos's face, which to the creature appeared as taunting food on a plate, mocking, "You cannot harm me." How could it endure such ridicule? In a flash, the colossal beast charged towards Jamos, brandishing its spiked club high, intent on reducing the diminutive figure before it to pulp. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all, prompting most to instinctively shut their eyes. This was a warrior bestowed upon them by the gods. Could he be slain so swiftly? "Warrior!" Yassi cried out, voice hoarse. As the club descended, just as everyone anticipated Jamos's demise, he hurled the energy sphere forward, striking the giant greenskin being 5 meters away. Raising his left hand as if to push forward, the gigantic monster was not only halted but was sent flying by the energy erupting from its chest. As the distance closed, Jamos clenched his fist, preparing to detonate the energy. Yet, to his surprise, the energy projectile did not explode immediately. Instead, it propelled the creature further away until it struck a hillside, where it finally detonated. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying energy unleashed a cataclysmic storm, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius and leaving a gaping crater nearly 10 meters deep. All were left in awe at this staggering spectacle, while Jamos stared blankly at his hands. Why is there a delay in the detonation? It appears my control is still rather unrefined. From the moment he became aware, Jamos had endeavored to sense the energy within him, attempting to master it according to the teachings of the anime. It was evident now that his methods of control were far from mature. Chapter 5. 5 years of waiting with the annihilation of the unique Green Cloth clan. The inhabitants of Merdstar finally sounded the horn for counterattack. In a formidable alliance with the Butterfly Spirit clan, the Green Cloth clan was relentlessly pushed back until they were left in utter disarray. As this battle concluded, the title of warrior swiftly spread across the globe. Astonishingly, a newborn infant effortlessly vanquished the terrifying members of the Green Cloth clan, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. This battle firmly established the identity of Jamos as a warrior. The once skeptical young heroes, who harbored doubts about Jamos, set aside their pride at this moment, proclaiming him as their lifelong idol. With victory in battle, Jamos finally embraced a life of happiness. Were it not for the knowledge that this was the expansive universe of Dragon Ball, one might consider Jamos to have reached the pinnacle of life. However, this world is merely a backward planet within the vast Dragon Ball universe, and Jamos must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, should a powerful adversary like Dog Kong engage in combat, a mere shockwave could obliterate this planet, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Yet, at this moment, Jamos was still a child under 1 year of age, and the pursuit of training could be set aside. The priority was to cherish moments with the goddess while he was still young. Indeed, Jamos had become utterly entranced by the gentle embrace of the Butterfly Spirit clan. Akin to the ethereal beings of a novel, handsome males and beautiful females, a veritable paradise. Yas tightly held him in her arms, tenderly feeding him beast milk collected by her subordinates. Not enough, go and gather more, she instructed her aides. Beside them stood 3 large empty jars. As a scion, Jamos possessed a terrifying appetite. From his first meal, his voraciousness astonished everyone. Since that day, Yas established a dedicated kitchen team of 100, solely responsible for Jamos's nourishment. "Oh, my warrior, when will you grow up?" After being well fed, Jamos nestled into a comfortable position, wrapping his tiny arms around Yas's slender waist, and drifted into slumber. 5 years swiftly passed, and the infant Jamos had transformed into a child capable of running across the grasslands. His black hair stood tall, with a few strands bending slightly at the front, creating a strikingly cool appearance. Coupled with his universally appealing visage, he was undeniably handsome. How splendid! It is well worth my second chance at life, both in power and appearance. Perched by a riverbank, Jamos gazed at his reflection and felt immense satisfaction. 5 years had elapsed. He wondered how the Dragon Ball storyline had progressed. Sitting down, he placed his hands behind his head, comfortably lying on the grass, basking in the warmth of the sun, lost in thought as he reminisced about the Dragon Ball narrative. At this moment, he felt the absence of a pair of sunglasses. As he gazed vacantly at the sky, he began to formulate his next plans. From the moment Jamos gained consciousness, he had drawn the attention of Frieza's subordinates, and he was nearly killed by Frieza himself, had it not been for the timely appearance of a golden light that transported him to this planet. Jamos would have met an untimely demise at the outset, due to the primitive nature of this civilization, which lacked even the capability to leave their planet. He was unaware of its name. The inhabitants here had no concept of planets. They did not even realize that the ground beneath their feet was round. Consequently, Jamos was oblivious to his birth date or current location. Let us hope the storyline does not commence. If memory serves correctly, the most significant flaw in Dragon Ball is the concept of the sense of being. Just the thought of it made Jamos restless. That treasure could completely restore injuries. And within the Dragon Ball saga, there were plentiful quantities. Yet it ended up in the hands of a gluttonous figure, Yachirobe, who rendered it a scarce commodity. As a result, by the time of Dragon Ball Super, a single Senzu was often split in half for use. I must not remain idle any longer. I need to devise a way to leave this place and make a journey to Earth. However, this desolate location had no signs of civilization, and not a single spaceship had graced its presence. Even the legendary Super Saiyans would not wander the cosmos indefinitely, lest they succumb to starvation. Frieza's army. Are you not the titans of real estate? When shall you invade this planet? Over these 5 years, Jamos had not engaged in any training. Yet he could distinctly feel the energy within him continuously rising, as though he were destined to grow stronger without any effort. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, often referred to as the legendary Saiyan physique, capable of boundless potential. Those familiar with Dragon Ball know that the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, could not control his power. Whether in the original or the new version, he was dominated by the energy within him, leading to a berserk state. Once unleashed, Broly transformed from a reasonably normal stature into a towering muscle-bound behemoth, his eyes rolling back as he became a relentless killing machine. Jamos had no fondness for that state. It was simply too grotesque. Muscle mass should not exceed a reasonable amount. The Super Saiyan 4 from GT sufficed. Any further inflation would appear unseemly, especially with eyes that rolled back unnaturally, an alarming sight indeed. Thus, due to aesthetic concerns and the subsequent consequences of going berserk, Jamos had persistently sought ways to control his power. Throughout these 5 years, he had engaged in meditation, attuning himself to the flora and fauna around him, enhancing his mental state while continuously regulating the energy within him. In the Dragon Ball world, the concept of Dragon Balls is paramount, dictated by the author's needs. Yet Jamos sought to transcend such limitations. As a traveler from another realm, he could not be confined to the lore of Dragon Ball alone. With countless cultivation novels in his past life, each possessing unique systems of advancement, he found principles worth adapting. Thus, Jamos endeavored to control his energy in accordance with the narrative while simultaneously integrating theories from his former life, attempting to refine and compress this power. It was essential to note that once the narrative transitioned to Dragon Ball Super, raw power was no longer the sole determinant of combat ability. The properties of power and its levels became increasingly significant, such as the destructive attributes of a god of destruction or the transformation of a regular Saiyan into a Super Saiyan Blue after absorbing divine energy. Therefore, Jamos resolved to seek methods to elevate his realm. In the novels of his past life, attaining a higher realm often represented a qualitative leap, such as the transition from chi refinement to foundation establishment, marking the transformation from true energy to true essence. Moreover, as a traveler, Jamos recognized the greatest flaw of this world. The conservation of energy was non-existent. A person merely needed to eat and train, and they could obliterate planets at will. Where did all that energy come from? The only plausible explanation was that energy in this world was not conserved. It could materialize from thin air, and more precisely, a person's body could generate energy out of nothingness. It is essential to understand that even in a realm characterized by fantastical cultivation systems, the absorption of spiritual energy is paramount for personal evolution. However, in this world, one need only consume nourishing meals and engage in training. Particularly for one endowed with the transcendent physique like Jamos, upon encountering a formidable opponent, the energy within will surge ceaselessly until the adversary is overwhelmed. This raises the question, from whence does this energy originate? The sole answer lies in its manifestation from thin air. Thus, Jamos, possessing boundless energy, began to devise means to compress and master his own power. After 5 years of relentless effort, he successfully attained complete control over his strength and enhanced the quality of his energy. Initially, Jamos presumed this endeavor would be arduous. After all, in fantastical literature, only significant breakthroughs in realm advancement yield qualitative transformations. How could he possibly achieve success so swiftly? Yet, unexpectedly, the transcendent physique not only granted formidable combat prowess, but also equipped him with exceptional learning abilities and insight. Consequently, after several attempts, he successfully developed enhanced energy orbs, which boast power several times greater than that of ordinary energy orbs. As he transformed the energy within into reinforced energy, these empowered orbs also fortified his physical form. thereby augmenting his corporeal strength. Moreover, Jamos diligently explored methods for the growth of his mental prowess. In any fantastical narrative, the cultivation of mental energy is notoriously challenging. Aside from utilizing rare materials, progress is typically incremental and gradual. The most effective method for enhancement is through consumption, essentially relying on frequent usage. In the realm of Dragon Ball, lacking rare resources, Jamos turned to the inexhaustible energy of his own body, carefully compressing his mental energy. He engaged in a battle of wills against it, thereby gradually wearing it down through repeated attempts and cyclical research. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent, and Jamos successfully unveiled a method for enhancing mental energy within the Dragon Ball universe, capable of increasing both quantity and quality. The only drawback is a slight energy expenditure. Yet for one with an infinite energy reservoir, this is scarcely a concern. For 5 years, I have regarded energy as the battery for cultivating my physique and the oil for nurturing my mental prowess, ultimately managing to curtail the limitless escalation of power. While infinite enhancement is indeed beneficial, a body that cannot keep pace with such growth risks catastrophic failure. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise. Nevertheless, despite these advancements, I remain devoid of combat experience and have never systematically studied martial arts, leaving ample room for further improvement. Alas, when shall I finally depart from this place? Chapter 6. The Method of Departure, a different Dragon Ball. Upon hearing someone call his name from afar, Jamos knew without turning around that it was his high priestess caretaker, Yasi. Sister Yasi, Jamos exclaimed, leaping into her embrace, plunging himself into the waves of comfort she provided. Yasi, accustomed to his antics, did not show any irritation but instead affectionately chided, "You little rascal, not learning well at such a young age. Now, let us get down to business." She playfully tapped his nose before finding a place to sit. Jamos nestled against her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Inhaling the delightful scent that filled the air, his tail swaying unconsciously, Yasi continued, ignoring his playful demeanor. "The Green Cloth tribe has been thoroughly intimidated and won't cause any trouble in the near future. However, just yesterday, they mysteriously vanished overnight." Her tone was grave, but Jamos, distracted, merely toyed with her fingers, responding nonchalantly, "If they disappeared, then so be it. They were of no consequence anyway." Seeing Jamos seemingly unconcerned, Yasi sighed in exasperation. She had witnessed his formidable power firsthand and understood that he was unlikely to face significant challenges. Yet, she could not shake off a foreboding feeling. "My brave warrior, you are indeed valiant, but my instincts are seldom wrong. I fear that if we do not address this properly, we might face dire consequences." Regardless of Yasi's warnings, Jamos remained disinterested, his thoughts consumed with leaving this planet. His combat prowess had long surpassed 100 million, granting him the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at will, specifically the green-haired variant. To him, the highest combat powers on this planet felt akin to a max-level character in a novice village, utterly stifling. Realizing that her attempts at persuasion were futile, Yasi let out a resigned sigh. Jamos had previously shared his knowledge about the planet and his desire to leave, yet as a warrior chosen by the deity, he was expected to remain and protect this world. Seemingly resolved, Yasi embraced him tightly and hesitantly spoke. "Jamos, I am sorry. In truth, I know how to leave." "What?" Jamos exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out Yasi knew how to escape, despite her earlier claims of ignorance. Sensing his incredulous gaze, Yasi felt a twinge of guilt but pressed on. "We are in a unique space, not situated within the universe. To be precise, it is a dimensional rift. The deity brought us to this peaceful utopia. According to prophecy, fate will halt, and the world will plunge into darkness at that time. Both this realm and the external universe will be engulfed in calamity. The Green Cloth tribe should not have existed here, yet their sudden appearance is merely the beginning. Soon, the entire universe will witness various adversaries, whether rebirth or destruction, no one can ascertain. And you are the warrior chosen by the deity. Out of selfishness, I do not want you to leave. I wish for you to stay and protect us. Forgive me for my selfishness." Listening to her words, Jamos fell silent. Truth be told, he felt a hint of resentment towards her concealment, but he also recognized her kindness. She merely wished for her homeland to survive the impending disaster. If he were in her position, Jamos could not guarantee he would selflessly allow the protector to depart. Yasi, gazing at her familiar, exquisite visage, Jamos found it difficult to harbor any feelings of reproach. Yasi lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. "Thank you for telling me," he said. "If your prophecy holds true, then I must leave even more. The world outside is vast. And only by traversing the cosmos and continuously battling formidable foes can I grow stronger. When it comes to a calamity that encompasses the entire universe, I cannot afford to remain idle. Seeing the determination in Jamos's eyes, Yasi felt even more ashamed. Suddenly, Jamos shifted the conversation, adopting a cheeky tone. Sister Yasi, if you feel guilty towards me, how about compensating me by bearing 100 children? Upon hearing this, Yasi burst into laughter. You're still a child yourself. Yet you're already thinking of having kids? How precocious you are at just 6 years old. Besides, we are from different races. Are you sure we can even have children? Standing up, Jamos huffed. Who could resist your beauty? If I don't make my intentions known now, by the time I grow up, you might have moved on. And keep your sister in check. Both of you will be my wives. In addition to Yasi, he had also set his sights on Lanya, vowing not to miss out on 2 divine beings. As for reproductive isolation, Saiyans and Earthlings were not of the same species. Yet they still interbred without issue. Moreover, when it came to marrying, the most outrageous example was none other than Vegeta, who married a being akin to a deity. Thus, they continued their playful banter, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one filled with laughter. Meanwhile, on Namek, the sky churned with dark clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene as if heralding the end of days. A diminutive figure, smooth-skinned and resembling violet crystal with purple-black lips and blood-like streaks beneath its eyes, floated ominously in the air. It was none other than Frieza, the ultimate villain of Dragon Ball and the Cosmic Emperor. Opposite him stood a striking figure, bare-chested and adorned with scars, his golden hair standing upright and shimmering with golden light. Son Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, also known as Kakarot. This was his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, an iconic moment that captivated countless fans. Frieza, this time, I will not let you escape. How infuriating. I have already exterminated the Super Saiyans and annihilated their race. How could another Super Saiyan emerge? Frieza seethed, his fists clenched, eyes wide with fury, devoid of his usual composure. The battle between the two was imminent, one enveloped in golden light, the other wielding pink energy flames. And soon they were entangled in fierce combat. Unfazed by Frieza's punches, Goku stood his ground, refusing to evade the assault aimed at his face, absorbing the blow without flinching. In response, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, causing the tyrant to spit out saliva in pain. Seizing the opportunity as Frieza doubled over, Goku delivered a crushing elbow strike to his back, prompting another scream from Frieza as he was sent crashing down. Curse you! Frieza exclaimed, recovering just in time to lash out with his tail, striking Goku's waist and sending him hurtling away. Frieza, seizing the momentum, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, employing his signature technique with reckless abandon. Ugh, you despicable Frieza. Just as Frieza prepared to launch his final energy blast, he suddenly altered his attack, unleashing a key blade amidst the chaos. With a thunderous explosion, a figure engulfed in golden energy soared into the sky. It was Goku. Initially believing he could fend off the energy waves, Goku quickly realized the hidden key blade within nearly severed him in two. Frieza! Goku shouted, golden energy erupting as he charged towards his foe once more. Frieza, undeterred, unleashed his formidable power and charged forward. The collision of their immense energies resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. This must come to an end, wild monkey, Frieza proclaimed, raising his hands high as a colossal fireball of energy materialized. With a swift motion, he hurled the massive energy sphere directly at Goku. Huh. This possesses the power to obliterate planets. Super Saiyan, prepare to be annihilated along with this world. As Frieza's arrogant words echoed, Goku initiated his counterattack. He positioned his hands in a lotus formation at his right waist. Kamehameha. Huh. The azure energy surged through the air, colliding with the enormous energy sphere and momentarily halting its advance. Huh. Goku summoned his strength once more, and the blue energy wave pierced through Frieza's energy ball, hurtling straight towards him. Nanny? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as his planet-destroying strike was effortlessly penetrated. In that critical moment, a towering figure materialized before Frieza, effortlessly raising a hand to intercept the blue Kamehameha. Sensing something amiss, Goku ceased his assault. As the residual energy dissipated, he was astonished to behold a figure strikingly identical to himself gazing skyward. Nanny? Is that me? A figure clad in black stood there, mirroring Goku's appearance, his right hand still poised as if to deflect an attack. Goku, long time no see. Well, to be precise, you do not yet recognize me. The black-clad Goku lifted his head arrogantly, looking down at the original Goku. Who are you? The dark Goku flashed a sinister smile and glanced back at Frieza. Pathetic human. I did not anticipate that my entrance would fortuitously allow me to intercept this attack for you. You are truly fortunate, human. With that, the black-clad Goku raised his right hand, launching a golden energy ball enveloped in darkness directly at Frieza. Frieza attempted to defend himself, but the sheer force of the strike sent him hurtling away, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Frieza met his demise. Chapter 7. The dimensional descent of two dark figures. Humanity is indeed a pitiable species, blissfully unaware of their own transgressions. Sensing the malevolent energy radiating from Frieza, the cloaked figure of Goku displayed a countenance of disdain. At that moment, another silhouette materialized, garbed similarly in black, yet this newcomer was not Goku. Upon seeing this other figure, Goku's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Be Vegeta? Not only Goku, but even Gohan and Piccolo, who were still alive, were utterly flabbergasted. Well, Goku, you truly seem feeble now, the dark-clad Vegeta remarked, turning his gaze toward the shadowy Goku. What brings you here so suddenly? It seems this version of you holds little value. Since you're here, let us dispose of him effortlessly. It won't require much exertion. Indeed, the two agreed. Their expressions twisted with malevolence as they fixed their gaze upon Goku. Human, vanish. In unison, they extended their hands, manifesting a golden orb enveloped in dark energy, which hurtled directly toward Goku. Witnessing this scene, Goku's hair stood on end, sensing an overwhelming dread. Despite being unable to detect their energy, his instincts screamed that this attack could spell his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he evaded the strike, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the terrifying energy ravaged the earth, leaving behind a vast crater. Although the display appeared modest, Goku felt the looming threat of death from that single blow. Not bad at all, as expected of you, Goku. The two echoed in unison, preparing to strike once more. Meanwhile, Jamo stood within a mysterious cavern. Yes, is this the passage to the outside world? Indeed. Once you step out, you can appear anywhere in the universe. I've left a mark on you. Should you wish to return, simply notify me, and I shall use telekinesis to bring you back. Jamos nodded, realizing he could treat this as a transit point, capable of manifesting anywhere in the cosmos at will, which was exhilarating. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yas doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Each time you summon me back, it consumes a significant amount of psychic energy. I can only summon you once a year, so do not consider this a free ride. Having spent 5 years together, Yas understood Jamos thoroughly. Upon seeing the latter's lecherous grin, he could decipher his thoughts. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Jamos crossed his arms and sauntered deeper into the tunnel. Well, I'm off. He waved goodbye, feeling a mixture of reluctance and an overwhelming yearning for the world outside. Farewell. Yas also waved, his eyes betraying a hint of sadness. Yet, in the next instant, Yas seemed to recall something and called out, "Oh, by the way, there has been a temporal storm recently, causing a discrepancy in the timeline with the outside world." Upon hearing Yas's words, Jamos turned in surprise, eager to inquire further, but was suddenly engulfed by a powerful force, as if being sucked into a washing machine, leaving him disoriented. When he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to find himself at the predetermined destination. Is this Namek? He gazed at the darkened sky, the trembling ground, erupting magma, and the tempest swirling above. Such a hostile environment starkly contrasted the beautiful landscapes of Namek. Why does it appear as though it is on the brink of destruction? Wait, if Namek is destroyed, isn't that when Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan? The timeline here did not align with when he had departed. But recalling Yas's mention of a storm made it feel somewhat plausible. Regardless, I must witness this iconic moment live. Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan dimmed the brilliance of the entire anime world. How could I possibly miss such a spectacle? Jamos transformed into a beam of green light, soaring into the distance, where he sensed a familiar aura, one unmistakably Saiyan. This energy was not only potent but also of a higher caliber than typical Saiyans, suggesting he had arrived at Goku's location. At that moment, Goku, sensing an approaching presence, turned alertly, his demeanor shifting from fearless to cautious. The sudden emergence of two dark figures was formidable enough. Could there be yet another adversary? In that instant, the ever-fearless Goku felt a flicker of trepidation. This was not merely facing a formidable foe, this was akin to confronting death itself. Even with a sliver of hope, Goku would not cower. Yet now, unable to sense their energy, he felt the immediate threat of mortality with their mere gestures. How could he fight against such odds? The two dark figures seemed to take note of the distant aura, their expressions tinged with curiosity. According to their intelligence, during this time frame, The highest combat capability belonged solely to Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. How could there be any other presence? Whoever he may be, if he is human. Let us extinguish him, they declared arrogantly, their demeanor exuding disdain. Jamo sensed something amiss. Logically, Goku should be confronting the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Yet he felt no trace of that energy. Approaching the scene, he finally beheld his childhood idol, only to turn and see an unexpected figure. Zamasu? Jamos could not suppress his exclamation. Clad in the quintessential dark attire, adorned with the distinctive green patera earrings, and with that sinister smile, it was impossible to forget. However, contrary to the original narrative, there should only be one Dark Goku. What was this Dark Vegeta doing here? Moreover, wasn't he this supposed to be a future timeline? Why was Goku, on the brink of his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, confronted by such terrifying foes? Upon hearing Jamos call his name, the two dark figures exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of perplexity. This individual knows of us. Could he be from another timeline? Perhaps. Yet, that is inconsequential. As long as he is human, he must be eliminated. Seizing the moment, the two advanced in unison, crossing their arms and then drawing their right arms back, conjuring a golden sphere enveloped in dark energy, launching it toward their adversary. The two identical energy spheres collided in mid-air, ultimately merging into a more potent orb. Witnessing this, Jamos felt a wave of frustration. He was merely an observer, and yet he found himself embroiled in such chaos. Do you not possess any shame? Attacking a child not yet 6 years old? I curse you. His expletive was cut short as the terrifying energy sphere approached, leaving him no time to evade. He crossed his arms defensively in front of him. The energy sphere, propelled by immense force, sent Jamos hurtling through the air. What do you think of this body? Shall we take it? The Dark Goku taunted. Perhaps not. The body is too diminutive. It would be wiser to travel to the future and seize his future form instead. In the eyes of the two dark figures, Goku appeared as insignificant as an ant, utterly devoid of interest. Their arrival this time was predicated on the knowledge that Son Wukong was currently in a weakened state, leading them to contemplate the ease with which they could eliminate him. The dark Son Wukong raised his hand, intent on obliterating Son Wukong in a single stroke. Sensing the unmasked intent to kill emanating from his adversary, Son Wukong steeled himself. Fully aware that these two foes were significantly more formidable than the earlier Frieza. Once again, I shall have the opportunity to slay you. And it is your misfortune to perish at the hands of a deity. As the attack was unleashed, Son Wukong, mirroring Jamos, crossed his arms before him, only to be propelled backward by the overwhelming energy blast, resulting in a violent explosion in the distance. Father, Son Gohan, who had been observing from below, instinctively cried out upon witnessing the terrifying assault on his father. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of brilliance as he rushed toward the site of Son Wukong's explosion. Gohan, the recently healed Piccolo, too, hastened towards Son Wukong, leaving Dandy trembling behind a rock in fear. Just as the two dark figures raised their hands to unleash an energy sphere intended to annihilate the planet, a green light shot up into the sky from afar, followed by an eruption of immense power. Soon after, a figure towering at 6 feet emerged before the onlookers. At that moment, Jamos' muscles swelled, and his height surged from 5 feet to 6 feet under the influence of the terrifying energy. Zamasu, prepare to meet your end. Jamos' eyes rolled back, filled with fury. Just moments ago, he had intended to test his abilities, but he had been unable to withstand the opponent's attack, nearly meeting his demise. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Jamos relinquished the restraint on his physical energy, causing an explosive surge of power. Were it not for his rigorous training to fortify his physique, he might have succumbed to a catastrophic demise. After all, Jamos was merely over 5 years old, his body still relatively frail. Withstanding the energy's onslaught, he soon found himself engulfed by uncontrollable power surging within, catapulting him into a state akin to a Super Saiyan rampage, reminiscent of the scene in the Dragon Ball film where Broly overpowers 2 Super Saiyans. However, unlike Broly, Jamos' smaller physique limited the extent of his unleashed power, likely only reaching the level of an ordinary Super Saiyan 2, comparable to Lightning Cell, further compounded by his lack of combat experience, resulting in a diminished battle capability. Chapter 8. The defeat of Dark Vegeta. Leave that fellow to you. His power is considerable and should enhance your strength, spoke Dark Goku, clearly intending to utilize the individual before him to amplify Dark Vegeta's capabilities. Dark Vegeta clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound as he twisted his neck and limbered his muscles. Very well. He is merely a little brat. It is his honor to bolster my strength. With that, Dark Vegeta positioned his fist at his waist, and with a thunderous roar, a black aura erupted, enveloping his entire being. He charged towards the oncoming Jamus. Foolish human, prepare to face divine judgment. Dark Vegeta swung his right fist, his aura remarkably comparable to that of Jamus. A sinister grin spread across Jamus's face. Although he had entered a berserker state, he had not completely lost his rationality. After 5 years of relentless training, Jamus could exert full control over his energy. Even in his berserker form, retaining some semblance of reason was within his grasp. In the original narrative, while Zamasu had seized the body of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, he initially struggled to wield its power due to unfamiliarity. Even when confronted by the Super Saiyan 2 Trunks, he was initially overpowered until he gradually grew stronger, ultimately becoming a formidable adversary. Now, however, the Dark Vegeta before Jamus was still in the nascent stages of power, leading Jamus to harbor confidence in his ability to defeat him. Come, let me personally end your life. Jamus showed no intention of holding back against Dark Vegeta's fist. He unleashed his full strength, channeling all his energy into his right hand and striking out. With a deafening roar, the collision of their fists unleashed a terrifying energy wave that rapidly spread outward. In an instant, the area was engulfed in a tempest, uprooting trees in its wake. Simultaneously, a crack echoed through the air, followed by Dark Vegeta's anguished scream. "Ah, you wretched human, how dare you injure me?" At this moment, Dark Vegeta had succumbed to madness. His once powerful right arm now a gruesome mass of flesh, twisted and mangled. Clearly, he had suffered a grievous blow, rendering one of his arms useless. Yet, it was not only Dark Vegeta who was astonished, even Jamus was taken aback. Truly, having seized the body of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta is no small feat. Even if he cannot fully harness its original power, the strength of this physique is indeed formidable. Jamus's right hand had lost sensation but still retained some mobility, appearing merely temporarily numb. In Dragon Ball Super, battles typically unfold with a gradual build-up, rarely commencing with full force. This tendency led Dark Vegeta to mistakenly believe that he could take his time to acclimate to this body, oblivious to the fact that his opponent could seize the opportunity to end his life. Such a turn of events transpired so abruptly that even Dark Goku, who was leisurely observing from afar, was left in shock. In his perception, the opponent's energy indeed surpassed his own. He thought that after exchanging a few blows, he would adapt more fully to this body and be able to turn the tables. However, in their very first encounter, the opponent unleashed full power, crippling Dark Vegeta's arm. An outcome he had never anticipated. Damn it, I didn't bring any sins of beans, but no matter. I trust that this blow will allow the other me to adapt to this body more effectively. Even with just one arm, I should still be able to easily overpower him. This notion was shared not only by Dark Goku, but also by Dark Vegeta. The pain from the recent injury surged Dark Vegeta's energy further, and he was convinced that after one more clash, he could surely defeat his opponent. However, what they both failed to realize was that Jamus, as a time traveler, was far from naive. As the saying goes, seize the opportunity while your opponent is down. Jamus had no intention of playing games with his adversary. After all, the protagonist of this world had yet to mature. If he were to falter, the entire realm could be doomed. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the threat entirely. Consequently, the moment Dark Vegeta's energy spiked, still unstable, Jamus executed an extreme dash, closing the distance between them. With his right hand still numb, he raised his left arm. Observing this second attack, Dark Vegeta lifted his left hand to counter. But at that moment, Jamus shouted without honor, "Unleash! Dragon Fist!" As Jamus's voice rang out, all the energy within him surged forth, erupting from his right hand as a concentrated force. Instead of releasing it like a Kamehameha wave, it coalesced into a dragon, its concentrated power amplifying its piercing strength. With a roar, the green energy transformed into a colossal dragon that opened its gaping maw and pierced through Dark Vegeta's chest. At that instant, the heavens seemed to darken, and the world trembled at the dragon's emergence. This strike embodied all of Jamus's power in his berserker state, its might terrifying enough that even Dark Vegeta, possessing the body of Super Saiyan Blue, could only watch in disbelief as a massive wound marred his chest. The dragon had pierced through him, and even the Saiyans' formidable vitality could not sustain him. Dark Vegeta stared incredulously at his injury, unable to fathom that this dishonorable opponent had launched a lethal assault without granting him a chance to adapt. Ultimately, he could only utter in despair, "How could this be? Wretched human, you lack honor." Thus, Dark Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his life extinguished, and he fell from the sky as a lifeless corpse. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that no one had time to react, not even the distant Dark Goku, whose eyes bulged in astonishment. Dead? He.S. dead? At that moment, Dark Goku struggled to comprehend the unfolding narrative. Was this truly how events were meant to transpire? Shouldn't it have been a gradual adaptation leading to a climactic showdown? Zamasu, as Goku's adversary and a cautious individual, had thoroughly understood the Saiyans' traits. He believed this warlike race to be the ideal training partners. Yet, why did this particular Saiyan deviate from the norm? Where was his pride? Where was his combative spirit? Dark Goku felt his frustration boiling over, witnessing the demise of another version of himself. Damn it, that human. He had never felt such fury before. Witnessing the death of another self evoked a profound sense of rage. Moreover, the manner of that death was utterly humiliating, leaving him unwilling to accept it. After executing that punch, Zamasu felt a wave of pain coursing through his body, clearly overexerted. To ensure a decisive strike, he dared not be the least bit careless. After all, he was facing a body capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, a testament to its formidable strength. The threshold for Super Saiyan Blue was Super Saiyan 4, while he was merely at Super Saiyan 1. Even with his potential to reach Super Saiyan 2 due to his transcendent physique, the disparity in their realms remained significant. Thus, Zamasu unleashed every ounce of energy within him, draining all vitality, leaving his entire body racked with pain. As for the recently executed Dragon Fist, it was naturally conceived by James, inspired by the narrative of Dragon Ball and his own imaginative interpretation of the Imperial Dragon aura found in fantastical literature. The dragon unleashed by a single punch was nothing short of magnificent, possessing formidable penetrating power, making it an impeccable technique for a decisive strike. Regarding the choice of employing the Dragon Fist over the Kamehameha, James was well aware of the world's rules. The formidable Kamehameha inevitably results in a display of smoke without inflicting any tangible harm on the opponent. With the depletion of energy within him, James's transformation into a transcendent being revealed a unique allure, as his infinite rage allowed him to feel his internal energy surge back to 80%. Acknowledging the resurgence of his power, James could not help but marvel at Broly, who resembled an eternal motion machine, constantly unleashing powerful moves. Such prowess was indeed formidable. However, the dark version of Goku could no longer restrain himself. His fury augmented his strength, manifesting in a black aura enveloping his form. His right hand morphed into a long sword, which he wielded with lethal intent. Sensing the murderous intent from his opponent, James remained vigilant and immediately countered with a punch. The collision of fist and sword erupted into a dazzling shower of sparks. The heavens rumbled ominously, shrouded in dark clouds. As the two figures flickered with each flash of lightning, appearing in varying positions, their relentless exchange of strikes became a frenzied clash of fist and feet. In this fierce encounter, James's lack of combat experience quickly became apparent. The earlier skirmish with the Dark Vegeta was purely a contest of raw power, devoid of any technique. But now, facing the Dark Goku, he found himself at a disadvantage. The Dark Goku was no fool. He recognized the strength of his opponent and understood that until he fully adapted to this new body, he could not afford a direct confrontation. Thus, against James, the Dark Goku balanced his attacks with equal measures of defense, leaving no opportunities for James to exploit. Furthermore, as a former combat prodigy and candidate for the Supreme Kai, the Dark Goku swiftly discerned James's unfamiliarity with combat, prompting him to initiate a grappling exchange. Confronted with the opponent's fierce attacks and cunning angles, James suffered several unexpected blows. His body, already aching from overexertion, felt as if it were on the brink of explosion, enduring excruciating pain. Chapter 9. The Great Ape's fierce battle against Dark Sun Wukong. Dark Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, catching Zamasu off guard, striking him squarely in the face. As Zamasu anticipated another blow, he instinctively raised his arms to block, only to be met with a fist that landed directly on his abdomen. After enduring several consecutive punches, Zamasu finally acclimated to his opponent's speed. Observing another punch hurtling towards him, he raised his left arm to intercept, successfully deflecting the attack. This fellow has begun to adapt to my rhythm. What a terrifying aptitude for learning, Dark Sun Wukong mused. With a fierce shout, the two clashed, their fists colliding with equal force. They exchanged blows, each parrying the other's strikes while launching their own, their figures weaving through the air in a flurry of motion, continuously colliding. Hey, Zamasu, how much do you know about Saiyans? In response to Zamasu's mocking grin, Dark Sun Wukong retorted with a cold laugh. As my arch-nemesis, I am thoroughly acquainted with them, particularly their immense potential. With that, Dark Sun Wukong clenched his fist at his waist, his dark energy surging, amplifying his strength once more. Behold, under the guidance of a god, This power can be truly unleashed. Dark Sun Wukong formed his hands into a lotus shape and placed them at his right waist. Kamehameha. A golden energy enveloped in black coalesced, its attacking force surpassing his own limits. Every technique possesses its own complexity. What appeared to be merely a modified Kamehameha wave concealed various techniques for harnessing energy, maximizing its destructive potential. Jamus widened his eyes, fixated on his opponent's movements. As Dark Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, Jamus finally reacted. However, the attack was already upon him, unavoidable, forcing him to raise both arms in defense. Yet, Jamus was still unprepared for the might of the assault. His small frame was sent crashing into the ground by the overwhelming energy wave. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater was formed, dust and debris swirling into the air. Dark Sun Wukong gazed at his handiwork with a satisfied grin. Foolish humans, how audacious they are. Still reveling in his triumph, Dark Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the law of smoke and injury. As the dust settled, a basketball-sized orb of light ascended into the sky, catching Dark Sun Wukong's attention. What followed was a thunderous roar that shattered the remaining smoke, revealing a colossal great ape emerging from the depths of the crater. The great ape pounded its chest, its robust form radiating an intimidating aura. Roar. The creature, cloaked in black fur and rippling muscles, exuded an undeniable strength. Undoubtedly, this great ape was Jamus's transformation. His earlier inquiry about Saiyans had already indicated his intentions. Dark Sun Wukong, who would become Zama's in the future, had no inkling that Saiyans with tails could transform into giant ape forms. In the future, the Saiyan protagonists, Goku and Vegeta, had severed their tails and trained relentlessly to grow stronger, never revealing their great ape forms. Thus, Zama's remained unaware of this capability. The glowing orb was, in fact, an artificial moon created by Jamus to facilitate his transformation into a great ape. His physical body had proven too frail, but in this form, he would experience a tenfold increase in combat power, negating the disadvantages of his youth and small stature. In the face of transcendent physiology, the limitations of the physical body vanished, and with boundless fury, his strength could surge not just tenfold, but potentially 20 or 30 times. As Dark Sun Wukong hovered in the air, the great ape's crimson eyes hinted at a flicker of confusion. In the next instant, that confusion vanished, replaced by an overwhelming rage. Roar. With a series of furious roars, the great ape opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying energy wave. Witnessing this fearsome sight, Dark Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the attack. However, the great ape showed no signs of relenting, continuing to unleash energy blasts, swinging its head as the devastating beams swept back and forth like lasers, vowing not to cease until it struck its target. What the hell is happening? Judging by the energy, this accursed giant ape must be that little Saiyan brat from earlier, but how could he have transformed into such a monstrous creature? Dark Sun Wukong evaded repeatedly, finding himself in a dire predicament as the opponent's strikes were relentless and swift. Roar. With another furious roar, the chaotic energy beams intensified, and Dark Sun Wukong, caught off guard, was swept away by the onslaught. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Dark Sun Wukong experienced pain like never before being launched away. As he witnessed his opponent's defeat, the great ape threw its head back in a victorious howl, pounding its chest in celebration. After a moment of wild revelry, Jamus's gaze seemed to regain clarity, and he soon quieted down. Indeed, the great ape form is extraordinarily difficult to control. Gradually regaining his wits, Jamus began to savor the newfound power coursing through his body. If even the elite Saiyans can master the great ape form, how could I, a legendary Super Saiyan, possibly lose control? Jamus encouraged himself, striving to harness this formidable body. Channeling his mental energy, after nearly a minute of acclimatization, Jamus finally mastered his new form. The sensation of power was exhilarating. Jamus exuberantly swung his fists, laughing triumphantly. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo sensed the commotion and gazed in terror towards the unfolding chaos. What kind of power is this? A Super Saiyan? Yet this energy far surpasses Goku's. Even Gohan, standing beside him, exhibited fear in his eyes. The overwhelming force was truly beyond human capability. Behind them, unbeknownst to the others, Dandy had stealthily approached, extending his hands to heal the gravely wounded Goku. Piccolo, Gohan, we must flee immediately. The disparity in power is too great. With that, Goku looked skyward. King Kai, please relay my message to the Guardian on Earth. Instruct him to gather the Dragon Balls and transport us, along with all Namekians, to Earth. On King Kai's planet, a small, stout figure with black skin watched the battlefield with a grave expression. His antennae quivered as he nodded solemnly upon hearing Goku's request. Very well, I shall relay your message. In the meantime, you must remain hidden. It seems the battle there has concluded. Both that imposter in black and the giant ape scion are exceedingly dangerous. Rest assured. Lord of the Kai, I am fully aware of the disparity in strength between myself and them. I shall not seek out my own demise. However, it is indeed a lamentable circumstance that I find myself devoid of the capacity to engage such formidable adversaries. Following this encounter, I am determined to dedicate myself to rigorous training, aspiring to attain this level of prowess in due time. At this juncture, the population of Namek is dwindling. With few Namekians remaining, most notably excluding the Grand Elder, who has since passed away, his life cut short by the aftermath of battle. This unfortunate event has resulted in the Dragon Balls of Namek turning to stone. On Earth, the ebony-skinned Bobo has successfully gathered all the Dragon Balls and stands ready to summon the Eternal Dragon to grant his wish. After conversing with the Lord of the Kai, he promptly calls forth the dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and fulfill my wish. Upon uttering these words, the 7 Dragon Balls begin to radiate a brilliant light, merging into a luminous orb, from which a magnificent green dragon emerges, coiling gracefully in the air before finally bowing its immense head. State your desire. I shall grant you one wish, no matter what it may be. The god of Earth swiftly articulates his wish. Please transport all Namekians to Earth, excluding the Great Ape Scion and the malevolent imposter Scion. Oh, and include the deceased as well. Acknowledging that resurrection necessitates the presence of corpses, he adds this condition, including even the fallen minions of Frieza, who can be disposed of post-resurrection. Upon receiving the wish, the Eternal Dragon effortlessly enunciates 4 simple words, followed by the flicker of its crimson eyes as it begins to channel its power to actualize the request. Observing the confined space of the Divine Temple, the God of Earth promptly designates Bulma's residence as the summoning location, for as the world's wealthiest individual, only her abode can accommodate such an influx of extraterrestrial beings. Simultaneously, the rationalized Jamos approaches the recovering Dark Goku. To win without ensuring the opponent's demise is to invite a counterattack. I am no fool. A peculiar smile creases Jamos' transformed great ape visage. In the next moment, he spreads his arms wide, conjuring dozens of keyblade slashes, intent on reducing his foe to mere fragments. Being a scion and well-versed in the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, he comprehends a critical truth. As long as the opponent remains unharmed, they possess the potential to regain their fighting spirit and augment their power, potentially orchestrating a counterattack. This is a recurring theme within the narrative of Dragon Ball, as a traveler through time. He intends to circumvent this pitfall by cleaving his adversary into several pieces. No matter how indomitable their resolve, can they truly regenerate from such dismemberment? Confronted by the multitude of keyblades encircling him, Dark Goku's expression darkens. You are exceptionally cautious. First, a dragon fist to eliminate me in an instant, followed by these keyblades. You afford me not a single opportunity for reprieve. While others may engage with fists and energy waves, you resort to lethal tactics without mercy. You despicable human, you shall not claim my life. In the next instant, Dark Goku places 2 fingers upon his forehead, and his form vanishes. With a swift whoosh, the keyblades lose their target. What was once a comprehensive and unavoidable assault now strikes emptiness, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as numerous keyblades collide. Oh no! Jamos exclaims, his eyes widening in realization. He had forgotten that his opponent wields Goku's body and thus possesses this seemingly invincible ability. Chapter 10. The Kill and the Misstep on Earth. What a predicament! Upon witnessing the disappearance of his opponent, Jamos felt a profound desolation within. The Dark Sun Wukong was indeed capable of adapting his body through combat, thereby growing stronger. However, the physical injuries he sustained were very real. Facing attacks that exceeded his capacity would inevitably lead to harm. He recalled watching an anime where the future Dark Sun Wukong traversed to the past, engaged in a battle with the protagonist Sun Wukong, and then returned to the future to recuperate. After healing, his power had surged remarkably. In their recent confrontation, Jamos had transformed into a giant ape, catching his opponent off guard with his terrifying combat prowess. At this moment, the Dark Sun Wukong was already grievously wounded. Even with his formidable physique, he could not withstand the giant ape's ferocious assault. If Jamos failed to eliminate him now, once the Dark Sun Wukong recovered, he could very well transform into a form equivalent to the Super Saiyan Blue. At that point, unless a god of destruction intervened personally, the world would face doom. And would the god of destruction aid them? The answer was a resounding no. The inhabitants of this world were increasingly irresponsible, neglectful, and akin to a herd of detrimental sheep. But if instant transmission requires long-distance travel, it must utilize another's energy as a conduit to teleport beside them. In this era, where could one find such potent energy for traversal? This meant it was merely a short-range teleportation. Realizing this, Jameis's previously despondent gaze sharpened. He suddenly sensed something amiss behind him, as if something had flashed past. Upon turning, he saw the dark Son Wukong grinning malevolently at him, cradling a glowing sphere the size of a basketball, gazing at his artificial moon. So that was it. You transformed only after this object appeared. This indicates that without it, you would quickly revert to your original form. Following this revelation, a raucous laughter erupted from the dark Son Wukong as he crushed the energy orb in his hand. With the artificial moon gone, Jameis instantly felt the power within him dissipating. And yet, what of it? At that moment, Jameis's fur began to retract. Seizing the opportunity while his strength still lingered, he charged toward his opponent with unparalleled speed. Dragon Fist. Jameis unleashed a colossal punch, summoning a dragon's head imbued with boundless momentum, followed by a massive dragon unleashing a thunderous roar as it surged forward with tremendous force. In this instance, Jameis exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. His speed reached its zenith, and the might of the Dragon Fist peaked. He had never felt such exhilaration. This was the giant ape form, incomparable to his normal state. The dark Son Wukong gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, having underestimated his adversary. He had calculated countless strategies, yet failed to anticipate the astonishing speed of Jameis. This time, he truly overestimated his own power and underestimated the strength of Jameis in giant ape form. He had no time to utilize instant transmission before the massive dragon head pierced through his chest. Cursed humans, you lowly ants, do not revel in your triumph. Soon, more powerful beings will descend upon this world, and you shall all perish. What was once thought to be a mere errand had now turned into a grave misstep. Thus, let this time and space serve as the beginning. With his final words, the dark Son Wukong fell, still unwilling to accept defeat. Simultaneously, Jameis's body rapidly diminished, transforming back into a small figure just over a meter tall. Unlike before, he was now completely bare, as his clothes had been torn apart during his transformation. Thankfully, there was no one around. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the scenery around him shifted instantaneously. Meanwhile, the dragon on Earth concluded its mission. After 3 seconds, it finally uttered the joyous proclamation. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into a beam of light, diving into the 7 Dragon Balls, which then soared into the sky, darting off in 7 different directions. Concurrently, a flurry of light flickered, and in Bulma's home, bewildered Namekians suddenly appeared. The recently healed Son Wukong also materialized here, accompanied by his son Gohan and their caretaker, Piccolo. The number of Namekians that had been transported was scarce, as only a few remained. The rest lay lifeless upon the ground, as everyone engaged in animated discussions. Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, look over there." Son Wukong and Piccolo followed Gohan's pointing finger, and in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Vegeta. Their astonishment was not merely due to the sight of Vegeta or his corpse, but rather the presence of 2 identical corpses. One lay clad in Frieza's army uniform, while the other was dressed in black. Everyone sensed the powerful aura still lingering around the black-clad Vegeta's body. What on earth was happening? Confusion enveloped the crowd. And just then, Piccolo, in a state of alarm, noticed that the black-clad Vegeta appeared somewhat older. Although the specifics eluded him, he was certain that a profound connection existed between the two. Another flash of white light illuminated the area, and yet another corpse dressed in black materialized. That's old Son. Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at his own corpse, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Had he truly died? Moreover, this black-clad body, like the previous Vegeta, had also perished from a piercing wound to the chest. Just then, another flash of white light occurred, revealing a small child with a bare backside, sporting a tail, undoubtedly a Saiyan. Jameis, having just rejoiced in the absence of onlookers, found himself bewilderingly transported into a gathering of individuals. As he scanned the surroundings and noticed everyone scrutinizing him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a sharp cry, Jameis's face flushed crimson as he bolted toward the nearest house, neglecting to open the door and instead crashing through it with a resounding bang. Once inside, he huddled in a corner, hands clasped tightly over his face, entering a state of self-imposed exile. It was over. He could never face anyone again. Woe is me. My youth has been tarnished. As a genderless Namekian, one could only stare in bewilderment at the demolished door, perplexed by the behavior of the newcomer. Old son. Is that a Saiyan? Son Wukong pondered gravely, never having anticipated that such a formidable Saiyan would arrive on Earth as well. The celestial beings, particularly the benevolent counterpart of the wicked Piccolo, were equally astonished. The deity was now drenched in cold sweat, having never foreseen that, at the last moment, Jameis would slay the dark Son Wukong, leading to the destruction of the artificial moon, thus fulfilling the conditions for their transport to Earth. He could only hope that the Scion harbored no ill intentions. Wiping his brow, he resigned himself to fate. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief and his wife, alerted by the commotion, stepped outside to witness the unfolding spectacle. Oh, so many extraterrestrials! While expressing their astonishment, the expressions of the two individuals remained unchanged. Oh, Mr. Sun is here as well. These must be Bulma's friends. Mrs. Brief displayed an amiable demeanor, entirely devoid of any fear of extraterrestrials. Bulma, who had been squeezed into a corner, finally emerged. She had been contemplating her return home on Namek, only to find herself back in her abode the very next moment. What could be more delightful than this? Goku. Upon spotting the reassuring figure, Bulma immediately waved and dashed toward him. At that moment, Goku's attention was fixated on the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Contemplatively pondering how to address the situation, Goku, wait, is that Son Goku? Bulma, who had sprinted forward, also noticed the three corpses on the ground and gasped in surprise. Two were Vegeta, and one was Goku himself. Such a sight was indeed peculiar. Well, I don't quite understand how this happened. It seems another version of me and another Vegeta appeared, but they were eliminated by a mysterious little creature. Just then, a frog attempted to sneak away, only to be captured by a large hand. Wrapped in a bedsheet, Jamos observed the frog with a bemused expression. Having been withdrawn moments earlier, Jamos had sought to glimpse the outside world, only to spot the fleeing frog at first glance. This frog, adorned with two antennae, bore a fundamental distinction from Earth frogs, rendering it conspicuously noticeable. Reminded of the plot involving the frog-transformed Captain Jinyu, Jamos could not let this one escape and promptly seized it. Goku, Gohan. Upon receiving the news, Chi-Chi rushed over, as soon as she exited the vehicle. She leaped into her husband's embrace. Goku, gazing at his tearful wife, felt momentarily overwhelmed, realizing he was truly inept at offering comfort. Overall, the journey to Namek concluded satisfactorily. Although many Namekians perished, including the Grand Elder, there was no cause for despair. The Dragon Balls on Earth had revived, and with a year's wait, the Grand Elder could be resurrected. The Grand Elder had a smidgen of life left before his demise, so upon revival, if the binding of the Dragon Balls was promptly passed to the next Grand Elder, they would not vanish. Observing this seemingly perfect resolution, Jamos appeared to recall something, and his previously relaxed demeanor became tense once more. No, everything here deviates from the narrative. Two dark beings have already transcended the limitations of the plot. The words spoken by Dark Goku before his demise, could it mean that more dark beings will come here in the future? Contemplating this, Jamos felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 11. Future deployment. In a joyous conclusion, Bulma generously welcomed all the Namekians into her home. As the world's wealthiest individual, she possessed ample accommodations to host them for an extended period. The deceased bodies on the ground were carefully placed into storage, destined for revival after a year. With matters settled, Bulma turned her attention to her family chef and commenced a vibrant celebration, marking the end of their perilous journey with a grand festivity. Laughter and merriment filled the air, as the Namekians did not require sustenance, allowing the food to primarily consist of the Sun family's culinary delights. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a small child with a tail approached. Bulma, remember to prepare extra food. I want to eat too. Bulma welcomed this new addition with open arms, particularly upon learning of his remarkable prowess, even surpassing that of Goku. Of course, I've already instructed the chefs to prepare enough, she assured. Thus, a spirited gathering ensued, with everyone engaging in cheerful conversation. By the way, Jamos, you're also a Saiyan. Where did you reside before? Goku inquired. Jamos candidly shared his story, leaving the group astonished. It turned out that Jamos was a Saiyan born in the same era as Goku, but due to a temporal storm, Goku had lived several years longer. What level of power have you attained? Goku pressed further. Jamos recounted his experiences on Namek, where he faced the Cosmic Emperor ruling the universe. Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, believing victory was assured, only to be plunged into despair by the emergence of two dark entities. In a twist of fate, Jamos engaged these dark beings and triumphed over them. I am unlike you. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, and thus, My initial transformation surpassed yours. The dark entities you speak of are indeed you and Vegeta, but they hail from the future. Jamos then elaborated on the origins of the two dark beings, emphasizing the formidable power of future adversaries, which sent shivers down everyone's spines. They had assumed that being a Super Saiyan was already extraordinary, only to discover that it was merely the most basic transformation. To their astonishment, there existed transformations beyond Super Saiyan, such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, and even Super Saiyan Blue, truly an unfathomable revelation. At that moment, Goku's excitement surged, yearning to transform into Super Saiyan Blue and experience its overwhelming power. Are you implying that Vegeta also grew up alongside Goku? Piccolo remarked, his expression one of disbelief. In Jamos' narrative, Vegeta transitioned from foe to ally, joining Goku as Earth's primary defenders. However, it made sense, considering Vegeta was also a Saiyan with immense potential for growth. Jamos nodded and continued, with Vegeta's inclusion, we can face the even mightier foes of the future with greater confidence. Should we encounter enemies beyond the capabilities of both Goku and Vegeta, they can fuse to become a more powerful warrior. Goku, intrigued by the future's revelations, inquired, how do you know all of this? Jamos crossed his arms, smiling enigmatically. And when he remained silent, Goku simply chuckled, choosing to let the matter rest. However, the gravity of their current crisis loomed large, even if Vegeta were revived. Escaping calamity would be a formidable challenge. At this juncture, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group, even Goku displaying a serious demeanor. As I mentioned, the past is immutable. Altering it gives rise to parallel worlds. The two dark entities originate from the future, and they likely come with more allies, all of whom possess power at least on par with Super Saiyan Blue. My victory over them was due to their incomplete adaptation to their forms. The next adversaries may be fully acclimated and even stronger. Hearing this, the mood darkened as the group grappled with the daunting prospect of facing such formidable future foes. Fortunately, it was you who confronted them. Knowing Goku as I do, if he had faced the dark beings, he might have inadvertently provided them with an opportunity to grow. Piccolo remarked, his understanding of Goku profound. Hearing my friend's jest, Goku scratched his head and laughed, masking his embarrassment. Are you suggesting that more future versions of my father will arrive here? Asked Gohan, Goku's son, his eyes wide with trepidation. The prospect of more future fathers arriving filled him with dread, not merely from the fear of their power, but from the very nature of the events unfolding. The thought of a multitude of fathers attacking Earth was unsettling. Observing the youthful Gohan, Jamos gently patted his shoulder. Fear not, we shall become stronger, and we will gather sufficient allies to withstand the formidable foes of the future. What plans do you have next? Goku inquired. While he excelled in combat, facing such powerful adversaries required a strategic approach. Upon hearing Goku's question, Jamos surveyed the group and smiled mysteriously. First, we must revive the Grand Elder, and subsequently, the Dragon Balls. Then, we shall revive Vegeta, as he is an invaluable ally and the perfect candidate for fusion. As for your fallen comrade Krillin, I intend for him to harness the future Goku's body. This proclamation left the entire assembly in shock, especially Piccolo, whose face turned pale. Are you suggesting that Krillin should become me? Goku exclaimed incredulously, pointing to himself. However, realization soon dawned upon him. The future body he possessed contained immense power, and letting it perish would be a grave loss. If someone could wield that power, it would prove to be an excellent ally. Furthermore, he could use his future self as a rival, accelerating his own growth. In this manner, he could circumvent many obstacles. Similarly, a host could be found for the future Vegeta's body. As their discussions waned, a legion of chefs arrived, presenting their culinary creations, signaling the end of their conversation as they began to indulge in a feast. At that moment, Bulma brought forth a platter adorned with an entire octopus. Upon seeing the colossal creature, several Saiyans' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Surely such a large octopus would be delectable. Jamos was the first to seize the opportunity, tearing off a tentacle and savoring it. Delicious. It is incredibly flavorful. Indeed, the cuisine of Earth was nothing short of extraordinary. 5 years spent in a foreign realm, Jamos feasted daily on wild beasts, devouring everything from dinosaurs to rhinoceroses. Virtually every large creature consumed by mankind was savored, albeit prepared in a rudimentary manner that left much to be desired due to a lack of culinary resources. Now, as he once again savors the exquisite delicacies of Earth, Jamos finds himself engulfed in nostalgia. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, a battleship descends slowly from the heavens. As the hatch opens, a figure resembling Frieza steps forth. This individual is none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. Search for Frieza's life signs. Ascertain whether he still draws breath. He commands. Immediately. His subordinates activate the detectors to scour the planet for signs of life. Soon, they identify a familiar energy signature. Report, King Cooler. We have detected the presence of King Frieza, although his life force has dwindled to a perilous low, teetering on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Cooler nods slowly and instructs his men to rescue him. The Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, are indeed a cruel joke when one lacks sufficient strength to claim them. As for the Super Saiyans, intelligence suggests they hail from Earth. It piques my curiosity to discover what sets their kind apart. With that thought, a throng of his subordinates follows the signal to find Frieza. When they locate Frieza, he is a pitiful sight, drenched in blood, his left leg and right arm missing, and even his tail severed. His body is charred, devoid of any unblemished flesh. Disgusted by the condition of his brother, Cooler unceremoniously tosses him into a regeneration pod, leaving his fate to chance. His subordinates promptly comply. And soon Frieza is submerged in restorative fluid, equipped with a breathing apparatus. After ensuring Frieza's placement, Cooler departs the planet. Once beyond the atmosphere, he raises a finger, summoning a massive fireball that hurtles toward planet Namek. With a resounding explosion, the once resplendent planet transforms into a brilliant spectacle of fireworks. Having completed this act, Cooler returns to his ship and activates the communicator. A colossal screen flickers to life, revealing a figure strikingly similar to Frieza. Father, I have located Frieza. I believe he will awaken shortly. The figure on the screen is none other than King Cold, their father, who reclines elegantly on a throne, savoring a sip of red wine. You have performed admirably, my son, he praises. Thank you for your kind words, father. Despite the compliment, Cooler's expression remains devoid of reverence. His demeanor is stoic as ever. I have received reports of a self-proclaimed galactic warrior emerging in the southern galaxy, known for his gallant deeds. Reliable sources indicate he shall soon arrive in the eastern galaxy. Exercise caution. Rest assured, I shall ensure their return is thwarted, Cooler replies, a glint of cold malice in his eyes. Chapter 12. Instant transmission. The planet Yadrat was graced by the approach of a colossal white spaceship. Many Ydratans gazed up at the sky in curious wonder. Sensing no malevolent energy emanating from the vessel, they felt a sense of ease, presuming it to be a visitor rather than a foe. Atop a high vantage point, a Ydratan clad in distinctive attire observed the descending ship with a solemn gaze. Despite the absence of any sinister aura, he could perceive the formidable strength of those aboard, surpassing even the cosmic tyrant Frieza. As the Grand Elder, he knew he must proceed with caution. As the spaceship landed gracefully amidst the intrigued onlookers, its hatch swung open, and a figure resembling a crab-headed being leapt forth. Well, we finally arrived, exclaimed Sun Wukong, noticing the unusual appearance of the surrounding inhabitants who were all fixated on him. Hello there, he greeted amiably. The Ydratan crowd, thrilled by the warm welcome, began to murmur excitedly amongst themselves. Are you aliens? You look so peculiar. What brings you here? Are you here on vacation? You seem incredibly strong. The flurry of inquiries left Sun Wukong momentarily speechless, and he could only respond awkwardly to their enthusiasm. Greetings, I am Sun Wukong from Earth. Jamos mentioned that you possess remarkable skills, so we've come to learn from you. At that moment, Jamos, Gohan, and Piccolo also disembarked from the ship, equally fascinated by their surroundings. Is this truly Yadrat? Does instant transmission actually exist here? Piccolo questioned, unable to fathom that these seemingly frail beings could wield such extraordinary powers. No matter the distance, as long as we sense each other's presence, we can instantly arrive. Jamos nodded affirmatively. With instant transmission, our tasks will become remarkably convenient. Even if a future battle devastates a planet, we will have means of self-preservation. Most importantly, if we are not on Earth and it faces an attack, we can swiftly return. This venture was initiated by Jamos due to the emergence of two dark individuals, which led to Frieza's demise before he could annihilate the planet. Consequently, Super Saiyan Sun Wukong was directly transported to Earth by the dragon, leaving no one capable of instant transmission, which proved to be quite inconvenient. Thus, Jamos proposed that they temporarily set aside their training to learn this vital technique. Upon learning that the visitors sought to master instant transmission, the Ydratans swelled with pride. See, even such powerful beings wish to learn from us. In some respects, we are superior. Just then, a figure appeared, placing two fingers on his forehead, radiating goodwill towards the newcomers. Wow, was that instant transmission? Incredible, you just appeared out of thin air. The Grand Elder chuckled, waving dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Greetings. I am Jamos. I brought my friends here to learn instant transmission, he said, stepping forward with a friendly demeanor. The Grand Elder gasped in surprise upon seeing Jamos. Despite appearing to be merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, he exuded an overwhelming power that far surpassed Frieza. If he could befriend such a powerful being, he would no longer fear Frieza's army. Moreover, teaching instant transmission could allow the boy to summon assistance to his side, a mutually beneficial arrangement. In an instant, the Grand Elder resolved to teach Jamos and his companions generously, hoping to forge a lasting friendship. Greetings, I am the Grand Elder of Yadrit. If you wish to learn instant transmission, I would be more than happy to teach you. That would be splendid. Thank you, sir. The obedient Gohan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Dear guests, I presume your long journey has left you weary. Would you care to rest with us for a while? The enthusiastic invitation from the Grand Elder was met with agreement, and the group followed him to the village. As the four of them walked, Son Goku and Piccolo trailed behind while Jamos and Gohan led the way, resembling two children accompanied by their guardians. Jamos found this rather amusing. Although he shared a rank with Son Goku, being only 6 years old and appearing comparable in age to his son was quite perplexing. Arriving at a spacious village, the infrastructure was surprisingly advanced, rivaling that of a bustling metropolis. Dear friends from afar, would you like to sample some of our local delicacies? The Grand Elder proposed. That would be delightful. Thank you. The Saiyans could hardly resist the allure of food, hoping their voracious appetites would not overwhelm their hosts. With 3 Saiyans in the group, the cost of meals alone was no trivial matter. Please, wait here, the Grand Elder instructed before departing, leaving the children to entertain the guests. In an instant, he materialized within a magnificent palace. Your Majesty, they are exceptionally strong, particularly the child with the tail. His combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of Frieza, reported the Grand Elder to a wizened Udratan monarch seated upon the throne. Since they harbor no ill intentions, let us extend our hospitality. As for instant transmission, we shall entrust it to them, the king replied, squinting with a weary expression. Confronted with such formidable visitors, it was prudent to cultivate amicable relations rather than provoke them. Whatever requests they made, it was best to accommodate. Indeed, the Grand Elder complied with the king's wishes. Very well, you may attend to our guests. With the king's directive, the Grand Elder promptly departed. Meanwhile, the 4 companions gazed at the lavish array of dishes before them, their senses overwhelmed by the enticing aromas. The culinary offerings were distinctly different from Earth's cuisine, and Jamos was eager to indulge. All but Piccolo wasted no time in devouring the food, with the others heartily consuming meat. Do you have more? This is hardly sufficient for us, they exclaimed, noticing the rapid pace at which the food was disappearing. Without hesitation, Piccolo called for additional dishes. Upon the Grand Elder's return, he was greeted by an astounding sight, the remains of towering plates of food. Witnessing such an extraordinary display of appetite left the Grand Elder in awe of the Saiyans' insatiable hunger. Dear friends, I have informed our king that I shall teach you instant transmission over the coming days, he announced. That's magnificent, Son Wukong replied, his mouth full of meat, his words barely intelligible. After a whirlwind of feasting, the table was finally free of the need for replenishment. Satisfied and patting his full belly, Jamos felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In his previous life, as a struggling individual, even a morsel of meat had required deliberation. Now, in this new existence, he reveled in the freedom to indulge. Thus, a group of 4 settled on the planet Adrat. A year had passed since the events on Namek, and the Dragon Balls on Earth were finally ready for use once more. The moment the Dragon Balls were restored, the Eternal Dragon summoned his attendant, Bobo, to gather them. In less than a day, all 7 Dragon Balls were collected. Undoubtedly, the location for summoning the Eternal Dragon remained at Bulma's residence. At that moment, all the surviving Namekians had convened at Bulma's home. With her arms raised high, Bulma recited the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. Once again, the familiar scene unfolded, the Dragon Balls illuminated, and a cerulean dragon appeared, inquiring about the wish of the summoner. Eternal Dragon, please resurrect all the deceased Namekians, as well as the Earth warriors who valiantly resisted the Saiyan invasion. With ease, the dragon's immense eyes gleamed with a crimson light as it fulfilled the wish in an instant. The corpses that lay in the vacuum chamber of the courtyard revived one by one. Even the deceased Grand Elder of the Namekians opened his eyes. Witnessing the revival of their fallen comrades, the Namekians erupted in joyous cheers. Meanwhile, far away on King Kai's planet, the Earth warriors, except for Chaozu and Krillin. Found the halos above their heads had vanished. Tian Shinhan, you have finally returned. Chaozu exclaimed, filled with delight at seeing his dear friend's halo disappear. However, two individuals remained unrevived, leaving a lingering sense of sorrow. Do not worry, Chaozu. I will stay here with you until you two are revived. And then we shall return home together. Chaozu nodded happily in agreement. Your wish has been granted, until we meet again. The Eternal Dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in different directions across the earth. Grand Elder. Everyone gathered around the Grand Elder, who gazed peacefully at his descendants. My life has reached its conclusion. You must all live well from here on. The crowd expressed their reluctance, unwilling to let their Grand Elder depart so easily. The cycle of life and death is but fate, and I have fulfilled my mission. I can consider my life well lived. In his final moments, the Grand Elder bestowed the position of Grand Elder to his successor, ensuring that even in death, the Dragon Balls would remain bound to the new Grand Elder and would not vanish with him. Chapter 13. Resurrection. Once everything settled down, Bulma stepped forward, intending to use the Dragon Balls from Namek to make a wish. Everyone, I will need your assistance for what comes next. The Dragon Balls from Namek require the Namekian language for wishes, hence the need for a Namekian's help. Dandy, it's your turn to make the wish. Under the Elder's guidance, Dandy stepped up, ready to articulate the wish. Wait. Just as the dragon was about to be summoned, Master Roshi interjected. According to Gamo's plan, we need to resurrect 2 Earth warriors into these bodies. I believe it would be prudent for Gamos to return. Should any unforeseen complications arise, only he can maintain order. Master Roshi gestured towards the 2 dark figures on the ground, expressing his concern. The formidable power of these bodies leaves no room for error. As Goku's mentor, Master Roshi felt immense pride in his pupil's growth, yet the thought of such power falling into the wrong hands filled him with melancholy. Bulma recognized the validity of his argument, but Gamos had long departed from Earth. Could he return in a timely manner? On Yadrit, Gamos was meditating, suspended in the air. Suddenly, he heard the black telephone ring. It was the voice of King Kai, prompting him to open his eyes. Your plan is about to unfold. The Dragon Balls on Earth are prepared. Do you intend to return when the wish is made? Naturally, Gamos planned to return. Having only seen Shinron on television in his previous life, the prospect of a personal encounter was irresistible. I will return promptly. Give me a few minutes. With that, Gamos vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found 3 individuals deeply engrossed in a battle. Go for it, Gohan. As Goku, the proud father, encouraged his son with a powerful punch, it was indeed a testament to a father's love. Gamos approached and halted the trio. Our plan is about to commence. The dragon on Earth is ready. Do you want to return and witness it? They exchanged glances, all agreeing to go back, to prevent any mishaps during their transition. Gamos instructed them to place their hands on his shoulders. He then placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and in an instant, the surroundings shifted, and the 4 found themselves back on Earth. Well, we really made it back. Gamos, you are incredible. I couldn't possibly teleport such a distance. Gamos simply smiled and rushed to the wish-making site. Bulma, I have returned. Now that everyone is present, let us begin. With eager anticipation in the air, Dandy raised his hands towards the Dragon Balls and began to chant the incantation. Dark clouds gathered above, and a cerulean figure soared into the sky. Shinron, the Eternal Dragon, appeared. State your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, no matter what they are. Dandy looked towards Gamos, who then stepped forward. Pointing to the capsule containing the Dark Goku's body, he declared, please resurrect Krillin in this body. Dandy promptly translated the wish into the Namekian language. Shinron's eyes sparkled as he made an OK gesture. With ease, a beam of white light enveloped the dormant body of Dark Goku. The gaping wound vanished without a trace, leaving not even a scar behind. Am I resurrected? Bulma hurriedly opened the capsule, and Krillin sat up, feeling something was amiss. I remember being killed by Frieza. Upon looking up, he was met with the towering figure of Shinron. It's the dragon. So, I have been brought back. The resurrected Krillin laughed heartily, overjoyed, completely unaware of his new body. Gamos, unfazed, proceeded to make the second wish. Let Yamcha be resurrected in this body. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha, haloed, felt exhilarated. Although he would soon lose his own body, he was not disheartened in the least. Gamos had prepared a new body for him, the future form of Vegeta, boasting immense power akin to Super Saiyan 4. Who wouldn't be thrilled? I'm off. Yamcha joyfully bade farewell before vanishing from sight. Upon awakening, he found himself in a body resembling Vegeta's. His first instinct was to touch his face, and that spiky hair. Indeed, it was the body of future Vegeta. Ah, Why do I look like Goku? At that moment, Krillin finally realized with astonishment that he had not resurrected in his own body, but rather in that of his closest friend. What is happening? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Bulma twitched her lips, aware that this was a rather complicated explanation. Since Yamcha had been on King Kai's planet, he was informed and had consented to this arrangement. But Krillin, having been killed by Frieza on Namek, was oblivious to the details. To switch their bodies without consent felt rather unjust. Master Roshi approached Krillin, inspecting the peculiar fusion of the two disciples, and expressed his satisfaction. I'll explain it to you later. Leaving it at that, Bulma urged Gamos to proceed with the next wish. Let's resurrect Vegeta from this timeline. However, Vegeta had perished on Namek. Even if resurrected, he would return to the same spot. King Kai noted that Namek had been destroyed, meaning that if resurrected, Vegeta would meet the same fate once more. Gamos pondered for a moment before suggesting, let Vegeta be resurrected before me. The others brightened at his words. This was indeed a clever solution. Only Shinron seemed exasperated. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Regardless, as the customer is king, once Dandy articulated the wish. Shinron reluctantly acquiesced. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. A figure materialized before them. It was none other than the deceased Vegeta. I am alive again. Where am I? Vegeta looked around in disbelief, astonished to find himself resurrected in this place. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted Shinron preparing to depart and suddenly realized someone must have wished for his resurrection. Turning around, he was met with a sight that filled him with dread, another figure clad in black, resembling Goku, and another in black bearing his own likeness. You, who are you to impersonate me? Vegeta clenched his fists, glaring at the imposter, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward to deliver a blow. Yamcha, now in future Vegeta's body, instinctively felt fear as he approached. He had been killed by this man and his comrades. Get away. In a panic, Yamcha instinctively unleashed a powerful energy wave. At that moment, the recently resurrected Vegeta felt the chilling aura of death once more. Beware. With a sudden movement, Jamos appeared before Vegeta, swiftly deflecting an incoming energy blast into the sky with a precise strike of his hand. This was followed by a thunderous explosion. The terrifying wave of energy resonating like a nuclear detonation, drawing the attention of everyone within 100 miles to the heavens. Overwhelmed with fear, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground. Utterly astonished by the formidable prowess of this imposter before him, it was simply terrifying. Vegeta, are you all right? Jamos reached out, intending to assist him. Despite being the perennial second, Jamos held a certain fondness for Vegeta. In their youth, everyone admired Goku, yet as they matured, many found themselves living as Vegeta. Never able to surpass the pinnacle of excellence, an unfortunate reality for countless souls. Hence, Vegeta remains a deeply resonant character, once characterized by his arrogance. Prince Vegeta found himself humbled in the face of Jamos' strength, relinquishing his pride as he grasped Jamos' hand and rose to his feet. Yes, I apologize. A flustered Yamcha quickly offered his contrition, realizing he had nearly caused the newly revived Vegeta to meet his demise once again. Yet, to be fair, this body was indeed formidable. The former Vegeta had been so proud and reckless on Earth, now, with a mere flick, he could easily vanquish his opponent, a feeling that was simply delightful. How can there be two Vegetas? Krillin, transformed into Goku, expressed his bewilderment. Krillin! Haha! Goku exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his friend resurrected. Krillin turned around to find his dear companion Goku standing right behind him. Huh? Goku, you're still Goku. But what about me? Uncle Krillin. Gohan rushed forward, intending to embrace him, but upon noticing that Krillin bore the likeness of his father, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. All right. Given that Vegeta and Krillin are still unaware of our forthcoming plans and the enemies we may face, let us clarify matters once more. At this moment, Vegeta had yet to redeem himself, still embodying his rebellious nature, embodying the essence of a proud second to none. However, out of curiosity regarding the situation, Vegeta complied and joined the group. Gathered together, Jamos reiterated the general outline of future events. Although it was the second time he had recounted this story, the group remained profoundly shaken, particularly Vegeta and Krillin, who were hearing this for the first time and were left in utter astonishment. The two Zamasu who had arrived in this world had been absent for nearly a year, and if there were more dark beings, it was certain that they would soon sense something amiss. Thus, we may have to confront even more dark entities in the future. To withstand their onslaught, we must possess the strength of multiple Super Saiyan force. At this point, Vegeta was the first to lose his composure. With a resounding crash, he slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Damn it. So this means this guy is using my future body, Vegeta exclaimed, pointing furiously at Yamcha, who had transformed into future Vegeta. Although the prospect of becoming immensely powerful in the future pleased him, the sight of this individual occupying his future form and possessing the ability to obliterate him was utterly infuriating. Chapter 14. Preparation. There was no avoiding this situation. It was all Zamasu's despicable fault. Bulma stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension while subtly directing some animosity towards Zamasu. Humph. Vegeta continued to breathe heavily, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Regardless of the circumstances, they were all on the side of humanity, so there was no need for further quarrels. By the way, Krillin, Yamcha, hand over your earrings and rings to me. The two were puzzled, yet they removed their earrings and rings, passing them to Jamos. Jamos accepted the two rings and donned one on his right index finger. The silver ring emanated an air of mystery, and Jamos felt an immediate elevation in his status. Truly, the time-space ring was undeniably impressive. Observing Jamos's beaming smile, the others couldn't help but wonder what it was. The first to voice his curiosity was the ever-inquisitive Goku, who had always sensed an enigmatic quality about Jamos, as if he possessed all the answers. Jamos raised his clenched right fist high and introduced it with emphasis. The time-space ring allows for free traversal through time and space, enabling access to other parallel worlds. Upon hearing the mention of parallel worlds, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This meant that those two individuals had arrived here through this time-space ring. May I take a look? Before Jamos could respond, Bulma had already snatched the other time-space ring. She inspected it from every angle, pinching the ring between her fingers, yet found no discernible function. This object can traverse time and space? Bulma remained skeptical, doubting that such a small ring could possess such power. It is a divine artifact belonging to the Supreme Kai, capable of traversing all realms and their pasts and futures. However, it is crucial that one does not alter the course of history when journeying through time. Otherwise, a completely new world may emerge. Jamos's expression grew grave. The current timeline was already in disarray, and witnessing the familiar narrative unravel was giving him a headache. His role as a prophetic traveler had been shattered, and he was uncertain of what lay ahead. What purpose do these earrings serve? Goku inquired, picking up the two Patera earrings with curiosity. The Patera earrings are also exclusive to the Supreme Kai and symbolize his authority. Do not underestimate them. They are not merely ornaments but formidable tools. They can fuse two individuals into one, and if two Super Saiyans were to merge, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Fusion? The group was astonished by this revelation. They had heard of fusion before, but had never taken it seriously. Who would have thought it was indeed possible with just a pair of small earrings? Would you like to give it a try? Simply wear one on the left ear and the other on the right. Everyone exchanged glances, eager yet hesitant to volunteer themselves as test subjects. Goku, why don't you give it a shot? Yes, you and Vegeta would be the most suitable candidates. The group's attention turned to Goku and Vegeta, and it was evident that their eyes were sharp enough to identify the two main characters instantly. What a joke. How could the proud prince of the Saiyans possibly fuse with a lowly warrior? Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, turning his head away. These insufferable earthlings would dare suggest such a thing. It was utterly unforgivable. Once he grew stronger, he would ensure their annihilation. At that moment, Vegeta remained the arrogant and ruthless villain, yet to undergo any transformation in character, his face a mask of disdain. Vegeta, I believe we are the most suitable pair. Don't you wish to experience the Super Saiyan transformation? Perhaps after our fusion, you will discover the key to transforming. No need. Everyone was at a loss for words. Although Jamos had mentioned that the future Vegeta would become a good person and protect Earth, the current perception of Vegeta among them was still that of a notorious invader. So they naturally refrained from extending warmth towards him. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jamos cleared his throat, eager to change the subject. Ahem, let me outline my plan. Jamos stood up and approached the two impostors. Although Krillin and Yamcha possessed the bodies of future Saiyans, their unfamiliarity limited their capabilities. Currently, Goku and Vegeta were too weak to participate in a battle, rendering them unqualified to intervene. Therefore, I propose that the four of you enter the hyperbolic time chamber and train there for a year. You two should acclimatize to your bodies and strive to master Super Saiyan Blue. You two can draw upon the strength of your future selves to enhance your abilities more effectively. Jamos assigned the task of body adaptation to Krillin and Yamcha, while Goku and Vegeta would need to rapidly strengthen themselves, with the advantage of their future body's power. They would be able to bypass many obstacles and aim for a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. What is the hyperbolic time chamber? Everyone was puzzled, having never encountered this term before. I know. The hyperbolic time chamber is a special place where the interior is isolated from the outside world. One day outside equals a year inside, and the environment is extremely harsh, making it ideal for training. Vegeta, what do you think? Goku glanced at his future partner. Although the present Vegeta was rather unpleasant, he believed that one day this individual would fully integrate into Earth. Seeing you Super Saiyans truly irks me. But I will heed your advice this time. Kakarot, do not get too proud. In a year's time, I will far surpass you. Jamos placed one of the time-space rings on his hand, storing the other ring in the pair of earrings in his pocket. Jamos, at least leave something for us. Bulma remarked, slightly annoyed as she watched Jamos hoard all the spoils. These items are exceedingly mysterious. I cannot guarantee they lack other functions. If those future individuals possess unique methods to trace these energies back to you, you will be incapable of withstanding their wrath. Though he spoke with an air of authority, it was clear that Jamos was simply envious of these treasures. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, who wouldn't covet the fusion ability? He fondly recalled how, as a child, he would mimic fusion poses with friends, eagerly anticipating success. Now that he had the earrings, his childhood dream was finally within reach, and naturally, he wished to keep them hidden until he found the right partner to experience fusion with. Bulma observed the greed etched on Jamos's face and decided to remain silent. After all, she had no use for these items, so she would allow him to take them. Jamos, do you plan to join us in the hyperbolic time chamber? Jamos shook his head and replied, I am still young in this body. I will consider it once I grow older. For now, I wish to study some things that I desperately need. Now that a decision had been made, they swiftly proceeded with their plan. By the way, let me remind you, only 2 individuals can enter the hyperbolic time chamber at a time, and each can only stay for 2 days, which translates to 2 years inside. Otherwise, the opportunity for escape will vanish, leaving one eternally ensnared within. However, should any of you possess the strength to transcend to Super Saiyan 3, you could utilize absolute power to forge a passage between realms, thus enabling your emergence into the world. The 4 exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending one another's intent. Fear not. We shall undoubtedly enhance our abilities post-haste. The quartet of Saiyans waved their farewells and soared toward the celestial temple above. What do you intend to study? Observing the diminutive figure before her, Bulma was filled with curiosity. This child, not yet 6 years of age, comported himself with the gravitas of an adult. The first skill I wish to master is Tien's multiplication technique. As a Super Saiyan, my capacity for learning is remarkably heightened. With this technique, I can acquire knowledge on multiple fronts simultaneously. Upon hearing his declaration, the others could not suppress their astonishment. Is utilizing the multiplication technique for learning truly the domain of a Saiyan? Are you not a Saiyan, presumed to be a warrior at heart? What exactly do you intend to study? Bulma was intrigued by this peculiar young Saiyan, sensing an inherent difference from his kin. I aspire to learn various forms of magic. The ability to change attire at will, impose gravitational forces, along with Poir's transformation techniques, and your scientific knowledge. Finally, Jamos directed his gaze toward Bulma. Those familiar with the Dragon Ball universe recognize that physical combat prowess is the cornerstone of this realm. Even the most formidable technology pales in comparison to individual strength. However, should such technology manifest in a human guise, the outcome would be profoundly different. For instance, powerful weaponry may fail to harm even a regular Saiyan. Yet, when transformed into a robotic entity, such as Android 16, its terrifying might could pose a challenge even for typical Super Saiyans. Moreover, the modified Android 17, as depicted in Dragon Ball Super, could contend with Super Saiyan Blue on equal footing. While the notion of combat power collapse exists, it still illustrates the latent potential following augmentation. Therefore, Jamos must ensure that the formidable power of technology remains firmly within his grasp. You truly are an oddity. I shall take my leave for now. By the way, the transformed Captain Jinyu is safely stored in my room. Do take good care of him, as he may prove invaluable in the future. With a smile, Jamos executed an instant transmission, vanishing from sight, only to reappear on King Kai's planet. Captain Jinyu? Bulma instinctively clenched her fists, recalling a moment of past humiliation. Chapter 15. Training upon arriving at King Kai's planet. Jamos immediately spotted the resurrected Tien and a small figure with a halo above his head. Hello. Upon hearing the greeting from behind, Tien turned around and quickly recognized Jamos, who stood just over a meter tall. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? I can sense immense pressure emanating from you. You are truly remarkable. feeling pleased by their compliments. Jamos replied, I have come here to learn some of your techniques, as well as King Kai's King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. He cast a delighted glance at King Kai, having long coveted these two skills, especially the Spirit Bomb, which held an extraordinary prestige. Absolutely. You carry no malevolent energy and have already aided us significantly. Henceforth, we shall be friends, Tian generously stated. However, the other figure was less accommodating. My techniques are not easily learned. To study under me, you must first pass my test. As he spoke, the two antennae on King Kai's head quivered slightly. Upon hearing about the test, Jamos's smile instantly faltered. How could he forget that King Kai had an exceptionally low threshold for humor? Often using his corny jokes as a means of assessment? What did you just say, King Kai? I didn't quite catch that. Jamos raised his hand, and a massive energy sphere materialized in the sky. This was the devastating technique he had stealthily acquired from Frieza, the supernova. The energy sphere expanded, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it grew to nearly the size of King Kai's planet. Ah, did I just speak? It seems I did not. If you wish to learn something, just tell me directly, and I shall teach you well, King Kai said, his cold sweat pouring as he quickly adjusted his stance upon witnessing the enormous energy sphere. Tien and Kaiatsu were also left in awe, sensing the overwhelming power. They felt certain that if the energy sphere were to descend, their demise would be inevitable. Seeing King Kai's newfound understanding, Jamos finally retracted the energy. King Kai, shaken, fell onto the ground, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Just moments ago, he had appeared as an amiable elementary student, but in an instant, he transformed into a grinning overlord, which was utterly terrifying. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta tossed a capsule into the distance, and with a loud bang, a massive training room materialized. I've brought the gravity training room. Would you like to join? Of course. The three responded in unison, and the four of them promptly entered. In the gravity training room, the gravity was set to a staggering 100 times Earth's gravity, which everyone could adapt to, especially for Krillin and Yamcha, who possessed future bodies. It felt no different from the outside world. Although they were not entirely accustomed to their new forms, the inherent strength of their bodies remained intact, making this gravity trivial for them. Let us train in this environment, exclaimed Goku, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a loud shout. Krillin and Yamcha, not to be outdone, quickly heightened their energy. Though they did not transform, their terrifying auras effectively suppressed Goku's Super Saiyan form. Impressive, as expected of my future self, to elevate power to such terrifying heights. In that moment, Goku felt exhilarated, realizing he might truly acquire future strength ahead of time. While the three were in high spirits, Vegeta stood aside, unable to transform into even a regular Super Saiyan. As the three released their energy, he felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly caused him to falter. Damn it! I, the Prince of all Saiyans, am being suppressed. Vegeta clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his balance. Kakarot, take this. With a furious shout, the enraged Vegeta charged at Goku from this timeline. What a pathetic excuse for a Super Saiyan. Before me, Prince Vegeta, you are all but a joke. Vegeta threw a punch, only to be met with Goku's single-handed block. You've grown stronger, but it's still not enough. Goku smirked as he unleashed a punch imbued with golden energy toward Vegeta's abdomen. The impact sent Vegeta reeling, doubling over as he clutched his stomach. Impossible. I trained in instant transmission on Yardrat. My control over my power has reached new heights, and I have fully mastered the Super Saiyan form. How infuriating. As Goku displayed his prowess, a deep anger filled Vegeta's heart. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and assumed battle stances. Let us adapt to our bodies through combat. Let us see who can master transformation first. Right. As the strongest Earthlings and martial artists, their combat instincts were sharp. Even in the original Dragon Ball narrative, their abilities were noteworthy. However, due to the bloodline of Earthlings, they had been left far behind by the Saiyans over time, leading to a gradual loss of confidence. It was akin to always finishing last in class despite one's efforts, resulting in a natural inclination to give up. Yamcha was the first among Earth's warriors to surrender. In the original storyline, he ceased his training to pursue a career as a baseball player. As for Krillin, after marrying Android 18, he settled into being a devoted husband, leaving the protection of Earth to his good friends. Now, the two who once lingered at the bottom suddenly found themselves with the strongest bodies. Even Goku, the mightiest, felt the weight of their energy pressing down on him, rekindling their martial spirit. I'm coming, Krillin shouted, charging at Vegeta. Bring it on. Witness my Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha, utilizing future Vegeta's body, adopted a familiar stance. As their fists collided, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, was being thoroughly dominated by Goku. While mercilessly beating Vegeta, Goku also practiced his still-developing instant transmission, multitasking between training and familiarizing himself with his skills. After being sent flying by a punch, Vegeta noticed Goku's left hand pressed against his forehead, seemingly practicing some technique, which only fueled his rage. Damn Kakarot. To fight me while remaining distracted, what utter contempt. This is intolerable. As the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta felt a profound humiliation, as if he were being disregarded entirely. His anger reached a boiling point, manifesting into a furious roar. Aya! Vegeta howled at the sky, unleashing a series of enraged growls. Vegeta! Goku's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The white energy enveloping Vegeta began to shimmer with golden light, a scene Goku recognized all too well. How dare you, Kakarot? You will learn the price of insulting the Prince of Saiyans. With a roar of unbridled fury, Vegeta emitted a thunderous sound, as if shattering a barrier. The golden light erupting and enveloping his entire being. The high, gathered black hair was suffused with a golden aura, transforming it into a brilliant golden mane. Coupled with his striking green eyes, Vegeta had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan. Kakarot, come again, Vegeta proclaimed, stepping forward and launching a powerful punch. In response, Goku, now also a Super Saiyan, met his challenge head-on. Both warriors struck with their fists, the collision resonating through the air before they swiftly disengaged, only to strike again with their opposite hands. Kakarot, I shall not be defeated by you. Vegeta unleashed a left hook that landed squarely on Goku's face, who retaliated with a right hook that also connected. Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. Goku summoned more energy, his golden aura intensifying, while Vegeta matched his fervor. In that moment, their radiant golden energies clashed, neither yielding an inch. Impressive, Vegeta, to possess such strength right after transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, your mastery over this power is still lacking. With that, Goku heightened his energy, overpowering Vegeta's aura in an instant. I will not be defeated. Realizing he was being suppressed, Vegeta abandoned the contest of energy and charged at Goku. The two warriors engaged once more in a fierce struggle. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin and Yamcha were exchanging blows, their fists connecting with palpable force. As the battle reached a fever pitch, they felt the blood surging within them, and in that moment, they understood why the Saiyans were referred to as a warrior race. The exhilarating nature of such combat was irresistible. Each strike brought pain. Yet this pain significantly accelerated their physical adaptation. Krillin seized Yamcha's fist, executing a shoulder throw, but Yamcha, refusing to be outdone, countered with an energy wave before hitting the ground. I feel that with my current level of physical adaptation, I should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan now, Krillin asserted. Yamcha agreed, echoing the sentiment. Then let us venture out to fight. In the gravity training room, we cannot fully unleash our potential. Moreover, this gravity seems to have little effect on us. With determination, the two exited the training room. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta engaged in their own battle. Since the movements of Krillin and Yamcha, turning their attention to the duo, they witnessed Krillin and Yamcha unleash a mighty roar as their golden auras erupted, transforming them into Super Saiyans clad in black attire. Both were taken aback by the overwhelming energy thrumming within them. Even more astonished were Goku and Vegeta, who remained stationary. They had not anticipated that their future selves, merely transforming into Super Saiyans, would exude such immense pressure. Is this the power of my future self? How utterly fascinating. I must strive to reach such heights with greater speed. Vegeta felt an inexplicable sensation watching others wield the power he possessed. With them as our benchmarks, we shall certainly avoid many missteps on our path. Chapter 16. The unfortunate Dark One. A year had passed, and Jamis sat cross-legged in midair, facing the formidable King Piccolo. The two were engaged in meditation, honing their mental fortitude and enhancing their mastery over power. Suddenly, Jamis felt a flicker of energy emanating from the ring on his finger, prompting him to open his eyes swiftly. They have arrived. Upon noticing Jamis's sudden movement, Piccolo also opened his eyes. What is it? I sense fluctuations in the fabric of time and space. Someone has entered this realm. However, the landing site does not appear to be Earth. At that moment, three figures appeared in a flash. It was three additional manifestations of Jamis. This was the secret technique he had acquired from Tien Shinhan, the art of creating clones. By dividing himself into four, each clone retained 1/4 of his original power. Jamis dispatched his three clones, one to study technology alongside Bulma, another to learn all earthly skills. While he focused on meditative practices to strengthen his mental prowess, the clones returned instantaneously, merging back into Zamasu, whose energy surged, quadrupling in intensity. After the return of his manifestations, Zamasu quickly concealed his aura. Could it be Zamasu? Should we summon Goku and the others? Zamasu shook his head. Unless Krillin and Yamcha have fully adapted to their bodies and can unleash their complete combat potential, their assistance would be negligible. They are still too weak. We might require additional allies. Allies? Piccolo frowned. Aren't we the strongest beings in this universe? Where would we find allies? Zamasu uttered a name that caused Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically. Frieza. Frieza possesses immense potential. If circumstances escalate to that level, unleashing him would be our best course of action. We could confine him within the time chamber for 6 months to achieve a perfected golden form, and after another decade, he'd attain a black form. By then, Zamasu would pose no threat. The only drawback is his difficulty in control. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? Absolutely. Despite having been defeated, you must understand that Frieza has never engaged in any form of training since his birth. As they conversed, Zamasu decided to utilize his abilities to discern which body the Dark Ones had possessed. This was a technique he had learned from King Kai, known as the antenna scan. With his eyes closed, Zamasu focused, while Piccolo placed a hand on his shoulder, joining him in the effort. In the boundless cosmos, a large purple feline glared angrily at the two before him. Beside him stood a blue-skinned woman with a ponytail, wielding a staff. Facing them was a blue-skinned bald man, accompanied by a wild-looking female. Upon witnessing this confrontation, Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood Kappa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, along with his attendant, the angel Vados. The two figures opposite them exuded a malevolent aura, unmistakably the two Dark Ones who had arrived. Zamasu recognized the bodies they occupied. One was Hit, the assassin from Universe 6, and the other was Kefla, the fusion warrior of Caulifla and Kale. Who are you two? I was in the midst of my meal when you destroyed this planet. This is infuriating, Kappa exclaimed, his temper flaring. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Kappa was known for having the most amiable disposition, though he could be ruthless when provoked. Nonetheless, he would not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Yet, occasionally, he would destroy planets without cause. If one happened to be on such a planet, they would simply have to accept their misfortune. Just moments ago, as Kappa savored his meal, an energy sphere had descended from the sky, reducing the entire planet to dust. As a god of destruction, he had never endured such provocation. And thus the current situation unfolded. Kappa, what brings you to this realm? Shouldn't you be in Universe 6? The two Dark Ones were taken aback, having just arrived in this time and space, only to discover that the Dark Goku and Dark Vegeta they had tracked had vanished. In their displeasure, they had carelessly destroyed a planet. Little did they realize, in their misfortune, they had inadvertently provoked a god of destruction. Fortunately, the god they had encountered was Kappa, the least formidable among the 12, who had sneaked in to indulge in culinary delights. Had it been Beerus, the strongest and most vicious of the gods, the situation would have been far graver. Upon realizing that the two before him recognized his status, Kappa felt a twinge of unease. If Beerus were to learn of his little escapade, it could spell trouble. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, dismissing the two as insignificant. Even if he were caught, it would merely be a matter between gods, not a concern for these two mere mortals. To know I am a god of destruction and yet dare to show such disrespect, you are courting death. Kappa, on the verge of fury, summoned his destructive energy, intending to obliterate the two before him. Seeing him channel destructive energy, the pair did not dare to underestimate the threat. They prepared to utilize their time rings to escape once more. Though their current forms were powerful, they had not fully adapted and could only wield half of their potential. They understood that even at full capacity, survival against such destructive energy was improbable unless they transcended their limits to reach a higher state of being. Exchanging glances, Dark resolved to employ his time skip ability, freezing time before activating the time ring to flee. Observing the fortunate turn of events, Zamasu felt elated. As a time traveler, he understood just how easily Kappa could be swayed. Fond of food and somewhat naive, as long as one did not provoke him, he would be amicable. Moreover, Kappa had yet to realize that these two were not from this world. Resolute in his decision, Zamasu brushed off Piccolo's hand from his shoulder and teleported away. Damn it! Kappa hurled destructive energy at the two insects, intending to eradicate them. However, at the moment of his attack, time froze, and everything around them came to a standstill. Dark attempted to escape with Kefla, but an unexpected figure appeared. Wearing a time ring, Zamasu remained unperturbed by the time stasis. The ring granted him control over time, allowing him to remain unaffected by the temporal freeze. Magic Seal Wave. Zamasu, manifesting in the cosmos, casually threw forth 2 vials, unleashing his most potent sealing technique. The surrounding space transformed into a vibrant green hue. The swirling green vortex enveloped Darkhit, who felt himself being drawn into an uncontrollable spin. What is happening? Darkhit gasped in astonishment, realizing he had been subdued in an instant. He attempted to resist, but found himself utterly powerless, bound by an unseen force. Come inside. Zamasu exerted a sudden force, effortlessly sealing the Darkhit into one of the bottles. The lid of the bottle was inscribed with a powerful incantation. Once trapped inside, escape was impossible unless opened from the outside. As for the other figure, Kefra, time had been suspended, rendering any resistance futile as Zamasu casually cast her into another bottle. All of this transpired in a mere 0.1 seconds. When time resumed, Zamasu quickly dodged as 2 terrifying spheres of destructive energy whizzed past him, colliding with 2 nearby meteors, which instantly disintegrated into countless twinkling stars. Upon witnessing his attack miss, and the 2 insignificant beings vanish, a child suddenly appeared in their stead, leaving Xiangpa momentarily stunned. Where did the 2 individuals go? Xiangpa pondered, bewildered, as he had intended to annihilate them, only to have his efforts thwarted. Lord Xiangpa, look at what the opponent is holding, one of his aides pointed out, drawing Xiangpa's attention to the ring in Jamos's possession. Isn't that the time ring of the Supreme Kai? How does he possess it? Xiangpa questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Zamasu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and instinctively concealed his hand behind his back. Despite being a god of destruction, he knew that should Xiangpa fulfill his divine duties, the consequences could be dire. Lord Xiangpa, the 2 individuals have been sealed away by me. Could I perhaps handle them? Zamasu suggested hesitantly. Handle them? Who do you think you are? Xiangpa's mood darkened. It seemed that none of these beings feared him. Just moments ago, those 2 insignificant creatures had been audacious enough to challenge him, and now this one dared to take the captives from him. The old adage rang true. If the tiger does not roar, they mistake it for a sickly cat. Witnessing Xiangpa's growing ire, Zamasu quickly resorted to a strategy he had gleaned from an anime. Lord Xiangpa, I could offer you a delightful culinary exchange. Initially furious, Xiangpa was momentarily swayed by the prospect of a culinary treat. As a god of destruction, do you think I have not savored exquisite dishes? Having lived for countless years, he had tasted the finest delicacies across the cosmos. The attempt to entice him with mere food was laughable, bordering on an affront. However, despite his irritation, Xiangpa crossed his arms, exhibiting no intention of striking, rather appearing to wait for Zamasu to dig his own grave. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zamasu pressed on. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from Earth, a realm abundant with culinary delights. While you may have experienced many exquisite flavors, each planet possesses its unique specialties. Perhaps the dishes from my world will tantalize your palate even more. Zamasu refrained from employing provocation, understanding he lacked the protagonist's aura. Insulting Xiangpa's culinary experiences could easily backfire, inciting wrath instead of curiosity, which would spell disaster for him. As Xiangpa stroked his chin, he reflected on the interruption during his meal. Indeed, he had not dined to his satisfaction. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to please the god of destruction. Chapter 17. Kampa arrives on Earth. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten the time ring? Bardoss could not help but remind as she watched her own god of destruction become entranced by the allure of cuisine. Oh right. Kampa exclaimed, slapping his forehead, nearly overlooking the matter at hand. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusatorially at Zamasu, he demanded, Hey, how come you possess a time ring? Speak the truth. Kampa attempted to adopt a fearsome demeanor, yet given Zamasu's rotund visage, he lacked any real intimidation. Zamasu, however, remained unfazed. Matters such as these would be better addressed upon returning to Earth. After all, interactions with a superior required the presence of the protagonist. Although this realm was not the primary universe, and Sun Wukong could only be considered a half-protagonist, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere bystander to compare. One must never underestimate the privileges granted by the protagonist's aura. In response to Kampa's inquiry, Zamasu merely smiled faintly. Lord Kampa, this is not the place for discussions. Once we reach Earth, I shall explain everything to you. Kampa exchanged glances with Bardoss and nodded in agreement. Very well then, once we arrive on Earth, we shall converse while dining. If the food fails to meet my expectations, or if you have committed any egregious acts, I will not show mercy. Bardoss, let us depart. Bardoss chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten how he arrived here? Additionally, we have no idea where we are going. Upon hearing Bardos's words, Kampa realized that his target had vanished moments before Jamos' sudden appearance. Although the details eluded him, it was evident that Jamos had utilized instantaneous movement. Jamos, perceptively, stepped forward and extended his hands. Kampa and Bardos took hold of him, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to Earth. Demon King Piccolo's eyes widened as he beheld the portly feline before him. Is this creature truly a god of destruction? Is this Earth? Kampa surveyed his surroundings, taking in the lush mountains and clear waters. The scenery was indeed delightful. However, his purpose for coming here was not to admire the views. Hey, kid, where's the food? Kampa expressed his dissatisfaction, for he had witnessed enough of nature's beauty, and it was culinary delights that truly motivated him. Rest assured, Lord Kampa, I've already informed my friends to prepare the freshest delicacies for you. Jamos assured as he glanced at Piccolo. Piccolo, could you please find Wukong and the others? They should be ready to emerge from their training. Piccolo nodded, dramatically waving his cloak before departing with a flourish. After a year of interaction, he had come to understand Jamos' character. He was determined to grow stronger, and when trouble arose, he would take the lead. The legendary god of destruction was certainly not someone one could easily approach. Jamos was cleverly shifting the burden elsewhere. Wukong, be cautious. Lord Kampa, this way. Jamos gestured invitingly and soared ahead towards Bulma's residence. This was not merely a ploy by Jamos to ensnare Bulma. Rather, her home had become the Science-free cafeteria, and dining there was only natural. To support a few Saiyans, Bulma had employed 3 teams of chefs, operating in shifts around the clock, an absurd arrangement indeed. Upon arriving at the familiar courtyard, Jamos immediately spotted Bulma directing the chefs and setting the dining table. Bulma, seeing his childhood idol, Jamos rushed toward her, eager to leap into her embrace. However, just as she turned to welcome him, a figure suddenly appeared. Jamos, unable to halt in time, inadvertently collided with the person, sending himself flying. With a thud, Jamos landed in the nearby swimming pool. The figure was none other than the long-absent Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms, emitting a disdainful snort, maintaining his trademark arrogance. Bulma's lips twitched in surprise. She had not anticipated her usually icy partner to display such jealousy. Vegeta, Jamos is still just a child. He is no child. A child would not possess such understanding. If not for the alignment of his soul and body, I would suspect he is a Zamas. At that moment, Kampa and Bardos descended from above, landing before them. Ah, humans! Vegeta exclaimed in shock. The familiar skin tone and appearance immediately registered in his mind. Although slightly overweight, this was unmistakably the god of destruction he had encountered before. Vegeta's heart raced. After years, he faced the god of destruction once more. He had thought he would possess the courage to confront him, perhaps even avenge past grievances. Yet, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the deity, feeling as if he were staring into an abyss. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he stood to attention, compelled by the formidable aura. Welcome, Lord Beerus. In an instant, Vegeta bowed deeply, abandoning his earlier bravado. You also utilized instantaneous movement, did you not? Why yes. Vegeta stammered. Pathetic. Is instantaneous movement so trivial now? While it may not be as absurdly effective as before, it remains quite useful. Kampa disregarded him and proceeded toward the dining table. Furthermore, I am not Beerus. I am Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Hearing this, Vegeta felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approaching the table, Kampa inhaled the delightful aromas wafting through the air. He casually lifted a lid from a platter, revealing an array of neatly arranged dumplings. What are these? Kampa inquired, piercing one with his long nail and popping it into his mouth. The octopus ball burst forth with flavor, instantly captivating his palate. Experiencing Earth cuisine for the first time, Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. What exquisite delicacy is this? It is simply divine. Delightful, Kampa exclaimed, hastily grabbing a fork and indulging voraciously. Observing her master in such a state, Bardos could only sigh in exasperation. The image of the god of destruction was utterly shattered. Fine. Let us first savor the local cuisine. Bardos opened another platter, uncovering several small cakes. She took a bite, savoring the sweet and delightful sensation. As if soaring to the heavens. Delicious. Both master and servant were astounded by their first taste of Earth's culinary treasures, immediately commencing a feast. However, while Kampa devoured his meal with reckless abandon, Bardos's eating mannerisms remained considerably more refined, chewing daintily before swallowing. Exuding elegance, though one could easily overlook the speed at which she consumed her food, akin to a rapid-fire pace. Would you care to join us? The chefs at home are more than sufficient. Bulma jested. Vegeta promptly shook his head in refusal. What nonsense is this? This is a god of destruction. While he may not be the same as I remember, how different could he possibly be? Jamos emerged from the water, shaking off the moisture with a flick of his energy. After a year apart, he was astonished that Vegeta had dared to ambush him. Vegeta. Jamos strode forward, his expression radiating fury. Silence, you little brat. Should you dare to covet my wife, I shall obliterate you. In other timelines, Bulma may be your wife. But in this reality, that is far from certain. Furthermore, if you wish to defeat me, you are still 2 millennia too early. Had you not resorted to a sneak attack earlier, I could have effortlessly sent you flying with a mere slap. What are you, an upper-tier warrior? In the presence of my legendary Super Saiyan form, you are nothing but insignificant. Your arrogance pales in comparison to mine. As a traveler, I, Jamos, though lacking a system capable of bending the heavens and the earth, possess my own dignity. Vegeta scoffed and chose to remain silent, turning his gaze towards Kappa, who was indulging in his meal. Suddenly, 3 streaks of light traversed the sky, revealing 2 Gokus and 1 Vegeta. Hey, Jamos, long time no see. Goku greeted enthusiastically, to which Jamos reciprocated before inquiring, how long did you spend in the hyperbolic time chamber this past year? What is your current strength? Goku glanced at Vegeta beside him and replied, did Vegeta not inform you? We spent 3 days in the chamber, and adding that to this past year, it totals 4 years. Now, Krillin and Yamcha have fully adapted to their bodies and have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta and I have also attained the full power state of Super Saiyan 2. Soon, we shall be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3. The mere mention of training caused Goku to exude excitement. With the future body acting as a beacon on his training journey, many previous dilemmas have found resolution. Additionally, the ample pressure and formidable opponents have contributed to rapid progress over these years. Jamos nodded in agreement. Such progress was indeed remarkable, particularly when compared to the normal historical timeline. Given the current period, the android crisis looms in the coming years. When I previously watched Dragon Ball, I was consumed by the thrilling transformations and paid little attention to the specific timeline, yet it should not deviate greatly. According to the original plot, even in the face of perfect Cell, Goku and Vegeta, along with future Trunks, were only able to master the full power Super Saiyan form. Had it not been for Gohan's extreme rage at the last moment, allowing him to transcend his limits and transform into the true Super Saiyan 2, that battle would have been lost. By the time Goku and Vegeta completely mastered Super Saiyan 2, it was during the Majin Buu saga. However, the thought of the future androids caused Jamos a headache. It was Trunks' arrival that led to everyone's enhancement, prompting Dr. Gero to amplify the strength of the androids. The most notable were androids 16 and 17, who in the future were merely equivalent to an ordinary Super Saiyan. Yet in the main timeline, one could easily take on 2 without breaking a sweat. If my strength inadvertently leads to Cell's survival, allowing him to train for 4 months and become Golden Cell, that would indeed spell trouble. Is that the god of destruction you speak of? Just as Jamos was lost in thought, Goku turned his attention to Kappa, who was still enjoying his meal. By the time Jamos regained his focus, Goku had already strolled over to him nonchalantly. Chapter 18, The Zama's Incident. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Son Goku exclaimed, raising his hand in a casual salute as he walked. Kappa, holding skewers of grilled meat in both hands, turned around while chewing, and upon seeing Goku's cheerful demeanor, swallowed with a gulp. Aren't you afraid to encounter a destroyer like me? Kappa queried, bemused. Why should I be afraid? I sense no malice from you. Goku replied, his affable nature shining through as he plopped down on the other side of the table, eagerly snatching at the meat on his plate. These delicacies remain as delectable as ever. Kappa, do try this bowl of noodles. It's particularly chewy, and the broth is exquisite, truly a culinary delight. As Goku relished his meal, he continued to recommend his favorite dishes. All of this was observed by Jamos, who mused to himself how, as the protagonist, Goku's innocent heart and radiant aura made him universally likable, provided one was not a formidable villain. Look at that. Goku has barely arrived, and he's already chummy with the destroyer. Vegeta grumbled, gritting his teeth in frustration. This planet may very well be doomed because of him. Jamos placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. You're overly tense. In truth, the destroyer is not as imposing or violent as you might think. Kappa is quite amicable. Bulma called for the chefs to bring forth a platter of grilled lamb skewers, sprinkled with cumin. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the appetites of those present. It looks utterly delicious. Bados was the first to grab a skewer, opening her delicate mouth to bite into a piece of meat, savoring its unique flavor. "Oh my! This is delightful," she exclaimed, shyly covering her cheeks as she chewed with delight. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Jamos could not resist joining the feast. Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta, all possessing the hearty appetites of Saiyans, exchanged glances and soon joined in the culinary revelry. What was initially a banquet for Kampa had transformed into a communal feast. The trio of chefs brought in a whirlwind of dishes, working tirelessly in shifts. You finish a pot, take a break. I'll whip up another. After an hour of feasting, the table was nearly cleared, resembling a small mountain of empty plates. As the meal wound down, Bados finally spoke up. "Lord Kampa, it is time to discuss serious matters." Kampa, reclining comfortably in his chair, rubbed his full belly while basking in the sunlight, suddenly recalled that there were indeed matters to address. He turned his gaze toward Jamos. "Jamos, perhaps you should explain the time-space ring in your possession." After finishing the last bowl of soup, Jamos set his bowl down. "Lord Kampa, let Goku explain." "Explain what?" Goku queried, bewildered as he pointed to himself. "Zamas. Zamas? Is he the one who stole my face?" Kampa inquired. "Indeed, Lord Kampa. Zamas hails from the future. A future version of myself who is immensely powerful, which incited great jealousy in Zamas. He utilized the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with me, and then used the time-space ring to traverse time, seeking out various Zamas and exchanging bodies with other formidable warriors." As Goku recounted the tale, Kampa rested his chin on his hand, rhythmically tapping the table with his finger. "This incessant time travel and body swapping, what is his aim? Bados, is this within the purview of the Destroyer? Such reckless time travel is strictly prohibited. Should it occur, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Kai. However, Lord Kampa, it seems the Supreme Kai lacks the strength to intervene." Hearing Bados' explanation, Kampa felt a wave of impending trouble wash over him. Who exactly is Zamas? And where did he acquire that time-space ring? The group exchanged puzzled glances, as Jamos had not previously detailed Zamas' true identity, leaving them in the dark. "I'll consult Master Roshi. He possesses the ability to peer into others' memories. I have 2 Zamas in my possession. Perhaps we can glean insight from their memories." With that, Jamos vanished using instant transmission. In less than 3 seconds, he reappeared, accompanied by a bald, long-bearded, hunchbacked elder. "Eh? Where am I?" "Master Roshi," Goku exclaimed upon seeing his mentor. "Goku, you're here too. What brings you all together?" "Master Roshi, if I'm not mistaken, you can delve into others' memories, correct? We seek your assistance." Jamos directly articulated his request, prompting a frown from Roshi. "If the individual is a deity, I cannot guarantee success. Peering into another's memories is no small feat. The subject must be utterly defenseless, ideally without their knowledge. However, if the individual possesses strong mental fortitude, they may detect the intrusion. I haven't attempted this with a deity before." Roshi rubbed his bald head, expressing uncertainty. "That's no issue. We can simply knock them out." With his ability to manipulate time and space, Jamos' imagination was boundless. That should suffice, but given the individual's divine status, success is not assured. Jamos produced a bottle adorned with intricate carvings, piquing the curiosity of those present about his intentions. Upon seeing the bottle, Master Roshi's eyes widened in recognition. "Everyone, step back." Jamos uncorked the bottle and tossed it into the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, releasing Dark-Hit. "So, you caught this insignificant creature?" Kampa mused, pondering whether to annihilate the being before him. "Kampa." Dark-Hit immediately spotted the plump Kampa and attempted to flee, but Jamos was quicker, delivering a swift punch to the back of his neck. With a thud, Dark-Hit's eyes glazed over, rendering him unconscious. "Master Roshi, the next steps are yours." With a grave expression, Roshi stepped forward, channeling his mental energy toward Dark-Hit's head. Jamos focused intently, releasing his own mental energy to observe every movement, hoping to master the technique. As Roshi delved into the memories, his initially serious demeanor transformed into one of despair. Thousands of dark beings, many possessing the combat power of a destroyer. This is truly perilous. "Hey, old man, what's the situation?" Roshi, looking grave, turned to Kampa and spoke. "The situation is dire. This individual is Zamas, a trainee Supreme Kai from Universe 10, discontent with human existence. He has united with multiple versions of himself to enact a plan known as the Zero Human Project, aiming to eradicate all humanity, starting with the gods themselves. A multitude of Zamasu congregated in the same space-time continuum, adhering to their malevolent plan to first eliminate 12 Supreme Kai and subsequently eradicate all humanity within this realm. Numerous timelines have already fallen victim to their onslaught. I believe it is imperative for you to safeguard your Supreme Kai, should the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 perish. Your existence will likewise be extinguished. Upon hearing these words, Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. What a ludicrous notion. To assassinate the 12 Supreme Kai is an audacious endeavor indeed. Moreover, if dozens of timelines have already been cleansed, it implies that several of their counterparts have met their demise. This is utterly infuriating, if this is indeed true. It is beyond outrageous. Beerus, contact the God of Destruction of Universe 10 and apprise him of the situation here, allowing him to address it himself. Also, inform our universe's Supreme Kai to remain in his domain. No, direct him to my planet of destruction, for Zamasu has set his sights on this world. And I refuse to meet my end. Upon hearing this, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai share a singular fate. To slay 12 Supreme Kai equates to annihilating 12 gods of destruction. Kampa. I can no longer establish contact with the Angel of Universe 10, Beerus said, his expression grave as he scrutinized the staff in his grasp, which flickered incessantly. Attempting to reach out to the other party, yet met with silence. All of this was anticipated by Goku. Zamasu would instinctively seek out his counterpart in this timeline, making the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 the first target for elimination. Although aware of this, he could not articulate it openly. Such divine secrets are known only to the gods, and as a mere mortal, it is best to refrain from excessive involvement. Curse it. I merely stepped out for a meal, and now I find myself entangled in such troublesome affairs. The worst part is that I cannot simply ignore it. It is utterly exasperating. Kampa lamented, clutching his head in frustration. Lord Kampa, your excess weight is already quite concerning. Perhaps engaging your mind would be beneficial. A bit of exercise could aid in your weight loss endeavors, regardless of the circumstance. Beerus never failed to remind him to think more and to exercise diligently for his health. Suddenly, Kampa appeared to have an epiphany, swiftly turning to Goku and Yamcha, who were taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. How is it that you two bear an uncanny resemblance to them? Your auras are strikingly similar, as if you were one and the same. Surely, you cannot be Zamasu as well? Kampa questioned, suspicion etched on his face as he stroked his chin, pondering their identities. The two trembled in fear, hastily attempting to clarify. No, it is not as you think. We are not utilizing our own bodies. We have indeed assumed the bodies exchanged by Zamasu in the future. We merely seized their forms. We are absolutely not Zamasu. Chapter 19. The exchange again. Hey, kid. Do you have any good suggestions? Asked Xiangpa, seeking the opinion of Jamos. With a gentle smile, Jamos replied, if every universe has a god of destruction, then surely you must have superiors. Why not report this matter upward and allow them to make the decision? The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are the pinnacle of the universe, and above them exist significant figures beyond the 12 universes, the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Contemplating Jamos's words, Xiangpa stroked his chin, hesitating on whether to heed the advice. After all, this predicament was not of his own making. He should not bear the blame. Moreover, the situation had escalated to such an extent that time and space had suffered, and even as a god of destruction, he could not withstand the incompetence of the Supreme Kai. Lord Xiangpa, I bear troubling news. Upon hearing that Bados had bad news, a jolt of anxiety struck Xiangpa. Could something have happened to his Supreme Kai? What has transpired? Bados, staff in hand, looked grave as he disclosed the contents. The first 5 universes have become unreachable. And with the addition of Universe 10, half of the universes are now without their Supreme Kai and God of Destruction. What? Xiangpa gasped in shock, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of 6 universes' deities. Who could be responsible for this? Before he could continue, an enraged voice echoed from Bados' staff. Xiangpa, have you once again snuck into my universe while I was asleep? Upon hearing the furious voice of Beerus, Xiangpa, who had been agitated, reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. All you do is sleep. You're on the brink of annihilation, and yet you still slumber. If I hadn't come to your universe, you would have perished long ago. As a fellow god of destruction, Beerus quickly grasped the implication of Xiangpa's words. Had something happened to his Supreme Kai? Clad in his pajamas on Destroyer Planet, Beerus's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon realizing the gravity of the situation. What has occurred? The Supreme Kais of the first 5 universes have been killed, and Universe 10 has also suffered. If I had not intervened, your Universe 7 would have met the same fate. Observing Xiangpa's smug demeanor, Beerus snorted disdainfully, With the first 5 universes in turmoil, your Universe 6 is likely next. Humph. Regardless, I saved your life. Sleep as you wish. You'll eventually sleep yourself to death. Xiangpa made a face and instructed Bados to terminate the communication. Listening to the exchange between the two gods of destruction, the others began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Bados, could I trouble you for a favor? Jamos inquired. Of course, Bados affirmed, a smile illuminating Jamos's face. I appreciate your assistance. At that moment, a helicopter buzzed as it approached from the distance. The group looked up to see it landing gracefully on the adjacent grass. The doors opened, and the first to leap out was a girl with cascading black hair, followed closely by a dog walking on 2 legs, and lastly, a small figure with blue skin and pointed ears. Boss Jamos. The trio waved enthusiastically, and Jamos greeted them with joy. They were none other than the first group of subordinates Jamos had recruited, the Pilaf gang. The small one was their leader, King Pilaf. The dog was named Asu, Pilaf's loyal sidekick, and the lone human among them was a girl named Xiaowu. This trio had long harbored dreams of world domination, embarking on a quest for the Dragon Balls since the first season of Dragon Ball. According to the original plot, they would search tirelessly until Dragon Ball GT. Yet they never fulfilled their wishes. Even in the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, they abandoned their ambitions and settled into ordinary lives. However, Jamos did not deem them useless. Each possessed significant scientific talent. Although they paled in comparison to the genius Bulma, it was primarily because they hadn't focused on scientific endeavors. Now, under Jamos's guidance, they were diligently learning, forging a distinct path. Pilaf, I have a gift for you. A gift? That's wonderful. Thank you, boss. Pilaf rubbed his hands together eagerly, curious about what Jamos had prepared for him. Bulma, is the frog I asked you to look after still around? Upon hearing frog, Bulma paused, recalling. You mean Captain Jinyu? Exactly. I need his body-switching ability. Rest assured, I've taken excellent care of him. Bulma smiled slyly, knowing she had provided him with numerous companions to ensure his comfort. I'll go fetch him. With that, she headed toward the room. Jamos, what are you planning? The first to sense something amiss was Vegeta, feeling that Jamos was up to no good. You'll find out soon enough, Jamos replied, while Yamcha, sharing Vegeta's skepticism, glanced at the unconscious dark hit on the ground, seemingly beginning to understand. Jamos, is this truly wise? Krillin asked quietly, feeling uneasy about the idea of exchanging bodies for enhanced power, sensing a reckless madness behind it. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Soon, Bulma returned, holding a cage and a translator. Captain Jinyu, you don't seem to be faring too well. Jamos jested, observing the languid Captain Jinyu. At the mention of Frieza, the previously listless frog sprang to life, leaping up and croaking excitedly at Jamos. Frieza is dead. Upon hearing that his beloved Frieza had perished, the frog's eyes widened in disbelief as he sank back to the ground, overwhelmed, just as in the storyline. Captain Jinyu proved to be exceedingly loyal, Jamos thought to himself. Possessing the ability to swap bodies, Jinyu had often been in close proximity to Frieza. If he had wished to betray him, he could have seized Frieza's body at any moment, yet he chose to remain loyal and serve him, a testament to his fidelity. However, I can bring him back to life. Would you like that? Jamos's words were laced with seduction, akin to a wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. This statement struck a chord, and the previously despondent Captain Jinyu lifted his head, hope gleaming in his eyes. With the Dragon Balls on Earth, resurrection was entirely feasible. But he would need to assist Jamos in return. Upon hearing this, Jinyu nodded eagerly, willing to help with anything to revive his master, Frieza. Jamos, to whom do you intend to give this body? Vegeta asked, arms crossed, his voice dripping with cold disdain. To speak candidly, he harbored a certain envy towards the prowess of this body. He yearned to possess such strength. However, the pride of being a Saiyan prince forbade him from doing so. Thus, Vegeta could only grit his teeth in frustration. Was there to be yet another who surpassed him? Jamos cast his gaze towards Pilaf, prompting everyone to follow suit. Pilaf found it peculiar why everyone was staring at him. Pilaf, do you desire power? Of course he did. His original dream was to rule the world. Pilaf exclaimed with excitement. Jamos then turned his attention to the frog in the cage. Captain Jinyu, do you see that individual on the ground? First, exchange bodies with him. And then with Pilaf. What? You want me to swap bodies? Boss, can't we find another way? I don't want to become someone else. Clever as Pilaf was, he quickly grasped his leader's intentions. This was a scheme to force a body swap upon him. If he became another, would he still be himself? That posed a philosophical dilemma. Fear not. I shall use the Dragon Balls to enhance your appearance later. At the sight of Jamos's cunning grin, Pilaf shuddered. feeling akin to prey being eyed by a predator. Jamos, I can't shake the feeling that you're playing with fire. It would be prudent to refrain from such antics in the future. Bulma, handing over her translator with a serious tone, advised sternly. Had it not been for Jamos's insistence on the severity of the crisis, Bulma would have vehemently opposed such inhumane actions. Rest assured, Bulma, I know what I am doing. Jamos affixed the translator around Jinyu's neck. Subsequently, Jinyu turned to the unconscious Hit on the ground and uttered 2 words, exchange. A golden beam erupted from Jinyu, shooting directly at Hit's face. As the golden light struck, a connection between their souls was instantaneously forged, followed by a powerful force pulling their essences from their bodies and into one another. With the successful exchange, the previously unconscious Hit awoke, rubbing the back of his head in discomfort before lifting his gaze to the crowd. Ah. Captain Jinyu is back. With a boisterous laugh, the once stoic Hit pirouetted on his toes, striking a superhero pose. Jinyu. The familiar dance in the absurd scene caused all present to wince. The frog held by Jamos croaked in response. Zamasu, witnessing the powerful body he had so painstakingly acquired being commandeered while adopting such a flamboyant stance, felt an acute pang of frustration as a deity. Chapter 20. To whom shall the last body belong? Hey, Jinyu, get to work. The awkward Jamos, who was busy digging at the floor with his toes while Jinyu posed in various stances, finally couldn't contain his annoyance and called out. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Jinyu turned around, revealing a mysterious smile. Swap. Without adhering to any principles of combat, Jinyu intended to seize Jamos's body. By acquiring the other's physique, he would naturally glean a portion of their memories, thus enabling him to collect the Dragon Balls without having to beg anyone for assistance. Moreover, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Jamos, indicating that the latter was no weakling. The sight of a mere child, appearing to be 7 or 8 years old, wielding such terrifying power spoke volumes of their extraordinary talent. Once he possessed Jamos's body, Jinyu would once again reclaim his status as the invincible Captain Jinyu. However, to his surprise, Jamos merely smiled slyly before vanishing in an instant. Jinyu's heart plummeted. His aspirations were abruptly dashed. After Jamos's disappearance, Jinyu's swapping ability inadvertently targeted the spot where Jamos had stood, striking the distant Pilaf instead. In a whirlwind, their souls were extracted and exchanged between their bodies. When Jinyu opened his eyes once more, he was met with a gigantic fist rapidly approaching him, followed by a resounding thud as Jinyu, now in Pilaf's body, was left dazed. Captain Jinyu, you're not playing fair. No, I was wrong. What do I need the police for? Please, don't hit me. Struggling to suppress his urge to eliminate Pilaf, Jamos unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, leaving Pilaf sweating profusely beside them, witnessing his former body being pummeled. Pilaf seemed to share in the pain, trembling uncontrollably. Pilaf, are you all right? The 2 little subordinates, noticing something was amiss with their master, rushed forward in concern. I'm fine. Pilaf observed his hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. This body is incredible. With this physique, I could conduct experiments for 3 days and nights without feeling drowsy. Pilaf's newfound confidence elicited a twitch from Vegeta, who thought to himself how pathetic that was. Wow, I didn't know we could play like this. Who would have thought such a bizarre ability as body swapping existed in this world? This was the first time Zampa had encountered such a skill that allowed 2 individuals to exchange bodies, piquing his curiosity. He approached the nearly unconscious Jinyu, giving him a kick. Hey, is this your innate ability, or a technique you learned later? My innate ability, Jinyu managed to croak, looking like a battered mess, barely clinging to life. Jamos scoffed coldly, vowing to show no mercy to this disobedient wretch for half a year. Jinyu had never been virtuous, and defending Jamos was his own folly. Jinyu, get up and get to work. We have another one to deal with. After rummaging through his pocket, Jamos quickly produced another vial. Inside was none other than the immensely talented Caulifla. Since Zamasu was a deity, the fused warrior they created would not separate. Under the divine Aura's guidance, the 2 bodies had completely merged into one. Even if one were to extract the soul, this body could not be divided again. Jamos felt conflicted over this body, uncertain to whom it should be given. It was a female Saiyan fusion, with one being a legendary Super Saiyan that appeared once in a millennium, possessing a physique akin to his own, thus ensuring that the fusion would be even stronger and brimming with unlimited potential. Everyone, this body is the result of 2 female Saiyans merging, one of whom is a legendary Super Saiyan with boundless potential like mine. How about I give it to Bulma? After much deliberation, Jamos decided to offer this body to Bulma, not for any other reason than that she was the foremost female protagonist in Dragon Ball. revered as a goddess among young fans. Whenever her character was mentioned, one often heard the comment, "If I could traverse to that world, she would be the first I marry." However, in response to Jameis' goodwill, Bulma repeatedly waved her hands. "No, no, I don't want it. I am a lady. A genius scientist renowned for my intellect, and I have no desire to engage in violence." Indeed, fighting was far from Bulma's character. Looking around. Aside from Bardock and Bulma, only Mai was female. Sensing the gazes upon her, Mai quickly understood their intent and hesitated. Mai was a loyal follower of Pilaf, but not a fighter. Perhaps in the past, she would have agreed to help Pilaf conquer the world, but now, the three had abandoned their former dreams, returning to a normal life, leading to her uncertainty. "Mai, if you don't want it, I will take it." The voice belonged to Asu, the anthropomorphic dog. The crowd regarded him with bewilderment. What does a dog want with a Saiyan body? Besides, you're a male dog. Why would you want a beautiful girl's body? You perverse canine. Seemingly conjuring unpleasant imagery, Bulma seized a nearby brick and hurled it at Asu. He dodged hastily, patting his chest in relief. "Hey, what are you all thinking? I'm just a dog. I'm not getting married, so I don't care about gender. Besides, I'm getting older. What's wrong with wanting a younger body?" Asu proclaimed, hands on his hips, with a sense of righteousness. "How absurd. Jameis would never give that body to you. Not marrying would be a loss. Such excellent genes should not go to waste. Imagine a bright young man marrying a dog. What a sight that would be. How about giving the body to Chi-Chi?" Goku raised a hand, hoping to stake his claim. "My wife is just an earthling and doesn't allow me to train. If she became a Saiyan too, wouldn't that change everything? We could train together and protect Earth without stealth." Jameis pondered for a moment and replied, "Then go fetch Chi-Chi. I will ask for her opinion." "All right." Goku vanished in an instant and reappeared moments later with a bewildered Chi-Chi, who looked around in confusion. "Why did you bring me here?" Goku then explained the situation to Chi-Chi. "What? You want me to swap bodies? Goku, do you find me lacking?" She lamented. "I sacrificed my youth for this family, and now my husband wants me to change bodies. Oh, how difficult my life has become." Chi-Chi theatrically lamented, leaving Goku feeling overwhelmed. Forced to console her. "Well, now we've eliminated another choice." Jamos cast his gaze upon Xiao Wu, who remained in a state of hesitation, torn between plunging into battle or continuing her tranquil existence in the rear. This dilemma rendered her indecisive. "If you do not desire it, then I shall take it." Upon hearing this voice, Jamos immediately spotted a woman with golden hair. Her figure and beauty unmistakably resembled another goddess from the Dragon Ball universe. "Is that you, Lan-Chi?" Sun Wukong instantly recognized her, recalling that during his childhood training with Master Roshi, she had always looked after the needs of him and his companions. Years had passed, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. He wondered if her split personality had been healed. "Long time no see, everyone," Lan-Chi greeted, her eyes sparkling as Master Roshi rushed to her side. "Wow, Lan-Chi, you've become even more beautiful. Get lost." The self-assured Lan-Chi produced a machine gun from seemingly nowhere and unleashed a barrage upon Roshi's shell, causing him to yelp in surprise. "Lan-Chi." Bulma stepped forward, genuinely astonished that after all these years, Lan-Chi still radiated such beauty. Lan-Chi holstered her weapon and embraced Bulma, their reunion filled with joy. "Now, on to business. I heard a god has arrived here, so I came to investigate and was pleasantly surprised. I wish to become a Super Saiyan. That body you possess, I want it. You know my nature. I've long desired a change of pace, having robbed countless ordinary folks. The thought of plundering across the endless cosmos is thrilling." Lan-Chi possessed a dual personality. Every time she sneezed, she would switch between personas. The gentle blue-haired Lan-Chi was a caring older sister, nurturing and amiable, adored by all. Upon shifting personalities, her hair would turn golden, and she would transform into a tempestuous character, a wild spirit known for her rebellious nature, earning her the title of the first female Saiyan among many Dragon Ball enthusiasts. The golden-haired Lan-Chi was anything but tranquil, her ability to stir chaos unmatched. Upon hearing that she desired to take over Fu La's body, Jamo's eyes gleamed with excitement. She was his childhood goddess, embodying both gentleness and audacity. The combination of her two personas was utterly irresistible. A lingering regret within the Dragon Ball narrative was Lan-Chi's disappearance, attributed to the author's oversight, however. Jamos believed it was more a matter of her character being ill-suited for the subsequent plot developments. Bulma, a brilliant scientist, complemented the battle-hardened protagonists, while Krillin, despite his modest combat prowess, wielded immense magical abilities, making him indispensable. In contrast, Lan-Chi, though endearing, lacked any remarkable skill, relegating her to the role of a mere caretaker and ultimately leading to her exclusion from the main team. Now, having traversed into this world, Jamos felt a sense of fulfillment in rectifying that oversight. It is settled then, Lan-Chi. Welcome to the team. Rest assured, I shall grow stronger and become the first female Saiyan in history. Chapter 21. Out of Control. Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, prepare yourselves, and everyone else, keep your distance. For this final entity, Jamos was compelled to exercise caution. After all, this was a fused warrior, and the extent of their physical prowess remained a mystery. Should the opponent escape, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. Given their formidable combat capabilities, Jamos feared a considerable disadvantage for his side. Vados, I must ask for your assistance. Vados, noticing the grave expression on Jamos's face, shook her head in resignation. If you are confident in subduing them, I shall certainly lend my aid, for it would not be seen as favoritism. However, if you cannot overcome them, I am unable to assist, as angels must remain neutral and cannot interfere in your battle. With that, Vados directed her gaze toward Kampa, implying that while angels could not intervene, gods of destruction could. Lord Kampa, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I humbly request your intervention. Are you jesting? Gods of destruction do not meddle in mortal affairs. What concern is it of mine? Besides, I am not the god of destruction for your universe, so I have no obligation. Kampa waved his hand dismissively. The notion of a god of destruction aiding mortals would be a disgrace if it became known. Yet, in his heart, Kampa thought, of course, that individual has already provoked me. That is a different matter altogether. Reluctantly, the others refrained from pressing the issue. After all, even gods would not readily assist those they had just met. TCH, it's merely a Saiyan. Why the fuss? I, Vegeta, could handle this alone. Vegeta scoffed, feeling slighted that this individual would elicit such caution, as he, the proud Saiyan prince, had never inspired such trepidation. Vegeta, must you always be so arrogant? There are several Saiyans present who surpass you in strength. What gives you the confidence to belittle a fused Saiyan? You, Vegeta seethed, clenching his fists, contemplating a confrontation. Yet, considering the opponent's strength, he decided against it. The legendary Super Saiyan was not to be trifled with, and even a mere child surpassed him. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary strife. However, the proud Saiyan prince could hardly concede defeat. One day, I shall trample you all beneath my feet. Jamos merely smirked at Vegeta's obstinacy. He was truly a proud man, unyielding in the face of defeat, and regardless of how many times he fell, he remained undeterred. Was that not, in itself, a virtue? Everyone, take your positions. Krillin, Yamcha, the moment anything seems amiss, fuse immediately. Jamos retrieved a pair of earrings from his pocket and tossed them to the duo. Understood. They replied in unison. Next, Jamos produced the sealing jar containing Kefla. He uncapped it, and, as one might toss a capsule, hurled it onto an open space. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura emanated, transforming the surrounding landscape into a vibrant green. Waves of energy converged, coalescing into a sphere of power. This familiar spectacle, this well-known technique, was one everyone recognized. The Super Saiyan was making an entrance, and the oppressive aura felt palpable to all. Upon her emergence, Kefla stretched languidly, relishing her regained freedom. Though she had been unaware of the circumstances that led to her imprisonment, the sensation of being sealed had been utterly suffocating. I am free. Before the dark Kefla could finish her opening statement, Jamos interlocked his fingers and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her, his energy surging dramatically, hair turning green, muscles bulging with unparalleled strength. The instantaneous explosion of power magnified his attack exponentially, and he struck her squarely on the back of the head. To the collective astonishment of all, the dark Kefla merely stumbled, barely maintaining her footing. Who dares to ambush me? The dark Kefla roared, retaliating with a fierce punch that connected with Jamos's abdomen. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing through numerous buildings. Those wretched human insects shall be exterminated. The dark Kefla's fist clenched, releasing a terrifying energy. Her once black hair transformed to green, enveloped in crackling lightning, signifying her ascension to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, just a step away from transcending into Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing this fearsome display, everyone gasped in awe, recognizing the immense strength on display. Even Kampa, sipping juice from afar, squinted in disbelief. The power of mortals had reached such heights, now rivaling that of gods of destruction. Without resorting to their trump cards, even a god of destruction would struggle to subdue her. Vados, can you investigate the origins of this being? Jamos inquired. When Master Roshi accessed the memories, I copied the information. The dark hit we faced is the universe's foremost assassin and top fighter. As for this fused warrior, she is a Saiyan from our 6th universe. They are sisters, one known as the Demon Saiyan Kale, and the other as the combat genius Caulifla. Kampa, still sipping his juice, sputtered in shock. What did you say? Are you implying these two are from our 6th universe? Indeed. However, according to the information, they are likely not from our timeline, as these Saiyans, like Jamos, are still under 10 years old. As Kampa gazed back at the battlefield, his expression grew conflicted, pondering whether to seize this body for himself. After all, these were warriors from the 6th universe. Why should he allow that fool Beerus to benefit? However, he reconsidered. Having been treated to a meal, it would be rather ungracious to take their power. TCH, what are 2 bodies to us? Let them have them. They are not from our timeline. Once they hone their skills, we can allow our own Saiyans to learn from them, thus avoiding many missteps. Allowing them to scout ahead is indeed a clever strategy. Kampa has grown wiser. Vados praised. Meanwhile, sensing the shift in dynamics, Krillin and Yamcha donned the earrings, while the imposter Goku and imposter Vegeta clashed, giving rise to the fusion known as Vegito. Incredible! This unprecedented power must guarantee our victory. Feeling the surge of energy within, the imposter Vegito erupted in a blue aura, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. The ultra-blue Vegito charged forward, undeterred by the dark Kefla, who met his advance with her own fierce green aura. The clash of blue and green energies produced a cataclysmic shockwave, shattering glass across a 100-mile radius and leaving the physically weaker among the populace bleeding from their orifices. Son Wukong and Vegeta swiftly utilized instant transmission to reach their companions, subsequently erecting a protective barrier that shielded everyone, allowing Bulma and the others to narrowly escape disaster. What a terrifying power! Is this truly my future? I, Prince Vegeta, indeed stand as the most exceptional. Vegeta, that is our fusion, and I contribute my share of strength, even at this juncture. The seemingly empty Son Wukong and Vegeta did not refrain from exchanging barbs. Grasping the fist of Dark Caulifla, Vegeta retaliated with a powerful punch, only to have it caught by her other hand. In that moment, the two appeared evenly matched. Mere humans, insignificant as ants before a god. Shall today learn of divine terror? What nonsense! Is not the body you inhabit human as well? The power bestowed upon humanity by the divine inherently possesses the right to be reclaimed. Dark Caulifla delivered a headbutt to her opponent's forehead, and Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with a headbutt of his own. With 2 resounding thuds, they immediately released one another, stepping back while clutching their foreheads, in pain to the point of tears. Perhaps influenced by their Saiyan bloodline, both the counterfeit Vegeta and the dark entity harboring Zamasu's soul seemed to have cast aside intelligence, transforming into battle maniacs. Damned humans! You have stirred my wrath. Dark Caulifla crossed her fist before her chest and then unleashed a sudden eruption, green light enveloping her form. The power of the Saiyans is reliant on their roars, and Dark Caulifla appeared to grasp this, bellowing loudly as she began to unleash her energy. Naturally, Vegeta would not be outdone. He too began to elevate his energy frantically, blue flames soaring skyward, and with a mighty shout, the blue energy deepened, gradually transitioning to a profound navy hue. A terrifying energy surged forth, and Vegeta seemed to notice the impact their battle was having on the surrounding civilians, transforming into a beam of deep blue light and soaring into the distance. Humans, where do you think you can flee? Dark Caulifla also transformed into a streak of green light, rushing forward, and soon the 2 beams of blue and green clashed continuously in midair, igniting an aerial battle. Witnessing this scene, Jamos clutched his stomach, his face paling to an extreme, as he had never anticipated that their opponent had developed their body to such an extent. Although Dark Caulifla had yet to attain Super Saiyan 2, Jamos was certain that her power had undoubtedly surpassed that of the Caulifla from the Tournament of Power in the original narrative. The Caulifla from the tournament, despite achieving Green Super Saiyan 2, could not withstand Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct, partly due to their insufficient foundation and mastery over their powers. Otherwise, even the black-haired Ultra Instinct Son Wukong would have been able to dominate, let alone the white-haired variant. However, the current Dark Caulifla, having undergone countless battles, exhibited combat prowess akin to a deliberately suppressed powerhouse, capable of being invincible within her realm and effortlessly defeating those of higher tiers. Coupled with Zamasu's divine aura, Caulifla's energy level had surged, now reaching the pinnacle of Green Super Saiyan 2. How infuriating. This has truly been a miscalculation. Chapter 22, The Turn of Events. Dark Kaifura, with fingers united, conjured a formidable sword from the shadows. With a swift swing, he aimed to cleave his opponent in half. Deep Blue Vegeta, claw-like fingers poised. Instantly materialized a compressed energy sphere, lunging towards his adversary. The sword collided with the energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent both combatants hurtling through the air. Impressive, indeed. But now, allow me to show you this. Vegeta clasped his hands together, then separated them, revealing a terrifying energy sphere nestled in his palms. An epitome of extreme compression. With a flourish, he unleashed the energy in a circular slash. Dark Kyphura, sensing the imminent danger, evaded just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. Though a few strands of hair were severed in the process. What a tiresome trick. Not quite. Vegeta extended his index and middle fingers, giving a subtle flick, causing the energy slash to curve and return. Not only that, but its speed doubled, becoming even more agile. Feeling the sharpness behind him, Dark Kyphura attempted to evade once more, but it was futile. Vegeta manipulated the energy with such finesse that escape was impossible. With a swift slice, a gash appeared on Dark Kyphura's body, crimson blood cascading down, his first injury. Infuriated, Dark Kyphura released an energy blast, only to have it cleaved in two by the returning energy slash. His eyes widened in disbelief. More tricks? As Vegeta formed a unique gesture, the previously rapid energy slashes began to split, transforming into countless diminutive versions. Witnessing this, Dark Kyphura felt a wave of nausea. One was already challenging enough. But now there were many, each moving with unparalleled speed. Very well, let the games begin. A sinister smile crept across Dark Kyphura's face as a card materialized in his hand. Originally intended for the God of Destruction, he thought, since you seek your demise. Let me show you what true despair feels like. Everything unfolding above was observed by Zamasu, who couldn't help but express his confusion upon seeing the card. When did Zamasu take up card games? The others shared in this bewilderment. The enemy's ultimate move was imminent, yet he chose to abandon defense for a card game. Super Saiyan for Experience card. As the card was placed upon him, it transformed into sparkling lights that penetrated his body. A surge of terrifying power erupted, shattering all energy slashes in its wake. Dark Kyphura clasped his hands before him, releasing an explosive wave of energy, but this time the color shifted from green to red, accompanied by a long tail sprouting behind him. His body was now cloaked in thick red fur, muscles rippling with primal strength, and his once vibrant green hair had turned black. Super Saiyan 4. How is this possible? Zamasu's eyes nearly bulged. With Dark Kyphura's strength, reaching such a form was inconceivable. If he truly attained this state, capturing him would be impossible. Haha. Dark Kyphura laughed maniacally. When he turned to face Vegeta again, his eyes glinted with bloodlust. This time, I shall tear you apart. Feeling the oppressive aura of bloodline power, Vegeta involuntarily trembled. Upon reaching Super Saiyan 4, the bloodline undergoes a profound transformation, particularly in the case of a transcendent bloodline. Even Deep Blue Vegeta would seem like an ant in comparison. In an instant, Dark Kyphura appeared before Vegeta, raising his right hand and delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into a deep pit where Krillin and Yamcha lay disheveled. Overwhelmed by the force of the blow, Vegeta could no longer maintain his form, depleting all his energy and reverting to his original state. Oh no! Goku and Vegeta gasped, their hearts sinking. The strongest now rested with these two imposters. With even fused Vegeta defeated, who could possibly stand against him? Ha ha ha, pitiful humans. Have you witnessed the might of a deity? Dark Kyphura cackled in the air, reveling in his unparalleled strength. Oh, is that so? Hearing a voice defy him, Dark Kyphura turned to see a plump cat. Beerus, you dare to saunter before me after stealing my body from the 6th universe, and worse, interrupt my feast? What shall be your punishment? Champa rose, gliding towards him slowly. TCH, Champa, why are you here instead of in your 6th universe? Never mind, with such overwhelming power? I have no fear of you. Clearly, Dark Kyphura had grown arrogant. Oh, is that so? Champa's eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous glint. The onlookers felt a surge of hope. The God of Destruction had intervened, suggesting Earth might have a glimmer of survival. With a God of Destruction present, surely Earth would be safe. Yet, amidst their renewed confidence, Zamasu doused their spirits with cold water. Don't celebrate too soon. Dark Kyphura, now at Super Saiyan 4, is no trivial opponent, even for a God of Destruction. It will take time to subdue him, and should he escape, it could lead to great peril. As excitement simmered among the crowd, Zamasu could no longer contain himself. Hearing his words, Bardoss stifled a laugh. Little Zamasu, do you harbor misconceptions about the God of Destruction? They possess the ability to obliterate everything, far beyond your comprehension. At this juncture, the battle in the skies erupted. Dark Kyphura initiated the attack, his fists enveloped in crimson energy, striking forth. While Champa retaliated with a blow of his own, resulting in a stalemate. A mere god of destruction thinks to thwart me? Underestimating a god of destruction comes with consequences. With a furious roar, Champa unleashed a torrent of destructive energy, his form transforming as his body tightened into sinewy muscle. Destruction. As the words left his mouth, Champa teleported before Dark Kaifura, landing a powerful blow to his chest. Dark Kaifura attempted to counter, but was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable weakness. Looking down, he realized his chest had vanished, replaced by a gaping hole. Impossible. Champa smote his forehead, sending Dark Kaifura crashing to the ground. TCH, with such meager strength. You dare to flaunt yourself before a god of destruction? Ridiculous. With disdain, Champa spat. Kid, it seems that out of courtesy for the meal you offered me, I've spared your life. But make no mistake, this isn't an act of kindness. Your insolence simply provoked my ire, and I merely chose to let you live. Upon hearing the words of the proud Xiangpa, Jamos felt an overwhelming joy. Xiangpa's intervention was entirely unexpected and indeed proved to be a substantial assistance to them. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa, he exclaimed. Din, do we still have any Senza beans? Din shook his head and replied. All the beans we had were taken by Goku and Vegeta for training. I will go seek some from Korin. With that, he immediately executed his instant transmission and vanished. Jinyu, it is time to get to work. Jamos grasped Jinyu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Hey, that guy is terrifying. I absolutely refuse to go. Witnessing the earlier battle had instilled a profound psychological fear in Jinyu. The power displayed was beyond human comprehension. Even his lord, Frieza, would likely be unable to withstand even a mere finger of that opponent. Do you still wish to resurrect your lord? Jamos inquired. Well, if that's the case. Driven by loyalty to his master, Jinyu resolved to conquer his fear. In an instant, he transported himself to the side of the fallen Dark Caulifla, who lay on the ground, her palm resting upon her chest, emanating a gentle green glow. This is bad. She is healing herself. Quickly, act. One must acknowledge the formidable vitality of the fused Saiyans, coupled with Zamasu's mastery of the Kaishin's healing techniques. It indeed posed a risk of turning the tide in their favor. Exchange. Dark Caulifla struggled to lift her head, only to be met by a diminutive figure with pointed ears and purple skin, who unleashed a beam of light toward her. Is this little creature serious? I could stand here and allow you to strike, and you wouldn't even manage to graze me. As these thoughts lingered, the beam struck her, and she was engulfed in a sensation of dizziness. When her awareness returned, she found herself inexplicably standing upright. Wasn't I just lying on the ground? Why do I feel as though I've shrunk? Observing her own hands and glancing at the fallen Caulifla, a foreboding sense crept over her. Zamasu, do try to be reckless, Jamos said with a mischievous grin, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him from the ground. As he gazed upon Zamasu, now transformed into Pilaf, Jamos couldn't help but chuckle wickedly. Returning to the courtyard, Jamos unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Everyone, behold, we have succeeded. Look at this pitiful Zamasu. Does anyone fancy administering a good beating? Upon realizing that the Pilaf before them was indeed Zamasu, the crowd eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. At the forefront was Bulma, who immediately lunged forward to deliver a hefty blow. You wretched fiend. You've ruined my yard. Kiki was not to be outdone, following suit with a swift kick. Who gave you the audacity to strike my man? Though it is my husband's future body, that does not grant you immunity. The two women unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving the onlookers in awe. The revelation that women could possess such formidable combat prowess was truly a terrifying realization. Chapter 23. Conclusion. After a profound education in love, Zamasu finally recognized his errors. Exchange. Jinyu once again activated his ability and swapped bodies with Lanchi. As soon as the exchange was completed, Lanchi felt a wave of suffocation. The gaping wound on her chest was unbearably painful. Cough. Hurry, someone save me. Witnessing Lanchi's near demise, Krillin rushed forward with a Senza bean, only to be halted by Jamos. What is Frieza's wish? To grow 5 centimeters. Kaifura answered without a moment's hesitation. Jamos nodded in satisfaction, confirming that Kaifura was indeed Lanchi, and Jinyu had not resorted to trickery. Give her the Senza bean. It dawned on everyone that Jamos was verifying her identity. Once the bean was consumed, Lanchi was instantly revitalized, springing to her feet with a vigorous leap. Incredible! I feel an unprecedented power. Is this what it means to be a Saiyan? So formidable. Just then, the red hair on Lanchi began to fade, and her tail vanished, returning her to her normal state. Jamos, was that transformation to Super Saiyan 4 you mentioned? Son Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, unlike the previous 3 transformations, Super Saiyan 4 is achieved through the transformation into a great ape. It is not inaccurate to say it is a body swap. But how did she transform without becoming a great ape? Son Goku remained puzzled. It must be due to that card, Vegeta interjected, having observed the scenario more keenly. I can sense that her strength was insufficient to support the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, yet she still transformed. This implies that the card can bypass cultivation levels and enable direct transformation. Precisely. Although the method remains unclear, the individual capable of creating such a card is undoubtedly formidable. Fortunately, it was merely the Super Saiyan 4 card. Had it been for Super Saiyan 5 or 6, we would have been doomed. At this point, the notion of a system surfaced in Jamos's mind. It appeared that in other realms, there were indeed other traversers equipped with systems which exceeded his expectations. Truly, a sanctuary for traversers. With an array of traversal techniques, my own situation seems rather lacking. No, I must strive harder, Jamos resolved internally. With the body swap resolved, it was time to address the wishes. Now that the bodies have been exchanged, it is time to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Divine Being, can you hear my words? How many wishes can be granted by the dragon today? Only one, the divine voice replied. Wishing is inherently against the natural order. Hence I have only permitted a single wish. I see, Jamos noted, surveying the ravaged city and the countless lives lost. One wish seemed insufficient. If necessary, I can make an exception and elevate this wish. As Jamos pondered, the divine voice returned. Then let it be 3 wishes. Is that feasible? Absolutely. No. I shall upgrade to a full restoration. 1 wish alone may not suffice next time. Thank you. He then turned his gaze to Krillin and Yamcha. Krillin, Yamcha, I entrust you with the task of collecting the Dragon Balls. The 2 exchanged glances and signaled an affirmative with an OK gesture. Leave it to us. Armed with the Dragon Radar, they transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the horizon. Master Roshi, please teach me the art of telepathy. I wish to learn. Upon hearing Jamos's request, Master Roshi hesitated. Telepathy could access others' memories, and if imparted to Jamos, it would eliminate any secrets among them. However, considering Jamos's potential role in protecting Earth, gaining such intelligence could be advantageous. After deliberation, Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Overjoyed, Jamos swiftly incapacitated the transformed Zamas with a swift strike. Master Roshi's lips twitched at the ruthlessness of the act. First, you must become aware of your own mental energy. Then infuse it into the mental energy of another. If memories are akin to a storage device, our mental energy serves as the data line to retrieve information. Carefully perceive the cerebral waves of the other, then simulate your mental energy to access their memories. Thus, Master Roshi elaborated on the intricacies, and Jamos commenced his attempt. Closing his eyes, he cautiously infused his mental energy into Zamas's mind, attentively sensing the cerebral fluctuations before commencing the simulation. After significant effort, Jamos succeeded. As the mental waves coursed through him, he glimpsed memories that did not belong to him. Remember, safeguard your consciousness, or you risk memory confusion. Losing the distinction between your memories and those of others, Master Roshi warned sternly. Fear not. I remain well aware of my identity. Continuing to observe the visions in his mind, Jamos soon beheld a figure that should not exist, a Saiyan he had never encountered, showcasing a transformation he had never witnessed. With golden hair and a vibrant, multicolored hairstyle, the individual exuded an overwhelming aura. The figure raised a hand, and a card inscribed with the number 4 materialized, which was then handed to the Dark Kaifura. Simply affix this card to your chest, and you shall transform into a Super Saiyan 4. After uttering these words, the figure vanished, leaving no trace as Kaifura called out in vain. Only the card remained, a testament to the figure's existence. Such a powerful transformation could only belong to a traverser, Jamos concluded, recognizing the familiar bond of their shared origins. By the time Jamos concluded his memory retrieval, Krillin and Yamcha had gathered the Dragon Balls. Jamos effortlessly obliterated the remnants of Zamas. Arise, dragon. As the skies darkened, the dragon materialized. State your wishes. I can grant you 3. Please restore the areas affected by today's battle to their original state. As Son Goku articulated the wish, Jamos added, restoration should encompass not just structures, but lives as well. The dragon sighed, you were trying to take advantage of me again. No. It was not I who suffered last time, but Purunga. Faced with such an unreasonable wish, the dragon had little choice, as long as it was within his capacity. He could only endure. Your wish has been granted. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and the deceased and the devastated streets were miraculously restored to their former glory. Please state your second wish. Those requiring restoration gather together. Jamos called out, and Krillin, Yamcha, Pilaf, and Launchi promptly assembled. Please assist them in regaining their original appearances. There is no need for body swaps, just cosmetic restoration. The dragon surveyed the four: Imposter Son Goku, Imposter Vegeta, Imposter Hit, and Imposter Kaifura. This wish is rather simple. The dragon's eyes shone brightly as the four individuals instantaneously reverted to their original forms. Klin and Yamcha gently touched their faces, and indeed, they had reverted to their original appearances. Although their bodies were not yet their own, their looks had been restored to their former glory, which was quite splendid. Well, King Pilaf, you have returned to your incredibly handsome self, exclaimed Ashu and Xiaowu as they rushed forward, showering him with praise. Ha ha ha, my original appearance is the most charming. Launchi also caressed her face, marveling at her youthful visage, so stunning that it felt absolutely marvelous. Just as Launchi was laughing heartily, she suddenly felt a tickle in her nose. Achoo! In an instant, her golden, radiant hair transformed into a shade of blue, and the once formidable leader instantly became a gentle and refined lady. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Noticing the gazes of those around her, Launchi felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Utterly mortified, please state your third wish. Please resurrect Lord Frieza, shouted the imposter Launchi, stepping forward with fervor. She looked expectantly at the dragon, hoping it would grant her wish to revive her master. Having assisted in the body swap, she awaited this moment with bated breath. However, the dragon spoke words that left her in disbelief. Frieza is not dead, thus your wish cannot be fulfilled. What? The crowd exclaimed in unison, astonished that Frieza was still alive. How could this be? Vegeta clenched his fists, enraged that the accursed ice demon was still among the living. Yet, Vegeta soon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's better this way. Now I can take my revenge personally. Perceiving Vegeta's arrogance, Jamos doused him with a dose of cold reality. If you do not attain Super Saiyan 4, you will only be courting death. Having experienced defeat, Frieza will certainly train diligently. With his talent, he will rival Super Saiyan Blue in just 6 months. You would do well to consider your own strength. Initially brimming with confidence, Vegeta, upon hearing Jamos's words, gritted his teeth and turned his head away with a huff. Do you have any other wishes? The dragon in the sky inquired, its time running short. Urging them to hurry. Can you resurrect the slain Supreme Kai? Chimed in Kampa, reclining beneath an umbrella. Hearing the voice, the dragon instinctively looked over, its eyes nearly popping out in shock. The god of destruction, how could he be here, and not even from this universe? Lord Kampa, I did not see you here earlier. My sincerest apologies. I regret looking down upon you from this lofty position. Enough with the pleasantries. Can you resurrect him, or not? The dragon felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down its brow, mustering the courage to respond. That is not possible. The Supreme Kai's position is too elevated. I am unable to resurrect him, let alone from another universe. The dragon wished to weep. This was an insurmountable challenge, for the Supreme Kai held a status far beyond its reach. I thought you were truly omnipotent. My wish orbs are far superior. In that case, let us change the wish, came the reply. Chapter 24. The remarkable transformation of the second young master of Baekong. Jamos stepped forward and spoke. I desire a personal space within which to replicate a planet the size of Earth, transforming all its continents and environments to be conducive to the growth of celestial beings. I wish for this space to be bound to me, allowing me to enter at will. Through the course of this battle, Jamos had come to a profound realization regarding the helplessness of sustaining injuries in combat, particularly concerning were those equipped with systems, who must all possess an abundance of celestial beings. Should he confront them directly, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he required means of self-preservation. Well, I can at most create an alternate space and forge a ring that grants entry permissions, but binding the permissions to your soul is beyond my capabilities. With the power of the dragon, creating a planet was not a daunting task. After all, in the original narrative, Earth had been shattered multiple times only to be restored. The primary challenge lay in the alternate space. Jamos originally envisioned a portable space akin to those found in fantasy novels, intrinsically linked to his soul and under his absolute control. However, it appeared that the dragon's power could only facilitate the opening of a space within the void, along with a ring allowing for mutual teleportation. Yet, if he were to leave this universe, could he still access that space? If he were to traverse to another time and space using the time-space ring, could he still enter it? Nevertheless, considering that the Dragon Balls on Earth could achieve such feats, it was already commendable. Perhaps he would seek the Super Dragon Balls later. So be it. Jamos acquiesced to the dragon's proposal, and the dragon promptly began to manifest his wish. In the void of the alternate space, a realm suddenly materialized, revealing a planet reminiscent of Earth, brimming with vitality. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. The dragon's form dissipated and returned to the Dragon Balls, which then soared into the sky, transforming into 7 beams of light that dispersed across the world. Jamos, do you intend to cultivate celestial beings? The astute Bulma immediately surmised his intentions. Indeed, as I understand, the current quantity of celestial beings is quite limited, is it not? When I last sought beings from Korin, he mentioned there were fewer than 10 remaining. With such a scant supply, it will not suffice for the future. Jamos was deeply unsettled by this lack of control. Celestial beings were indispensable for combat, and not having them in his grasp left him feeling insecure, especially upon learning of other system travelers. His sense of urgency escalated to new heights. That is splendid. We will have an endless supply of celestial beings. The group could not suppress their joy, simultaneously lamenting why they had not thought of this sooner. Why didn't you simply wish for millions of celestial beings? Someone queried. Jamos merely snorted in response. Regardless of the quantity, it would merely deplete over time. The only true solution is to cultivate them oneself, ensuring an inexhaustible supply. As the time drew to a close, Jamos remarked, I must take my leave. Kampa stood up, bidding farewell to the group, having witnessed the Saiyans' might. He intended to return to his universe and train his own Saiyans diligently. These transformable Saiyans were indeed intriguing, and once he cultivated a few formidable characters, they might prove useful in the future. Farewell, everyone. Vados gently tapped her staff on the ground, and the two transformed into beams of light, soaring into the distance. Lord Kampa, do remember to visit often. Goku shouted towards the sky. After bidding farewell to Kampa, Jamos departed as well, with his new space. He was eager to seek out Korin to learn the art of cultivation. Before leaving, however, he cast a minor spell on Jinyu, rendering him unable to utter the words exchange or hear them, and then entrusted the transformed Jinyu to Master Roshi for safekeeping. Observing the Jinyu that mirrored him so closely, Launch felt a twinge of discomfort and swiftly seized Jinyu. Once Jamos had departed, Goku cast a longing glance at Launch, yearning for a confrontation with the fused Saiyan. Yet, considering the latter's power, he ultimately refrained, redirecting his attention to the sullen Vegeta. Vegeta, having witnessed the previous battle, what are your thoughts? They are formidable, exceedingly so. Their strength far surpasses mine. Even I have found myself contemplating the notion of being invincible. However, as a superior warrior and prince of the Saiyans, I shall not concede. Even to my future self, I harbor no fear. I am determined to surpass them swiftly. Vegeta's eyes burned with fervor, a testament to his yearning for strength. In that case, let us spar. Having watched others engage in combat, Goku felt an itch for battle. Launch, still unable to control her power, might inadvertently harm herself. Krillin and Yamcha were too powerful and had grown weary of relentless beatings. Now, he craved a truly exhilarating fight. Recognizing Goku's intentions, Vegeta smirked slyly. Unable to best the future arrivals, he would first take the opportunity to test his skills against Kakarot. The two immediately transformed into Super Saiyans and shot off into the distance, ultimately arriving in a wooded area. Kakarot, although you attained Super Saiyan before me, we both reached Super Saiyan 2 simultaneously. Rest assured, I, Vegeta, shall surpass you to achieve Super Saiyan 3 first. Vegeta erupted with energy, his hair standing on end. Surrounded by crackling electricity, his aura exuding terror. At his current strength, even Perfect Cell would fall before him with a mere slap. All right then, I shall join you. Ha! Goku was equally resolute, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, their energies colliding. With their power surging, they ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, matching the strength depicted in the original narrative during the Majin Buu saga. Both reached a bottleneck, a mere step away from Super Saiyan 3. Yet they could not cross the threshold. The reason the second young master of Baekong progressed so swiftly was largely due to Krillin and Yamcha. They utilized the very bodies of Goku and Vegeta from the future, providing ample opportunities for learning. Compared to the original narrative's trial-and-error approach, this Baekong was experiencing a most comfortable ascent. With templates readily available, there was no confusion. They merely needed to focus on enhancing themselves. Watching Krillin transform into Super Saiyan 3 with Goku's body only spurred the two onward. Just as Goku and Vegeta were set to engage, Jamos suddenly appeared. Your destructive capabilities are too great. I must impose some limitations. With that, Jamos executed a newly acquired spell, and immediately, Goku and Vegeta felt their bodies grow heavy, nearly plummeting from the sky, though they quickly regained their balance. This is gravity magic. I have adjusted your gravity to 1,500 times normal. Now you may enjoy your battle. Farewell. Having completed his task, Jamos vanished with a flash. As they felt the weight of the gravity, Goku clenched his fists with this added pressure. He could fight with all his might. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he could amplify gravity even outside the gravity chamber. It seemed those spells were not without merit after all. In the original narrative, Vegeta was portrayed as a simple-minded fighter, lacking in skills beyond combat. Once faced with an opponent capable of destroying planets, even an enraged Vegeta would meet his end without recourse. In this narrative, Vegeta mirrors his original portrayal, relentlessly pursuing power while dismissing all else. However, he is unexpectedly endowed with the ability of instant transmission by Jamos, enabling him to adapt seamlessly to extreme gravity, thus allowing for perpetual training. It appears that those seemingly inconsequential spells possess significant utility. At this moment, Vegeta resolves that after this battle, he too shall learn some magic. Due to material constraints, the gravity chamber can only accommodate up to 500 times gravity, which has long ceased to meet Vegeta's rigorous training demands. Once he masters the control of gravity, he intends to surpass the threshold of 10,000 times gravity. Envisioning a state where even the ordinary Super Saiyan 2 could be vanquished with a mere slap, Son Goku and Vegeta exchange a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with combat fervor. Kakarot, today you shall witness what it means to be the Prince of Saiyans. A status far beyond that of a lowly warrior like you. Come on, Vegeta. I'm already thrilled, Goku replies. With the weight of 1,500 times gravity bearing down on him, Vegeta charges forward, and Goku, undeterred, meets him with a flurry of punches. Their fists collide, unleashing a terrifying energy that minimizes the shockwave's impact on their surroundings due to the gravitational influence. Vegeta throws a punch, only to have Goku catch it effortlessly with one hand. Goku retaliates with a punch of his own, which Vegeta blocks with his other hand. Is this all you've got, Kakarot? I will not be defeated by you. Goku delivers a headbutt to Vegeta's forehead, causing the formerly arrogant Saiyan to cry out in pain. You madman, Vegeta retorts, returning the favor with a headbutt that leaves Goku howling. The two warriors swiftly retreat, each rubbing their sore heads. Damn you, Kakarot. Take this. Vegeta teleports behind Goku, intertwining his hands and delivering a powerful blow to Goku's back, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater in the once flat Earth. Subsequently, Vegeta rapidly unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, his speed creating afterimages, reviving the classic tactics of the prince. A thick cloud of dust envelopes the area. Yet Goku's energy remains undiminished, a testament to his resilience. Useless, Vegeta. In the next moment, Goku gathers energy in his right hand, forming a sharp blade that slices through the nearby energy blasts, soaring into the sky. He then positions his hand in front of him, transforming it into a radiant, arc-like attack that hurtles towards Vegeta. As Goku's assault draws near, Vegeta concentrates all his energy into his right hand, unleashing a golden fist descending from above. Aha! Vegeta exclaims triumphantly, convinced that this full-force punch will deal a devastating blow. However, just as Vegeta's fist is about to make contact, he suddenly perceives something amiss with Goku. And to his astonishment, his punch passes straight through Goku's body. Nanny? Before Vegeta can process this revelation, Goku has already positioned himself beside him. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta attempts a sweeping kick, only to find it again connect with nothing but an afterimage. Almost immediately, Vegeta feels a sharp pain in his back, followed by being sent flying away. Chapter 25, The Intention to Wholesale the Celestial Beings. Damn it. Vegeta, in a disheveled state, clambered out from the rubble and ascended once more into the sky, positioning himself before Goku. What technique did you just use? He inquired. It was the Phantom Fist, a martial arts move I had previously learned, Goku replied, gazing at his own hands with a sense of nostalgia. Since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he felt as though he had forsaken his identity as a martial artist, evolving instead into a true warrior. Now, as he employed those familiar techniques again, he was enveloped in a wave of reminiscence. Such flamboyance, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. In the face of absolute power, such ostentatious moves merely diluted strength, leading to defeat. If that's the case, then let us go again. The two warriors radiated with brilliant energy, quickly entwining in a fierce battle once more. They became streaks of light, colliding in the heavens, each impact resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the sky. Meanwhile, Karen, holding a substantial pile of dried fish, approached a large white cat. "Hello, Karen the Wise." Upon hearing this, Karen turned, twitching his nose, and his eyes sparkled with delight. "My favorite delectable fish snacks." As the wise sage, Karen had always kept an eye on the happenings on Earth, thus he was aware of Jamos. This unexpectedly emerging Saiyan had devised numerous clever schemes, significantly bolstering the battle prowess of Earth's warriors by swapping them into Saiyan bodies. Moreover, Jamos was a rather eccentric individual, despite being a Saiyan. He exhibited the traits of a mad scientist, obsessively researching various fields of knowledge, be it Bulma's technology or the myriad magical arts of Piccolo, Dind, and Bubbles. Jamos welcomed them all, although he seldom practiced martial arts. Delicious," Karen exclaimed, savoring a piece of dried fish, his eyes narrowing in bliss. "Haha. Isn't it tasty?" "I think so too." Jamos chuckled, casually plopping down nearby, enjoying the dried fish while observing the large cat. After consuming several pieces, Karen reluctantly set aside the remaining fish. "So, what brings you here? As the peculiar Saiyan you are, shouldn't you be in your laboratory?" Embarrassed, Jamos scratched his head. "Am I really that well known? I do practice, just meditating to enhance my mental strength." Over the past year, Jamos had been learning diligently, never neglecting his training. Since acquiring the ability to create clones, he had divided himself into four, one to study magic, another for technology, a third for researching the flow and compression of energy within, and the last for meditation. "Ha ha ha, I do indeed have an important request. How many celestial beans do you have left?" Karen waved his hand dismissively, responding lightly, "Those edible fellows, don't even think about my celestial beans. The last time you took them all, I only harvested 5 yesterday." Approaching a cabinet, Karen retrieved a jar containing the celestial beans with his staff. "Here are the last 5 for you. Make them last." Jamos could not help but twitch his lips. "So, in your eyes, celestial beans are merely for consumption? Though it seems they are indeed for eating, it's not merely for filling one's belly." Clearing his throat, Jamos continued, "I'm not here to request beans. Rather, I seek your guidance on cultivating them. I recently made a wish to the Dragon Shinran for a planet suitable for growing celestial beans, and I would like your assistance." As Karen stroked his non-existent beard, he suddenly understood. "Oh, you wish to cultivate celestial beans on a large scale. That poses a challenge. For celestial beans do not absorb carbon dioxide like ordinary plants. They require vital energy. Vital energy is the essence of all things. Even in my space, which can generate vital energy, I can only cultivate a few dozen, and the yield is exceedingly low. Even if you wish for a planet capable of growing celestial beans, it would only be one rich in vital energy. This energy cannot linger in the air for long. It will soon be absorbed by other creatures or dissipate swiftly." Karen tapped a specific corner of the wall with his staff, and a shimmering portal appeared. "Follow me." Jamos hurriedly followed, stepping through the luminous gateway. Upon entering, they found themselves enveloped in a pristine white expanse, where a scattering of dozens of bean sprouts grew in the center. To grow a celestial bean seed takes a century of nurturing to become a sprout, which will only begin to bear fruit after that time. This space could slow down the dissipation of vital energy, but it required periodic replenishment. At this point, Karen clapped his hands together, gathering vital energy from various sources, forming it into a glowing orb that he tossed into the air, casting glimmers upon the sprout's leaves. Jamos distinctly felt that Karen's maneuver had drawn energy from all the trees on Earth, extracting a little from each to create the small luminous sphere. "So, according to your explanation, my wish is essentially temporary? Does this mean I've been tricked by the dragon?" Jamos pointed incredulously at himself, incredulous that he could be outsmarted while attempting to take advantage of Shinran. Karen nodded, continuing, "Theoretically, yes. However, we must verify the specifics on the planet you mentioned." Jamos nodded, and then glanced at the ancient ring adorning his left index finger. "This is the key to connect to that planet, as well as the means to reach it." Quietly, Jamos focused on the thought of teleportation, and in an instant, both he and the cat vanished from sight. When they reappeared, the scenery had transformed completely. They found themselves in a primordial forest, surrounded by towering trees, and the air was suffused with rich vital energy, invigorating with every breath. "What do you think of this environment?" Karen was momentarily taken aback. This was precisely the setting he had longed for. To cultivate celestial beans here, there would be no need for artificial management, just regular harvesting. This is remarkable. The vital energy is exceedingly rich and incredibly suited for the growth of sprouts. But the crucial question is, will this vital energy dissipate? Karen expressed skepticism, as it was common knowledge that vital energy must be stored within a living being to prevent dissipation. Yet, given that this planet was a creation of Shinran. It defied conventional logic, leaving Karen uncertain. Jamos also shook his head, admitting he did not know. However, he thought to himself that with such dense vital energy, it would be a waste not to plant celestial beings promptly. Even if the energy did dissipate, he could still grow a batch quickly. Yet, the vastness of the planet made it impossible to cultivate only a few dozen sprouts. He needed more seedlings. I can seek out Shinran again. Jamos recalled another dragon. Grinning slyly, why didn't you just wish for a planet teeming with celestial beings? Karen inquired curiously, as Jamos was not one to miss such an opportunity. Internally, Jamos scoffed, thinking, I can't simply tell you that I once read a novel where the protagonist wished for infinite celestial beings. And Shinran replied with a maximum of 10,000. I find the mystical being to be quite extraordinary. It cannot possibly be as abundant as cabbage, which is why I am contemplating cultivating it myself. Now that I have secured a location, I find myself lacking in seedlings, and I intend to seek a wish from the dragon. Immediately, I, Gamos, utilized my ability, the King-esque transmission, to contact the Namekians, who had relocated to an unknown corner. After a thorough search, I finally encountered a familiar figure. Great Elder, can you hear me? It is Gamos, a group of Namekians, engaged in planting trees on a plot of land. All paused to listen to my voice. One of them, with deep green skin, responded, Gamos, what brings you here? I would like to utilize your Dragon Balls, if possible. Of course, that is no problem. The Great Elder readily agreed and promptly instructed the retrieval of the Dragon Balls from the 7 villages. Pray tell, what wish do you intend to make this time? Let us first summon the dragon. Gamos refrained from answering immediately, preferring to have the dragon summoned first, as certain matters required clarification. This time, it was the Great Elder himself who recited the incantation, and soon, Purunga appeared. State your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant you 3. Gamos' voice resonated. Dragon, if the energy is not stored within a living being, will it dissipate swiftly? Over time, will the energy concentration within my space diminish? Upon hearing the sudden voice, the dragon's eyes glowed red, instantly recognizing Gamos and understanding the context of his spatial realm. Aware of the situation, Purunga replied, it will not. Energy only dissipates after a certain duration. Your space, created by the dragon, will absorb the energy before it dissipates and subsequently release it again. However, the growth of the mystical being seedlings will consume energy, and eventually, the energy will be depleted. Upon hearing this, Gamos comprehended that while the energy within this space would not dissipate, it would indeed be consumed, leading to eventual depletion. If that is the case, it would be akin to consuming one's resources without replenishment. Gamos pondered, contemplating a strategy. Wishing for infinite energy was impossible. The dragon's power, though formidable, lacked longevity. It is easy to resurrect one person, or even a billion, but the notion of granting one individual 100 lives is mere folly. Suddenly, Gamos envisioned the atmospheric circulation system. If energy could maintain a cyclical process akin to oxygen, would that not resolve the issue? Chapter 26. Driving down the price of the divine being's dragon. Could you possibly create a plant that can circulate vital energy like oxygen, continuously releasing it through photosynthesis? Upon hearing this, Master Karen immediately grasped Jamos' intent and inwardly approved. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Only through regeneration can there be sustained development. Upon hearing the other's wish, the dragon found himself at a loss for words. Did Jamos consider vital energy to be something as trivial as cabbage? It is the essence of life, a rare form of energy. Nevertheless, it was certainly more feasible than the notion of infinite vital energy. The dragon promptly commenced his efforts. After a short while, the dragon spoke again. Such a plant did indeed exist. It is called vital grass. It is akin to a weed and can thrive easily, albeit at a considerable energy cost. Based on the simulated sun in your space, the energy provided is simply insufficient. Can any energy suffice? Indeed. With the confirmation, Jamos felt a surge of joy. If any energy would do, then this was hardly a challenge. The energy in this world is not conserved. One simply needs to eat and exercise to wield the power to obliterate planets. Under such laws, claiming it to be infinite energy seems hardly excessive. Speaking of infinite energy, it seems that androids possess such abilities, with boundless stamina, truly the best companions. With the energy issue resolved, Jamos inquired how many times the solar exposure would be necessary. Upon receiving an answer of 3 times, he nodded in satisfaction. If I were to request some divine bean seedlings, how many could you grant me with a single wish? 10,000. Divine beings are not meant to exist in the human realm. 10,000 is already the maximum. And what about vital grass? Seeds of vital grass are plentiful. If you desire the grass itself, one wish can yield up to 100 million. That sounded quite substantial. Evidently, vital grass was not highly valued. At that moment, the Grand Elder interjected. Jamos, I believe it would be more advantageous to request seeds. We Mikians possess a magic that can accelerate plant growth. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Jamos felt elated. This was indeed splendid news. All right, let's proceed with that. Dragon, for my first wish, grant me 10,000 divine bean seedlings. For my second wish, provide me with enough seeds to fill 10,000 acres with vital grass. For my third wish, grant me 3 seeds of the spirit fruit tree. Ensure they are delivered before me. Upon hearing this, the dragon replied, Please make your wishes in the Mikian language. Oh. The dragon was indeed quite stubborn. Subsequently, the Grand Elder translated Jamos's words. The dragon's eyes glimmered red, and he gestured an okay sign. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. With that, Purunga vanished, diving into the Dragon Balls and dispersing in 7 different directions. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jamos expressed his gratitude. The Elder had indeed been a tremendous help. Who would have thought that the divine beings were so prestigious, deemed not meant for the human realm? It appears that both the divine beans and the spirit fruit trees are divine plants. As wishes were fulfilled, a vast array of divine bean seedlings and an abundance of seeds appeared before Jamos. Master Karen, who had been standing by, widened his eyes in astonishment at the sheer number of divine bean seedlings. The sight of such a massive expanse of seedlings was indeed overwhelming, especially with the adjacent heap of seeds. Jamos retrieved a universal capsule, filled it with 10 pounds of seeds, and handed it to Master Karen. These seeds are for you. You will no longer need to tend to the divine beans yourself. Master Karen accepted them but had no intention of planting. As the dragon had mentioned, the energy required by vital grass was immense and challenging to sustain. Moreover, he was accustomed to the routine of cultivating divine beans. He found it rather dull and had no desire to take shortcuts, so he opted not to plant. I shall keep these seeds. They may prove useful in the future. Master Karen collected the seeds and pointed at the large pile of seedlings and seeds. When it comes to planting experience, none know better than I when it comes to divine beans. Would you like me to teach you? It would be an honor. Thus, the pair embarked on their agricultural endeavor. Jamos unleashed a wave of energy, clearing 20 acres of fertile land, and then utilized the transformation technique he learned from Poir, morphing into a tractor to till the soil extensively. Finally, he planted the seedlings sparsely, ensuring that every 2 divine bean seedlings were spaced more than a meter apart. After a flurry of activity, Master Karen was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. I'm utterly drained. This is no work for humans. Planting a few seedlings is leisurely. But planting 10,000 turns one into a true farmer. With a splash, Jamos emerged from a nearby lake. Lamenting the lack of wildlife in such a large body of water, there wasn't even a single fish. After gathering all the vital grass seeds, Jamos began to contemplate his next steps. Given that vital grass requires immense energy to thrive, it was evident that the current energy levels were insufficient. What if all the seeds perished upon planting? Therefore, Jamos decided against immediate planting, opting instead to wait until he could secure androids before returning to sow the seeds. At that point, he would deploy an infinite energy furnace, setting it up in the sky to establish a proper energy range. Only then would the price of divine beans truly plummet. As for the spirit fruit trees, Jamos planned to plant them once the vital energy reached a sufficient density. The fruit of the spirit tree is a remarkable item, enhancing strength without side effects, albeit with some planetary consumption. Legend has it that this fruit is originally divine, and when planted in the human realm, it tends to deplete the planet's nutrients due to insufficient nourishment. However, there would be no such concern on the King Kai's planet. Rich in divine energy, Jamos was eager to experiment. If the vital energy reached a high enough concentration, perhaps the spirit tree could also be cultivated in his space. Let us return. Heeding Master Karen's prompt, Jamos utilized his authority to depart his space with the large white cat. Upon returning to the Korin Tower, Jamos bid farewell, intending to seek out the androids. Wait, take this. Master Karen handed him an ancient tome. Remember to return it after you finish reading. Jamos accepted the book, noticing the absence of a title on the cover. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a simple spell for manipulating vital energy. Vital energy, being invisible and intangible, is notoriously difficult to control, yet this spell addressed that challenge. Thank you. The book was not thick, comprising merely a dozen pages. Jamos read through it swiftly, absorbing the content in under a minute. then returned it to the elder. I've memorized it all. With that, Jamos raised a hand, causing the surrounding vital energy to become unstable, then gather toward him. Master Karen's half-closed eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster was this? He learned after 3 years of relentless practice. Dismissing the gathered vital energy, Jamos felt a twinge of regret. Alas, it seems my talent still falls short. My control is surprisingly clumsy. Seeing Jamos's nonchalant demeanor, Master Karen, exasperated, brandished his staff and urged him to leave. Go on, get out of here. Thus, Jamos was directly expelled by the adversary. It must be said that this journey yielded considerable rewards, nearly resolving all dilemmas. The only regret is that this space does not belong to him. He merely possesses a ring with control privileges. Furthermore, he also possesses a time ring and is uncertain whether he can still connect with this space upon entering another world. Sigh, one step at a time. He truly does not wish to seek the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, Jamos sensed 2 powerful energies colliding, indicative of a fierce battle. Whose aura is this? Is it Vegeta and someone else? In a remote area, Goku, Piccolo, and others stood atop a high hill, their faces gleaming with excitement as they observed the distant clash. In the sky, a figure radiating golden light furiously swung his fists, launching an assault on his opponent. Opposite him stood a rotund pink creature, adorned with gloves and a blue cape, complete with a tiny antenna atop his head. This individual was none other than Majin Buu. You are formidable, but you are still no match for me. Majin Buu grasped his opponent's fist, a smile gracing his small face. His narrowed eyes opened to reveal a sinister grin. And with a swift punch, he struck directly at the opponent's abdomen. Boom. Majin Buu emitted a sound akin to an explosion. And then Vegeta was sent flying like a severed kite, hurtling through the air. Vegeta crashed through several mountains, kicking up clouds of dust. How is this possible? There exists such a powerful monster in this world. Lying amidst the rubble, Vegeta was filled with disbelief. He was in tatters, his clothes shredded and stained with blood. He heaved aside the stones pinning him down, unleashing his fury as he charged forward once more. Behold my final flash. With his left hand pulled back and his right hand turned, resting against his left palm, a blue energy sphere began to coalesce. With a mighty shout, Vegeta released it as a beam of energy hurtling forth. In response to this formidable assault, Majin Buu stood undeterred, raising his hands to effortlessly block the attack. The energy wave, which should have soared into the skies, found itself impeded as if it encountered an insurmountable barrier. Hee. Now it's my turn. Majin Buu lifted his hands, casting the massive energy beam skyward. With his mouth agape, he unleashed a pink energy beam in retaliation. Nanny, observing his attack easily thwarted and countered with a mouth blast. The proud Prince Vegeta sought to replicate this maneuver, hoping to prove his worth. However, to his dismay, as he crossed his arms, the overwhelming force sent him crashing to the ground, leaving a crater with a diameter of over 100 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, Goku could only shake his head, lamenting. He couldn't evade it, and still tried to take it head-on. This is going to end badly. Chapter 27. The premature emergence of Majin Buu. A gentle breeze caressed the sky, causing Majin Buu's cape to flutter gracefully, exuding an aura of coolness. What do you think? I am quite formidable, aren't I? Majin Buu declared, hands on hips, a smug expression adorning his face. It's my turn now. A radiant golden light enveloped Son Goku as he instantly transformed into the pinnacle state of Super Saiyan 2, teleporting directly in front of his opponent. Oh, do you wish to battle me? Indeed. You are strong, and I eagerly anticipate our clash. In stark contrast to the Saiyans' combative nature, Majin Buu displayed a lack of interest in fighting. This isn't fun at all. I'm hungry. I want to eat. His childlike demeanor emerged as he lamented the absence of food since his emergence. All right. How about this? If you defeat me, I shall treat you to a grand feast. What do you say? The mention of a lavish meal piqued Majin Buu's interest immediately. Really? Absolutely. With that, Son Goku assumed a combat stance, igniting Majin Buu's excitement. White smoke billowed from the small holes atop his head as he charged towards Goku. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading punches and kicks with fervor. A streak of green light cut through the sky as Jamas descended into the deep crater created by Vegeta's earlier assault. Din produced a Senzu bean, feeding it to the near-death Vegeta, who swiftly revived. What transpired? How did Majin Buu appear? Jamas inquired, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. At this juncture, the androids have yet to emerge. How have we jumped straight to the Majin Buu saga? Who knows how that creature arrived? I had a skirmish with Kakarot, and suddenly, This fat one appeared, Vegeta scoffed. That Majin Buu must have been sealed away. Old Son and Vegeta were fighting, and a stray energy wave detonated a spaceship, which shattered into pieces, revealing a gigantic pink egg. That's how this rotund creature came to be, Dint explained, recalling the startling scene that had taken everyone aback. Feeling the oppressive aura of Majin Buu, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the group, but the creature's energy felt somewhat lethargic, as if it had been starved for days. Through their inquiries, they learned of Majin Buu's formidable strength. Son Goku, ever the combat enthusiast, hastily offered him his senzu bean, inadvertently allowing Buu to bypass the energy absorption process and fully revive. Having grown weary of Son Goku's relentless fighting, Vegeta issued a challenge, leading to the earlier scene of chaos. Zamasu could hardly believe the situation had escalated to this level. Majin Buu's emergence overshadowed the androids entirely. With just 2 chocolates, he could easily overpower the perfect cell, he mused, realizing the narrative had veered drastically off course. In the skies, the battle raged on. Son Goku was fiercely attacking while Majin Buu endured the blows without sustaining any harm. Goku's fist struck Buu's ample belly, creating deep impressions, only for Buu to restore himself with a mere breath. Kamehameha. Son Goku unleashed his signature move, a blue energy wave piercing through Majin Buu's midsection. Yet Buu merely inhaled, and the gaping hole healed instantaneously. Zamasu, quickly lift the gravity spell. I wish to properly thrash that creature. Vegeta growled, his pride as the Prince of Saiyans wounded. Being beaten by a future warrior is one thing, but now there's this oversized nuisance? How can I tolerate such indignity? Zamasu couldn't help but chuckle at Vegeta's vexation, amused by the prince's sense of entitlement amidst the reality that so many could easily overpower him. Very well, at once. A beam of light emanated from Zama's finger, and the gravity spell was lifted, granting Vegeta a sense of relief. At last, that cursed weight is gone. Now, I shall showcase my true power. Kakarot, allow me. Vegeta propelled himself skyward, unleashing a powerful energy blast at the pudgy foe, striking Buu squarely in the head. As Vegeta prepared to follow up, Son Goku interjected, "This is my battle with him. You cannot interfere." Are you joking? I've been pummeled for so long. Now that the gravity is lifted, I intend to unleash my pinned-up frustration. While the two bickered, Majin Buu, now visibly irate, felt betrayed. They had promised a feast upon the conclusion of their bout, yet it seemed endless. The adversary who had just been knocked down was back on his feet, testing the limits of his patience. How infuriating. I'm angry. Majin Buu clenched his fists above his head. Gritting his teeth as white gas erupted from the holes on his head. In a flash, he teleported beside the two warriors, delivering a devastating strike with his massive fists aimed at their foreheads. With a resounding crash, both fighters were sent sprawling, and Majin Buu's arms elongated, hurling them into a deep pit. Zamasu once again lifted the gravity spell, allowing both Goku and Vegeta to fight at their full potential. Now you understand my might. Just then, two golden figures emerged from the smoke, delivering a powerful blow to Majin Buu's belly. The creature was sent flying as Goku seized Buu's antenna, unleashing a wave of energy. Vegeta, not to be outdone, joined his hands together, forming a lotus shape before him, as a golden energy sphere coalesced, crackling with golden lightning. With their combined ferocity, Majin Buu was obliterated, scattering into countless pieces, yet the remnants writhed and morphed into dozens of Majin Buus. How dare you both attack me? Majin Buu seethed, initiating a barrage against the two Saiyans, who found themselves overwhelmed by a flurry of punches and kicks. In that moment, they truly experienced the harshness of reality. Curse you, Kakarot! Vegeta roared, igniting in rage as he retaliated, landing a punch squarely on one Majin Buu's face, followed by a sweeping kick that sent another flying, and a wave of energy that obliterated yet another. Son Goku mirrored his actions, breaking free from the onslaught. As they unleashed their power, the surrounding pink remnants began to surge towards them, grotesque and revolting. Disgusting. Vegeta activated his instant transmission, vanishing from sight, as Goku followed suit to a different location. Together, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts against the advancing pink mass. As smoke billowed around them, Majin Buu's presence remained unwavering, even growing stronger. Super Spirit Bomb. Kamehameha. Just as they prepared to unleash their ultimate moves, the energy emanating from the center of the explosion suddenly vanished, prompting the two warriors to halt their actions. In the next moment, the figure of Majin Buu suddenly appeared behind Vegeta. Before Vegeta could turn around, he felt his body ensnared by an unseen force, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, rendered utterly immobile. It turned out that Majin Buu had enveloped Vegeta's lower body entirely with his massive belly, voraciously consuming him as if he were devouring a spicy snack. Unable to move, Majin Buu reveled in his triumph, but the next instant, he received a forceful kick to the face from Goku. Subsequently, Buu's visage transformed, engulfing half of Goku's body as well. With a cacophony of cracking bones, both combatants found themselves subjected to an overwhelming force. Vegeta, use that technique, Goku urged. Shut up and stop ordering me around, Vegeta retorted, yet in the following moment, both warriors invoked the same technique. A shadow emerged from Goku's form, resembling him perfectly. Vegeta followed suit, and as their doppelgangers detached, the energy surrounding both warriors diminished until it vanished completely. Majin Buu, sensing the sudden absence of the two bodies he had grasped, was taken aback as two kicks assaulted him in quick succession. Oh, is this the multiplication technique? When did they learn this? Jocko, observing the scene, glanced at Piccolo, who maintained his stoic demeanor, though Jocko could discern his astonishment. Ever since witnessing Piccolo's magical prowess, the two had resolved to master peculiar techniques, beginning with the multiplication technique, which they ingeniously employed as a means of escape. According to Tien's Four Witches' Fist, one could divide oneself into four authentic entities, each possessing a quarter of the original strength. However, the duo had merely separated half of their essence, designating it as their true form and drawing upon their original strength to execute their escape. Vegeta assumed the stance of Final Flash, and Goku joined him, placing his hands around Vegeta's. Together, their four hands unleashed a surge of terrifying energy, representing their utmost combined might. As Majin Buu restored himself, he regarded the impending attack with a mere scoff, uttering Kamehameha. A pink energy wave erupted forth, colliding with the horrifying energy blast from the two warriors. Seriously? You learned that just by observing a few times? Your learning capability rivals my own, Jocko remarked, glancing at the boastful Jocko. Though he contemplated a retort, he realized that it wasn't entirely unfounded. Jocko's aptitude for learning was indeed remarkable. The energy emitted from both sides was so immense that it caused the very earth to tremble, with energy waves sweeping across the globe. All right, let's cease hostilities. If this continues, the earth will be obliterated. Krillin and Yamcha appeared, immediately transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, diving into the heart of the clash and nullifying the energy with their combined might. Chapter 28, The Supreme Kai's Unexpected Arrival. With the arrival of Krillin and Yamcha, the fierce battle finally came to a halt. Sensing the formidable energy radiating from the duo, Majin Buu, who had previously considered himself the strongest, widened his eyes in disbelief. Krillin, Yamcha, how did you get here? Goku inquired curiously, recalling that they should not have been on Earth. We were informed by the Supreme Kai that something was amiss on Earth, prompting our swift return. It turned out that after acquiring Saiyan bodies, the two began to exhibit Saiyan-like tendencies and ventured off Earth, seeking powerful opponents in the universe, while also acting as champions of justice. Just as they discovered the Gula Legion in the Eastern Galaxy and were preparing to engage, the Supreme Kai contacted them, expressing urgency about a crisis on Earth. They hastily returned. Actually, they teleported back in an instant. On the Supreme Kai's planet, the Supreme Kai observed Earth's condition through his antennas and noted the absence of any significant crisis. The great terror the Supreme Kai mentioned couldn't possibly be that pink fatso. He doesn't seem that formidable. At this moment, the Supreme Kai was no longer the naive being who once trembled before Frieza. From his current perspective, even if a Super Saiyan 4 were to appear, it would hardly faze him. Strange, that pink contender seems to possess power equivalent to a Super Saiyan 3. He shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble, he pondered, perplexed by the Supreme Kai's assertion of a looming terror on Earth, yet finding no unusual creatures apart from the additional pink entity. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Kai's planet, Kaioshin Asen was drenched in cold sweat, gazing fearfully in the direction of Earth. Majin Buu has emerged. This is a disaster. Supreme Kai, what should we do now? Jebbit, despite never having encountered Majin Buu, was well aware of the terrifying demon from the Supreme Kai's frequent mentions and felt a deep sense of dread. Asen gritted his teeth and declared, "We must head to Earth." Back on Earth, Goku and his companions, including 5 Saiyans and the pink entity, casually chose a city and made their way to the largest hotel. Upon entering, Vegeta bellowed, "Bring us 10 of everything delicious you have. No, make it 100. As a man who relished the finer things in life, his extravagant request stunned the restaurant staff. It was Majin Buu's first visit to such a city, and his childlike curiosity led him to ask a series of naive questions. Jocko, recognizing Buu's childlike demeanor, pushed the responsibility of caring for him onto Piccolo, who was visibly annoyed. Soon, an enormous table of delicacies was laid out, quickly piled high within minutes. Let's eat. The 5 Saiyans began their frenzied consumption, devouring a whole pig's leg in mere bites. Seeing the feast before him, Majin Buu opened his mouth wide, transforming it into a gaping abyss and devouring copious amounts of food in one go. Waiter, keep the food coming. Bring everything delicious. The onlookers were left agape, astonished by the sheer capacity for consumption displayed. What kind of beings are these? How can they eat so much? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and serve the food. Jocko urged the stun staff, who finally sprang into action, calling forth a multitude of servers. As the Saiyans continued their ravenous feast, Supreme Kai Asin and his attendant Jebit arrived on the planet. Majin Buu's energy is coming from that direction, where many people reside. Could it be that Majin Buu is on a rampage? They swiftly flew towards Jocko's location, eventually alighting atop a grand building. Supreme Kai, there appears to be no signs of battle. Everything seems peaceful, Asin remarked, perplexed. He then utilized his divine vision to inspect the situation below. To his astonishment, he witnessed Majin Buu joyfully feasting with a group of people, radiating happiness. What is happening here? Asin gasped, unable to reconcile the image of the malevolent Majin Buu with the amiable scene before him. And why are these people capable of consuming so much? Jocko suddenly sensed something amiss. Though he could not pinpoint it, his instincts told him someone was observing them. He glanced towards the direction of the Supreme Kai, whose antennas had detected their presence. Oh no, we've been spotted. Both the Supreme Kai and Jebit were taken aback to discover their presence had been detected. Goku, sensing Jocko's unease, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Someone is watching us," Jocko replied, exasperated. First Majin Buu shows up early, and now the Supreme Kai has as well. However, upon reflection, he understood. The Supreme Kai had been pursuing the wizard Babidi to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection, and with Buu now unleashed by Goku and Vegeta, it was only natural for the Supreme Kai to be aware. Goku placed a hand on Jocko's shoulder, while Vegeta curiously did the same on the other side, followed by Krillin and Yamcha, who all gazed at the red-skinned alien and the diminutive figure with a crown-like head atop the building. Who are they? Realizing they had been exposed, Asin sighed in resignation. We should go down. But Supreme Kai, we've been discovered, and they don't seem malevolent. So it's better we meet them openly rather than hide. Asin, being a kind-hearted soul, descended without hesitation. Upon reaching the hotel, Asin initiated the greeting. Hello. Hi, I'm Goku. Would you like to join us for a meal? Goku asked, stuffing a large chicken leg into his mouth, his words barely intelligible. Seeing Goku's messy eating, Asin's lips twitched as he replied, No, thank you. Sensing the absence of breath from the other party, it appeared they were not particularly formidable, and the crowd chose to ignore them, continuing their meal. Majin Buu seized a large bottle of cola and gulped it down until empty, only then noticing the Supreme Kai. Shin. I feel as though I have encountered you before, Majin Buu remarked, a look of perplexity crossing his face. The individual seemed familiar, yet he could not place them. Upon hearing the claim of recognition, Shin instinctively recoiled a few steps, and only after noticing the lack of aggression from Buu did he stammer, Why, you must be mistaken, Lord Supreme Kai. Immediately, Kibito stepped in to support the somewhat trembling Supreme Kai. After finishing his last fish, Champa patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, What a delightful feast. However, he pondered, when had Vegeta amassed such wealth? Had he perhaps secured the affections of a wealthy lady? If that were the case, might we soon expect the arrival of little Trunks? Champa cast a curious glance towards Vegeta, who immediately felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. What is it? What do those eyes mean? He retorted, Come clean, Vegeta. You have enough money to treat everyone. Have you found yourself a sugar mommy? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense. The proud prince of the Saiyans, would never live off someone else. See? He's flustered. He's revealing himself. Champa chuckled quietly, choosing to remain discreet, especially with Yamcha present. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy, while Piccolo, seated nearby, observed Shin with curiosity. He felt an inexplicable connection to the Supreme Kai, accompanied by a subtle yet undeniable pressure when facing him. Though this pressure was weak enough to be disregarded, it was palpably present. Who exactly are you? Shin, too, turned his gaze toward Piccolo, instantly discerning his true nature. The Earth's deity's avatar, though not a god himself, was intrinsically linked to the divine, thus enabling him to sense his own uniqueness. At this juncture, Piccolo had yet to merge with Kami, and thus remained unaware of Shin's identity. Only vaguely perceiving that Shin's connection to the divine allowed him to exert a certain influence. Let us discuss this later. Once they finish their meal, we can find a secluded place. Chapter 29. Bidding farewell to the Kaioshin and seeking the androids after their meal, everyone resumed their respective duties. Krillin and Yamcha continued their escapades in the universe, having joined the Galactic Patrol as formidable warriors. They were now capable of confronting organizations they once feared. With plans to combat the Gula Legion ahead, they had little time to linger. In an uninhabited area, Jamos inquired about Goku's whereabouts. What about Gohan and Launch? Aren't they training? Gohan is still in school. He only trains with us during holidays. Launch has gone to the Kai to learn how to control her ki. Goku explained. It seemed that Gohan could not escape the fate of attending school, poor child. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Asin, the current Kaioshin. What is a Kaioshin? Goku asked, confusion evident on his face, while the nearby Jebbet scoffed. The Kaioshin is the greatest deity in this universe, the pinnacle of existence, Jebbet clarified. Oh, I remember now. Akin to the god of destruction, one creates while the other annihilates. With Jebbet's reminder, Goku recalled Jamos's earlier mention of the 12 universes. What god of destruction? Asin queried, perplexed. The one whose life you risked. Goku replied, but Asin still seemed bewildered. However, he deemed it crucial to address the matter of Majin Buu. Everyone, I believe you are unaware of the terror that Majin Buu embodies. Thus, I implore your assistance. He cautiously glanced at Majin Buu beside him. Once, there were 5 Kaioshins, and Majin Buu was not as he appears now, but rather in the form of a child. Asin recounted how the former Buu had mercilessly slaughtered Kaioshins, leaving everyone stunned. Even Majin Buu himself was puzzled, wondering when he had committed such acts. Silence. I have never done what you accuse me of. How dare you slander me? The enraged Majin Buu interrupted, his previously narrowed eyes wide open, revealing his fury. With so many powerful individuals present, particularly the 2 blue Saiyans who had just departed, he felt threatened by this accusation. It was utterly vexing to be wrongfully accused of actions he had never committed. What do you intend to do? Asin stammered, stepping back in fear. While Jebbet swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of the Kaioshin, Goku and Vegeta observed the escalating tension, caught in a dilemma over who was telling the truth. Jamos, you are the most astute here. Whose words do you believe? Jamos feigned contemplation before responding. If I am not mistaken, both of their accounts hold truth. Their statements clearly contradict each other. How can that be? Disregarding the others, Jamos turned to Asin, stating, according to your description, Majin Buu was originally a malevolent child. Yet his current form differs vastly from what you described. Hence, I surmise that Majin Buu's absorption of others' influences is being. If the Grand Kaioshin was indeed a paragon of virtue, then it is plausible that Majin Buu was affected by his righteous essence upon absorption. It appears that Majin Buu has integrated this righteousness, resulting in his current state. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. Upon hearing Jamos's words, a realization dawned upon the group, even causing Asin to tremble. Is that so? Grand Kaioshin, your greatness is unmatched, having purified the malevolence within Majin Buu. Asin's emotions surged uncontrollably. The former Grand Kaioshin had sacrificed himself for protection, even in death, aiding in the purification of Majin Buu. Then, does this mean that the current Buu embodies the essence of the Grand Kaioshin? The group turned their attention to Majin Buu, who appeared utterly bewildered. Unthinkable that he was an ancient being filled with wisdom. Feeling the gaze of the onlookers, Majin Buu shyly scratched his head. You all continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to. Having resolved the situation involving Majin Buu, Jamos bid farewell, intent on addressing the androids and checking on Jinyu's status. Following his departure, Goku and Vegeta also excused themselves under the pretext of training. I, too, must train, Din announced, preparing to leave. I want to join. It sounds like fun. The innocent Majin Buu followed Din, leaving only the Kaioshin and his attendant Jebbet behind. Lord Kaioshin, what shall we do? Asin pondered before stating. Majin Buu no longer embodies evil, so there is no need for enmity. Let us return. The two then utilized instant transmission to depart from Earth. In the Heavenly Temple, Jamos immediately spotted 2 launches. One sat cross-legged, meditating to attune herself with nature and enhance her mental prowess, while the other stood before a full-length mirror, striking peculiar poses. Hey, look at me, Captain Jinyu. Observing Jinyu awkwardly posing in Launch's beautiful form, Jamos couldn't help but chuckle. Uffed. I couldn't contain myself. He burst into laughter, prompting Jinyu to turn, spotting the mirthful Jamos. What's so funny? This is my new pose, super cool, okay? Jinyu exclaimed, while attempting to demonstrate his signature pose. With his left hand open and palm facing outward at his chest, right fist raised above his head, body lowered, left leg bent, and right leg stretched out, he proclaimed, Jinyu. The comical display sent Jamos into another fit of laughter. Stop laughing, you little brat. You have no artistic sense whatsoever. Jinyu's frustrated voice only fueled Jamos' amusement, causing him to roll with laughter. The meditating launch suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the laughing Jamos. She raised her hand, unleashing a small energy wave directed at him. In the next moment, Jamos was sent flying, shouting, I shall return. 3 seconds later, the ejected Jamos indeed returned. Launch, that was rather harsh. Humph, by lineage. You ought to call me Andy. Oh, Launch, with your youthful beauty and unmarried status, you shall forever remain 18. Jamos' flattery pleased Launch immensely. Your little friend is quite delightful. Very well, I shall look after you from now on. The blonde Launch patted her chest, assuring him. This little fellow was amusing. Without him, she wouldn't know where she would be now. Hey, don't overlook my presence. Jinyu protested, feeling slighted by his apparent lack of importance. At this moment, the celestial being and Bobo emerged from the palace, their faces lighting up upon seeing Jamos. Jamos, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Yet today marks our first encounter. Indeed, it truly does, Jamos replied. I have come to escort Jinyu away. It is not suitable for him to remain here indefinitely. Once I find him a suitable body, he shall depart from Earth. No sooner had Jamos spoken than Lanchi wrapped her arms around his neck. You do have a shred of conscience. I was beginning to think you intended to keep Jinyu using my body forever. How could that be? Sister Lanchi, you are far too beautiful for your form to be squandered. Moreover, Captain Jinyu desires a combat-ready physique, does he not? Sensing the attention upon him, Jinyu hastily affirmed, indeed. As the captain of the Jinyu force, it is imperative that I possess a formidable body. I must return to serve Lord Frieza. With that, Jinyu struck an unusual pose once more. So, where do you intend to find a body? Lanchi inquired, curious if Jamos had a target in mind. Naturally. I shall seek out androids. I plan to set off immediately. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. After training here for so long, I can now perfectly control my power. It is time to indulge in some fun. As a fierce warrior, Lanchi's combative spirit rivaled that of any Saiyan. Now, endowed with the physique of a fused Saiyan, she was restless. Very well, let us depart. Jamos activated the Kai's communication function, contacting Goku and Vegeta to summon them. With their current strength, traversing Earth in mere seconds was effortless, and soon they arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. Jamos, what brings us here? Have you encountered an enemy you cannot defeat and require this prince's assistance? Goku remained his naive self, while Vegeta retained his arrogance. You both shall accompany me to an intriguing location. We are in search of something entertaining. Jamos soared towards a particular direction, with Lanchi following closely behind. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances before pursuing them. The five soon arrived in a desolate mountainous area, where Jamos utilized the Kai antenna to locate something beneath them. Quickly, he discovered a concealed underground laboratory. An elderly gentleman was engrossed in experiments, surrounded by numerous experimental pods. Found it, Jamos declared, vanishing in a flash, only to reappear behind Dr. Gero. The other four were unable to perceive the situation below, but once Jamos entered, they could track him by sensing his energy. In another instant, the four of them also materialized in the underground laboratory. Chapter 30. The Terrifying Androids Who? Dr. Gero sensed someone behind him and immediately turned around, only to find Son Wukong and his companions, led surprisingly by a mere youth. Hypnotic trance. Jamos' eyes emitted a peculiar radiance, and Dr. Gero instantly fell into a dazed stupor. Who on earth is this? Son Wukong pondered, perplexed by the presence of an individual residing in this desolate underground. Vegeta examined the surrounding apparatus, seemingly realizing something, and remarked, these must be some form of technological weaponry. Are they attempting to create androids? Alas, in the face of the Saiyans' absolute might, such trash is utterly inconsequential. The arrogant Vegeta suddenly recalled the history of planet Vegeta, where the indigenous inhabitants once employed technology to combat the Saiyans, only to face total annihilation. This memory instilled in him a profound disdain for the power of technology. Not worthy of consideration? That merely indicates your narrow perspective. The prowess of these androids is such that even one could effortlessly crush a Super Saiyan. Some possess battle powers exceeding 2 billion. The once feared cosmic tyrant Frieza pales in comparison to these androids. You. Vegeta glared at Jamos, incensed that this individual dared to unearth his past. As the prince of the Saiyans, he had indeed once served under Frieza, a stain upon his life that now felt humiliating to have mentioned again. However, he quickly composed himself, crossing his arms and scoffing. That was the past now. With but a finger, I could easily eliminate Frieza. Observing the humiliation directed at their king, Jinyu could no longer remain silent and bellowed, "What are you so proud of? You may have improved, but King Frieza has also advanced. He will not be defeated by you." Hearing Jinyu's roar, Lan-Z swiftly delivered a sharp rebuke. Silence. Jamos paid no heed to the commotion and began to read Dr. Gero's memories using his telepathic abilities. It must be said, Dr. Gero is indeed a genius. His intellect rivals that of Bulma, albeit one excels in physical invention while the other specializes in biochemical warriors. Jamos's hands became a blur as he typed furiously on the computer, soon extracting all data concerning the androids. At that moment, Jamos's eyes resembled a scanning device. His mind racing. Within 5 minutes, he had comprehended everything in this facility. Truly remarkable, Dr. Gero. These androids are nothing short of humanity's nightmare. Reviewing the data on the screen, Jamos felt a surge of dread. The battle power of these androids is even more terrifying than in the original narrative. The androids prior to number 13 had all been destroyed, yet from number 13 to number 18. Even the weakest possessed battle power equivalent to the fully formed cell from the original story. Particularly alarming is that Dr. Gero has gathered cells from the Super Saiyan Blue, specifically from Dark Son Wukong and Dark Vegeta. Not only that, he has also obtained cells from Broly, and these have been entirely integrated into the cell embryo. According to the computer's calculations, number 13 no longer requires the consumption of other androids. He is already a complete being. How frightening, Jamos exclaimed. Meanwhile, Son Wukong scrutinized a symbol on the wall, his brow furrowed in contemplation, feeling as if he had seen it before. Oh, I remember now. This is the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. I encountered Android 8 when I was a child. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Lan-Z recalled. I even intended to assist you then, but by the time I arrived, you had already resolved the battle, leaving me rather disappointed for not having the chance to engage. Isn't this organization supposed to be extinct? Remarkably, remnants still exist, having survived for over a decade after their supposed demise. It appears that the organization, which Kakarot could vanquish in his youth, is not as formidable as it once seemed. Upon learning about the organization's origins, Vegeta's disdain only deepened. Would you care to test that theory? Jamos regarded Vegeta with a sardonic smile before turning to Jinyu. There exists a body of an android here that is extraordinarily powerful. Consider it a gift for you. Really? How powerful? Jinyu inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. Judging by Jamos's tone, these androids' battle powers must be in the billions. A far cry from his previous power of under 100,000, a dream beyond imagination. I am uncertain, but it should be capable of easily defeating Vegeta. Jamos cast a provocative glance at Vegeta, who erupted in fury, bellowing, Do not belittle others. If you have the ability, then fight me. Very well. Jamos's fingers danced across the keyboard, and at that moment, numbers 13, 14, and 15 had long been completed. However, the emergence of the Dark Ones provided Dr. Gero with new research material and objectives, which is why they had not been awakened but rather modified further. At present, the androids were nearly complete. They merely lacked the essential energy core. The energy regeneration furnace was finished, capable of restoring energy akin to replenishing stamina, yet it required an energy sample. This was the reason the androids had not been activated. They awaited a formidable battle to collect sufficient energy samples to finalize their creation. Jamos's hands continued to strike the keyboard, and soon the central floor of the laboratory opened, revealing an energy furnace. Approaching the furnace, Jamos clenched his fists and began to amplify his energy. A cascade of green energy enveloped him, his hair spiking as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. As his energy surged, he ascended to the second stage. Extending a hand, he compressed the terrifying green energy into a size comparable to a grain of rice and cast it into the energy furnace. As the energy entered, the machine gradually activated, and the energy sample was injected into number 13's hibernation chamber. Emerald green light coalesced within number 13's chest, a powerful energy radiating throughout its form, culminating in a final upgrade. Jamos executed a series of commands on the computer, and soon the hibernation chamber of number 13 opened with a creak. There stood number 13, his imposing figure revealed to all. Is this what an android looks like? It doesn't appear particularly impressive. Number 13 donned a cap, resembling a tennis champion, with striking white hair that gave him a cool demeanor. Jinyu, it is time to exchange bodies. Jamos dispelled the magic binding Jinyu, who eagerly shouted for the exchange. As a beam of light shot forth, Jinyu, utilizing Lam-Z's body, dashed toward Android 13, while the dormant soul of Android 13 was drawn towards Lam-Z's original form. Just as the exchange was nearing completion, Jamos's mind jolted. A terrifying mental force solidified into a blade, cleaving through Android 13's soul, obliterating it into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, all present gasped in shock, astounded that he could sever a soul in such a manner. Such a technique was indeed terrifying. Jinyu, now within Android 13's body, trembled uncontrollably. The ability to directly attack a soul is utterly inconceivable, implying that should a conflict arise, even if he occupied the body of one of Jamos's allies, Jamos could eliminate him with ease. However, upon sensing the immense power coursing through his body, the fear that had initially arisen within him was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Is this truly my body? It is simply remarkable. Jinyu gazed at his hands with excitement. This formidable and terrifying strength could even allow him to dispatch Frieza with a mere finger. Upon returning, he wondered if he would still be able to serve his master. After all, having attained such strength, if his lord remained at the same level of combat capability, it would not be out of the question for him to command the latter's service instead. While Jinyu was lost in his musings, Vegeta, arms crossed and a smirk adorning his face, taunted, "How does it feel? Are you not utterly weak? Step forward and engage me in battle." "Ha ha, Vegeta. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." Jinyu looked down at the diminutive Vegeta with disdain in his eyes. The condescension in Jinyu's gaze irked Vegeta, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. He could no longer resist the urge to strike. "Let us add a gravity increase of 2,000 times, said Jamos, waving his hand. Suddenly, the two combatants, who had been filled with fighting spirit, felt as if they were burdened by an immense weight and found it somewhat challenging to move. A mere 2,000 times gravity? I scoff at it. The two of them darted forward, intent on teaching one another a lesson. Concerned for the pair, Son Goku followed suit, eager to witness the combat prowess of the androids. Watching the three depart, Lam-Z could not help but remark, "Saiyans are indeed so warlike. But why are you so composed? Do you not feel the thrill of battle?" Having acquired a Saiyan body, Lam-Z had developed an obsession with fighting, yet Jamos remained utterly unfazed, which struck her as peculiar. "I have more pressing matters to attend to," Jamos replied, not uttering a falsehood. He indeed had tasks to complete. According to the calculations, Cell, having merged with the body of Kafra, was growing at an astonishing rate, and under optimal nourishment, he would break free within a month. At that point, with no god of destruction present, who could guarantee what Cell might do? Jamos was not keen on confronting a Super Saiyan God in a berserk state. "What am I to do about this?" Lam-Z inquired, gesturing to her soulless body. This was her previous form, which, upon rough estimation, was over 30 years old. "How should it be dealt with?" "Leave it to me. I will transform this body into the ultimate android, ensuring that it retains the appearance of being 18 forever." The notion of remaining eternally youthful at 18 made Lam-Z's eyes light up. Although she no longer required this body, it had served her well and was undeniably beautiful. The prospect of being forever 18 was indeed appealing. Chapter 31. The overbearing Vegeta. With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy, his golden aura surging as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This formidable stance was more than sufficient to overpower the fully realized Cell. "Come forth, Jinyu. Let me witness the strength of the androids." The arrogant Vegeta boldly gestured, his right fist clenched at his side, thumb pointed at himself. "Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the swift Vegeta." He was resolute in his belief that in this world, he was nearly unmatched, save for a few aberrations. "You shall pay dearly for your actions." Perhaps it was due to his body-swapping ability, but Jinyu adapted to his new form with remarkable speed, quickly comprehending its capabilities. Coupled with the android's inherent computational prowess, he found it easy to navigate. "Ha! A mere scrap of metal dares to challenge a Saiyan? Watch as I dismantle you." Vegeta charged first, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Jinyu's face. In response, Jinyu effortlessly raised his left hand, catching the incoming fist with ease. Then, with a swift right punch, he sent Vegeta hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Vegeta collided with two mountains before finally coming to a halt. Such immense power. Jinyu reveled in the true strength of his new form, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. Yet, while Jinyu was still lost in his exhilaration, Vegeta reappeared behind him, executing a sweeping kick that struck Jinyu's neck with precision. Caught off guard, Jinyu was sent flying. Unyielding, Vegeta seized Jinyu's ankle as he soared through the air, swinging him around before slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. Yikes! Jinyu regained his balance, landing on his feet, raising his head. He was met with Vegeta's royal assault technique, as waves of light cascaded from above, exploding around him. Jinyu hastily evaded, ascending into the sky, only to find Vegeta suddenly behind him again, executing a side kick that sent Jinyu soaring once more. Using instant transmission, Vegeta positioned himself in Jinyu's path, delivering a powerful elbow strike before Jinyu could react, propelling him upwards. With both hands clasped, Vegeta unleashed a devastating blow towards the airborne Jinyu, smashing him into the ground and creating a massive crater. Once brimming with arrogance, Jinyu now felt as if his bones might shatter. He could hardly fathom that such a powerful body could be so thoroughly dominated. Pathetic trash? A worthless piece of scrap dares to rival me, Vegeta? Who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence? At that moment, Vegeta stood tall like a victorious rooster, chest puffed out, practically crowing in triumph. Observing from a distance, Goku shook his head in disbelief. Initially, he had thought that Jinyu, now in Android 13's body, would be formidable, but the reality fell far short of expectation. To speak frankly, Android 13 was indeed strong, possessing the capabilities of a mid-tier Super Saiyan 2. Had this been several years prior, when Goku had just transformed into a Super Saiyan or even just achieved Super Saiyan 2, it would have been a formidable challenge. However, in the present context, it was rather underwhelming. Amidst the rubble below, Jinyu erupted in fury, sending debris flying. Lifting his gaze, he found Vegeta standing in the sky, arms crossed, exuding an air of pride. Jinyu clenched his teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept that, despite his newfound strength, he was still no match for this Saiyan. This was merely the weakest of Saiyans, yet he had witnessed the blue Super Saiyan and felt no trace of their power, realizing their might was not to be underestimated. If he could not defeat even the weakest of Saiyans, how could he hope to contend with the two blue Super Saiyans? Damn it! How could I, Captain Jinyu, possibly lose? Jinyu soared back into the sky, unleashing his full power, enveloped in a white aura, as he gathered a green energy sphere in his palms. Saiyan, prepare to meet your end. Jinyu unleashed a wave of energy, but Vegeta merely smiled, sidestepping and raising his left hand to effortlessly catch Jinyu's attack. Is that all you've got? The disparity in our power cannot be bridged by mere outbursts. Vegeta raised his right hand, conjuring a yellow energy sphere that transformed into a devastating wave of energy with a fierce shout, repelling Jinyu's attack. The clash of energies commenced, and within mere moments, Jinyu was sent flying backward. The confrontation concluded. Haha, Kakarot, do you see? This is me, the formidable, the swift Vegeta. As Vegeta reveled in his triumph, Goku found himself at a loss for words. We've both reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Once we break through our limits, we can ascend to Super Saiyan 3. What is there to celebrate in defeating a mid-tier Super Saiyan 2 android? Meanwhile, a small bee, observing the battle, transmitted its findings back to the underground laboratory. Janemba sat contemplatively in a chair, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. This Vegeta certainly appears insufferable. Should I go and teach him a lesson? It seemed that the arrogant Vegeta had ruffled the feathers of launch, or rather, awakened her itch for action. Suddenly, Janemba's eyes gleamed with a wicked smile. No need. Android 13's power has yet to be fully unleashed. He may still have the capability to challenge Vegeta. Janemba approached the stasis pods of androids 14 and 15, utilizing telekinesis to press a few buttons on the console, causing the pods to open. Both androids remained peacefully asleep, and Janemba regarded them as one might observe mere objects. What is it? Are you really going to release them? Janemba remained silent, raising his right hand and opening his palm. With a sharp crack, the two androids were suddenly reminiscent of broken dolls, their energy cores and chips soaring from their bodies to hover above Janemba's hand. Let us go. We shall witness how Prince Vegeta endures a beating. Launch, intrigued, eagerly followed in Janemba's wake. They arrived on the ground, instantly spotting the beleaguered Jinyu, still enduring a relentless thrashing. Chapter 32, Super 13. Ascending Vegeta with a resounding thud, Jinyu was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Vegeta. Jinyu's gaze was filled with resentment, yet he was utterly helpless. The opposing force was too formidable for him to contend with. As he lifted his head, he caught sight of the floating Jamos and Lanchi. For reasons unknown, Jinyu found himself inexplicably drawn to the chip and energy cores in his hand. This body yearned for them, an instinct whispering that acquiring these objects would enhance its strength once more. What is this? Jinyu inquired. Jamos simply tossed the items to him, an unseen force guiding them through the air, preventing them from falling to the ground. The two energy cores merged into Jinyu's chest, while the energy chips flew towards his forehead, ultimately integrating into his temples. With the infusion of the energy cores and chips, Jinyu suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, causing it to expand. Ah! Jinyu's screams echoed as a terrifying might erupted within him, lifting him skyward. His fists clenched, he raised his head high, shouting towards the heavens. Amidst his cries, Jinyu's form grew to a staggering height of 3.5 meters. His skin transforming from human flesh to a deep purple hue, his hair shifting to a brilliant green, and his eyes becoming a striking red devoid of pupils. Vegeta, sensing Jinyu's transformation, was taken aback. Although he could not perceive the energy of an artificial being, he could distinctly feel the terrifying potency emanating from Jinyu. How is this possible? A mere scrap of metal emits energy almost on par with mine, and the surge seems unending. How can this be? Vegeta realized that following this enhancement, Jinyu's strength would undoubtedly surpass his own, making this a genuine challenge. However, as a Saiyan, Vegeta felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. On Earth, aside from Goku, he had not encountered another worthy opponent. The prospect of battling someone different, especially Jinyu, whom he had always yearned to defeat, was thrilling. After some time, Jinyu completed his evolution, admiring his robust physique with boisterous laughter. I never anticipated the power of artificial beings could reach such heights. This overwhelming combat prowess is beyond numerical description. Vegeta, this time I shall snap your neck. In a flash, Jinyu appeared beside Vegeta and delivered a devastating blow to his abdomen. Vegeta, unable to react in time, was struck hard. With a resounding crash, Vegeta felt his stomach churn violently before being propelled away. But Jinyu was not done. He charged forward again, executing a powerful uppercut that sent the already airborne Vegeta soaring into the sky. In an instant, Jinyu positioned himself in Vegeta's path, mimicking Vegeta's earlier stance, fists clenched, and brought down a crushing blow upon the ascending Saiyan. With a thunderous impact, the once audacious Vegeta was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater. Coughing and gasping for air after the brutal assault, Vegeta gazed up at the triumphant Jinyu, who struck a victorious pose with his left fist resting on his chest and his right arm raised high at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "Jinyu!" This awkward display and over-the-top behavior elicited cold sweat from the onlookers. "I want to join in," Goku exclaimed, eager for battle. Jamos readily consented and cast a gravity spell, indicating that Goku could proceed. Vegeta charged once more, delivering a punch, but Jinyu effortlessly caught his fist with one hand, and when Vegeta struck with his other hand, Jinyu seized that as well. Then, Jinyu delivered a headbutt that left Vegeta seeing stars before kicking him away. Take this." Goku arrived, ready for action. As Jinyu turned, he found Goku's fist enlarging in his field of vision. Jinyu stood firm, accepting Goku's punch head-on. When Goku's fist collided with Jinyu's face, it felt like striking solid stone. Jinyu remained unyielding, while Goku's hand throbbed painfully. It hurts." Jinyu retaliated with a kick that sent Goku flying. Despite having just incapacitated Vegeta, Jinyu was astonished that Goku dared to join the fray without transforming. Goku, having been kicked away, finally grasped the might of Super 13, dispelling his earlier underestimation. Indeed, Jamos had chosen wisely, for this being possessed incredible combat strength, igniting Goku's excitement. In the next moment, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by crackling lightning, his golden energy surging towards the skies. As Goku surged forward, Vegeta returned from being kicked away, and the two launched a coordinated assault on Jinyu. Their fists flew like the wind, striking with ferocity. Jinyu was forced to retreat under their combined onslaught, dodging or deflecting most attacks, suffering only a few genuine blows. In the midst of their aerial battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Jamos produced a special combat detector and began assessing the warriors' power levels. With a series of beeping sounds, the readings of the three fighters were collected. Goku's power level was 8. 2 billion, Vegeta's was 8. 1 billion, and Jinyu's was 9. 3 billion. Upon observing these figures, Jamos fell into deep contemplation. Although he lacked a combat power detector earlier, He could gauge Goku and Vegeta's approximate levels based on their energy intensity. When Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan, his power was over 100 million. With continuous training, by the time he achieved Super Saiyan 2, his power likely reached around 1.8 billion. Now, at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, his power had soared to 8 billion. Thus, one could estimate that the combat power range for Super Saiyan 1 lay between 100 million and 2 billion, while Super Saiyan 2 ranged from 2 billion to 8 billion. Should they succeed in evolving into Super Saiyan 3, their power could potentially leap from 8 billion to 10 billion or even higher. Chapter 33. The Mightiest Cell, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. The Sky Cannon. Captain Ginyu swung his fists, sending the two combatants flying. As the two youths hurtled through the air, they unleashed their ultimate techniques, two azure energy waves hurtling toward Ginyu. Ginyu concentrated a vibrant emerald energy in his hands and released it with vigor. The opposing energy waves collided with tremendous force, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. Observing the deadlock, Lam-Z felt a surge of anticipation. She yearned for the thrill of combat herself. Jamos, I wish to fight. Lam-Z directed her gaze toward Jamos, eager to join the fray, confident that the three adversaries were no match for her strength. Yet her desire to engage in battle was undeniable. You needn't entertain such thoughts. Your power is far too great, and worthy opponents are scarce, Jamos replied. Could you not create an android even more formidable than myself? Lam-Z pressed, seeking a challenge stronger than herself, a daunting proposition indeed. Only if the lab cell were to awaken would such a creation be plausible. Initially, Jamos had intended to obliterate this cell embryo, fearing its immense potential and his inability to control it. Yet, witnessing the lonely invincibility of Lam-Z, he hesitated. The foes that lay ahead would only grow stronger. Could he consistently snuff them out in their infancy? Avoiding formidable enemies. Was that truly the essence of a warrior race? The Dragon Ball saga is steeped in themes of fervor, showcasing miraculous triumphs against seemingly insurmountable foes, transforming the impossible into the possible. Even if scripted, these narratives illustrate the protagonist's growth under the relentless pressure of powerful adversaries. A true warrior race embraces the challenge, relentlessly pushing their limits. With that thought, Jamos resolved to cultivate Cell. Hey, are you even listening to me? Lam-Z remarked, slightly annoyed at his distraction. Ah, my apologies. I was contemplating your request to create a superior android, and it led me to ponder whether the ultimate android should indeed be created. At the mention of the ultimate android, Lam-Z's interest peaked. Jamos proceeded to describe Cell. The situation is thus. It amalgamates the cells of various Earth martial artists and Saiyans. Just imagine how terrifying it will become once fully developed. His expression turned grave as he spoke, yet Lam-Z was exhilarated by the prospect. Strangely, Jamos perceived a resemblance to the foolish Goku from Dragon Ball Super. Could it be that all Saiyans, upon reaching a certain level of power, become mindless warriors devoid of intellect? In comparison to the Goku from Dragon Ball Z, the Goku from Super was, indeed, less intelligent, a point that sparked considerable debate online. Never mind, let's handle Cell first. Observing the fierce battle unfolding above, Jamos made no effort to intervene. It would take time to determine a victor, so he allowed them to continue. Returning to the subterranean laboratory, Dr. Gero lay unconscious in a corner, still merely a human, not yet transformed into an android and thus quite vulnerable. Jamos unleashed an energy wave, obliterating him without leaving a trace, a gesture that emphasized environmental preservation. Opening the entrance to a concealed chamber, Jamos and Lam-Z entered an even more secretive laboratory, where a massive nutrient tank stood, filled with a green liquid and housing a tiny embryonic form floating within. A human embryo? What is this? Wasn't it supposed to resemble a bug? Jamos swiftly accessed the computer, employing various instruments to scan the embryo. The results left him astonished. How is this possible? What is it? Lam-Z inquired, noticing Jamos's alarmed expression as he scrutinized the scan results. His gaze shifted to the embryo suspended in the nutrient solution, contemplating whether such a being should be preserved. Should it mature, even he, a legendary Super Saiyan, might find himself kneeling before it. The computer screen displayed that upon injecting cells from Kefla, the entire platform underwent a radical transformation. Kefla's formidable cells began to devour all others, utilizing their characteristics to enhance themselves. The injected Kefla cells came in two varieties, one from the standard Kefla and the other, forcibly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 through an experimental card. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, every breakthrough for a Saiyan results in an elevation of their lineage. The two types of Kefla cells collected by Dr. Gero each possess distinct advantages. While Super Saiyan 4 cells were undeniably powerful, they were also somewhat unstable, yet, astonishingly. The Super Saiyan 4 cells consumed the standard Kefla cells, acquiring both strength and stability. Furthermore, they absorbed the divine properties of Super Saiyan Blue cells and the abilities of other martial artists, thus gaining access to a myriad of skills. Such innate conditions were nothing short of explosive. It was akin to a fusion of Kefla transforming into Super Saiyan 4, giving birth to a child with unimaginable potential. A comparison to Gohan and Goten illustrates this well. Due to the differing power levels of their father at their births, one required rigorous training to attain Super Saiyan status, while the other transformed effortlessly during play. In essence, Cell was, from one perspective, a clone of Kefla, optimized in its creation. Forget it. Compared to those who possess systems as transcendence, your innate conditions seem rather trivial. Contemplating the adversaries he would face in the future, Jamos resolved to cultivate this being. He rapidly typed on the computer, erasing all information from Cell's mind, retaining only various skills and techniques, leaving him with a clean slate. A blank canvas would allow for unrestrained development. He would entrust this clone child to Piccolo, confident that he would nurture this future hero well. What is the status? Lam-Z inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rest assured, in just a month, this embryo will be fully developed, and we can come to retrieve it. As they concluded their tasks, the sounds of battle above ceased, indicating that the fight had concluded, leaving them uncertain of the victor. Returning to the upper laboratory, Jamos injected an energy sample and opened the stasis chambers of androids 16, 17, and 18, awakening the trio of androids. Wow, there's even a woman here, Lam-Z exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon the stunning android 18, finally meeting another powerful beauty, feeling as though she had discovered a kindred spirit. Chapter 34. The perfect solution. Upon returning to the surface, in addition to Jamos and Lam-Z, 3 androids, number 16, 17, and 18, also emerged. Observing the fierce battle above, Jamos inquired, I have lifted Dr. Gero's mental control over you and nullified your mission. What do you plan to do next? Number 17 flexed his wrist, contemplating his body, which had undergone countless modifications. After a moment's thought, he replied, There's nowhere specific to go. We might as well wander for a while, unrestricted. That is indeed a reasonable choice, but I must ask you to abide by the law and refrain from acting out due to your newfound strength, Jamos cautioned, wishing to prevent them from descending into the malevolence characteristic of the future world depicted in the original narrative. Hey, kid, you sure have a lot to say. How about a fight to test your strength? Number 18 retorted angrily, her temper flaring at the audacity of this young boy attempting to instruct her. Jamos is merely considering the well-being of Earth. Lam-Z, now with blue hair, stepped in between them to avert any potential conflict. Jamos offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled, their garments tattered and their bodies marred with numerous wounds, an utterly pitiful sight. At that moment, Jinyu had reverted to his original form, that of the imposing tennis prince. I never expected to see such a glorious day, having defeated 2 Super Saiyans. Frieza will be elated upon learning of this, Jinyu exclaimed, reveling in his unexpected triumph. Pathetic. Despite your strength, you still cling to thoughts of Frieza, Vegeta scoffed. Unable to suppress his disdain for Jinyu's loyalty, perhaps stemming from his own past grievances. Vegeta, if number 13 is this formidable, could there be even stronger androids in the underground laboratory? Goku pondered, recalling glimpses of numbers 16, 17, and 18 during their descent. Vegeta's expression darkened at Goku's words. If one android was so powerful, then surely the subsequent models would be even more advanced, their combat prowess likely terrifying. As the proud Saiyan prince, it infuriated him to think he could be overshadowed by mere machines. What are merely androids to me? Once I ascend to Super Saiyan level 3, I will obliterate them all, he declared defiantly. Is that so? Someone intends to obliterate me? A mocking voice chimed from nearby. In the next instant, number 17 stood above Vegeta, bending down to scrutinize the fallen prince. Startled, Vegeta sprang to his feet, instinctively adopting a combat stance, while Goku and Jinyu also rose. Curiosity etched on their faces. The others quickly approached, and Jamos coughed lightly, introducing the newcomers. Allow me to present number 17 and number 18, the latest models of androids. Engineered by humans, they harness cutting-edge energy cores, granting them limitless stamina and combat prowess comparable to your own. Furthermore, they can enhance their abilities through training. This is number 16, a pure robot endowed with human-like intellect, and the power to annihilate worlds, easily surpassing you both. As Jamos elaborated, shock rippled through the group, especially Vegeta, whose gaze hardened upon the androids. Limitless stamina, comparable strength, and the potential for continuous improvement. Such terrifying beings were artificially created, possibly in mass production. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Reflecting on his past, the Saiyan King had once taken pride in a power level of 12,000. Now, it seemed laughable. What other unknown terrors might lurk within this seemingly fragile Earth? For reasons unknown, Vegeta sensed that these androids were not the pinnacle of power. Realizing that the might of technology could truly be daunting, Goku regarded number 17 with a grave expression. The android's formidable nature and capacity for growth suggested he was not malevolent. Indeed, it was fortunate he was not, for the implications would be dire. With this, Goku extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Hello, I am Goku, known as Kakarot among Saiyans. I look forward to training together to grow stronger and protect the Earth. Seeing the amiable demeanor of Goku, number 17 reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand. Yes, I will definitely grow stronger. According to the data provided by Dr. Gero, they were the most powerful androids, seemingly invincible. Yet, upon awakening, they discovered countless formidable beings existed in the world, hinting that their future would not be dull. Witnessing this harmonious exchange, Prince Vegeta huffed dismissively, turning his head away in a display of pride. Thus, the Guardians of Earth had gained 3 more androids. Calculating the time, Trunks from the future should be arriving soon. Although this narrative was uncertain, given the current events, this timeline did not align with any from the original story, suggesting that this reality might not witness the arrival of future Trunks. Previously, Jamos had employed his King Kai Inteni to search Earth but found no trace of Cell from the future or any time machine. This indicated that this world did not share the same primary timeline as the main world, creating a predicament. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it flow. With Jamos's exceptional aptitude for learning, he felt no fear. If pressed, he could transform every individual on Earth into androids, dispersing them across the universe. If even one of them grew strong, they would possess the means to return. Once he completed his final experiment, he planned to take Goku and Vegeta on an excursion through different timelines, while also seeking a remedy for Goku's heart condition in the future. Jinyu had served his purpose. It was time to send him back. Number 13's body also had growth potential. He would return to inspire Frieza, allowing him to experience the sensation of being overshadowed by his own subordinates, thus motivating him to train harder. Jamos eagerly anticipated Frieza's next transformation. Chapter 35. The Gula Legion. At the same time, in the Eastern Galaxy, on a planet adorned with verdant oceans, countless extraterrestrial beings soared through the skies, each adorned with a detector and a launcher strapped to their right wrists, incessantly unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Help! The indigenous inhabitants below fled desperately, attempting to evade the assaults from above. Yet, all resistance and flight were futile. Under the relentless bombardment, throngs of lives were extinguished. Observing the natives scurrying about like ants, the alien warriors felt a surge of triumph. Haha, these wretches possess no fighting spirit. It won't be long before we eradicate every last one of them, and then we shall reap a handsome profit. The invaders roared with laughter, reveling in the rewards promised by their leader, contemplating how long they could indulge in hedonism afterward. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light flashed across the sky, obliterating all the minions in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the air, leaving the invaders no time to scream as they were reduced to cosmic dust. You scoundrels, you deserve this fate. Witnessing the carnage below, Klin and Yamcha were filled with rage. Having lived in an era of peace, their sole pursuit had been the martial arts. They had never encountered the true horrors of war. The sight of hundreds of corpses and severed limbs was a profound shock. Since venturing into the cosmos, they had become acutely aware of the brutal laws of the universe. Transforming into Super Saiyans, they unleashed Kamehameha waves, sweeping through the skies, swiftly reducing the once arrogant invaders to mere remnants. Who are you? A lone survivor trembled at the sight of the 2 figures, bewildered by their sudden appearance and the ensuing slaughter of their forces. Shouldn't that question be directed at you? Klin replied coldly. This planet is not yours to invade. You vile miscreants, who are you? Who fears your approach? With a swift motion, Klin crushed the soldier beneath his foot, the sound of cracking bones echoing as the soldier let out a pain scream. Why yes, we are soldiers under the command of King Gula, members of the Gula Legion. The soldier stammered. Upon hearing the name of the Gula Legion, Klin's anger boiled. This was yet another planet to fall victim to Gula's tyranny. These fiends continuously invaded weaker worlds, only to sell them to the affluent. Once again, it is the Gula Legion. Mark my words, I will annihilate them all one day. With that, Klin unleashed an energy wave, sending the soldier to his demise. Do not revel in your victory. We have already transmitted information from here. King Gula has dispatched reinforcements. You cannot escape, boasted another soldier, still in Yamcha's grasp. But before the words could settle, Yamcha sent him off with an energy blast. After dispatching the minions, the two exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Gula was Frieza's brother, and in previous times, the duo would have been mere Super Saiyans. Their combat prowess far beneath 1 billion. However, times had changed. The last encounter had revealed Gula's formidable power when he transformed into his golden form right before their eyes. If not for Klin and Yamcha mastering their bodies and achieving super blue form, they might not have made it out alive. Gula's strength was unparalleled, able to face two foes without faltering. Ultimately, it was only through their combined use of Patera earrings that they managed to defeat him. Yet, upon vanquishing him, they discovered he was merely a robot, his true form still unaccounted for. If this is yet another one of Gula's decoys, we could use him to sharpen our skills. I wonder how many will come this time, Klin voiced his concerns. Yamcha patted his shoulder reassuringly. No matter how many, with the Patera earrings from Janemba, we can fuse if the situation becomes dire. Speaking of fusion, there was an important detail to note. After being restored by Shinran, they regained their original appearances. But if they fused, Shinran's enhancements would cease, resulting in the form of Vegeta. Having dealt with the minions, the duo chose not to linger for the locals' hospitality. Instead, they continued to use instant transmission to seek out other victims in the cosmos. Before departing, they marked their presence on the planet and instructed the East Kai to inform them of any developments, assuring that they would return swiftly. At the Gula Legion's base, Gula reclined in a floating chair, elegantly sipping red wine from a goblet. Report, King Gula. Those mysterious Saiyans have resurfaced, disrupting over a dozen of our operations. A communications officer knelt before him, cautiously delivering the news. Listening to the report, Gula scoffed. These Saiyan monkeys are truly bothersome. Understood, you may leave. With Gula's command. The officer exhaled in relief as he departed. Once alone, Gula stood, his crimson eyes glimmering ominously. Instantly, 3 golden beams shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Reappearing before him. This time, we must eradicate them, he declared. Of course, with our mastery of the fusion technique, even if they merge again, they shall not escape our grasp. Before Gula stood 3 identical versions of himself, an eerie sight as they formed a quartet. The 3 Gulas vanished, and a crab-shaped spaceship ascended into the cosmos, racing towards a designated target. Observing the direction of the departing vessel, Gula murmured, "It seems our strength still falls short. I wonder how things are faring on my true form's end. If I could transcend to the next level, all Gula's incarnations would undergo a complete upgrade." The spaceship traced a long white line across the universe, with the 3 Gulas seated in different positions, eyes closed in meditative stillness. Only 5 pilots operated the vessel, diligently tracking signals received from their subordinates. This ship represented the Gula Legion's most advanced technology, and their destination was not far off. They would arrive within the hour. Chapter 36. Gula vs. Broly. Within the vast expanse of the universe, a brilliant emerald light soared through the cosmos. So swift that even the most astute astronomers would struggle to perceive its existence, for its velocity transcended the speed of light. At the heart of this radiant aura stood a tall, muscular man, adorned with golden wristbands and sporting a black pineapple hairstyle. His cold visage exuded an air of icy detachment. This formidable figure was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, enveloped in an aura of terrifying pressure. He epitomized ruthlessness and immense power. If Jamos had been present, he would surely have exclaimed in awe, "By the gods, it's Broly." At this moment, Broly felt an unsettling turmoil within him, an indescribable agitation akin to that of a once mighty emperor suddenly discovering the existence of rival monarchs threatening his reign. This sentiment ignited a fierce rage within him, compelling him to break free from the shackles imposed by his father. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast, momentarily playing the dutiful son. In stark contrast to the modern portrayal of a pampered son, Broly was a cold-blooded, relentless killing machine. Gula's crab-shaped spacecraft streaked through the cosmos, and Broly instantly sensed its presence. A master. Finally, a worthy opponent. Despite obliterating countless planets, Broly had long yearned for a challenger of equal might, leaving him in a state of profound solitude. The aura emanating from the recent vessel posed a lethal threat, stirring the flames of his combat desire. "Ha," he cackled, revealing a sinister grin as he launched an energy wave directly at the crab ship. With a resounding explosion, the spacecraft, which had been speeding through space, was instantly transformed into a celestial firework, obliterating its occupants before they could even utter a cry. In that fleeting moment of destruction, 3 Gula clones swiftly conjured a protective shield to encase themselves. As the ship erupted in a brilliant display, a pink beam of light surged forth, directed at its assailant. And in a fit of fury, it unleashed a deadly energy beam. However, Broly stood unfazed before Gula's lethal assault, allowing the beam to strike his chest, dissipating into harmless light without inflicting any damage. "Interesting. I can sense your strength. Show me your power, and if it pleases me, I may grant you a swift passage to the afterlife." Gula, incensed by the insolence of a mere Saiyan, one who served as a hound for Frieza, could scarcely contain his fury. "How dare you speak to me like that?" he thundered, launching a powerful punch at Broly, only for his attack to elicit no reaction. "Clearly, you regard my words with disdain," Broly retorted, countering with a punch to Gula's abdomen that left him doubled over in agony. "You seek death," Gula bellowed. Realizing that this Saiyan was no ordinary foe, he was determined to annihilate him. Enveloped in golden flames, Gula transformed into his ultimate form, Golden Gula. "Now, this is more like it," Broly roared, his emerald aura intensifying as he ascended to Super Saiyan form. Yet, the transformation did not end there. Broly's stature surged from 6 feet to an imposing 10 feet, his rippling muscles instilling a sense of dread. Gula, wide-eyed, could hardly comprehend the sudden change, feeling utterly belittled. Nevertheless, the audacious Gula charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Broly, who effortlessly evaded them, his lower body remaining steadfast. In an instant, Broly seized Gula's arm and hurled him aside, shattering a massive asteroid in the process. Gula yelped in surprise, unprepared for such overwhelming strength. Unrelenting, Broly executed a Hulk-like maneuver, grasping Gula's tail and swinging him violently against the surrounding rocks. Amidst the chaos, Gula was forced to sever his own tail to escape the onslaught. However, just as Gula broke free, Broly unleashed a green energy wave that struck him, followed by a thunderous explosion. As the dust settled, Gula emerged unscathed, even his severed tail regrowing. Impressive, he mused, realizing that this lowly Saiyan possessed extraordinary power. Gula, now more cautious, acknowledged that he should have unleashed his full strength from the outset. "Are you finally serious?" Broly taunted. Gula, now resolute, clenched his fists at his sides as golden flames enveloped him, his armor morphing and extending to cover his entire torso, culminating in a mask that concealed his face, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. "Ultimate Golden Gula," he proclaimed, seething with rage. "You will learn the dire consequences of provoking Gula, the king." With a swift kick, Gula sent Broly hurtling through space, crashing into countless asteroids before he could regain his footing. Without a moment's pause, Gula teleported before Broly, delivering a crushing blow to his face. A relentless barrage of punches rained down upon Broly, who stood firm, finally grasping one of Gula's fists mid-strike. "Excellent. You have stirred my bloodlust," Broly declared, a sinister grin gracing his face, instilling an inexplicable chill in Gula's spine. Chapter 37. The emergence of Super Broly. Broly rose slowly to his feet, his left hand gripping Gula's right hand, lifting him effortlessly. "Let go," Gula shouted, throwing a punch with his other hand, which Broly also caught. In an instant, Broly delivered a crushing knee strike to Gula's abdomen. Gula felt a sickening crack as his ribs broke, letting out a pain scream, his body curling in agony. Releasing Gula, Broly followed up with a powerful elbow strike to the back of Gula's neck, sending him crashing through the meteorite beneath him and hurtling into the distance. "Haha, what a thrill." Broly crossed his arms over his chest and unleashed his energy, feeling it surge once more, lightning crackling around him as his hair stood even more upright. Super Saiyan 2 in its green variant. At that moment, Gula finally comprehended the vast chasm between their powers. Broly's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, like a cockroach that refuses to perish, Gula was not one to concede easily. In a desperate bid, he unleashed his ultimate move, extending 2 fingers to conjure a colossal, fiery red energy sphere. "Die!" Gula roared, launching the immense fireball with the intent to obliterate Broly as one would a planet. However, in a fit of madness, Broly charged forward, enveloped in a green protective aura, crashing directly into Gula's fireball. What? Before Gula could process the event, Broly emerged from the explosion, coalescing a green energy sphere in his palm and striking Gula squarely in the chest. The impact sent Gula sprawling, the energy sphere detonating as it met Gula's chest, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated Gula's presence. Having dispatched his opponent, Broly intended to leave in search of his next adversary or a planet to devastate. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Broly stared in astonishment. The figure was none other than Gula, whom he had just vanquished. But unlike before, this Gula wore a vest and exuded a significantly more potent aura. "How can you still be alive?" Broly questioned, but Gula responded not with words. Instead, he landed a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen, sending him reeling and causing him to cough up blood. "You Saiyan monkeys should never have been spared. Your existence is an affront." Gula's voice resonated, oddly sounding as if two voices spoke in unison. Indeed, the Gula now before Broly was a fusion warrior, a being formed through the merging technique of the Metamorphs. As the first Gula fell, the remaining two had quietly begun the fusion process. "Behold my strength. Today, you shall perish," Gula declared, launching himself at Broly with a fierce punch that struck Broly's face, causing him to spin violently and crash into a distant meteorite. Gula flexed his wrist, producing a satisfying crack. Observing the gravely injured Broly, he resolved to finish the battle. Raising both hands, he concentrated, summoning a red energy wave, and shouted as a crimson beam erupted forth. Sensing the imminent threat, Broly remained calm, tapping into his latent power, as moments of peril often catalyze one's greatest potential. He extended his hands in an attempt to deflect Gula's assault, but was forcefully propelled away by the oncoming energy wave. With a tremendous roar, Broly's muscles swelled, his green aura shining brilliantly once more. As an explosion resounded, Broly re-emerged, facing Gula, who had not disintegrated within the beam. Gula frowned, not dead yet. As the smoke cleared, a 3-meter-tall, muscular figure with waist-length green hair materialized. Broly's eyebrows had vanished, his face twisted into a more monstrous visage, and his aura had become utterly terrifying. Super Saiyan Level 3. Embracing the surging power within him, Broly grinned savagely. He had finally broken through at this critical juncture. To celebrate his newfound strength and express gratitude for Gula's contribution, Broly intended to use him as a sacrifice. Feeling the oppressive weight of Broly's power, Gula instinctively took a step back. However, in the blink of an eye, Broly was upon him, delivering a colossal punch to Gula's face, who barely had time to scream before being sent flying. Broly advanced again, seizing Gula's tail, gathering a green energy wave in his right hand, and launching it towards Gula. Thunderous sounds echoed as Gula was carelessly tossed away, now reduced to half his former self, his aura fluctuating precariously on the brink of collapse. "Cursed Saiyan!" Gula bellowed in rage. Golden threads appeared across his body, intertwining rapidly to mend his injuries. "Oh, you can regenerate?" Broly mused, intent on dismantling Gula to see if he could regenerate once more. As Gula sensed the threat, he activated instant transmission, appearing behind Broly, condensing energy into an 8-pointed light wheel, and struck downwards. Ace move, the light sawman, perish. The red wheel descended upon Broly, yet upon contact, it shattered into countless sparks. Gula's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to use instant transmission to flee, but it was too late. Broly's tail ensnared Gula's feet, and with a swift motion, he delivered an elbow strike. As Gula cried out, Broly turned, opening his mouth, unleashing a devastating energy blast that illuminated the horizon, obliterating Gula's upper half. With a swift kick, he sent the remaining half of Gula aside, observing as it writhed before beginning to regenerate. Countless golden threads emerged, intertwining, completing the regeneration process. Once Gula had fully restored himself, he appeared utterly drained. The previous assault had nearly cost him his life, depleting vast reserves of energy for restoration. As the golden light faded, Gula reverted to his original white form. In a flash, he split into two. The two Gulas exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their dire predicament. Chapter 38. The divine perspective satisfying his curiosity, Broly soon lost interest in play and unleashed a wave of energy, sending two of Cooler's henchmen to a hellish fate. His long hair, which had grown to his waist, began to retract, and Broly quickly returned to his usual form. Feeling the surging power within him, a smile crept onto Broly's lips. Had he once again transcended his limits? Yet, the explosive rise in his energy left his body feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed he would need to rest and recover for a while longer to strengthen himself further, enabling him to bear even greater power. Broly soared into the cosmos, randomly selecting a direction, intent on finding a habitable planet to rest. Meanwhile, several observers were watching intently. On the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus and Kampa, accompanied by two angels, were viewing a projection from Whis. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts after watching? Whis inquired with a smile, but at that moment, Beerus's expression was anything but pleasant. Remarkably strong, exceedingly so, in fact. It's infuriating, he muttered. Just moments ago, Kampa had approached Beerus to discuss the Super Dragon Balls, when Whis detected an immense energy emerging in the universe. As they watched Broly depart on the screen, Beerus pondered, stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, I had envisioned a Super Saiyan God in my dreams. I wonder if there is a connection between the two. However, given the current circumstances, this Broly possesses strength that is almost excessive, bordering on the level of a God of Destruction. Kampa couldn't help but chuckle at Beerus's words. Are you afraid, Beerus? TSK. TSK? TSK? The mighty God of Destruction frightened by that? Be quiet. It is you who is frightened. I am merely contemplating how to handle him. Beerus retorted angrily in response to Kampa's taunts. Humph. Kampa turned his head aside, casually whistling. Observing Kampa's nonchalance, Beerus's eyes glinted mischievously. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes. Perhaps you have a similar entity in your 6th universe. You must be feeling a bit of a headache, huh? Kampa grinned at Beerus's mocking expression. Isn't it just the legendary Super Saiyan? I've already found him, but he is merely a child. In due time, I plan to take him as my disciple. At that point, his immense power will naturally be manageable. Yet, the individual from your universe seems to be spiraling out of control. Kampa reveled in the misfortune, entirely disregarding Beerus's darkening countenance. Recent events had been tumultuous since awakening. Beerus's mood had not improved. Due to the Zamasu incident, Kampa had escalated the matter to the Grand Priest, who then intervened. The Grand Priest summoned all surviving gods of destruction and Supreme Kais, only to discover that out of 12 universes, merely 4 remained intact. The others had perished. Among those 4 were the gods from the 6th and 7th universes. During the meeting, the Grand Priest employed instant transmission magic to gather everyone, only to find Beerus asleep in his pajamas and the Supreme Kaishin looking utterly bewildered, as if he had stumbled into a grand spectacle. Upon witnessing this dramatic scene, Beerus received 2 hefty slaps. The meeting concluded with the Grand Priest assigning the task of resurrecting the other gods to Kampa and Beerus, instructing them to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa had already gathered 4 from his universe, and the remaining 3 resided in the 7th universe. Hence the collaboration between the 2 gods of destruction. They then witnessed Broly in a frenzy, observing his 3rd transformation into a Super Saiyan. It was evident that his terrifying strength had reached the standards of a God of Destruction. Although he could not yet rival a God of Destruction, concerns lingered. Whis had researched Broly's background, and the findings were startling. Since his birth, he had been sheltered by his father, with minimal growth and power. It was only a year ago that he broke free from his restraints and embarked on the path of strength. Through rigorous training, he had compensated for his innate deficiencies. And after a year of destruction and seeking out formidable opponents, he had become extraordinarily powerful. In summary, his strength had burgeoned within the span of a year. In contrast, the gods of destruction had existed for millennia, some for even billions of years, having ceased their training due to their invincible status, resulting in stagnation. The emergence of such an anomaly as Broly in the universe suggested that it would not be long before he could rival the gods of destruction, a notion that greatly troubled Beerus. Now, 2 paths lay before him: eliminate the threat preemptively or commence his own rigorous training. As a god of destruction, his innate talent was undeniably high. However, his habitual slumber rendered it unlikely for him to adopt a diligent approach. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of extinguishing Broly's existence. Yet the ramifications of the Zamasu incident and other unknown factors hinted at an impending catastrophe for the universe. In such a scenario, even the gods of destruction might struggle to withstand the fallout, necessitating the cultivation of more formidable warriors. Consequently, Broly could not be slain, which left Beerus in a quandary. Having lounged throughout his life, he now found himself compelled to strive in his twilight years, an unbearable predicament. Whis, do you have any sage advice? Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Lord Beerus, your laziness is quite pronounced. However, this impending cosmic catastrophe brooks no further slumber. Broly is a rare talent and a formidable force, an entity that cannot be eradicated. Moreover, given your prolonged slumber, you may be unaware that the cosmic landscape has dramatically shifted. Powerful warriors are emerging one after another, Broly is not the sole formidable figure. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus' eyes widened in shock. What? There are other formidable characters? Will I be able to survive this? Ha ha ha. Beerus, your forthcoming days may not be so easy. As Kampa mocked Beerus, Bad Dots interjected. But Lord Kampa, your physique is not even as formidable as Lord Beerus's. The cosmic catastrophe is a crisis for all 12 universes. It seems the 6th universe cannot escape either. Shouldn't you also engage in rigorous training? Kampa, who had been reveling in joy, suddenly resembled a cat caught by the throat, rendered speechless. Regardless of the situation, the gods of destruction must remain the mightiest. Anyone capable of reaching the realm of a god of destruction must be kept under control. Beerus' eyes glimmered with a cold light as he gazed at Broly on the screen, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Chapter 39, The Current State of Earth. The mightiest android. Another year has elapsed, during which Gamos has tirelessly immersed himself in the realm of technology. Not only focusing on the advancements of Earth, but also traversing the cosmos to gather the innovations from various planets. Throughout this year, Gamos's personal cultivation has seen no significant progress. However, the efforts have proven worthwhile. For at this moment, androids 17 and 18, under Gamos's transformation, have ascended to become Super 17 and Super 18. The transformation of Android 17 mirrors that depicted in Dragon Ball GT, yet it diverges from the original story, as the modified Super 17 boasts a far more formidable power. According to Gamos's calculations, the battle power of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level should range between 10 billion and 80 billion, while the Super Saiyan 4th level should achieve a staggering 100 billion to 800 billion. The breakthrough state of Super Saiyan 4 lacks precise reference data, making accurate calculations impossible. After all, reaching Super Saiyan 4 means that each subsequent breakthrough equates to a significant leap in power. Presently, the battle power of Super 17 has reached a terrifying 90 billion, with 18 not far behind. Such formidable strength nearly frightened the young Cabe 2 to death upon their emergence. Notably, Vegeta's psyche was on the verge of collapse. After all the relentless training and boundary-breaking efforts, his battle power remains fixed at 9 billion, while 17, after merely resting, has skyrocketed to 90 billion, a staggering hundredfold disparity. However, it is somewhat reassuring that this represents the pinnacle of technological advancement. Any further enhancement would require various insights or other fortuitous events, elements that must be cultivated through personal endeavor. As for alternative methods, Gamos is uncertain. In Dragon Ball Super, there exists a universe adept at mechanical innovation, where a powerful robot was formed. Nonetheless, that is pure technology, not an android. Gamos scoffs at the notion, questioning the essence of strength if one is no longer human. Currently, the mightiest warriors on Earth are the androids 17 and 18, followed by 2 imposter Saiyans, Krillin and Yamcha, who can transform into Super Blue. As for Launch, her battle power remains unknown. Once she exerts her full strength, she tends to spiral out of control. Hence, she has been focusing on cultivating her mental fortitude during this period. One day, Gamos emerged from his laboratory, accompanied by another individual. Ha ha ha. I, Mr. Satan, am finally the strongest, Satan proclaimed, striking a victorious pose, instinctively reaching for his golden belt only to realize he was not wearing it. However, it mattered not, for he had become the veritable guardian of Earth. Indeed, this was the product of Gamos's transformation, Android 19, Mr. Satan. This individual is renowned, heralded as the strongest Earthling, at least when disregarding martial artists. Notably, it was Satan's charisma in the Majin Buu saga that prompted Goku to gather the energy for the Spirit Bomb to vanquish Majin Buu. Thus, Gamos had summoned Satan, transforming him into Android 19. With his newfound strength, Satan would inevitably grow restless and begin to amplify his fame. As a mere mortal, he could easily make all the inhabitants of Earth his ardent admirers. Thus, as an android, it would be no stretch to expect the entire universe to become his devoted followers. At this moment, Satan is not just an ordinary android, he is Super 19, wielding an impressive battle power of 90 million, equivalent to the peak of a regular Super Saiyan 4, certain to astound everyone. Upon his entrance, Satan immediately soared above a densely populated city to showcase his prowess. Gamos offered no objections, allowing him to display his talents freely. Vegeta stood atop a mountain peak, watching Satan from afar, his teeth clenched in frustration. How could one who was once a mere weakling, with a battle power below 50, gain the ability to crush him with a single finger in just 1 week? Who could maintain their composure in the face of such disparity? Vegeta, you must maintain your composure. I wish to grow stronger alongside you, Goku said, attempting to console him. Humph. It seems you are the one who feels inadequate and seeks a companion. Vegeta retorted dismissively, his expression revealing his disdain. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he would never allow his mindset to falter so easily. So what if he is an android? Although his starting point is high, his end point is low. Once I break through to Super Saiyan 4, I will possess the strength to contend with him. And when I ascend to Super Saiyan 5, who would dare challenge me? Super Saiyan 6, I shall surpass all. Super Saiyan 7, even the god of destruction shall bow before me. Super Saiyan 8, all shall call me father. Such is the pride of a Saiyan, a warrior race without limits. Goku, having his thoughts laid bare, remained unperturbed and suggested they continue training to strive for an early breakthrough. The current base battle power of both warriors is astonishing, having long surpassed the threshold for transforming into Super Saiyan 3. However, due to an unbroken bottleneck, they must persist in their training to enhance their foundational strength. On Bowsy Mountain, Piccolo sat with a book, gazing at it with a sense of despondency. Before him stood a small girl, resembling a younger Kefla, perhaps only 3 years of age. Uncle Piccolo, when can I finish my studies? I want to train and become stronger. You must first learn to control your mind before you can train. Your talent is extraordinary, but if you lose control, no one will be able to contain you. You need to build a solid foundation from a young age and diligently cultivate your mental strength. This is the path you must take. This little girl is none other than the cultivated version of Cell, yet unlike the original storyline. This Cell is a clone of Kefla and has been bestowed with her own name, Xiaoyin. Since her creation, Gamos entrusted her care to the nurturing expertise of Piccolo, who began to look after his second child. During her time on Bowsy Mountain, Gohan frequently visited to play, and thus, Xiaoyin naturally became Gohan's little sister. Life on Earth has become exceedingly tranquil. At times, Gamos contemplates setting aside his work to indulge in the pleasures of life. Just as he was about to grant himself a well-deserved break after a year of labor, the time-space ring he wore suddenly vibrated. Gamos then utilized the ring to sense other parallel timelines. However, upon looking, he was taken aback. The past is a record to be consulted. The future is an enigma to be foretold, yet only the present can be altered. Otherwise, new parallel worlds would emerge. Currently, the past and future of all parallel worlds have been sealed, an enigmatic force at work, not a mere seal, but a fundamental alteration of the rules of time and space. While it remains possible to access the past and future, traversing the past now feels illusory, akin to a mere projection, rendering historical change and the creation of new timelines impossible. How could this happen? Who is responsible? It is uncertain whether this is for better or worse. Just as Gamos wished to relax, his mood darkened once more. Simultaneously, Gamos extended his mental prowess through the time-space ring to observe several timelines, discovering a particularly tragic one that necessitated his immediate attention. Chapter 40, The Crisis of the Future, extracting his mental energy from that dimension. Jamist flew with a serious expression towards Bulma's residence. Bulma, Bulma, he called out upon arriving at the small courtyard of her home. In a short while, a blue-haired girl emerged from the house, looking at the long-absent Jamist and inquiring, "What brings you here today, great scientist?" As a fellow scientist, Bulma held a fondness for Jamist, finding him far more intriguing than the Saiyans who only concerned themselves with fighting. "Bulma, I plan to leave here for a while. Could you prepare enough food to sustain several thousand people for a year?" Bulma frowned, incredulous. "Are you joking? Even if I have the funds. Gathering such a vast quantity of food takes time. Do you need it urgently?" "Yes, very urgently. I have discovered a dire situation in a parallel universe. That Earth is on the brink of annihilation, and I must assist Goku and Vegeta." Upon hearing about the parallel universe, Bulma's interest was piqued. A parallel world? Is it similar to ours? What about Vegeta and Goku from that world? Jamist shook his head, admitting ignorance. "I'm not sure." "All right. I will do my best to gather more food. When do you depart?" "Tomorrow morning." "Never mind about the food. Lend me the dragon radar." Bulma instantly understood his intention. He was going to summon the dragon. "Is there anything you need us to prepare?" At that moment, two figures descended from the sky, revealing Goku and Vegeta. Their relationship had significantly improved compared to the original tale, where Vegeta had only Goku as his rival. Now, with animosities dispersed, Goku had become a comrade in arms. Jamist retrieved 30 senzu beans from his storage and distributed 10 to each of them, keeping some in reserve. Shortly thereafter, Bulma produced 2 dragon radars. Initially intending to search for the Dragon Balls himself, Jamist now handed the task to the 2 newcomers. In the future world, Gohan lay in a dilapidated house, small yet immaculate, indicating the owner's diligence and upkeep. Bulma placed a towel on Gohan's forehead, tending to his wounds. Gohan had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Trunks sat nearby, his face etched with regret. Had he not been so rash, Gohan would not have been injured, losing an arm in the process. The more Trunks contemplated, the more furious he became. He was weak yet had foolishly challenged the androids, feeling utterly useless for not being able to assist and instead dragging Gohan into danger. Those cursed androids. I will grow stronger and one day eliminate you all. Trunks' eyes burned with fury, a 12-year-old boy stripped of his childhood, burdened with the responsibility of protecting Earth. Trunks, you have done remarkably well. Remember, when Goku was your age, he was not as formidable as you are now. Do not place too much pressure on yourself, or you may break under it. Bulma consoled him. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by a deafening explosion in the distance. With a roar, the building shook, the very earth quaked. Trunks sprang to his feet, clenching his fists, yearning to rush out and confront the androids. Yet reason held him back. Damn those androids, they are wreaking havoc again. Trunks thought of how his impulsiveness had led to danger, with Gohan sacrificing an arm to save him. He could not afford to act recklessly again. Trunks, stay calm. Bulma urged, embracing her son tightly, whispering words of comfort. As a mother, witnessing her son in anguish tore at her heart. Yet she understood that Gohan and Trunks were the last warriors on Earth, bearing an inescapable duty to protect their home. But as a mother, I wish to shield my son from battle, yet I lack the means to change this fate, she mused. Trunks, hold on a little longer. Once your brother wakes, you can train together and grow stronger. That is your best chance. Trunks glanced at his mother, who feigned strength, clenched his teeth, and nodded. Amidst the ruins of the city, a golden-haired girl perched atop the remnants of a broken skyscraper, facing a black-haired boy. 17, what do you think? 17 shook his head. Lamenting, it's unfortunate, he managed to escape. Undeterred, the two stood and prepared to depart. 18, are you certain that besides us, the only other android remaining is that bug? That should be the case. We have completely destroyed Dr. Gero's underground lab. There should be no other facilities. 17 pondered, agreeing. True, given Dr. Gero's financial constraints, establishing one lab was a significant feat. How could he have set up more? In that moment, 17 and 18 reveled in their destructive desires, basking in the thrill of slaughter, feeling quite liberated. After they left, a green head emerged from the ground, glaring at their departure, cursing, those wretches. I, the ultimate android cell, nearly fell victim to these two inferior beings. It's infuriating. At this juncture, Cell remained in his ordinary form, his power barely reaching 1.9 billion despite incessantly absorbing human essence. He had anticipated easily defeating the 1 billion power level androids 17 and 18 to absorb them and attain his perfect form. Yet, to his dismay, 17 and 18 acted unpredictably. After eliminating Dr. Gero, they commenced their rampage, slaughtering the Z warriors who protected Earth, leaving only the two Saiyans standing. Things took a turn when 17 and 18 ascended to the heavenly temple, entering it to train diligently. By the time they emerged, their power had surged to 2.5 billion. Facing two entities with limitless energy was already troublesome enough for Cell, but now they were both formidable foes. What was worse, they were actively hunting for him, eager to eliminate him. Contemplating the situation, Cell felt a throbbing headache, struggling to comprehend where he had gone wrong. Dr. Gero should not have disclosed his existence to them. Initially, they had shown no interest in him, but suddenly they were aware. What could have transpired? Chapter 41. The Tragedy of the Future in the Brilliance of the Morning Sun. A blue-haired youth found himself at the foot of a cliff. Ha, ha, ha. Trunks leaped through the mountains, vigorously swinging his arms and stabbing at the air, fervently engaged in his training. I will have my vengeance. I will triumph. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch, the force creating a long gash across the river below the waterfall. As the energy dissipated, the water rushed back, swiftly returning to calmness. Observing his hands, Trunks gritted his teeth, loathing his own weakness. This is insufficient. This is utterly inadequate. Even Gohan, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, has faltered. What does my meager strength amount to? If only I could transform into a Super Saiyan as well, perhaps I would stand a chance in a 2-on-2 battle. While Trunks continued to berate himself, a distant explosion echoed through the air. Damn androids, you wretched fiends. Trunks glared angrily into the distance, unaware of how many lives would be lost this time. Just as he prepared to resume his training, rustling emerged from the grass behind him. Who was there? Trunks spun around abruptly, only to see a massive green hand growing larger in his sight. It was a green hand adorned with black spots, resembling an alien creature. The hand seized Trunks' face, and as he attempted to resist, a sudden pain shot through his back, and he felt his energy being uncontrollably siphoned away. Through the gaps between the fingers of his captor, Trunks beheld a gigantic green insect, standing upright. "Become my nourishment." Haha. As the creature's tail struck, Trunks' strength waned, his eyelids growing heavier until he reluctantly succumbed to darkness. Trunks. Gohan, just awakened, felt a disorienting haze in his mind, wishing to sleep a little longer. But suddenly sensed Trunks' energy dissipating. It was not a mere concealment, but a force akin to the Yangtze River surging, only to plummet alarmingly, a most unnatural occurrence. Gohan realized that Trunks was in peril, facing a life-and-death crisis. "What is wrong, Gohan?" Bulma rushed in upon hearing his voice. Gohan tore away the bandages binding him, barefoot, and dashed out. In a flash, he soared in a certain direction. Trunks' Bulma sensed something amiss, disbelief washing over her. She staggered, collapsing onto the ground, her face etched with despair. Has this day finally arrived? Beneath the waterfall, Gohan descended, his eyes landing on familiar clothing strewn on the ground. Trunks. After landing, he scanned his surroundings, searching for Trunks, but found no sign of him, only his discarded garments. Confused, Gohan picked up the clothing with one trembling hand. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the jungle, and as Gohan turned, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, the creature's claws piercing through him. Haha. The last Saiyan is mine. Cell laughed maniacally, his tail piercing into Gohan's body. Gohan, utterly powerless to resist, could only watch helplessly as his energy was drained away. The vibrant orange GI fell to the ground as Gohan, the final warrior, departed this world. With Gohan absorbed, Cell's power surged uncontrollably, his body radiating with golden light. The energy exploded, giving birth to a more formidable Cell. The brilliance of a Super Saiyan flickers within me. With the absorption of 2 Saiyans, my strength has escalated. Androids 17 and 18. This time, I shall devour you. Activating his tracking ability, Cell swiftly located the positions of the androids, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Meanwhile, Android 18, changing her attire, sensed a powerful energy from afar, her expression grave. Truly, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero is terrifying. Android 17, leisurely sipping juice outside, also detected the energy, remarking, given the intensity, it seems those 2 elusive Saiyans have been consumed. They exchanged glances, affirming in unison, let us confront him. Without hesitation, they enveloped themselves in white energy and soared towards their foe. Realizing they were not fleeing but charging towards him, Cell smirked. Such foolishness. Meanwhile, Bulma sat listlessly in a chair, her eyes vacant as she gazed at the azure sky, her heart heavy with despair. Our last hope is lost. Why couldn't we hold on just a little longer? Gohan, Trunks, if only we could hide for a few more days, perhaps the time machine would be operational. Just a little more effort after over a decade of struggle to end in failure. Bulma's anguish was palpable. In that moment, in a nearby clearing, countless white energy particles emerged, coalescing into a swirling vortex. As the white light dissipated, 3 figures materialized in the clearing. Goku, Vegeta, this is an alternate timeline. But time appears to flow more swiftly here, remarked Whis, surveying the surroundings, only to soon sense something amiss. Where are the inhabitants of this planet? Why are there so few? Goku said, a troubled expression crossing his face, sensing an ominous premonition. Kakarot, look over there. Vegeta pointed towards a distant ruin. Goku flew closer, and the sight that greeted him left him aghast. The once vibrant city lay in ruins, mere remnants of its former glory, devoid of human presence. What has transpired? Who has wrought such devastation upon the earth? Vegeta's expression darkened, his face pale with dread. My Bulma. In a panic, Vegeta abandoned all composure and soared towards the horizon. Chapter 42. The future of Bulma. Just moments ago, Vegeta sensed the diminishing essence of his beloved wife. In a mere span of 10 kilometers, he reached his destination in just a few breaths, and there she lay, collapsed in a pool of blood, Bulma. Vegeta's heart surged with fury as he beheld his wife in such a dire state. Who could have done this? Suppressing the tempest of rage within, he rushed forward, enveloping her in his arms, and retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, placing it gently in her mouth. Hurry, Bulma, this is a Senzu bean. Yet, Bulma remained unconscious, oblivious to the world around her. In desperation, Vegeta resorted to the most humiliating act. He pressed his lips against hers, feeding her the bean directly. Slowly, Bulma's eyes fluttered open, revealing the face she had longed to see. Vegeta, it's wonderful. After so many years, I finally see you again. I never want to be apart from you, even if this place is hell. Seeing her haggard appearance, Vegeta felt an unfamiliar ache in his heart. Each time he returned from training, battered and bruised, she had been there, scolding him with concern, whenever he struggled against the future's oppressive foes. It was this very woman who had continually encouraged him. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had become an inseparable part of his life. What happened to you, Bulma? Who did this? As she regained her composure, Vegeta's pride resurfaced, and he questioned her with a commanding tone. Ah, my proud Vegeta, you haven't changed a bit. Bulma's voice shifted, transforming from concern to fury. Who did this to me? How dare you ask? If it weren't for your arrogant insistence on facing the androids alone, would we have faced such devastation? If you had only listened, our family would not have splintered, our friends would still be alive, and Earth would not be in ruins. It is all your fault, you arrogant fool. Years of suppressed emotions erupted in that moment. Bulma struck him repeatedly, her words turning to sobs as she poured out her grievances. Finally, she collapsed into his embrace, her voice a soft murmur of her long-held sorrows. Bulma, I do not know what transpired, but I am sorry. Vegeta, unsure of how to comfort her, lowered his proud head and offered his apology, moved by her distress. With a whoosh, Goku and Jamos landed nearby. Upon witnessing Bulma, bloodied and weeping in Vegeta's arms, Goku opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Jamos' gesture. They found a place to sit, allowing Bulma to weep until her tears subsided. Once silence fell, Vegeta inquired about the events that had transpired 13 years ago. After you were killed by the androids, Earth lost its warriors capable of standing against them. Krillin and Tien sacrificed themselves to protect our home. In the end, only the young Gohan and my unborn Trunks remained, carrying the weight of our planet's hopes. Despite Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for the androids. In a desperate battle, he lost an arm while trying to save Trunks. Today, sensing Trunks was in danger, Gohan rushed out and never returned. Satellite observations confirmed their deaths. With no fighters left on Earth, what meaning does my survival hold? Everything is lost. Earth is devoid of hope. Yet, even in death, I encountered you once more. Bulma gazed tenderly at her husband. And Vegeta was taken aback by the revelation that she had contemplated suicide out of despair. He thought of his own Bulma from a different timeline, vibrant and strong-willed. Yet here was a woman who had succumbed to hopelessness after years of tribulation. What of me? I seemed to have avoided the battle. Where was I during all this? Goku pondered aloud, perplexed. Surely, he had been stronger than Vegeta then. If he had fought, perhaps the androids could have been vanquished. Bulma, focused intently on Vegeta, suddenly noticed Goku's presence and turned to him, startled. Goku, is that really you? Yes, it's me. I had no idea your future was so grim. Goku blurted, oblivious to the weight of his words. Bulma's sorrow swiftly transformed into anger. You are the most useless. The androids hadn't even arrived, and you succumbed to heart disease. Heart disease? I died from illness? Goku exclaimed incredulously, pointing to himself. Bulma sensed something was amiss. How could Goku be unaware of his demise? Furthermore, Vegeta appeared unchanged, and the surroundings mirrored her own small room. Realization dawned upon her as she gasped, retreating a few steps and pointing at Vegeta and Goku. Who are you? You cannot be the Goku and Vegeta I know. Seeing her distress, Goku waved his hands in reassurance. Bulma, we are not the people you know. We come from the past, having traveled from 13 years ago. In our world, the androids did not pose a threat. We are here to help you. Indeed, Bulma. It was Jamos who sensed the crisis in your timeline and brought us here to assist you. As Bulma absorbed their words, confusion mingled with clarity. How had they arrived from 13 years prior? Did she, in their timeline, create a time machine so long ago? Who is this Jamos you speak of? It is I. Bulma, I am Jamos. Chapter 43, A Fateful Encounter before the youthful figure before her, Bulma inquired with a hint of perplexity. Who are you? Do we know each other? It seems you do not belong to our world. How did you arrive here? Jamos rose to his feet, his right fist resting upon his chest. And with a confident gesture, he indicated himself with a thumb. I am Jamos, the legendary Super Saiyan, and a distinguished scientist. We have come to alleviate the crisis posed by the androids, and to assist in resurrecting the warriors of this timeline. He paused, then continued, as for our arrival. Aside from your time machine, the Supreme Kai possesses a temporal ring that allows passage through time, enabling me to bring them here. Demonstrating the silver ring adorning his right index finger, he added, this is the time ring, and pointed to a bronze, ancient ring on his ring finger. This one grants access to the Senzabine planet. The legendary Super Saiyan, a scientist? These identities seem at odds, Bulma thought. As the group was about to delve deeper into conversation when the ground began to tremble, accompanied by a series of relentless explosions. What is happening? Goku questioned, casting a bewildered glance outside, unaware of the fierce battle occurring beyond. It is the androids. They are rampaging, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent, leaving cities on Earth in ruins. Bulma exclaimed, her teeth clenched in fury at the mere mention of the androids, wishing to see them eradicated. Let us investigate, Goku declared, leading the charge as he soared outwards, with Vegeta close in pursuit, leaving Jamos behind. In a rocky terrain, a short-haired youth, scarf tied around his chest, seized the tail of a massive, spotted humanoid insect and plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. With a thunderous impact, Cell was plunged into a heap of rubble. Before he could catch his breath, the sky above was filled with countless energy blasts prepared by Android 18, unleashing a relentless barrage that left Cell disoriented. You two have provoked my wrath. Cell bellowed as he charged through their onslaught, emerging from the debris and lunging at Android 17, blocking their attacks with his tail. He reached 17 and began to assault him fiercely. Get away from me, you wretched creature. 17 retaliated with a swift kick to Cell's midsection. Though Cell grunted in pain, he retaliated with a swift claw strike, tearing through the fabric of 17's shirt, narrowly avoiding flesh. 17, we possess boundless energy, create distance for ranged attacks. 18 commanded from above as she unleashed various forms of energy blasts to shield 17. One of Cell's punches was intercepted by an energy blast from 18, disrupting his assault. Seizing the opportunity, 17 leapt back, increasing the space between them. Then, the two androids flanked Cell and unleashed a furious onslaught, transforming the sky into a cloud of dust reminiscent of a royal battle. The battle had reached a stalemate. 17 and 18 had infinite energy, yet they remained vulnerable to injury, while Cell possessed regenerative abilities but lacked endless stamina. As Cell endured their attacks, he soared higher, reversing his palms beside his face, positioning himself against the radiant sun. Finally, he unleashed his signature move, Solar Flare. The blinding light rendered 17 and 18 instantly sightless, catching them off guard. Seizing the moment, Cell aimed to absorb one of them, hoping to turn the tide. However, 17 and 18 had anticipated this, and, despite their blindness, swiftly distanced themselves. As they each soared in opposite directions, they prepared to strike back with their own solar flare. Caught off guard, Cell was overwhelmed by the blinding brilliance. Letting out a pained cry as he shielded his eyes, temporarily blinded, the three combatants, now sightless, flailed in the air. Though 17 and 18 were energy-efficient androids, Cell, with his abundant energy, became a target. They unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly bombarding Cell until he finally collapsed into a lake, his energy dissipating. Has that fiend been vanquished? 18 pondered, gazing at the now tranquil waters. 17 activated his radar, scanning for life signs, but found none. Still, out of caution, he released an energy wave toward the lake. The explosive force pierced the lake's surface, sending up a massive splash before restoring calm. Surely, he is dead. Yet we must remain vigilant. That synthetic creature possesses formidable vitality and regenerative abilities, which makes him a formidable foe, 17 cautioned. Regardless of Cell's fate, they resolved to leave and train, determined to grow stronger for the inevitable return of their adversary. Let us depart, 18 suggested, proposing they check a nearby city for any surviving humans needing an outlet for their pin-up frustrations. A game of cat and mouse could provide the perfect release. Suddenly, their energy detectors began to flash wildly, revealing alarming numbers that escalated rapidly. 20 billion and climbing, they exclaimed in shock, the readings surpassing their detection capacity as they exchanged alarmed glances. What fresh horror is upon us now? As they gazed into the distance, Goku and Vegeta, having sensed the disturbance, transformed into Super Saiyans and arrived before them in an instant. 17, 18, is it true that the remnants of humanity on Earth are dwindling? And you are responsible? Goku's voice trembled with rage, unable to reconcile the androids he knew as protectors with the malevolence they now exhibited. How dare you cause my Bulma such distress? Today, I shall not show you mercy. Vegeta seethed, his fist cracking with fury. Earlier, as they journeyed, the duo had witnessed the devastation of cities, once vibrant, now reduced to ruins, inhabited only by a few survivors clinging to life in the shadows. Goku could hardly associate these androids with the versions he knew. They were as different as night and day. 17 and 18 recognized their adversaries, one being the first Earth warrior they had slain, Vegeta, and the other their primary target, Goku. Chapter 44. Perfect Cell is not so impressive, Son Goku and Vegeta. Are you not supposed to have perished 13 years ago? Especially you, Vegeta. We personally ended your life. The 17th exclaimed in terror. Confronted by the figures of the seemingly deceased, now standing before him, exuding an aura of sheer dread, an utterly irrational scenario. Humph. This time, I shall personally eradicate both of you. Vegeta, fueled by his pride, was incensed at the mere thought of being killed. Even if it was by a version of himself from another timeline. Wait a moment. The 17th attempted to speak, but Vegeta denied him the opportunity. His body enveloped in a golden aura as he charged forward with lethal intent. Perish. Vegeta's fist collided with the 17th's chest, sending him hurtling into the forest. Crashing violently into a mountain. He could almost hear the sound of his own ribs shattering. Plunged into a pit of despair, immobile, his consciousness fading. The 18th looked on in horror at the fate of the 17th, her gaze towards Vegeta filled with fear. How could you have become this powerful? This is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Saiyans surpass your wildest imagination. Vegeta concentrated an energy wave in his hand and unleashed it towards her. The 18th, unable to evade in time, activated a protective barrier just in the nick of time. However, against the overwhelming force of the energy attack, the barrier shattered in an instant, engulfing her in a torrent of blue light. The shockwave left a massive crater in the ground. With a cold snort, Vegeta spat, "Trash?" Though his anger was vented and his vendetta satisfied, the earth lay in ruins. "I shall pay a visit to Namek," Son Goku declared. Vegeta nodded knowingly, understanding his companion's intent, and did not intervene. At that moment, from where the 17th lay unconscious, a green tail emerged from the ground, clamping onto his head and beginning to consume him. After Son Wukong departed, Vegeta turned to deliver a few more blows, only to find that the 17th had mysteriously vanished. Where's the 17th? Did he escape? On the other side, a similar green tail appeared next to the 18th, swallowing her whole. Sensing something amiss, Vegeta shouted into the air, "Who dares hide in the shadows? Show yourself, and I shall teach you a lesson." Just as his voice faded, a figure burst forth from the ground with a resounding thud. "I have emerged." Another figure exploded from a different location. 2 cells stood before him. What are these creatures? The 2 cells collided, their tails wrapped around the captives they had consumed. This was Tien Shinon's secret technique, the 4 Witches' Fist. Cell divided himself in 2, consuming both the 17th and the 18th in one fell swoop. As the 2 cells merged, the individuals within their tails were absorbed, a blinding light enveloping them. Vegeta instinctively stepped back, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring brightness. "Ha! Thank you so much, Vegeta. With your assistance, I can finally attain my perfect form," Cell exclaimed as horrifying energy began to radiate from him. The tail that had been thrashing about in the air began to retract, and his 3-toed feet morphed into a humanoid shape, his skin gleaming with a new-found luster. At last, Perfect Cell emerged. Sensing his presence, Vegeta scoffed. A trifling collection of trash amalgamated into a slightly larger piece of trash. "Prince Vegeta, in gratitude for your role in my transformation, I shall make you my very first soul to claim." With that, the excited Cell lunged forward, eager to test his newfound strength. "Taste my fist." Cell's punch landed on Vegeta's face, who remained unfazed, countering with a powerful slap that struck Cell back. "You think you can challenge me?" Another slap landed on the opposite side, followed by yet another, each one punctuating his words. "You claim to be perfect?" Another slap resounded. "Thank you for the compliment." And yet another, "Your first soul, is it?" With each phrase, Vegeta delivered a resounding smack, leaving the newly upgraded Cell utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I?" A dazed Cell questioned, having anticipated invincibility upon achieving perfection. The data clearly stated that Perfect Cell would dominate the universe. "Dr. Gero, you deceived me." Vegeta descended like a thunderbolt, sending the once mighty Cell plunging into a nearby lake. "Damn it, the soul I intended to claim was snatched away by you. Anyone in my position would be furious. Cell, come back up here so I can thrash you again." At this point, Cell had retreated into despair, having barely reveled in his perfection before being thoroughly humiliated by Vegeta. "This world is absurd. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Vegeta be this strong? I possess his cells within me. How could I not understand his power? There must be a mistake. Perhaps my entrance was flawed?" Hearing the commotion above, Cell had no choice but to respond, mustering the courage to ascend. "That was merely a fluke. Witness the might of Cell." As he spoke, he struck a victorious pose. But Vegeta felt a tremor within himself, realizing, could there still be Jinu's genes within him? Seeing Cell momentarily halted, he thought his entrance was successful, ready to overpower Vegeta. But the latter, now enraged, delivered a furious kick. "What is this? This is unbearable." With that, Vegeta intended to send him straight to the depths of hell. Final flash. At that moment, Son Wukong returned with a sudden instant transmission. Vegeta, this is bad. The Namekians have all vanished. Kakarot, step aside. Vegeta had already charged his energy attack. But Son Wukong intervened. As he sidestepped, he revealed the beleaguered Cell behind him. Ah, spare me. If you let me live, I will follow you from now on. Cell pleaded, utterly desperate, overwhelmed by the strength of both warriors. Vegeta, initially intent on finishing off Cell in one decisive blow, paused, contemplating. Chapter 45, The Experimentation of Cell. Kakarot, come, give this fellow a good beating. With that, Vegeta charged in, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his opponent. Fueled by his fury over the devastation of Earth, Goku soon joined the fray, leaving Cell utterly despondent. 5 minutes elapsed, and Vegeta hoisted Cell's limp leg, propelling himself toward Bulma. In a concealed underground laboratory, Bulma proudly showcased her time machine, although it was still a work in progress. The achievement was enough to swell her with pride. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Jamos emerged from the depths of the time machine, dust-covered yet visibly pleased. Indeed. Quite remarkable. He immediately set to work, telekinetically manipulating various tiny components, his hands a blur as he disassembled Bulma's nearly completed invention. What are you doing? Bulma shouted, unable to contain her outrage at seeing her creation dismantled. I'm just making some modifications, Jamos replied with a smug grin, adding numerous parts. In a whirlwind of mechanical activity, an entirely new time machine materialized before them in less than 5 minutes. Completed. Bulma approached and pressed the buttons, a multitude of data springing to life. Is this really finished? You've completed my work? Her eyes widened in disbelief. This was the culmination of over a decade of research. And yet Jamos had accomplished it in mere moments. Staring at this little prodigy, Bulma was at a loss for words. This contraption was more ingenious than she could have imagined. Just as Jamos was about to bask in his own brilliance, he sensed Vegeta's aura. Goku and Vegeta returned, and upon seeing their safe arrival, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. All her worries of the past decade dissipated in that instant. With Goku and Vegeta around, victory was assured. Jamos, this is for you. It was then that they noticed Vegeta dragging a limp, green creature behind him, resembling a defeated dog. Cell? Jamos hurried forward, realizing that this was indeed the perfect specimen for research. You, always so keen on your experiments. I trust you'll find this ultimate android fascinating. Vegeta smirked, eager to see what Jamos could do with this specimen and whether he could create an even more formidable android. Indeed, a perfect specimen in its complete form. Hearing their conversation, Cell felt a wave of despair wash over him. As the ultimate android, he had intended to conquer the universe, yet here he was, reduced to a mere subject for experimentation. What an absurdity. Cell found himself speechless, overwhelmed by the fearsome presence of those before him. Realizing the futility of resistance, he resolved to bide his time, waiting for a chance to absorb more powerful beings and return stronger to exact his revenge. Observing the feeble Cell, Jamos pulled a Senza bean from his pocket and stuffed it into Cell's mouth. Instinctively, Cell chewed, feeling a surge of energy as his injuries healed. With a sudden leap, he examined his body. It was restored, and he felt even stronger. Aha! I, Cell, have returned, and I am even mightier. Vegeta, prepare to die. However, before Cell could act, Jamos struck him in the abdomen with a powerful punch, causing Cell to double over in pain. Behave yourself. You. Cell gaped at the seemingly insignificant figure before him, astonished by such strength. This was unimaginable. In that moment, Cell felt as lost as Vegeta had once been, believing himself the supreme ruler of the universe only to find others who surpassed him. The feeling was utterly devastating. I will comply, Cell stammered, intimidated by Jamos' menacing gaze. Excellent. Now, this is no longer about Goku and Vegeta. Jamos produced a universal capsule and, with a resounding bang, his laboratory appeared in an open area. As a scientist, carrying one's laboratory was indeed a commendable habit. Bulma, awestruck by the palace-like laboratory, followed Jamos inside. Vegeta, knowing the inevitable outcome of two scientists working together, anticipated that Cell's fate would not be pleasant. As expected, shortly thereafter, the anguished cries of Cell echoed from within, akin to a slaughtered pig. After a moment of silence for Cell, Vegeta turned to Goku. What shall we do about this timeline? We cannot remain here indefinitely. We must devise a way to revive ourselves in this era. Goku's expression grew serious as he responded. I consulted King Kai, but he could not locate Namek. It is highly probable that the Namekians have met their demise. We must brace ourselves for the worst. This is already the worst-case scenario. With the Dragon Balls on Earth gone and the Namekians vanished, how can we revive anyone from this timeline? We don't even have a single Dragon Ball. Both felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Damn it, if only we could bring the Dragon Balls from our world here. Goku scratched his head absent-mindedly. As soon as he uttered those words, they exchanged glances, realizing that it might actually be feasible. Bringing the Dragon Balls from our world here could indeed revive the inhabitants of this world. Yet, after contemplating, Vegeta shook his head. It feels unreliable. Logically, it should work. But something feels off. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the laboratory, addressing Goku. Goku, there's something I forgot. Here, take this and remember to take your medicine on time. Goku examined the vial in his hand, puzzled. What is this medicine? In the future, you succumb to heart disease, and your timeline hasn't developed a corresponding remedy. But this timeline has. Taking this vial should cure your ailment. You must not die again. Bulma warned sternly before returning to the laboratory. Goku gazed at the medicine in his hand, letting out a sigh. Who would have thought that I, a mighty Super Saiyan, would fall ill? What a tragedy. Humph. Heart disease likely relates to your Kaioken technique. Every time you fight, you use it, and yet your heart somehow endures, Vegeta remarked, unimpressed. Chapter 46. The Transformation of Satan once more. Wukong, Vegeta, assist me in locating the Satan of this timeline. The voice of Jamos resonated within the minds of the two. Instantly, they understood his intentions. He intended to create a Super Satan. TCH, another artificial being. Vegeta expressed his frustration. Feeling that Jamos was treating the creation of super androids like an assembly line, each surpassing him in strength. The weight of his own inadequacies grew heavier, prompting him to hasten his own training. Within the hour, Goku soared through the sky with a screaming individual in his grip. Mr. Satan, please refrain from shouting. You are quite safe. Who are you? How can you fly? Are you also an android? Mr. Satan's face reflected sheer terror. He had been aiding survivors in constructing a temporary base when Goku and Vegeta descended from the heavens, specifically seeking him, and promptly abducted him. Enough with the chatter. You'll understand once we arrive, Vegeta replied curtly, while he held another individual, revealing it to be Satan's daughter, Biddy. In this timeline, Biddy had matured into a beautiful young woman, yet due to the destruction wrought by androids 17 and 18, she had lost her school and was unfamiliar with Gohan, let alone the Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta swiftly brought their captives to the laboratory. Jamos, we have brought the individuals you requested. Upon seeing them, Jamos remarked, a 2-for-1 deal, and we have a little girl, Biddy. Greetings. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where is Bulma? Over there. Jamos pointed to a room. And Vegeta strode in. Upon opening the door, his pupils dilated, and rage surged within him. Before him lay Bulma, peacefully resting in a sleep chamber. Numerous tubes affixed to her body visible through the glass. What is the meaning of this? Jamos, what have you done to her? Vegeta's fury erupted, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Calm down. This was for her own survival. You should be aware of the power of the super androids. If Bulma possesses such strength, she would be able to protect herself in times of danger. But Vegeta struggled to accept that his beloved wife had been transformed into an android. Was this her choice? He finally asked, recalling that the devastation on Earth was a result of the androids, making them the bane of his existence. The notion of Bulma willingly becoming one was unfathomable. Of course, I would never act against a woman's will, Jamos shrugged, then turned his gaze towards Satan and Biddy. The father and daughter exchanged looks of astonishment. Androids? Aren't they the ones who brought chaos to Earth? Are you proposing to turn us into androids? No. I refuse to become a killing machine. I, Satan, am destined to save the world. I am a hero, not a monster, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow you to transform me or my father into such abominations. Observing their resolute expressions, Jamos sighed. The shadow of androids 17 and 18 loomed large over their minds. Reluctantly, he endeavored to clarify the concept of androids, emphasizing that accepting transformation would grant them immense power and enable them to become true heroes. He assured them that there would be no brainwashing or mental control. And even after becoming androids, they could still lead normal lives and bear children. Upon hearing this, Satan sprang to his feet, hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? To protect Earth's peace, I, Satan, am willing to sacrifice myself and become an android. Biddy could not suppress her incredulous expression at her father's sudden change of heart. If that's the case, I shall accept the transformation as well. With their martial arts backgrounds and admirable character, Jamos was more than willing to assist them. Bulma remained in the sleep chamber designated as number 19. while Satan and his daughter entered numbers 20 and 21. The transformation would require a week, and when they awoke, they would be Super Satan and Super Biddy Lee, or Super 20 and Super 21. Soon, they succumbed to slumber, and Jamos programmed the necessary procedures, leaving the entire transformation process to the computers. After completing this task, he turned to the others. What is the status of the external situation? When can Earth be restored? When will the inhabitants be revived? Goku inquired gravely. The Namekians are extinct, and this timeline lacks Dragon Balls. I plan to bring the Dragon Balls from our timeline to resurrect the people here, Jamos replied. Goku's audacious idea earned Jamos silent admiration. It was indeed a clever solution worth attempting. Meanwhile, the Earth trembled once more, as if another calamity loomed on the horizon. What is happening? We have just dealt with the androids. Could there be new adversaries? Vegeta exclaimed, rushing outside to witness a shocking sight. The sky was overcast, and a pink beam of light surged skyward, accompanied by two powerful energies, strikingly similar yet contrasting in nature, one benevolent, the other malevolent. What is going on? Goku and Vegeta sped toward the source of the light, while Jamos observed with flickering intrigue. Majin Buu, and two of them. It seems this timeline diverges from the original. Sensing the excitement, Jamos set aside his tools, shed his lab coat, donned a battle outfit, and followed suit. Upon arriving at the scene of the light, they beheld a large, rotund figure engaged in combat with a child. Both were familiar to Jamos. The large figure was the original Majin Buu, while the child represented Majin Buu's primordial form. In the climactic moments of the Majin Buu saga, Goku had gathered energy to obliterate the child form, with Fat Buu stalling for time, yet unable to prevail against Little Buu. Now, the two forms of Majin Buu were locked in battle. Chapter 47. The Malevolent Wave. At this juncture, how did Little Buu emerge? Jamos was on the verge of madness. This was utterly inconsistent with the storyline. Where had the deviation occurred? Was it his own doing? Yet he seemed to have had no interaction with Majin Buu's narrative. Little Buu swiftly kicked Fat Buu away, then turned his gaze towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Upon noticing Jamos, confusion flickered in his eyes. The fleeting uncertainty in the other's gaze did not escape Jamos's keen observation. He appeared unperturbed by Son Goku and Vegeta, instead harboring doubts about Jamos, recognizing him as an outsider. Consequently, the implication was that he must possess knowledge of the entire Dragon Ball saga. With this realization, Jamos almost conclusively identified the stranger's identity as a fellow traveler. Following his moment of bewilderment, Little Buu immediately became wary. The appearance of an unexpected individual. Could they also be a time traveler? At this moment, both had surmised each other's identities, which only heightened their vigilance. As fellow travelers, they were naturally adversaries. It was prudent not to act recklessly until they understood each other's true nature. Little Buu cast a glance at the flung Fat Buu, contemplating his departure from this tumultuous place. But escape was not in the cards. Vegeta surged forward, blocking Little Buu's path. Step aside, Vegeta declared haughtily, regarding his opponent with disdain. You little brat, you had better be obedient and tell us who you are. Little Buu directed his gaze towards Jamos and spoke. Is this your intention as well? As a compatriot, Jamos wished to avoid conflict. Within the ranks of time travelers, he was merely a lowly soul possessor. What if his adversary possessed a system? What if he had an elder benefactor? That would spell disaster for him. Thus, Jamos spoke courteously. Meeting like this is serendipity. It would be rather impolite to part ways without an introduction. His words were subtly forceful, indicating his desire to avoid confrontation, while simultaneously making it clear he would not allow Little Buu to leave easily. Understanding the implication, Little Buu crossed his arms and declared, I am Zhang Xian, the future ruler of this world. Just as both parties were poised to continue their negotiation, the ground suddenly quaked, heralding a new turmoil across the earth. What now? Son Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. The earth seemed perpetually beset by calamity. Simultaneously, from various locations on earth, figures long deceased began to materialize. Those who should have been in the afterlife had inexplicably breached the barrier between realms, arriving in the mortal world. Observing their lack of halos overhead, it appeared they had been resurrected. What is happening? Did someone wish to bring everyone back to life? Wait, Kakarot, look over there. Son Goku followed the direction indicated and immediately spotted millions of ancient soldiers, definitely not modern beings. Recognizing the familiar scene, Little Buu and Jamos exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the situation. This was a plot from the movie, The Malevolent Wave. Little Buu chuckled, sensing the aura emanating from the underworld, and promptly executed an instant transmission, vanishing from sight. What is going on? Jamos unleashed an energy shield, enveloping the entire laboratory. It seems there is a disturbance in the underworld of this timeline. Son Goku, Vegeta, you two should investigate. Bring back the deceased Piccolo. If these souls can return to the mortal realm, then Piccolo should be able to as well, which would in turn revive the Dragon Balls. Understanding Jamos' intent, the two immediately activated their instant transmission, entering the underworld. Observing the chaos unfolding, Jamos did not linger, turning back towards the laboratory where an unfinished cell awaited his attention. Upon arriving in the underworld, Son Goku and Vegeta began their search for Piccolo's energy signature. He should be in heaven. I'll check there. Then I'll head to hell. With their tasks divided, Son Goku ascended towards heaven, while Vegeta descended into hell. Meanwhile, in a liminal space that belonged neither to heaven nor hell, a realm filled with candy, a massive yellow figure lounged atop a roof, with a blue counterpart on the opposite side. The two rotund figures laughed heartily, occasionally jumping about in merriment. In the original narrative, the machine designed to cleanse evil exploded due to a failure to replace its evil storage canisters, resulting in a small demon absorbing the malevolent energy and transforming into the malevolent wave. Now, when the machine detonated, not only did the original little demon partake in this absorption, but his companion, another small demon, was transformed into the blue figure as well. Future Son Goku, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at this location and immediately spotted the two hefty figures. Hey, are you the ones who trapped King Yima with a barrier? Hearing future Son Goku's voice, the two figures ceased their antics and turned to him with curious expressions. They exchanged glances, then shared a grin before launching an energy blast at him. Future Son Goku raised his arms defensively. The energy blast struck him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The malevolent wave, the malevolent wave. The two figures clapped their hands, joyfully chanting the name. On the other side, Jamos utilized telepathy to inform Son Goku and Vegeta of Piccolo's location, prompting them to find him without delay. Without a moment's hesitation, they returned with Piccolo to the mortal realm. In an instant, Piccolo found himself bewildered, gazing around in confusion. Where am I? This seems to be Earth. What is happening? Upon his return, Piccolo's halo swiftly vanished, resulting in an imbalance between life and death, leading to his resurrection. Wonderful. Piccolo, you have returned. This means the Dragon Balls can be revived. Vegeta instructed Piccolo to seek out Jamos, and the two promptly returned to the underworld. Piccolo, do you know me? Piccolo pointed at himself in bewilderment. Yes, but there is no time for explanations. Here is the Dragon Radar. First, gather the Dragon Balls. Then come to the lookout to find me. Understanding the urgency, Piccolo wasted no time and set off immediately. At that moment, chaos reigned on Earth as ancient beings. Modern individuals, Earthlings, and aliens, all who had perished on Earth, were resurrected. Some remained trapped in the underworld, while all who emerged in the mortal realm began to reclaim their territories, engaging in widespread destruction. Observing the turmoil from the lookout, the resurrected Guardian of Earth gazed down at the chaotic city with sorrowful eyes. Guardian, you have returned. Bubbles exclaimed excitedly, rushing out of the building, joy illuminating his face as he beheld the familiar figure. The Guardian turned, replying, "It has been a long time, Bubbles." Chapter 48, Subduing Cell with a resounding boom. A tank fired a shell, obliterating a building. At that moment, while the soldier reveled in his triumph, an alien soldier clad in Frieza's army attire appeared from the heavens, unleashing an energy blast that decimated the entire tank battalion. Those arrogant troops were once again reduced to mere dust, returning to the underworld. Kakarot, I have returned. A figure, strikingly similar to Son Goku, soared through the sky, laughing maniacally as he gathered waves of energy in his hands, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the city below. The already dilapidated urban landscape transformed into a battlefield for all. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Raditz emerged, launching an energy wave at his opponent. Darius turned, effortlessly swatting the attack aside with a cold smirk. I am not that scoundrel. My name is Darius. A bald Saiyan soon joined, observing Darius and Raditz with a grin. I never expected we would all be resurrected. Haha, that rascal Vegeta. If I ever see him again, I shall surely kill him. As fellow Saiyans, shall we not form an alliance? Raditz agreed. Having been part of the same squad as Nappa, he naturally saw no reason to oppose. Darius, however, scoffed, you two are hardly worthy to stand alongside me. You be more suited to carry my shoes. His words ignited the ire of Nappa and Raditz, who had once served in the Prince of the Saiyans' most formidable team, now belittled by a lower-class warrior. At that moment, Darius, having consumed a spirit fruit, possessed a power exceeding 60,000, while Nappa and Raditz were barely above 1,000 and 10,000, respectively, rendering them somewhat inadequate. As tensions escalated among the three, a green figure materialized from thin air. Saiyans! The trio turned in unison to face the newcomer, who bore an insect-like exoskeleton, adorned with green and black spots, crossing his arms and gazing at them mockingly. "Who are you?" they asked in chorus. "My master instructed me to bring you three with me." The figure was none other than the temporarily subdued Cell. With a simple gesture, he bound their bodies and soared towards the Supreme Kai's temple. At the temple, Zamasu stood at the edge, coldly surveying the chaos below. "What do you intend to do?" the Supreme Kai inquired, startled by Zamasu's sudden appearance. "These beings, who have returned from death, should not exist in the mortal realm." Zamasu raised his hand, conjuring a 10-meter diameter energy sphere that shot into the sky. In the next instant, countless energy beams erupted from the sphere, cascading down like rain, each beam homing in on the resurrected souls below. With a flurry of strikes, the beams rained down upon the city, striking each resurrected individual with precision. And in an instant, Earth transformed into a hellish landscape, as those who had just returned were sent back to the afterlife. "Why you?" The Supreme Kai stared in horror at the young man before him, who, despite his youth, displayed such cruelty, mercilessly slaying hundreds of billions of lives. "They have not truly resurrected. Rather, the balance between life and death has been disrupted, allowing for a temporary return. Their existence would only bring harm to the living, perhaps even lead to their demise." The Supreme Kai sighed, fully aware of the implications, yet the mass slaughter still weighed heavily on his heart. Having completed his task, Cell flew directly to the Supreme Kai's temple, followed by the three incapacitated Saiyans. "Boss, these three must be them. I can tell by their tails that they are undoubtedly Saiyans." Zamasu nodded, producing a capsule and addressing Bubbles. "I require the use of the hyperbolic time chamber." Bubbles, sensing no malevolence from Zamasu, agreed and led him and Cell into the chamber. The hyperbolic time chamber could accommodate only 2 individuals at a time, with each staying no more than 2 days. Zamasu waved dismissively. "Do not worry. With our strength, we can easily break through space." Bubbles fell silent, realizing that for the powerful, rules often held little meaning. As the chamber door closed, he turned to the Supreme Kai, concern etched on his face. "Supreme Kai, Earth is in chaos. We barely survived the android crisis, and now we face this calamity. What shall we do?" "Have no fear. My darker self, known as Piccolo, has already begun gathering the Dragon Balls. We can wish for Earth's salvation." Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Zamasu revealed the entire laboratory, turning to Cell. "Cell, come here." Cell, ever eager, approached. "Boss, what do you wish to do this time? Draw blood or skin alive?" Noticing Cell's apprehension, Zamasu's lips twitched, realizing he may have been too harsh earlier. "Ahem, Cell, what is your dream?" Taken aback by the question, Cell pondered. Did he even have a dream? He had always aspired to become perfect and the strongest being. Yet, he felt he had only achieved half of that goal. He had become perfect, but not the strongest. "I used to think about becoming perfect, but I never considered much beyond that." Zamasu glanced at the computer screen on the wall, fingers dancing over the keyboard as images shifted. "Look at this." He opened a document for Cell to see. Cell examined it, finding little of interest. "You are an artificial life form synthesized from the cells of many beings, possessing traits from Earthlings, Saiyans, Namekians, and the Frost Demon race. Theoretically, you should be the strongest. The reason you must absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve perfection is that their cells are derived from fully matured beings, containing immense power that a mere embryo cannot contain. Thus, the good Dr. Jero extracted some energy and information, storing it within 17 and 18. By absorbing them, you will naturally evolve into your perfect form. But did you know? They haven't truly perished, they remain within you. With your diverse genetic traits, you can grow even stronger. But the presence of 17 and 18 within you may hinder your growth. Cell, the universe is vast, and there are many powerful beings. Would you like to join me and explore the broader horizons of existence to encounter even stronger entities in the cosmos? Zamasu wore a sly grin, akin to a wolf enticing a naive rabbit, igniting a fervor in Cell. "I want to," Cell exclaimed impulsively. However, before he could finish his sentence, a chill ran down his spine as he caught sight of Zamasu's enigmatic smile. Before he could react, Zamasu had already thrown a punch at him. Chapter 49, Confrontation with 2 malicious waves with a single punch. Cell's face swelled to a hue reminiscent of pig liver, and he violently expelled a mouthful of bile from 1982. Upon witnessing the absence of the androids from Cell's expulsion, Janemba struck again. With a resounding thud. Cell could no longer contain himself. A sudden surge of something fierce rose in his throat, and he retched, releasing the alluring form of Android 18. As 18 emerged, Cell devolved into his most grotesque second form. In disbelief, Cell gazed at his hands, horrified to realize he had regressed. He had initially planned to feign submission, to bide his time until he grew stronger, only to strike back when the moment was ripe. However, before he could even implement his scheme, he was forcibly returned to his primitive state. Now, looking at Android 18 on the ground, he yearned to reach out and consume her once more. Cell, you have already attained your perfect form and possess the information from Androids 17 and 18. You no longer require them, a voice echoed. Your regression is due to insufficient energy. Relying on these androids for power is not a sustainable strategy. Another punch landed before Cell could react. A tumultuous churn erupted within him, and once again, he expelled a foreign object. With a cry, he released Android 17 as well. Having consumed both androids, Cell reverted to his original form, insect-like, with a long tail dragging on the ground. Boss, I have become this wretched being, Cell lamented, tears unshed. After laboriously achieving his perfect form, he was reduced to his original state, uncertain if the so-called boss he acknowledged was genuine. What if this was all a ruse to expose his intentions? Fear not. Simply train diligently, and you shall reclaim your perfect form, perhaps even attain a higher one. I have arranged for your training partner, Janemba said, casting a glance at the stasis chamber housing the daughter of Satan, a sly grin gracing his lips. In the depths of hell, the yellow malicious wave incessantly fired energy blasts from its belly, while the blue malicious wave conjured a baseball bat, gleefully batting the energy blasts as if they were baseballs. The target, future Goku, evaded desperately, his movements chaotic. As Goku struggled, a beam of light shot from the distance, striking the blue malicious wave and sending it tumbling. Kakarot, you truly are in a dire state. So what if you defeated Frieza? I have vanquished foes far stronger than you. A figure enveloped in golden light soared towards future Goku, sneering with disdain. It was none other than future Vegeta. The yellow malicious wave hurled insults at future Vegeta, who merely scoffed and dodged with agility. Yet, in a moment of triumph, he was caught off guard by a massive blue fist, sending him flying. The two malicious waves erupted in laughter, joyfully smashing their heads into the ground before spinning rapidly, their bellies launching energy blasts that filled the air with dust and destruction. Future Vegeta, a mere 3 seconds into his stylish entrance, was filled with rage as he beheld the two rotund figures. You insolent fools, seeking your demise, he bellowed, his aura surging explosively. As he roared, his hair shimmered with golden light, lengthening dramatically. After a prolonged roar, I have transformed. My golden locks cascade to my waist, and my brows have vanished. I appear utterly formidable. Future Goku watched in awe as future Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 3rd grade, a testament to his strength. Vegeta, truly the Prince of Saiyans. Your power is remarkable, yet I too am not to be underestimated. Future Goku ascended into the air, fists clenched, beginning to amplify his aura. With a mighty shout. Future Goku radiated brilliant golden light, condensing before transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd grade as well. What? Kakarot, I never expected a lowly warrior like you to reach this level. I underestimated you. Simultaneously, the two charged towards the malicious waves, who were spinning like tops. The sudden surge of energy sent the two figures flying, and they unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes upon the malicious waves' plump bodies. Kakarot, let us see who can dispatch the enemy first. With a fierce kick, they left a significant dent in each other's bellies. Behold, Goku gathered immense energy in his hands, launching it forcefully at the malicious wave's chest. The explosion sent it careening, leaving 2 deep impressions in its torso. Following this, future Goku pressed the advantage, employing a series of descending punches that landed squarely on the malicious wave's forehead, forcefully embedding its head into its torso. I have triumphed, Vegeta. On the other side, future Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to the blue malicious wave, sending it soaring into the sky. He then swiftly ascended above it, channeling immense energy in both hands, launching it downward with the intent to penetrate the foe completely. With a resounding explosion, the immense energy beam pierced through the blue malicious wave, and Vegeta descended. That was because you acted prematurely. I too can end a battle with a single blow. The two continued to banter, neither conceding an inch. Yet, as they prepared to argue further, they noticed that the malicious wave's energy had not dissipated. In fact, it had intensified. In astonishment, they beheld the two seemingly defeated malicious waves, their forms undulating like liquid before contracting. What is happening? To their shock, the once defeated figures transformed into a much more combat-ready second form. The yellow malicious wave morphed into a red-bodied version, identical to its original state, while the blue malicious wave evolved into a purple-bodied variant. Witnessing this transformation, future Goku and Vegeta assumed battle stances, sensing the newfound strength of their adversaries. This time, they were in for a formidable challenge. Chapter 50. The aid of Majin Buu. With a fierce shout, the red evil wave launched the first strike, teleporting directly before Son Wukong and delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Son Wukong gasped in pain, his mouth agape as he was sent flying. Kakarot. Vegeta, witnessing his comrade's immediate defeat, steeled himself, though his efforts proved futile as the massive tail of the purple evil wave lashed out, ensnaring his arm before violently hurling him away. With a contemptuous sneer, the purple evil wave unleashed an energy blast that detonated against the flying Vegeta, leaving him disoriented. The two evil waves erupted in malevolent laughter and advanced menacingly towards the duo. Though Son Wukong and Vegeta attempted to retaliate, the excruciating pain rendered them powerless. Only when their foes were nearly upon them could they muster a feeble breath. The two evil waves unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Son Wukong and Vegeta could do little but endure the onslaught. The adversaries' eerie spatial techniques further complicated their attempts to counterattack, as each time they gathered their strength, the foes effortlessly evaded their strikes. In a simultaneous kick, the two evil waves sent Son Wukong and Vegeta crashing like cannonballs into a mountain of candy. This is hopeless. We can't fight back at all. At this moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta were unable to maintain their transformations and reverted to their normal states. Damn it. Ever since I became invincible in the underworld, my training has slacked off. I never anticipated such formidable opponents would emerge. The two evil waves approached once more, the red evil wave picking up a stone and transforming it into a long sword, while the purple evil wave did the same, crafting a large blade. Just as they prepared to cleave the mountain where Son Wukong and Vegeta stood, two pink figures materialized from thin air. Delicious candy, one exclaimed. Hey, you fatso. Dispose of these two before eating. The newcomers, one stout and one slender, were unmistakably two Majin Buus. Little Buu gazed quizzically at the evil waves but quickly shrugged off his confusion. The script had long since been torn. An additional evil wave was hardly surprising. With a fierce swing, the red evil wave struck, cleaving the fat Buu in two before he could react. Ah. The evil wave cackled in triumph at the swift defeat of its adversary. Yet, in the next moment, the bisected fat Buu began to regenerate, splitting into two identical figures. How amusing. The evil wave gaped, realizing that this peculiar foe was even more adept at transformation than itself. In a fit of rage, the evil wave disassembled its body, concentrating energy into its hands before unleashing a devastating energy blast, creating a gaping hole in the chest of the two fat Buus. Now it's my turn. The two fat Buus grasped the evil wave's hands tightly and yanked, causing the red evil wave to feel an overwhelming force, as if it were about to be torn asunder. It could manipulate space but could not alter its own form. A final scream pierced the air. Meanwhile, Little Buu faced the large blade of the purple evil wave, transforming his left hand into a blade sheath, rendering the weapon immovable. With a swift kick, his leg expanded from half a meter to an astonishing 20 meters, sending the evil wave flying before it could react. Seeing their opponent launched away, Little Buu hurled the weapon, its sharp edge grazing the evil wave's cheek and leaving a long, bloody mark. Staring incredulously at the wound, the purple evil wave realized it had sustained damage. Enraged, the evil wave's energy surged again, violet power erupting forth as it glared at Little Buu with murder in its eyes. Little Buu, however, felt the weight of pressure, despite having temporarily subdued their foes. The disparity in strength was palpable. They were merely managing to hold their ground through versatility and regeneration. If the evil waves truly committed, their chances would diminish significantly. With the two Majin Buus now engaged, Son Wukong and Vegeta finally found a moment to catch their breath, emerging from the debris. Though I know not who you are. Thank you. Son Wukong greeted amiably, while Vegeta, with a huff, remarked solemnly, even with your assistance, defeating them remains an impossibility. All present shared the same realm. Yet the gulf in power was stark. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan Level 3, Son Wukong and Vegeta had swept through Hell's strongest warriors. Their training had naturally waned, leaving their current combat power at approximately 15 billion. As for the Majin Buu, the Fat Buu had experienced a slight decline in power after separating his evil half. Yet he remained a manifestation of the Grand Kaishin, wielding various magics with a battle power of 10.5 billion. Little Buu, inherently powerful and further enhanced by his unique circumstances, boasted a battle power of 20 billion. On the other hand, the evil wave's strength began at a minimum of 30 billion, barely reaching the intermediate level of Super Saiyan level 3. Stop standing there dumbfounded. Wukong, you must know the fusion technique. You two need to fuse immediately. It is our only chance. As a traveler from another realm, Little Buu understood the path to victory, fusion. The emergence of Gogeta would turn the tide of battle. Hearing this, Son Wukong wasted no time, grabbing Vegeta and flying toward a distant candy mountain. Just then, the evil wave's energy soared, one radiating red energy, the other violet. Their sinister auras resonating eerily in unison. The two evil waves exchanged glances and launched a simultaneous attack. Their movements so synchronized that one might assume they were the same entity. Here I come, Little Buu declared, utilizing his rubbery form to transform his fists into meteoric hammers. The evil waves opened their mouths, unleashing beams of light. As the brilliant flashes dissipated, Little Buu's arms disintegrated under the force of the onslaught. Fatty, help. Little Buu cried in terror at the approaching evil waves, realizing his arms had vanished. Here I come. He shouted again as two pink beams shot forth. The evil waves, mistaking them for an attack, attempted to swat them away. Upon witnessing their movements, Little Buu grinned wickedly. You're finished. Chapter 51. The confrontation between the combined evil spirit wave and Gogeta. A vivid pink magical attack struck the two evil spirit waves with a resounding clap, rendering their bodies momentarily rigid. Before they could comprehend the situation, with another sharp sound, they transformed into mere cookies. Cookies! Cookies! Exclaimed Fat Buu, gleefully waving his arms and bouncing towards the treats, eager to devour his spoils. Be careful, Little Buu hastily warned, but Fat Buu, bewildered by the warning, turned around, clearly still processing the events unfolding. Suddenly, the two cookies lying on the ground soared into the air. Sensing something amiss, Fat Buu turned back only to find the cookies, now resembling colossal hands, slap him away with a loud smack. Evil spirit wave. As Little Buu watched in shock, the cookies began to emanate a dark aura, intertwining and eerily merging together. His eyes widened in disbelief. What had happened to the two evil spirit waves? This twist was not even in the original text. As the blinding black lights fused together, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, sending both Majin Buus flying. When they regained their senses, the cookies had amalgamated and dispelled their transformation spell, reverting to humanoid forms. Look out! A figure appeared in the distance, clad in a stylish vest, exuding an aura of invincibility. Clearly, Goku and Vegeta had successfully merged, revealing Gogeta in all his glory. Opposite him, as the black smoke dissipated, a red and purple evil spirit wave materialized. Gogeta had just made his entrance, only to find that his opponent had also completed their fusion. This was proving to be a challenging predicament. Little Buu surveyed the situation, feeling somewhat flustered. How could they proceed now? Their only chance of victory lay in fusion, yet their adversary had achieved the same. Individually, their combat strength paled in comparison, and now, in their combined forms, the outcome was uncertain. Evil spirit wave, your doom is nigh. The confidence that accompanied their fusion led Gogeta to dismiss his opponent entirely. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, he was convinced he could obliterate his foe in a single blow. The evil spirit wave, too, shared this confidence. The energy released from their fusion was enough to crush anything in its path. Tension crackled in the air as Gogeta was the first to strike, gathering a sphere of colorful energy in his palm and hurling it at his opponent. This energy was potent enough to neutralize the malevolence within the evil spirit wave, reverting it back to its diminutive form. However, facing a fused evil spirit wave, it proved insufficient. The evil spirit wave grinned wickedly, conjuring a mass of dark purple energy to collide with Gogeta's colorful attack. A terrifying explosion erupted at their center, sending shockwaves across the surrounding area. The two Majin Buus hastily retreated, fearing they would be caught in the chaos. What kind of monsters are these? Little Buu lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, as he observed the fierce battle between the two fused warriors, a slight smile crept onto his face. Let them fight. I'll just pick up the pieces. With a resounding clash, their fists met, proving to be evenly matched. Gogeta's debut was anything but smooth. Stay here. What are you doing? It's dangerous over there. Fat Buu attempted to restrain Little Buu, but the latter darted towards the battlefield with astonishing speed. Little Buu circled the perimeter of the battle, occasionally bending down to grab or kick at things. Those who observed closely would notice that with each movement, his energy increased and his combat prowess surged rapidly. At that moment, two figures materialized high above the battlefield. What is happening? That terrifying energy must surpass 1,000,000,000,000, at least the level of Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the fray below, where the two figures clashed at such speeds that their movements were indiscernible. Vegeta, doesn't that fighter at a disadvantage resemble a fusion of Krillin and Yamcha? Goku pointed out. And only then did Vegeta realize that the struggling warrior bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, albeit with Gogeta showing more resemblance to Goku. Could this individual be a fusion from this timeline? As the combatants below sensed the sudden appearance of the two above, with a final kick, they both recoiled and instinctively gazed upward. Hey, you two up there, it's dangerous here. Get out, Gogeta called out, while the evil spirit wave retaliated with an energy blast aimed at the newcomers. Dodge. The two quickly utilized instant transmission, vanishing just as a catastrophic explosion rocked the space they had occupied. Damn it, stop right there. Gogeta retaliated with a Kamehameha wave directed at his foe. But the evil spirit wave raised its arms defensively, conjuring a circular portal that absorbed the attack entirely. Here, take this. In an instant, another portal appeared, and the previously absorbed Kamehameha wave rebounded back intact. Gogeta dodged just in time, but the evil spirit wave was already upon him, delivering a powerful tail swipe that sent Gogeta crashing into a mountain of candy. Remarkable. Goku marveled at the astonishing battle, realizing he was utterly outmatched. When will I ever achieve Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta lamented, feeling humiliated at being unable to intervene against such formidable opponents. A bitter pill for a proud Saiyan prince to swallow. Suddenly, Goku rummaged through his pocket, his eyes lighting up as he produced an item. Vegeta. This is what Whis gave me before he left. Should we use it? Upon seeing the two Patera earrings in Goku's hand, Vegeta's expression soured, akin to tasting something foul. Please, I'd rather rely on my own strength. Without allowing a rebuttal, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power soaring to 10.5 billion, and charged at the fused evil spirit wave. Its sinister aura was unmistakable, and the familiar energy emanating from Gogeta made it easy to identify friend from foe. Vegeta. Goku shouted anxiously, you brainless fool. The enemy's power has reached trillions. How do you expect to compete with your mere 100 billion? Chapter 52. The second Gogeta give me death. Vegeta exclaimed, his palms pressed together as he summoned every ounce of his strength, unleashing a colossal energy wave that surged towards the fused evil entity. The malevolent being, merely glancing at the oncoming attack, effortlessly swatted it aside with a casual backhand, and then launched a punch from a distance. The fierce gust of wind from the punch struck Vegeta hundreds of meters away, making him feel as if he had been hit by a freight train, his chest caving in from the sudden impact. Blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth as he was sent flying. Vegeta. Goku rushed to catch the airborne prince, hastily retrieving a Senzu bean from his pocket and offering it to him. With a crisp crack, Vegeta regained his vigor. Damn it, this is infuriating. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. He seethed, reflecting on the relentless oppression he had endured from being tormented by Jamos, to suffering at the hands of Krillin and Yamcha in future bodies, and then facing Majin Buu. After finally arriving in the future and momentarily asserting dominance over a few androids, he found himself swiftly reduced to his former state. As the Prince of Saiyans, he was unwilling to accept such fate. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You wretched fools. Vegeta knelt on the ground, pounding his fists against the earth in a futile expression of his frustration. Goku, well acquainted with Vegeta through their frequent training sessions, understood the source of his anger but felt powerless to console him. Meanwhile, as Gogeta was being pummeled, Buu appeared beside them using instant transmission. What are you two doing standing there? Can't you see Gogeta is losing? Buu exclaimed, frustration etched across his face. Despite the sudden appearance of the two young Saiyans, he urged them to assist. But we can't possibly help, Goku protested. Even if Vegeta and I fuse into Vegeta, our combined power would barely reach, well, 100 billion plus 100 billion, multiplied by 10, just over 200 billion. It's still insufficient. On the battlefield, Gogeta could no longer contain his frustration, channeling his energy to its zenith and transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. This form is notorious for its greatest flaw, its vulnerability. If not decisive, it is ill-suited for prolonged battles. Gogeta, having endured relentless assaults, succumbed to his fury and transformed. Yet the malevolent entity faced Gogeta's new form unperturbed, revealing it had yet to unleash its full might. As the two forces clashed once more, Gogeta found himself at a disadvantage. A massive energy wave struck the ground, causing the rotund Buu to hastily flee, fearing the devastation. Shifting back to Goku's side, Buu explained the fusion dance to the two warriors. Gogeta had fused using this very technique. If we can have two Gogetas and then fuse with the Patera earrings, we would create the ultimate warrior, Vegeta. This is our only chance for a comeback. Are you joking? I would never perform such a humiliating pose. Vegeta retorted. Yet if we do not, victory will elude us. Both Bulmas from our worlds are counting on us. Goku continued to plead. This world's Bulma has suffered for over a decade. Can you bear to let it fall again? Gazing into Buu's and Goku's hopeful eyes, Vegeta clenched his teeth, a cold huff escaping him. I am but a pawn. Moved where needed. My own timeline's affairs are mine to handle. Arriving in the future, I must continue to contribute. Why must my life be so arduous? Ultimately, Vegeta relented. Very well, follow my lead. Fusion. Buu demonstrated the technique, rising onto his toes, arms outstretched, calling out fusion, and completing the motion with a tilt of his body. Did you understand? Should I demonstrate again? No need, we VE grasped it, right, Vegeta? Goku replied. Vegeta, blushing with embarrassment, felt humiliated despite the absence of onlookers. This is ridiculous, he muttered. But it should suffice. Clenching his jaw, he positioned himself beside Goku, and together they began the fusion process. Meanwhile, the unrelenting evil entity, hovering above, pointed a finger downwards, unleashing a purple-black energy beam towards Gogeta. Gogeta swiftly dodged, but the malevolent being, akin to a child discovering a new toy, continued to taunt him with playful jabs, relishing in the chase. Suddenly, the evil entity halted its barrage and, with a swift punch, distorted space itself. Gogeta, caught off guard by the unexpected shift, was struck squarely in the face and sent reeling. Ha! The evil entity roared with laughter, stepping closer, distorting space once more to materialize before Gogeta, unleashing an energy blast directly upon his chest. Gogeta winced in pain, spiraling away at an accelerated pace. In mid-flight, Gogeta suddenly transformed into a blinding white light, splitting apart with a thunderous crash as he struck the ground, creating two deep craters. Kakarot, this entity is too powerful. We cannot contend with it. Fusion is our last resort, and now I have no fallback. After the fierce confrontation, both future Goku and future Vegeta were battered, their bodies marred with wounds and utterly drained of energy, devoid of any fighting spirit. Hee. The evil entity approached them, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Slowly lifting a hand, a long sword materialized, and it advanced menacingly towards the two. Damn it! Goku and Vegeta struggled to rise, yearning to continue the fight. Yet their bodies were utterly spent. Is this truly the end? As the evil entity raised the sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, future Goku desperately sought to intervene, yet was powerless to stop it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, tightly shutting his eyes, awaiting the inevitable demise. In that critical moment, a familiar aura surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous shout, as the sword-wielding evil entity was suddenly kicked away, sent sprawling through the air. Chapter 53. The Arrival of Vegeta and the Schemes of Kid Buu. Who are you? As Vegeta awoke, having narrowly escaped peril, he opened his eyes and beheld the form he had just fused into. Despite having separated from Goku, what was this Vegeta before him? No, wait. We seem to have encountered you during our fusion earlier. Both future Goku and Vegeta recalled the moment they fused, when another version of themselves had appeared in the sky. We are the versions of you from the past. There is no time for idle chatter. You must fuse again and place this earring on your right ear. The past Vegeta tossed them a bag of Senza beans, along with a vibrant green earring. As future Vegeta caught the bag, he noticed its weight, filled to the brim with at least several hundred beans. It was his first encounter with a fully stocked bag, and he marveled at its abundance. Goku, too, was exhilarated by the sight of so many Senza beans, enough to sustain them for quite some time. Previously, they had only possessed a meager handful, never exceeding 10. The malicious energy wave that had been kicked away soon realized what was happening and turned its gaze towards them, recognizing the very foe it had just vanquished. With a disdainful scoff, the energy wave's space distorted as it unleashed its fists, attempting to strike from a distance. However, past Vegeta swiftly employed instant transmission, appearing directly before the adversary and delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Though the blow was forceful, it inflicted minimal damage, causing the malevolent entity to stagger back a few steps before retaliating with a heavy strike to Vegeta's chest, forcing him to expel a bitter taste and send him flying like a severed kite. This was the disparity in their power. The gap in individual combat strength only widened after fusion. Future Goku and Vegeta each consumed a Senzu bean, their muscles bulging as they instantly restored themselves to peak condition. All right, Vegeta, let's hurry. Vegeta huffed, and the two took their positions for fusion. Fashown. As they completed their dance, their forms melded once more, and Future Vegeta emerged. Without hesitation, Future Vegeta affixed the earring to his ear. Witnessing the fusion, past Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and promptly consumed it. In the next moment, the green earring on past Vegeta's left ear glimmered, resonating with the one on Future Vegeta's right. The two bodies were irresistibly drawn to one another. The once confident evil energy wave suddenly sensed an unsettling shift and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The two Vegetos collided, merging into a singular entity. A new warrior emerging from the brilliance. As the light faded, a formidable figure radiating confidence fixed a cold gaze upon the malevolent wave. This ends now. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, the evil wave was gripped by a twinge of fear. Yet, steeling itself, it charged forward, determined to strike first. Channeling all its energy into its right fist, it aimed a devastating blow at Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta condensed energy into a radiant orb and met the attack head-on with a punch to the chest. A thunderous boom echoed as the once arrogant evil wave felt its energy destabilize. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it let out a furious, defiant roar. No. This cannot be. Yet, despite its protests, the overwhelming assault from Vegeta led to its utter dissolution, purging the evil energy and reverting the two small demons to their original forms. The two demons, bewildered by their sudden recovery, glanced up only to be met by Vegeta's icy demeanor, sending them scurrying in fear. At last, the ordeal is resolved. Vegeta removed his earring, reverting to the two separate Vegetos. Observing from afar, Kid Buu could not suppress a smirk. Is it over? This battle has yielded a bountiful harvest for me, but it's still not enough. Consuming you will surely amplify my strength. As the two Vegetos turned to question each other, they sensed something amiss and attempted to evade, but were a moment too late. Two blobs of pink flesh suddenly lunged from the shadows, adhering to their bodies. They struggled in vain as two beams of pink light enveloped them, transforming them into candy. The rapidity of the events left them stunned. Ahaha! I am the ultimate victor. Kid Buu cackled triumphantly, having witnessed his power soar from 20 billion to 80 billion in the midst of battle. In a single confrontation, his strength had quadrupled. As the two Vegetos found themselves ensnared in the pink mass, Kid Buu opened his arms wide, welcoming the return of the flesh. Ahaha. Absorbing the two protagonists of this fusion, I shall become unstoppable. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Fat Buu, who had been idly observing, suddenly employed instant transmission and grasped the blobs of flesh with both hands. Candy, mine. Kid Buu's expression soured upon realizing his grave mistake. He had forgotten about Fat Buu. In a moment of rivalry, he had inadvertently invited an unexpected contender to the fray. Then I shall consume you both. Enraged, Kid Buu's power surged, unleashing all 80 billion of his might as he charged at Fat Buu. Since both were Majin Buu, their powers were rooted in the same essence, allowing Fat Buu to absorb the released blobs, albeit with a hint of rebellion. As Fat Buu seized the two blobs, they adhered to his hands, enveloping him entirely. Just as Fat Buu began to assimilate them, Kid Buu's body softened, morphing into a colossal mass of pink flesh, enveloping Fat Buu along with the two unassimilated blobs. What followed was a bizarre spectacle, a gigantic pink mass writhing as if two tumultuous waves clashed against one another, causing the entire mass to quiver. The two forces battled within, the surface crackling with pink lightning, radiating an aura of terrifying pressure. With a deafening roar, the surrounding environment transformed, the once sweet candy realm becoming a foreboding landscape shrouded in dark clouds. As time progressed, within a mere minute, the tumultuous mass began to stabilize, shrinking and convulsing until it reformed into the familiar figure of Kid Buu. Chapter 54. Preparing to confront Majin Buu. The re-emerged Majin Buu gasped heavily, glancing at his hands with a relieved smile. It was a narrow escape from failure. That wretched, rotund fool nearly thwarted my plans. Yet, ultimately, my superior skills prevailed. With the absorption of two Vegetas, I shall reign supreme over the world. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am the favored child of fortune. In a state of exhilaration, Majin Buu stood there, laughing boastfully. Meanwhile, everything transpiring was vividly displayed on a screen. Seated before this screen was a handsome man with blue skin and long white hair, unmistakably an angelic being. Goku furrowed his brow as he observed the screen. System, what is this fellow's golden finger? Upon receiving his command, a diminutive golden sprite appeared, waving its tiny hand to conjure a small screen before him. As the sprite's fingers danced, a stream of data rapidly transformed. I found it, Master. It is the ability to collect battle power and various skills. In his perspective, whenever a battle occurs, battle power drops, and this traveler can gather all of it for his own use. Furthermore, with Majin Buu's unique absorption, he can freely control his form. Maikoku stroked his chin, pondering aloud. This golden finger isn't particularly formidable, yet it is clever of him to have devoured two protagonists. However, what happens to the Dragon Ball world without its heroes? This cannot stand. Relay this information to the traveler named Gammoth. The sprite conducted another scan and, with a note of concern, replied, Master. I just scanned Gammoth and detected a fiercely violent mental fluctuation deep within him, an unstable factor. I have a foreboding that as his strength increases, this violent mental wave will intensify, inevitably leading to an explosion. Intrigued by the system's revelation, Maikoku mused, a second personality or perhaps a second soul. Uncertain. Regardless, he may be a sleeper asset. Although he lacks a golden finger, he is still a traveler and might become an ally in the future. We must remember that individual is beyond our capacity to contend with. Even a few expendables could improve our odds. Maikoku gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative and restless. The system, aware of its master's intentions, recognized that it had transported Maikoku's soul into this realm. Initially believing he was unique, he unexpectedly encountered another traveler. This individual possessed a more powerful system, not only as a traveler, but also as a reincarnated being, with strength that defied the heavens. That battle had nearly cost Maikoku his life. For decades, he had been biding his time, developing in obscurity. What had begun as a casual scan of a time-space had led to the discovery of two travelers. Fortunately, neither bore formidable golden fingers. Soon, Maikoku reached a decision and instructed the system to relay the occurrences in this time-space held to Gammoth. System, aren't travelers supposed to be rare? Why are there so many? Because this is the Dragon Ball world, a veritable haven for travelers. If it weren't for the abundance of parallel worlds, the likelihood of finding a traveler among 10 individuals would be quite high. As this information was dispatched, a message traversed the barriers of worlds, swiftly reaching the hyperbolic time chamber in a parallel universe. Inside, Gammoth diligently tapped away at his computer, the screen flickering with simulated data. At last, Gammoth pressed the enter key, and the simulated battle data was complete. Phew, success at last. The original energy template used by the androids was derived from his own transmitted green energy. However, this energy was overly domineering, hindering the android's full potential and risking self-harm. Now, by integrating the divine aura, Gammoth resolved this issue. The power of the red Super Saiyan God, while formidable, was remarkably gentle, perfectly melding with his green energy to rectify his dilemma. According to Gammoth's calculations, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 should range between 100 billion and 1 trillion. Previously, the super androids could only reach the mid-level of Super Saiyan 4, approximately 500 to 600 billion. Now, with the Divine Aura's enhancement, their peak battle power could soar to 900 billion or even beyond. Having completed his work, Gammoth exited the laboratory, turning his gaze outside. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from the laboratory near the entrance, the rest of the space resembled a battlefield. Satan and his daughter, alongside Bulma and Launch, were all engaged in training. In addition to these 4 super androids, the ultimate android, Cell, was also in the fray, battling fiercely. Initially, Cell, as the ultimate android, struggled to withstand the residual battle waves from the others. However, after nearly a year of training, he managed to reclaim his dignity. Once reduced to a bug-like form by Gammoth, Cell had trained relentlessly and regained his perfect form, ultimately mastering his golden transformation. Now, when the golden Cell transformed, his terrifying aura could instantly suppress the other 4 androids, truly earning the title of Ultimate Android. Observing the ongoing battles, Gammoth wore a satisfied smile. Excellent, excellent. Once my skills mature further, these super androids can be mass-produced. Zamasu, I look forward to seeing how you will respond to an unlimited number of Super Blue Warriors. Just as Gammoth was lost in his visions of the future, a startling image flashed through his mind. Majin Buu had consumed 2 Vegetas. The expression on Gammoth's face darkened immediately. Fellow traveler, you have taken things too far. Among the 2 Son Gokus and Vegetas that Buu had devoured, one pair had been brought from the past. To see them consumed was intolerable. It is time to make my exit. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Gammoth's eyes. It seemed this fellow traveler could not be allowed to remain. Hey, you lot, there is trouble in hell. Who wants to join me for a look? The previously engaged Cell and Satan paused at Gametha's words, halting their actions. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch, who had been sparring, perked up at the mention of hell. The five of them swiftly converged. Gamoth, can we finally leave? I've grown weary of this place, Bulma complained, having reverted to her youthful 20-year-old self, brimming with energy, capable of enduring a week-long experiment without rest. After being successfully modified, she and Launch had been practicing control over their powers under Gametha's supervision, which had led to their prolonged complaints. Now, not only could they leave, but they would also explore hell, filling both with immense excitement. On the other hand, upon hearing of trouble in hell, Cell and Satan eagerly rubbed their fists, seemingly ready for a fight, eager to showcase their prowess. It's just hell. I can suppress it with ease, Cell remarked, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Ever since I acknowledged Jamos as my leader, my strength has been surging remarkably. The only regret I harbor is the lack of an opportunity to truly showcase my abilities. I have grown weary of the incessant confrontations with Satan and his daughter. At last, I can anticipate a change in adversaries. Satan himself is equally exhilarated. As the esteemed savior, he has long been confined here. And the mere thought of finally revealing his prowess before the world fills him with an uncontrollable thrill. When shall we embark? This sentiment resonates with everyone. A smile graces Jamos's lips as he replies, wait for me to enhance your abilities, and then we shall set forth. Chapter 55, The War of Satan in the Underworld. Majin Buu joyfully leapt 300 meters into the air, emitting exuberant sounds of delight. La la la. Majin Buu is here. Earth, delectable food, beautiful women, it's all mine. The thought of his previous life of relentless work brought him to tears. After toiling for decades, only to be cast aside by his company in midlife, he found himself unable to afford even a modest home with the savings he had painstakingly accumulated. But now, those troubles were mere trifles. Would you prefer 500,000 or 500,000 in combat power? With 500,000, one could purchase a house and continue a life of servitude. Yet, with 500,000 in combat power, I could declare that this piece of paper is worth 50 billion, and it would indeed hold that value. The strong have the ability to shatter the rules at will. And now, Majin Buu's combat power soared to an astounding 800 billion, capable of annihilating the universe. Happiness was within his grasp. How could he not be elated? As Majin Buu danced with glee, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, with a swift motion. The likes of Jocko, Cell, Satan, Videl, Bulma, and Launch all arrived. Majin Buu, how dare you absorb my people? Jaco's expression darkened as he addressed the newcomer coldly. Unfazed by the chilling remarks, Majin Buu retorted defiantly, what are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Let me tell you, I am the strongest being in this universe. Unless a god of destruction appears, I can do as I please, and no one can stop me. As for you, as a fellow countryman, if you kneel and bow twice, I will overlook your earlier disrespect. Majin Buu exuded fearlessness, floating gracefully as if he were the paramount being in existence. How infuriating. This fellow is far too arrogant. I shall teach him a lesson. Satan was the first to step forward, unable to resist the urge to strike the diminutive pink figure before him. I've heard tales of your prowess. I wonder if you can withstand a blow. Upon seeing the first challenger, Majin Buu erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Fellow countrymen, no matter how cowardly you may be, you need not bring such a toy to amuse me. Do you wish to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my fortune? Satan, ha ha ha. It was well known that Satan, as Earth's hero, possessed a combat power of no more than 20, infamous yet weak, hardly a contender on the battlefield. Thus, Majin Buu found it amusing that he was the first to step forward. You dare disrespect the great Satan? I will teach you a lesson. Satan clenched his fists, placing them on his hips, standing tall in an imposing manner. Remember, the one who will strike you is the magnificent Satan. Yes, Majin Buu regarded Satan with contempt, instead focusing on Jocko. For ordinary humans in one cell, all are mere trash. How about you face me in battle? It will allow me to test my current strength. To him, only this fellow countryman was worth his attention. Jocko smiled lightly, responding effortlessly, Satan, don't kill him. Our friends are still inside this fellow's belly. Satan nodded, assuring him, and then turned to Majin Buu. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Majin Buu, gritting his teeth, thought, I possess 800 billion in combat power. And you provoke me without even considering my strength. You must be seeking death. With that, he extended a finger, a pink beam of energy coalescing at his fingertip, before unleashing a deadly ray towards Satan. In response, Satan waved his left hand lightly, as if swatting away an insect, deflecting the pink beam into the sky. Let me show you my Iron Fist. Satan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Majin Buu's face. Majin Buu, caught off guard, was struck squarely, his face caving in upon impact. Satan's Shadow Fist. An onslaught of punches descended upon Majin Buu's diminutive form, overwhelming him in a flurry of blows. In mere seconds, he had endured thousands of strikes, leaving him battered and bruised. Satan's Shockwave. A palm thrust towards Majin Buu unleashed a terrifying wave of white energy, engulfing him entirely. With a resounding boom, Satan concluded his combination of attacks, leaving Majin Buu vanished from sight. Ahaha. I, Satan, am indeed the strongest. Posing victoriously. He hardly had a moment to revel in his triumph before a pink energy surged from the rubble, revealing Majin Buu once more. At that moment, Majin Buu wore an expression of astonishment, pondering how a comical character could possess such formidable strength. Is this reality? Could it be that I have not traversed into a mere illusion? He was not gravely injured. Rather, he was astonished that Satan was not an ordinary human. How is this possible? I am now Super Satan. With a sudden surge of energy, Satan's body was enveloped in a radiant white aura, his presence exuding an overwhelming pressure that was nearly suffocating. Behold, I am the mightiest warrior on earth, Super Satan. With renewed vigor, he charged at Majin Buu. Satan's Flying Kick. Observing the impending attack, Majin Buu smirked, dismissing any concern regarding the source of Satan's newfound power. It was time to engage in battle. Suddenly, a large hole formed in his chest, and his body began to stretch and widen. Satan's confident kick sailed through the gaping void in Majin Buu's chest. Oh ho! Majin Buu mischievously twisted his body 180 degrees, elongated form catching Satan off guard. As Satan turned, he was met with the perilous proximity of Majin Buu's face. Two small pink hands struck Satan's face with explosive force. Boom! Satan was sent flying. Father! Videl rushed to assist, but Satan quickly halted her. I can handle this alone. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he prepared for a serious confrontation. You are indeed formidable. Now, allow me to showcase the true power of Super Satan. He spread his arms wide, releasing a low growl. Aha! A surge of even greater energy erupted from within him, a vibrant green light enveloping his form. As he began to grow in stature, as the luminescence dissipated into shimmering particles, Satan reemerged, towering at 2.5 meters, muscles rippling, and a strikingly handsome visage, enhancing his already formidable presence. Chapter 56, Villager, the Dragon Balls are ill-suited for you. Your doomsday has arrived. Even if you plead for mercy, it is futile. For I shall not spare you. Satan clenched his right fist to his chest, extending his thumb towards himself in a classic gesture of derision. Little Buu gritted his teeth, acutely sensing the formidable energy emanating from his opponent, which he estimated to be at least 80 billion in battle power, now on par with his own. Impossible. This cannot be. I am the protagonist. You, a mere comedic character, have no right to challenge me. At this moment, Little Buu's composure began to fracture. As a bona fide traveler, he had anticipated a life of leisure in this realm, yet found himself embroiled in such turmoil. There is nothing impossible. Brace yourself for my attack. With an elephantine kick, Satan teleported before his adversary and delivered a fierce blow to Little Buu's chest, sending him flying. With a swift turn, Satan executed a tail swipe, landing another kick to Little Buu's face, propelling him once more into the air. Are you Apu? Little Buu raised his hand, conjuring a pink energy sphere, unleashing a beam of pink energy towards Satan, still reveling in his own moves. Satan was caught off guard and was sent reeling by the sudden onslaught. Behold my 8-pointed light wheel. Undeterred, Satan gathered a colossal light wheel in his hands and cleaved through Little Buu's energy wave. The sharp 8-pointed light wheel sliced through the beam, surging forward with a powerful impact that cleaved both the attack and Little Buu in half. How do you like that? Have you come to understand my might? As Little Buu, now split in two, radiated a brilliant golden light, he quickly reformed. Kamehameha. A wave of pink and gold energy merged, launching a bicolored energy wave towards Satan. Upon witnessing the incoming attack, Satan did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide, summoning a turquoise protective shield that effortlessly absorbed the assault. Little Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack was so easily thwarted, refusing to accept defeat. He summoned all his strength, awakening the full power of the two absorbed Vegetas within him, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan third stage, bathed in golden light. His energy surged to its zenith, reaching a staggering 80 billion battle power. Die. Little Buu intensified his output, causing Satan's protective shield to strain under the pressure. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on the shield's surface. Hold firm. Satan retaliated with increased energy, but Little Buu, undaunted, pressed on, seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was weakened. The two remained locked in a stalemate, cracks multiplying across the shield. With a mighty roar, Little Buu launched another assault, finally shattering the shield. Just as victory seemed within grasp, Satan, unprincipled and cunning, activated yet another layer of defense. In a shocking display, a series of 5 nested protective shields enveloped him, leaving Little Buu in utter disbelief. Ah, how amusing. Someone truly foolish enough to engage in an endurance battle against an android. Upon hearing these words, Little Buu finally comprehended the nature of his adversary. Satan was indeed an android. However, a nagging thought troubled him. Wasn't it true that androids possessed only the power of a Super Saiyan one? Suddenly, a small orb labeled infinite energy fell at Satan's feet. A spark of inspiration ignited within Little Buu, prompting him to halt his attacks and transform himself into a mass of flesh, enveloping Satan with the intent to absorb him whole. If he could not penetrate the defenses, he would take everything at once. Should he manage to ingest his opponent, even if not fully consumed, Satan would be reduced to a mere microscopic entity within him, making it a simple task to eliminate him later. This was a dimensional strike. Jamos, witnessing Little Buu's ploy, immediately grasped his intentions. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small appendage extended from the mass of flesh, stealthily grasping at Satan's feet. It's time for my intervention. Jamos swiftly maneuvered to confront Satan, delivering a powerful punch before Little Buu could envelop him. This strike, imbued with formidable mental power, surged into Satan's being. Little Buu felt as though his body had been laid bare, sensing the instability of the two absorbed Vegetas and Fat Buu within him. By harnessing his mental prowess, Jamos forcefully extracted what did not belong to Little Buu. Little Buu's furious roar echoed as 3 small masses were forcibly removed. With 3 muffled explosions, the small orbs expanded, revealing 3 figures, 2 of which detonated again. The technique of mental separation proved effective, and Jamos had prepared for this moment. In the original narrative, the Yardrat species possessed this ability to separate fused beings. To his astonishment, this technique also worked against the absorbed Majin Buu. As long as the opponent was not entirely consumed, but merely contained, they could be forcibly extracted. Goku, Vegeta. Bulma's excitement was palpable. One was her husband, the other her childhood friend, and witnessing their escape from peril filled her with joy. Damn it! Vegeta from the future seethed with anger. This journey nearly cost him his life. In a fit of rage, he unleashed an energy blast towards Little Buu, who was not one to be trifled with. If he could not best Vegeta, he would certainly not be outmatched by this Vegeta. In retaliation, he launched a pink energy wave, consuming Vegeta's attack and retaliating. My husband is not someone you can assault. Bulma interjected, positioning herself before Vegeta and neutralizing the incoming attack with a mere glance. As Bulma shielded Vegeta, thoughts of indignation crossed his mind. Was he truly being overshadowed by his own wife? One day, I shall return to the past and exact my vengeance. Bulma, overwhelmed by the realization that his petite wife was more formidable than Majin Buu, Little Buu's composure shattered. Can this plot become any more absurd? The 2 Gokus exchanged glances, curiosity glimmering in their eyes, yet they silently approached Little Buu. This rebellious character, whom they once thought a friend, had betrayed them with an ambush. Villager, it is time for your journey to commence. I wish you the best in traversing dimensions once more. The Dragon Balls are ill-suited for you. Jamos communicated telepathically, to which Little Buu retorted, You, a small-minded individual, dared to challenge me one-on-one. How dreadfully dull. Let us conclude this farce. The ever-impatient Cell, who had merely been spectating, expressed his disdain, having expected a worthy adversary but instead encountering a mere comic relief. Chapter 57. Driven to desperation, you cannot do this. Small Buu exclaimed, retreating in the face of the aggressive crowd. Today is your day of demise. Future Vegeta, known for his explosive temper, charged in first. However, he was swiftly overpowered. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, he was easily kicked away by Small Buu. As the others rushed forward, Small Buu turned to flee. This was hardly a noble fight. It resembled the actions of a gang. Where do you think you're going? Satan swiftly positioned himself in front of Small Buu, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Small Buu, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the ground. Enough is enough. Small Buu's indignation surged. As a traveler, he could not simply endure the blows without retaliation. Seeing his opponent charge at him, Satan, refusing to hold back, unleashed a series of relentless punches. The others stood back, merely observing as Satan pummeled Small Buu into submission. Despite the onslaught, Small Buu's resilience shone through, allowing him to morph his form at will, resembling a large, versatile punching bag. Unbeknownst to the others, with each hit he took, small orbs began to drop from Satan. Although Small Buu was being beaten, his hands and other body parts subtly brushed against these orbs. Battle power increased by 1 million. Infinite energy 1. The notifications echoed in Small Buu's mind. Yet he felt no joy. The rate of increase was painfully slow, with Satan's potential reaching 800 billion and his own barely touching 1 billion. How long would he have to endure this? Only the attribute of infinite energy seemed somewhat beneficial. Jamos observed the unfolding battle and quickly sensed something amiss. Small Buu's battle power showed no signs of declining. Rather, it appeared to be subtly increasing. Not only that, but his recovery abilities were also on the rise. The principle of infinite energy is that the speed of recovery surpasses the rate of consumption. The infinite energy furnace produces energy rapidly, maintaining a balance that allows for limitless output. Jamos narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing closely. He noticed Small Buu's subtle movements during the beating, grabbing here, kicking there. This was highly irregular. While an increase in battle power could be attributed to growth, the simultaneous rise in recovery capabilities felt suspiciously reminiscent of an android's infinite energy furnace. Realizing the implications, Jamos concluded that as a traveler, Small Buu must possess his own unique advantage. Could he be absorbing power from his adversaries through combat? Satan, finish him off. Everyone, want to combine long-range attack for a decisive blow. Upon hearing Jamos's command, the group was momentarily perplexed but complied, trusting Jamos's superior intellect. Satan, responding to the order, delivered a mighty kick, sending Small Buu sprawling. Just as he regained his footing, a chilling aura of death enveloped him. Kamehameha. Final flash. Special beam cannon. Satan shockwave. Evil explosion. For Saiyans, for androids, joined by Cell, unleashed their devastating powers, overwhelming Small Buu with a torrent of energy. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Small Buu realized his end was nigh, yet he was reluctant to succumb so soon after arriving in this world. As the blinding beams of energy pierced through him, Small Buu's essence vanished, prompting Jamos to exhale in relief. Indeed, travelers with unique advantages are not easily vanquished. However, to be safe, Jamos extended his mental energy to probe the area, knowing that those with great fortune might still linger. A vast mental presence enveloped the surroundings, yet nothing was detected. Just as Jamos contemplated halting his search, he noticed a flicker of movement from a crevice a mile away. Instantly alert, he focused his mental energy on that location. What is going on, Jamos? Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. Jamos offered no reply, instead darting towards the source of intrigue, followed closely by the others eager to discover what he had found. In a mere breath, they arrived at the target location. A mere 10 meters from where Small Buu had seemingly perished, cleverly avoiding the brunt of the attack. There, a small pink mass, no larger than a fingertip, was writhing. Realizing that their foe had not been defeated, the group understood the gravity of the situation. In that critical moment, Small Buu had managed to sever a tiny piece of himself and flick it into a crevice, hoping to evade annihilation. However, Jamos's probing left no room for escape. The tiny mass quivered, instantly detected by Jamos. With a pointed finger, he gathered a lethal beam of energy, directing it towards the small mass. If he was to perish, let it be complete. Sensing impending doom, the seemingly lifeless mass sprang to life, narrowly evading the attack. Must he be so cautious? The mass began to swell, and in an instant, Small Buu regenerated. Ranchi, your temper is infuriating. I took matters into my own hands, and yet you still survive. How can I maintain my reputation as a thief? Sensing the murderous intent from the crowd, Small Buu activated his instant transmission to escape. Yet, he soon realized the chaotic energies around him rendered him unable to sense anything external, clearly a deliberate act. What a crafty fellow. Despite the odds, he had to flee. With no discernible coordinates, Small Buu could only execute short-distance teleports. In a flash, he vanished. Quickly, find him. He cannot escape. The group scattered, desperately seeking traces of Small Buu. Reappearing next to a machine, Small Buu found himself beside a soul-cleansing device. The explosion that birthed the evil energy wave had stemmed from a minor oversight in changing the storage canister for wicked energy. Immediately, Small Buu sensed the malevolence emanating from the machine. Evil energy. As a vessel of wickedness himself, he was acutely attuned to pure evil energy and swiftly identified its source. Fortune favors the bold. Chapter 58. Fellow villager, death seizing the machine. With a gentle twist, the soul-cleansing device was abruptly opened. Majin Buu gazed greedily at a jar within, astonished to discover it contained a vial of malevolent energy. Without hesitation, he extracted the jar, uncapped it, and consumed its contents. The sinister gas instantly permeated the air, swiftly infiltrating Buu's being. As a being of pure evil, the influx of dark energy catalyzed a rapid transformation within him. If an ordinary specter could morph into a wave of wickedness through the dark essence, what formidable evolution awaited a creature as powerful and malevolent as Buu? The answer manifested as a monstrous evolution. Buu's form began to elongate, a lengthy tail sprouting and striking the ground. 2 violet ears emerged atop his head, while his body adorned itself with blue-purple armor. With a fierce cry, Buu transitioned into his combat form, distinctively marked by an M emblazoned on his waist, and an antenna reminiscent of Majin Buu, signifying a fusion of identities. Sensing the surge in his power, Buu felt invincible. This time, no one could thwart him. If a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, he would eliminate this fellow villager. Buu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, having already sentenced Jamos to death in his mind. The others, sensing the ominous energy, rushed toward the scene. This overwhelming aura suggested a strength surpassing trillions, leaving no one present capable of matching him. As they gathered, Buu regarded them with a cruel smile. None of you shall escape my wrath. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Buu, Cell finally felt intrigued. Let me witness your strength, he declared, clenching his fists and unleashing a wave of energy. With a mighty roar, golden flames enveloped him, dissipating to reveal a luxurious golden skin. Behold my new form. Golden Cell. He spread his arms wide, showcasing his formidable presence. Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. You only possessed Super Saiyan 2 power. Where did this golden form come from? Do you conceal a Super Saiyan blue form as well? What if you can stack them together? That's cheating. You felt a wave of despair wash over him. This golden form appeared daunting. What if he could not overcome it? Perhaps retreat would be the best strategy? No, he thought. Better to be a defeated warrior than a coward. He lifted his head defiantly and scoffed. Is that all? You really think I fear you? If so, let us engage in battle, one-on-one. Do you dare? Buu employed provocation, wary of Cell's potential to summon allies for a group assault. I need no one to contend with you. Without hesitation, Cell flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Buu's abdomen. The sound echoed painfully, and Buu doubled over. Yet his indomitable spirit shone through his fierce gaze. He retaliated with a punch of his own, striking Cell's belly. Cell staggered back, surprised by Buu's strength. Jamos observed the clash, his brow furrowing. Buu's transformation into a wave of evil is formidable. This cannot continue. He turned to the androids. Which of you will fuse? The androids exchanged glances, contemplating their options. With only 4 androids present, Satan, Bidalai, Bulma, and Launch, only the 3 women remained viable candidates, as Satan could not fuse. I'll do it, exclaimed Launch. Me too, chimed Bidalai. Bulma, however, was disinterested in combat, her strength solely aimed at rejuvenation. Jamos tossed a pair of Potera earrings to the 2, and they fused instantaneously. I am neither Launch nor Bidalai. I am the fusion warrior, Piki. Jamos stifled a laugh at Piki's comical appearance. Back off, Cell. I intend to relish this. Piki's demeanor mirrored that of the fiery-haired Launch, embodying a fierce warrior spirit. Sensing Piki's immense power, Cell promptly retreated, realizing that his own trillion-level strength paled in comparison to her nearly 200 trillion. Recalling his first transformation into Perfect Cell, he had learned the hard way that one should never challenge those stronger than oneself, lest they be thoroughly defeated. Sometimes retreat is the wisest choice. As Cell withdrew, Buu remained oblivious, caught in astonishment at the unfairness of the situation. We should have fought one-on-one, and I would have defeated you one by one, intensifying our anger as we went. You merged instead and intend to annihilate me. Buu felt tears welling. However, Piki wasted no time, delivering a powerful kick that transformed Buu's form. Victory was swift. Having incapacitated him, Piki stepped back, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. With this assurance, Jamos finally exhaled in relief. Please, don't kill me, Buu pleaded, realizing he was locked in combat. Yet, as a fierce warrior, Launch had no intention of showing mercy. Even if you beg for your life, I will not spare you. Just as Launch was about to unleash her attack, a sudden flash of white light erupted, and Buu transformed into a green-skinned man with a white feathered crest atop his head. Zamasu? Jamos gasped. What? This guy is Zamasu? Goku and Vegeta stared at Buu in disbelief. This is Zamasu's true form. His body has been usurped by Zamasu. Buu, recognizing his transformation, gazed at his hands and face in despair. My body. Zamasu, you scoundrel, you have stolen my body. At the convergence of the 6th and 7th universes, A colossal golden dragon roared to the heavens, its brilliance dissipating into 7 boulder-sized stones that soared between the two realms, leaving behind a view of wickedness adapting to his new form. In the depths of hell, Peaky grew weary of Buu's incessant wailing, ignoring his cries and banishing him instead. Finally, that wretched thing is gone. No, Peaky, you must strike again. As the dust settled, Buu reverted to his evil form, yet now adorned with a crown. With a decisive crack, Buu knelt without hesitation. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Peaky raised her hand, showing no intention of mercy. You shall not have a peaceful end. Realizing his fate was sealed, Buu erupted in curses, but before he could finish, he was silenced forever. Chapter 59. The Angel, Minkyugo having dealt with the local. Jamos conducted several checks to confirm that the opponent was indeed dead, utterly and irrevocably. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Finally, it was over. Possessing a golden finger made it exceedingly difficult to kill, just as everyone assumed it was time to celebrate. Jamos suddenly sensed a reaction from the time-space ring on his hand. Had Zamasu left this timeline after exchanging bodies? He attempted to use his King's antenna to ascertain the situation, but discovered that the individual was not present in this universe. Thus he had no choice but to relent. Congratulations to Zamasu's team for adding another capable warrior. A figure traversed the parallel lines, and in an instant, a vortex opened in the space around Jamos. The time-space ring on his hand flickered once more, prompting everyone to brace themselves. Was a new enemy approaching? No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the swirling portal from which a tall figure emerged. This individual held a staff, his skin a striking blue, with long white hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned in angelic attire. It was none other than Minkyugo. Greetings, everyone, he said, and upon seeing his warm smile, the group instinctively relaxed their guard. His amiability was disarming, evoking a sense of springtime comfort. May I inquire as to your identity? Jamos questioned, recognizing the figure as part of the angelic race, yet not one from the 12 universes, rendering him a complete enigma. This revelation made Jamos uneasy. Having just dealt with one local, another unfamiliar character appeared, naturally causing suspicion. Hello, fellow countrymen. My name is Minkyugo, and I am an angel. Fellow countrymen? Jamos raised an eyebrow. Are you also a Saiyan? You don't quite resemble one. Bulma scrutinized Minkyugo, her brow furrowing in confusion. He lacked a tail and the ferocious bloodline of a Saiyan, instead presenting himself with the demeanor of a gentleman. Madam Bulma, as I mentioned, I belong to the angelic race, not the Saiyans. Pardon me, but how did you know my name? Under the gaze of the group, Minkyugo cleared his throat and replied, I hail from another timeline and do not belong to this realm. However, as a token of our first meeting, allow me to present you with a gift, which I hope you will find delightful. With that, Minkyugo pointed his staff towards the future versions of Goku and Vegeta, and a flash of white light enveloped them, causing the halos above their heads to vanish. Ah, the halo is gone, Goku exclaimed, feeling his head in surprise. We've been resurrected. Even you, Kakarot, who died from illness, can return. Remarkable. Minkyugo smiled silently, having resolved the most pressing issue by reviving the future versions of Goku and Vegeta. Jamos momentarily regarded Minkyugo as an ally, though caution still lingered in the air. Who exactly are you? What brings you to us? I have come to seek your assistance. I would appreciate the opportunity to speak privately. Jamos agreed, informing the others before leading Minkyugo to an open area. Speak your purpose. Do not be so hostile. We are not enemies. In fact, I can enlighten you about the matters of the underworld. Indeed, Jamos had suspected this from the moment Minkyugo appeared. He pressed further. What is your golden finger? Inquiring about a time traveler's advantages was typically a taboo, and Minkyugo sighed, taken aback by Jamos' directness. While I hadn't anticipated your forthrightness, I suppose I can disclose it to you. However, be mindful, not all individuals possess my level of patience. My golden finger is a system. What system? Jamos pressed again, only to receive a light tap from Minkyugo's staff on his head. Ouch. You inquire far too much. Merely mentioning a system renders it no different than silence. Jamos muttered under his breath, receiving another gentle reprimand from Minkyugo, who was amused by Jamos' persistence. Let us speak of serious matters. My system unexpectedly detected you, leading me to seek your involvement. Involvement? On what grounds? Jamos asked, skeptical. And why me? Rather than that small Buu? I initially intended to invite both of you, but that small Buu harbors significant psychological scars and embodies evil. Keeping him close is akin to having a ticking time bomb. As for you, I sense your heart is not corrupted, though perhaps a tad inexperienced. Jamos pointed incredulously at himself. Inexperienced? Are you speaking of me? Spare me the trivialities. You wish to recruit me. What is your aim? You do not intend to overthrow the Omni King, do you? If that is the case, I must decline. Jamos was not inclined to stir trouble. Not every time traveler aspired to topple rulers and seize dominion. Not at all. Our purpose here is merely to exist in this world. Not to engage in battles against every foe. Inviting you to join is, in fact, a means of self-preservation. Self-preservation? What calamity has befallen us? Jamos inquired, perplexed. Could there truly be a grave disaster looming over this world? Indeed. 30 years ago, the very year I traversed here, I was born an angel in the Void Realm, endowed with formidable strength. 15 years ago, I encountered another time traveler who obliterated an entire universe of the 12 and devoured the essence of the cosmos. Without question, I engaged him in battle. Being a time traveler exempted me from the constraints of angels, and I believed I could easily triumph. Only to have him reveal a Super Saiyan 7 experience card, an advanced variant no less. Had the Omni King of that realm not intervened, I might have perished. Yet even after enduring the Omni King's erasure, that individual survived, sustaining only minor injuries, and tore through the void to escape. Since then, I have not encountered him again. There are too many parallel worlds to search, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Listening to Minkyugu's account, Jamos formulated a bold hypothesis. The Zamasu he had previously encountered had wielded a Super Saiyan 4 experience card. Could the entity behind him be that same time traveler? Moreover, if he were merely another time traveler, it seemed unlikely Minkyugu would seek his collaboration. After all, most time travelers believed themselves to be the protagonists of their own tales. Hardly inclined to ask for aid. Are there further calamities? Your invitation to join you is not merely to confront this time traveler, is it? Indeed, for reasons unknown. The entire Dragon Ball universe appears to be in decline, as if something is consuming the essence of the world. It seems the Celestial Order has taken note. For 6 months ago, all Omni Kings and their attendants vanished without a trace. You should understand the significance of their existence. They represent the author's eraser and pins, holding profound meaning for the Dragon Ball universe. After their disappearance, the Celestial Order itself descended and issued a decree. If the perpetrator is not identified and the issue resolved within a century, the Celestial Order will reset the entire world. By that time, the world will have returned to chaos, devoid of anything. It will be a reset of existence. An evolved realm that may not even resemble the Dragon Ball universe. It could manifest as a dystopian city of a post-apocalyptic era, or perhaps a realm of magic, or even a world of cultivation. In any case, it will bear no resemblance to our Dragon Ball world. If that day were to truly arrive, we would all meet our demise. The ancient deity of the underworld bore a grave expression, devoid of any hint of jest. Chapter 60. A century's limitation. Is this a jest? A mere 100 years, implying that the world has but a century left to exist? Will everyone be confined to just 100 years of life? Jamathis found it hard to believe, as others who traverse dimensions often ascended to immortality, living in harmony with the cosmos. Yet here he was, faced with the prospect of impending doom after merely a century. What an absurdity! If what you assert is true, then the calamity stems from the theft of the world's essence? Could it be the very interloper with whom you clashed? Perhaps, or perhaps not. After all, Dragon Ball is a sanctuary for travelers across dimensions. If someone claimed there were tens of thousands of them, I would find it difficult to dispute that. Very well. This assertion is irrefutable. In such a sacred realm, the infiltration of a few malevolent systems is not beyond the realm of possibility. What shall we do then? Jamathis inquired. Fully aware of his current frailty, his body barely 10 years old, his capabilities were limited. Your strength is woefully inadequate at this juncture. You are likely incapable of effecting any change. Minkyugu's disdain was palpable. Jamathis's tender age rendered him almost powerless. Should I then sequester myself in the hyperbolic time chamber for a decade? No, no, no. Before you enhance your prowess, you must first confront your own issues. Minkyugu regarded him seriously, and Jamathis felt as though his very soul was laid bare before the other, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. What issues could I possibly have? I am perfectly fine. Minkyugu narrowed his eyes at him. Is your memory intact? Deep within your psyche lies a ferocious spiritual tumult, concealed profoundly and secretly. Had it not been for my system, even I would not have perceived it. Jamathis blinked his innocent eyes, earnestly studying Minkyugu, and realizing the gravity of the situation. He began to heed the concerns raised. My memories are complete, or so I believed. Wait, that's not right. His expression fluctuated dramatically, oscillating from confidence to doubt, and finally to panic, a most riveting display. What is it? Have you lost a fragment? Jamethis nodded gravely. Since I entered high school, my recollections have grown increasingly nebulous. I cannot recall what transpired. By the time I crossed over, those memories had vanished entirely. But why did I not realize this until now? Minkyugu, seeing no pretense in Jamethis, pondered for a moment and spoke. There exists a theory that when one experiences extreme despair and pain, when negative emotions reach their zenith, it may trigger a protective mechanism within the soul, extracting all such emotions to form a second personality. Listening to this conjecture, Jamethis felt a chill of terror. Could it be that he truly suffered from a split psyche? For nearly a decade since his arrival, each attempt to recall those lost memories had been instinctively avoided, seemingly a subconscious action. What could this mean? As Jamethis delved deeper into his recollections, the tempestuous spiritual force nestled within him, so deeply buried that even he was unaware of its presence, stirred as if awakened. It was an extreme madness, a chaotic torrent of energy. In an instant, Jamethis felt as though he might lose his sanity, the world around him turning a sanguine hue. A wave of destructive emotion beginning to spread within his heart. Jamethis began to exhibit signs of distress, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, and even his fists bled from the pressure. Witnessing this, Minkyugu shouted urgently, "Awaken!" Startled, Jamethis regained his composure, the chilling recollections flooding back. Cold sweat drenched his back. The experience had been utterly harrowing. Just a fleeting brush with that ferocious energy nearly led him to madness. Exhaling deeply, Jamethis collapsed to the ground, pondering the nature of that energy. He sensed its origin was intertwined with his own being. It was undoubtedly a part of him. Yet what had he forgotten? What experiences had forged such a terrifying force within him? It appears that this entity poses a significant threat to you. I advise against increasing your power until you fully comprehend it, lest you succumb to its influence and find no one to restrain you. Jamethis mechanically nodded, realizing this was the first time he faced such a formidable challenge. Since his arrival on Earth, having relied on his understanding of the narrative, he had always been in control, never anticipating that the greatest upheaval would arise from within himself. What is your current strength? Transcendent physique, Super Saiyan 2 peak. Minkyugu sighed. A Super Saiyan 2 at under 10 years old is quite commendable. Alas, had it not been for the second personality, a few years in the hyperbolic time chamber would have yielded formidable power. Fortunately, your strength is not insurmountable. Remember, do not enhance your abilities until you confront that entity. Jamethis nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of caution. He had no desire to toil in training only to have his efforts usurped by a second personality. Moreover, it might not even be a second personality, but rather a pure, bloodthirsty rage. This is for you. Minkyugu pressed a finger to Jamethis' forehead, imparting an angelic-level healing technique. A life-sustaining energy technique for survival in the cosmos, and the Kai's instant transmission. Mastering these skills would significantly enhance his ability to protect himself, especially the life-sustaining technique. Currently, aside from Jamethis, no one else can survive in the universe, a critical issue indeed. Jamethis was resolute. He did not wish to seek the dragon's wish to transform his body. He firmly believed that learning was superior to alteration. His fate must remain in his own hands. After further discussion, Minkyugu took his leave, leaving behind a trace of his essence imbued within Jamethis' time-space ring, allowing him to reach out should he require assistance. With their farewells exchanged, Jamethis approached the others. Meanwhile, time rewound. While Jamethis and Minkyugu conversed, chaos erupted at Bulma's side. You are another version of me? You appear younger. Are you from the past? The future Son Goku was the first to inquire. The past Son Goku nodded. We hail from 13 years ago, a time before the androids emerged. Fortunately, arriving in the future has revealed that I would suffer from a heart condition. With Bulma's medicine, I have narrowly escaped disaster. That is splendid news. Perhaps we can train together in the future. While the two Gokus shared a harmonious exchange, the situation between the two Vegetas was far less amiable. The two Vegetas glared at each other, an undercurrent of hostility palpable. You fool. Do you have any idea how much suffering your arrogance has caused Bulma? Had you not taken it upon yourself, the android crisis would have been averted, and the Earth would not have faced its end. The past Vegeta scolded vehemently, recalling the despair etched upon Bulma's face, igniting his fury. His beloved, the princess of the Saiyan royal family, had nearly been reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. My affairs are none of your concern. Who do you think you are? I pursue only unfathomable power. A wife is of no consequence to me. The future Vegeta, still unrefined and unrepentant from his demise, exuded arrogance and coldness. What did you say? As a Saiyan prince, you cannot even protect your own wife and dare to act so brazenly? I think you are courting death. What gives you the audacity to reprimand me? I have lived a decade longer than you. Do you believe I could not best you in a confrontation? You are nothing but a worthless, incompetent individual. If you possess any courage, then come at me. In the past, each time Vegeta collapsed from his relentless training, he would find solace in Bulma's warm embrace and heartfelt comfort, their bond profoundly deep. It is precisely for this reason that he feels such fury upon encountering the indifferent future Vegeta. How could one fail to cherish such a wonderful wife? Witnessing the other's nonchalance is a source of immense frustration. Chapter 61. A grand reunion as the two were on the verge of confrontation. A sharp clap resounded as Bulma delivered two resounding slaps to their foreheads. Can you both settle down? You are clearly the same person. How can there be such a disparity? Vegeta. Bulma glared at future Vegeta, jabbing her finger at him with fierce intensity. Do you have any idea what your arrogance has brought upon Earth? Even in death, you could return to the living realm. After all these years, haven't you ever thought to take a glance? Just once would suffice. Do you even realize the suffering I have endured all these years, living in constant fear? What good are you to me if you can't lend a hand? Future Vegeta opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words in front of his wife, just as he always had. Especially now, Bulma's strength far surpassed his own. Honestly, I envy my past self for having such a wonderful Vegeta, Bulma remarked, casting a brief glance at past Vegeta, who immediately turned crimson and averted his gaze. Giving a haughty snort, Bulma then recounted the events that had transpired on Earth over the past decade and a half, leaving future Goku and Vegeta filled with shame. I had no idea such things were happening on Earth. Had I known, I would have gone back to take a look, Goku lamented. Having died of an illness, he was unable to be resurrected by the dragon, but he accepted his fate, thinking it best to remain in the underworld. Moreover, the powerful beings there were far more entertaining than those on Earth. It was only upon encountering Vegeta's soul that he learned of the emergence of androids. Hearing Vegeta claim he could defeat one but not two, Goku quickly lost interest. Clearly, the formidable entities of the underworld were far superior, so the two decided to stay. Of course, they could not simply abandon Earth. They resolved that if Gohan and the others failed against their foes and came to the underworld, they would step in. And thus they found themselves in the present moment. Upon hearing future Goku and Vegeta's explanation, Bulma sensed something amiss. That can't be. Within a year after Vegeta's death, all the warriors on Earth, except for Gohan and Trunks, perished. Did you not encounter one another? Exchanging glances, future Goku and Vegeta shook their heads in unison. No. Had we encountered them, we would have sought the Kai's assistance to contact the Crystal Elder long ago, and we wouldn't still be in the dark about Earth's situation. Clearly, after the demise of the other Earth warriors, Goku and Vegeta had not met their souls, which explained their ignorance of the events on Earth, remaining instead in the underworld for training. Rest assured, from now on, Earth shall be safeguarded by me, Mr. Satan, and there will be no more dangers, the heroic Mr. Satan declared confidently, patting his chest. The group then engaged in further discussions about Jamos, marveling at his astonishing technology, which was nothing short of terrifying, and speculating on the future possibilities. This greatly ignited the fighting spirit of both Goku's and Vegeta's, indicating that formidable opponents lay ahead. After the departure of Mikugu, Jamos approached the group. What are you discussing? He greeted, prompting everyone to pause their conversation. So you were Jamos. I heard from my past self that you are the legendary Super Saiyan, quite impressive. May I see your transformation? Though future Vegeta said nothing, his curiosity was palpable in his gaze. My transformation? It is akin to yours, merely differing in color, Jamos replied. With that, a green aura erupted around him, his hair standing on end as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing the emerald-hued Super Saiyan and the overwhelming aura emanating from him, the Saiyans present trembled slightly, instinctively feeling the pressure of their bloodlines, which subdued their fighting spirit in the face of such a vast disparity in power. Remarkable. My body cannot help but tremble, yet I feel even more exhilarated, future Goku proclaimed, clenching his fists. With a fierce shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, the powerful transformation instantly counteracting the bloodline suppression, leaving only exhilaration. Let me test your strength, future Goku declared. Launching the first attack, Jamos merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Goku's strike. When Goku found his punch ineffective, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, all of which were similarly deflected by Jamos with a single hand. You are still no match for me, Jamos stated, having mastered his transformation. His foundational combat power had reached its zenith. The legendary Super Saiyan's transformation granted him a power level 100 times that of an ordinary Saiyan. Currently, Jamo stood at the peak of Super Saiyan 2, while an ordinary Saiyan at this level would possess at most 100 billion in combat power. The legendary Super Saiyan boasted a staggering trillion. Feeling the immovable force of his opponent, Goku acknowledged his own inadequacy and decided to wait until he grew stronger before challenging him again. How is your discussion coming along, now that the crisis has been resolved? Could you assist me in breaking this barrier? Came the lamenting voice of King Enma from the distant Enma Hall. He had been trapped within the barrier for an extended period, longing to escape. Moreover, with the chaos of yin and yang, those who had been revived were uncertain of their next actions. Please hold on a moment. Jamos exchanged a knowing glance with past Vegeta, who promptly understood his intent. He retrieved a thumb-sized switch from his pocket and pressed it gently. In an inconspicuous spot above Hell, a small iron ring floated, and upon receiving the signal, it ceased its operations and flew toward Vegeta. The group immediately sensed the absence of chaotic energy around them, allowing for instantaneous movement away. The small iron ring folded itself and was stored back within the switch. Jamos then transmitted a message to Earth, confirming that the Guardian and Din had gathered all the Dragon Balls before initiating the wish. Given the multitude of events, the Guardian had upgraded the Dragon Balls, altering a single wish into 3. Soon enough, the dragon appeared. Without wasting time, the Guardian began to make the wishes. The first wish is to restore the cities of Earth to their state from 13 years ago. The second wish is to resurrect those who perished during the android crisis, excluding the truly wicked. The third wish is to revive all Namekians on planet Namek. With the 3 wishes granted, Earth seemed to revert to its state from 13 years prior. However, while the cities were restored to their former glory, the population was less than 1/5 of what it had been 13 years ago. After all, so much time had passed, and many souls had already reincarnated. Even the dragon could not revive them all. Chapter 62. The Choice of Baekong Jamos. What about that angel from earlier? He has departed, after all. Even angels have their own duties. By the way, what path do you intend to take next? Wishing to steer clear of the topic concerning the underworld, Jamos promptly initiated a new discussion. What path? Both future Son Goku and future Vegeta appeared utterly perplexed, unaware of what was being referenced. Noticing their confusion, Jamos sighed. Realizing he would have to elucidate once more, he unleashed an energy wave that struck the barrier atop King Yan's palace, prompting the king to emerge immediately. Following this, the rules were rectified, restoring all departed souls to either hell or heaven, leaving the mortal realm devoid of spirits. Observing the utter lack of awareness from future Baekong, a sense of superiority washed over past Vegeta. Such simpletons, truly a bunch of simpletons. Allow me, Prince Vegeta, to enlighten you. Upon achieving the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, there are 2 transformation paths available. One involves mastering divine energy to become a Super Saiyan God and thus continue to grow stronger. The other path entails further cultivating our bloodline power to unlock even higher transformations, such as Super Saiyan 4, 5, and potentially even 6, 7, 8, or 9. Before Vegeta could boast, past Son Goku interjected and revealed the 2 evolutionary routes. Vegeta shot him an irritated glare, while Wukong merely chuckled sheepishly. You 2 from the future lack formidable foes. It seems your training has become rather lax. With that, past Vegeta suddenly shouted, his golden aura erupting forth, transforming his black hair to a brilliant gold that cascaded down to his waist. Witnessing this spectacle, future Baekong and his companions were astounded. Was this truly the Saiyan from 13 years ago? Reflecting on their own progress over the past 13 years, they realized they had only just grasped the first transformation into Super Saiyan, their battle power a mere 2 to 300 million. In stark contrast, at the same age, past Vegeta had already attained such a level of prowess, with a battle power exceeding 15 billion, and in full combat, it could soar even higher, rivaling future Son Goku and Vegeta. Ah, so you have mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan transformation as well, past Son Goku exclaimed, before enhancing his own aura to achieve the same transformation. Kaka wrote, in this round, victory is mine. I transformed before you. Come on, we learned it at the same time. I simply hadn't transformed yet. The pair began bickering once more. In truth, after their fusion and subsequent second merging with future Gogeta, they had shattered their previous limits and attained the 3rd stage of transformation. Given their extensive accumulation, their battle power had already surpassed 10 billion, thus upon transforming, they immediately reached 15 billion. If they unleashed their full potential, they were confident of achieving 20 billion in battle power. Seeing the 2 finally break through their limits, Jamos couldn't help but applaud them. Well done, truly impressive. They are on the verge of becoming the cornerstone of strength. Jamos, could you clarify the differences between the two paths? Future Son Goku and Vegeta, evidently unaware of this information until now, were eager to select their preferred route. The divine path, as the name implies, involves cultivating divine energy and integrating it into our transformations to forge a new, more powerful form. To gain divine power, 5 righteous Saiyans must infuse their noble hearts into the body of a 6th Saiyan to complete the transformation. Jamos raised 5 fingers, then shifted to a gesture indicating 6. As for Super Saiyan 4, the transformation requires the growth of a tail, followed by transforming into a great ape. From that form, one can evolve into a Super Saiyan, progressing into a golden great ape. As long as one can regain their sanity and compress the energy within, they can successfully achieve Super Saiyan 4. If one chooses to cultivate divine energy, there exist deities within this universe who can serve as mentors, imparting divine power. Nevertheless, mastering the art of transformation using this more potent divine energy will require your own research. Continuing to train one's bloodline power, although not as refined as divine energy, is still immensely powerful, allowing a mortal to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, a rather exhilarating prospect. However, the higher transformations will also necessitate personal exploration, as historically. Even the mightiest King Vegeta only possessed a battle power of 10,000, leaving no reference points. The group fell into contemplation, recognizing the merits of each path. Divine power offered higher status and prestige, while bloodline strength, embodying the spirit of mortals challenging the divine, was equally enticing. Yet, both paths demanded personal development, devoid of any precedents to follow. The past and future protagonists found themselves in deep thought, grappling with the difficulty of choosing between the two routes. I have made my decision. I shall become a Super Saiyan God, and I will pursue the divine path. Future Son Goku was the first to speak, surprising everyone present. My demise resulted from heart disease, and even the dragon could not revive me. Had it not been for the appearance of the angel, I would still be dead. Therefore, I no longer wish to remain immortal. I desire the power of the divine. This was Future Son Goku's rationale. Gods do not succumb to illness, thus addressing a personal flaw. With Future Son Goku's choice made, his steadfast companion, Future Vegeta, naturally followed suit, opting for the divine path as well. Since you both have chosen the divine route, Kakarot and I shall pursue the bloodline path. When we transform into Super Saiyan 10, do not shed any tears. In response to his past self's provocation, Future Vegeta was equally unyielding, issuing a fierce retort. Who knows who will prevail? We shall compare our strengths then and see which path proves superior. The 4 reached a consensus, agreeing to reconvene for a competition in 5 years. With their current power being relatively equal, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious in the future. All right, with matters in hell resolved, it is time for us to return home. Bulma joyfully wrapped her arm around her husband's, expressing her delight. As the group prepared to utilize instant transmission to depart, Fat Buu interjected, "May I join you?" Now alone, Fat Buu found himself at a loss for direction. Given the formidable nature of the individuals before him, he decided that if he couldn't defeat them, he might as well ally with them, ensuring his own protection. Without hesitation, Satan replied to Fat Buu's request, "Of course. You can be my little brother. I'll ensure your needs are met." For reasons unknown, Satan found himself fond of the pink, pudgy creature. Perceiving him as endearingly naive and rather charming, he had a sense that this would be his most reliable companion in the future. The others had no objections, and upon agreement, they swiftly returned to Earth. Upon their arrival, they found the structures of Earth had been restored. However, due to a lack of population, many areas appeared desolate, resembling ghost towns. Having just been resurrected and with a sparse population, the absence of legal order led to a chaotic atmosphere, with many individuals fantasizing about seizing power for themselves. Consequently, unrest began to brew in certain areas, and the resurrected Earth warriors instinctively took it upon themselves to restore order. Yet it felt like a futile game of whack-a-mole. As Jamos returned, he was met with this tumultuous scene and, in a fit of rage, kicked Satan out. "Go forth. Earth's great hero Satan, it is time for you to showcase your charisma." It must be said that Satan possesses an undeniable charm. 3 days later, the name of Satan reverberated across the globe. Under Satan's call, all of humanity united as one and commenced the restoration of order. Chapter 63, Preparing for Promotion Once Again. It culminates in a grand reunion, which is quite delightful. Fortunately, the warriors of Earth have not chosen to reincarnate. Instead, they linger in paradise. According to Krillin and the others, as warriors of Earth and good friends of Son Goku, Yama recognized them. due to the overwhelming number of souls lost to the androids. Yama was rather occupied and did not meet with them directly. Instead, he simply dispatched a few minor spirits to escort them to paradise for their enjoyment. In heaven, they remained in a spiritual state, without any greetings from King Kai or others, leaving them no opportunity to regain their physical forms. This resulted in the deceased being of little assistance. As for King Kai, who governs a quarter of the universe, he had little time to concern himself with Earth. If it were not for Sun Wukong, he might not even know where Earth was located. For mortals, a decade and more is a lengthy period. But for beings of divine stature like King Kai, it is merely a momentary respite, given their infinite lifespans. This reunion also illuminated the insignificance of their own powers, particularly as they witnessed Bulma's formidable strength, prompting each of them to express a desire to become androids. Becoming an android does not merely entail the integration of machines into a human body, transforming it into a hybrid. Rather, it involves employing unique methods to modify vital organs and subsequently subjecting the entire organism to an energetic cleansing, culminating in a comprehensive evolution. The enhancement of genetic composition boosts not only combat prowess but also other aspects, particularly longevity and appearance, an irresistible temptation for all. Upon becoming androids, even their innate potential for training surged dramatically. In Dragon Ball Super, for instance, Android 17 emerged as a core combatant. Not to mention the superiority of the super androids crafted by Jamos. After a fortnight, the super androids of the future world completed their transformations and commenced specialized training, not necessarily seeking significant progress, but rather aiming to master their newfound powers. The roster of androids included Krillin, Yamchu, Tan, Kairatsu, Master Roshi, Mr. Satan, Videl, Launch, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, with such formidable strength. As long as they were not besieged by the formidable Golden Frieza army, they would face little trouble. As the adage goes, pressure breeds motivation. The two pairs of Saiyan warriors trained fervently, each day designating one as their opponent, seeking isolated spots in the universe to push themselves to their limits. A month passed, and the future challenges were resolved, with the powers of the two Saiyan pairs finally reaching the full potential of Super Saiyan 3, their strength escalating to 90 billion. Now poised to advance toward the next realm and challenge the threshold of 100 billion. On a day graced with gentle winds and warm sunshine, Trunks and Gohan were engaged in sparring with Fat Buu. Having endured the tribulations of the apocalypse, they had long shed the recklessness of their previous selves. After their resurrection, they dedicated themselves to relentless training, their diligence unmatched. Under the guidance of their elders, within a mere month, they mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Their combat prowess reaching approximately 800 million. While this level may be modest among the elite, their rapid progress was nonetheless remarkable. In the Heavens Temple, Jamos sat cross-legged, expanding his mental faculties under Bobo's instruction. His mental strength intensified and solidified, enhancing his overall vitality. Just one step remained for him to achieve the legendary unity of body and spirit, true transcendence. Concluding his training, Jamos exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes to a world that appeared clearer than before. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," he expressed. "Not at all. Your accomplishments are primarily due to your own exceptional insight," Bobo replied, standing beside him with a look of satisfaction. "However, before you attain the unity of body and spirit, I advise against breaking through to Super Saiyan 3. Your underlying turbulent energy fluctuations are deeply concealed. Even I could not detect their presence. Yet it is certain that each breakthrough you Science experience signifies a comprehensive evolution, further refining your bloodline. That dormant energy fluctuation will inevitably grow stronger, potentially awakening if left unchecked. According to my and the deity's speculation, once you surpass Super Saiyan 4, that energy will awaken completely. Therefore, you must resolve this issue before reaching Super Saiyan 3. Bobo's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Jamos nodded in agreement. With his enhanced mental acuity, he could now faintly sense the presence of that energy fluctuation. However, he found himself utterly unprepared to confront it, as even a slight encounter would render him senseless. "Very well, I shall remain vigilant. I have matters to attend to, so farewell." Jamos bid his goodbye and departed. Ultimately, he was not a denizen of this world. Having unwittingly lingered here for a month, it was time to return. Nevertheless, before his departure, the two main protagonists had also raised their combat prowess significantly. With an abundance of senzu beans and relentless, grueling training on the brink of death, their strength soared to 90 billion. It was time to break through to the next realm. In a desolate mountainous region, Fat Buu unleashed his fists, sending Trunks and Gohan flying. He then raised his gaze toward Jamos. "Jamos, are you here to bring me food?" he asked, playfully placing a finger to his lips. Jamos opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Could I possibly say that I didn't intend to bring you anything to eat? After a moment's thought, Jamos retrieved a handful of Sinza beans from his pocket. Are you hungry? Care for one? Just a single bean can sustain you for 10 days without food. Jamos spoke with utmost seriousness, causing Fat Boo's squinted eyes to widen in disbelief. Do you think I, the great Majin Buu, eat because I am hungry? I simply enjoy delicious food. If there is none, so be it. He huffed, feigning ignorance. Jamos chuckled awkwardly. Trunks, Gohan, over here. The two flew over, and each took a Sinza bean from Jamos, popping it into their mouths, instantly rejuvenating them. Thank you. You're welcome. Where's your father? They exchanged glances and pointed towards the sky. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in an intense battle with Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan's Tornado. Mr. Satan's Claw. A series of powerful moves left Goku and Vegeta utterly defenseless as the parking lot was devastated, despite Mr. Satan's self-created techniques lacking in grandeur. They held undeniable power, far superior to mere physical attacks, especially when unleashed in multitude. After all, the energy of the androids was limitless, and Mr. Satan's combat style increasingly resembled that of the red-haired martial arts master, an infinite stamina bar. Impressive, impressive. Your improvements are remarkable. This time, you've managed to last 5 minutes against me, even though I was only using a fraction of my strength. You should be proud, Mr. Satan boasted, eliciting gritted teeth from the two Saiyan princes. As proud Saiyan royalty, being ridiculed by a modified individual of lesser caliber was infuriating, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Chapter 64. The beginning. After concluding the battle, the four protagonists were battered and drained of energy, casually reclining on a meteorite. As they contemplated consuming a magical bean to continue their training, the voice of Jamos suddenly resonated in their minds. All right, that will be all for now. Return to Earth. Upon receiving the notification, they transformed into beams of light, swiftly soaring towards Earth. Jamos, observing 5 beams of light racing from afar, informed the others. Upon learning that Jamos intended to assist the two Gokus and Vegeta in transcending to the next realm, curiosity sparked among them, prompting them to gather. The strongest among them was Cell, whose golden transformation had reached its pinnacle, his power surpassing even Jamos's predictions. As everyone positioned themselves, Jamos was filled with anticipation for the upcoming ascensions. The moments of Goku achieving divinity and the golden great ape regaining consciousness were exhilarating and fervent. Everyone had arrived. The excitement was palpable. The two Gokus greeted the gathering, overjoyed by the support. Haha, come over here. Jamos beckoned all the Saiyans to join. Once they were gathered, Jamos unleashed his newly learned angelic healing technique, concentrating his energy behind them. Instantly, several felt an itch at their backs, followed by a rip as their tails sprouted anew. Wow, a tail. I didn't expect it to regrow so easily. How nostalgic. The sight of their tails rekindled fond memories. Vegeta had often transformed into a great ape to enhance his combat power when he served under Frieza, while Goku had tragically crushed his grandfather during his own transformation. The tail was the source of power for the Saiyans, allowing them to fully unleash their combat potential. Without further ado, they delved into the main event. First, let us transform into Super Saiyan God. Everyone's gaze turned towards future Goku, inciting irritation in future Vegeta, who wondered why no one was looking at him. Did that mean he was forever in second place? To transform into Super Saiyan God, 5 righteous Saiyans must impart their essence to a 6th. Are we ready? Gohan, Trunks. Past Goku, past Vegeta, that's only 4. We need one more. As for future Vegeta, his premature demise left his status ambiguous, and it was best to avoid him if possible. Noticing Jamos's disdainful glance, future Vegeta erupted. What kind of look is that? Do I appear to be a villain? You are indeed a villain. Humph. The prideful prince fell silent, at a loss for words. How about letting my father try? It has been a while. Surely things have changed. Feeling his son's eager gaze, Vegeta softened momentarily, contemplating his own righteousness. Was he truly a good person? Perhaps. For he had taken a life in quite some time. Yes, that was it. He had redeemed himself. Finding an open space, future Goku took center stage while the others held hands and placed their palms on Goku's back. Let us begin. The rest stood at a distance, fully focused on the scene, as they were on the verge of achieving divinity. This monumental feat of creating a god would be etched into history. As a powerful aura erupted, all 5 transformed into Super Saiyans, pouring their energy into future Goku, who involuntarily entered his Super Saiyan state. The energy was formidable, yet it merely amplified strength, not divinity. Jamos immediately recognized the error, They were meant to share their righteous hearts, not their power. Stop. You must transmit your righteous hearts, not infuse your strength. Everyone looked bewildered. How could one transmit righteousness? Did it require extracting their hearts? Wouldn't that be rather brutal? How do we convey righteousness? Someone questioned. And truthfully, Jamos was unsure himself. I've never done it before. How would I know? But could he admit that? Yes, no need to feign knowledge. It was unwise to provoke fate. Ahem, I haven't transmitted righteousness either, but I can offer a suggestion. Imagine an alien invasion of Earth where you are incapacitated. And at that moment, Goku arrives. You place your faith in him to protect Earth. Ridiculous. What foe could possibly defeat me, Vegeta? Anyone who can, even Kakarot, would be brought low. Future Vegeta was obstinately defiant, prompting laughter from the others at his absurd pride. Hypothetically speaking, let us just imagine. Past Vegeta coldly huffed, though secretly appreciating the sentiment. After the jest, they commenced the second transmission. This time, the group appeared solemn, focusing intently. The two Vegetas closed their eyes, envisioning a scene from Namek. They recalled the resilient Goku returning, while a battered Vegeta revealed the truth behind the Saiyan extinction. In moments of dire peril, their words held weight. They loathed the malevolent Frieza. At the last moment, they entrusted their hopes to Goku, wishing for him to vanquish the evil tyrant. Meanwhile, Trunks and Gohan envisioned the crisis with the androids. The despair of that time weighed heavily as Gohan murmured, "If only Dad were here." Suddenly, Goku's silhouette appeared before him, assuring, "Leave the rest to me." This was the passing of the mantle, entrusting the duty of safeguarding Earth to another. Trunks shared a similar sentiment, and their visions were tinged with melancholy. Only past Goku remained blissfully innocent, silently vowing, "In the future, we shall fight for justice together, eternally protecting Earth and vanquishing all evil." An aura of righteousness enveloped the five, embodying guardianship, judgment, and pure justice, an overwhelmingly positive energy. As they held hands, this essence flowed into future Goku, who instantly sensed a profound transformation within himself. Chapter 65, the Super Saiyan God as the essence of justice infused within him. Goku's energy swiftly began to transcend, enveloping the surroundings in a serene atmosphere. A divine aura began to coalesce, and the previously clear sky was adorned with numerous golden auspicious clouds. Nearby, small creatures instinctively turned their gaze toward him, and even the hunting beasts halted their actions, kneeling in reverence toward Goku's presence. In this moment, a profound tranquility descended upon all hearts, prompting several Saiyans to involuntarily transform into Super Saiyans. The golden clouds symbolized the universe's blessings, an omen heralding the birth of a new deity. These clouds encircled the area, submerging the surroundings while leaving only Goku's location untouched. As the seasons rapidly transitioned, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Goku's body suddenly radiated a crimson light, lifting him into the air. Simultaneously, Whice's staff on the God of Destruction's planet flickered unexpectedly. Upon inspection, Whice gasped in astonishment. "Lord Beerus, a new deity has emerged in our universe for the first time." Beerus, who had been idly swinging his tail, immediately perked up at Whice's words and approached the staff to observe. Goku's form gradually descended from the sky as the red glow dissipated. His hair and eyebrows transformed to a vibrant red, and his physique appeared more balanced, seemingly leaner. Recognizing this familiar figure, Beerus's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "The Super Saiyan God. I can't believe it has truly manifested." Whice, ascertain its location. "We must depart at once." Whice checked and confirmed it was on Earth in the North Galaxy. "Earth, I am aware. It is where Majin Buu is awakened. I can transport you there." Before Whice could finish, the diminutive Asen approached, interjecting. Beerus glowered at the small figure, irritated. "Where do you think you're going? Stay put. The Grand Priest has warned that the universe is unstable, with entities hunting the Kais. Remain close. My destruction energy will keep you safe." Whice nodded. "Let us proceed to meet this Super Saiyan God." Beerus contemplated for a moment, then decided to allow Asen to accompany them. Relieved, Asen recalled how Beerus had sought him out recently, insisting on his protection, and had brought him here. His only impression of Beerus was that of a fearsome deity. In an instant, the trio arrived on Earth, their divine nature rendering them undetectable to the populace. "All right, you may return now." Asen hesitated, "But Lord Beerus, my instant transmission can pass through your barrier. Is it truly safe?" Beerus faltered, realizing the potential risk. "Then stay right by my side and do not wander off," he grumbled. Meanwhile, as the auspicious clouds dispersed, Goku completed his ascension, reveling in the newfound energy coursing through him. "Wow, I feel immensely stronger." Future Vegeta remarked. I can no longer sense your energy. That's because he has become a god. Mortals cannot perceive a deity's aura, Weiss explained from behind them, turning to face him. The group noticed he too exuded no detectable energy, confirming his divine status. Greetings, who might you be? Bulma stepped forward, oblivious to the changing expressions of the two Vegetas. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Beerus, the god of destruction, and this is my attendant, Weiss. Hello, I am Asen, the Supreme Kai. I look forward to your guidance. Beerus, what brings you here? The two Vegetas exclaimed in unison, visibly astonished. Ah, Prince Vegeta, it appears that even after all these years, you remain rather weak, Beerus taunted, eliciting silence from both Vegetas who knew better than to provoke the destruction god further. Lord Beerus, as a fellow deity, you must be incredibly powerful. Might I challenge you to a duel? Future Goku eagerly approached, having tested his strength and yearning to fully adapt to his new power through combat. Ah, Mr. Goku, we have indeed come for you. Lord Beerus once foretold of a formidable adversary emerging, namely the Super Saiyan God. Hence, your request shall certainly be honored. With Beerus' tacit approval, Goku's excitement surged. However, this scenario was potentially contentious. In the original narrative, Goku stood as the strongest, unmatched by any opponent. Yet this was not the original tale. The surrounding super androids were formidable in their own right. Saiyan, wait. We have numerous skilled fighters here. Why do you neglect us now that you've gained new power? Sadin interjected. Indeed, I too wish to test the strength of the Super Saiyan God. A host of companions emerged, prompting Goku to feel a twinge of insecurity. While he had grown stronger, he sensed that he still paled in comparison to these adept beings. Seeing others vying for Goku's attention, Beerus's irritation flared. You lot. Do you have no respect for me, the god of destruction? His aura erupted, creating an oppressive pressure that enveloped everyone present. God of destruction, intriguing. Perhaps I should exchange a few blows with you. The formidable android Cell stepped forward with a sinister grin. I am the ultimate android. And though Goku has ascended to the Super Saiyan God, I can sense he wouldn't last a single blow against me. Yet you evoke a true sense of pressure within me. How refreshing. Beerus scrutinized Cell and immediately sensed a disarray in his energy, akin to multiple auras forcibly stitched together. While he appeared powerful, there was a lack of harmony that limited his true potential. You are unworthy to be my opponent, amalgamation. Cell's expression darkened at the insult, igniting palpable tension in the air. Asen quickly interjected to ease the growing hostility. Let us all remain calm. We are all powerful beings with our own pride. However, our purpose today extends beyond just the Super Saiyan God. We also have another challenge ahead. Chapter 66, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Golden Great Ape Goku. The atmosphere, initially charged with tension, did not ease much even after Jamo's mediation. However, the prospect of another advancement captured everyone's attention. It was time for the Super Saiyan 4 to make its entrance. Jamos, filled with fervor, eagerly anticipated the appearance of the red-haired primate, whose wild muscles and ferocious power epitomized true passion. Those present were likely capable of surviving in the cosmos, as Super Saiyan 4 differed from Super Saiyan God in its destructive potential. Thus, it was suggested to showcase their prowess in space. The majority, being androids, were naturally suited for cosmic existence. The few Saiyans, having mastered the internal breathing technique, could also explore the universe freely. Without further ado, the scene shifted to a colossal dead planet. Jamos concentrated a white energy sphere in his hand and hurled it into the sky. Gohan, Trunks, and the future versions of Goku and Vegeta shielded their eyes with energy to filter out the blood's waves. Following Jamos' cue, several Saiyans quickly enveloped their eyes with energy, calming the previously restless power within their bloodlines. The transformation into great apes occurred as soon as their eyes detected the blood's waves. Their tails would react, triggering the metamorphosis. During the transformation, as long as any part of their bodies was exposed to the blood's waves, the change would remain. The past Goku and Vegeta gazed up at the artificial moon, and their tails soon reacted. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful heartbeats resonated like drums, while Beerus and his companions observed the spectacle from afar. I recall that long ago when Saiyans served Frieza. This great ape transformation was a common method for their invasions of other planets. It was surprising to see them return to such an initial form after gaining so much strength. The past Goku and Vegeta's eyes turned white, their bodies began to swell, and black fur sprouted from within. Their mouths elongated, and human teeth morphed into beastly fangs. Roar. Two massive apes emerged, emitting a howl reminiscent of wild beasts. Their bodies underwent further transformation, a golden energy aura surged forth, enveloping them, and their fur rapidly turned golden. The golden great apes had arrived. Roar, roar, roar. The two colossal golden great apes pounded their chests, the violent energy causing the entire planet to tremble. Kakarot, Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, suddenly displayed a moment of clarity regarding Goku, who had also transformed, as his rationality gradually returned. I, Prince Vegeta, shall not be subjugated by this power. It shall serve my will. Roar. Vegeta's great ape let out a thunderous roar, raising his fists as clarity continued to return. Truly impressive, father. You regained your senses in an instant. Observing his past self mastering his form so swiftly and hearing his son's praise, the future Vegeta couldn't help but smirk, realizing he was indeed a superior warrior. Roar, roar, roar. The great ape Vegeta began to condense the energy within, golden flames evaporating from his surface as immense power accumulated, elevating his strength. As the energy compressed, the great ape's form gradually shrank, the golden hue transitioning to red, and his fur turned crimson. Soon, Vegeta returned to human size. Fists clenched, standing solemnly. Flickers of golden lightning danced across his form, his chiseled features and dark hair exuding an undeniable charm. This was Super Saiyan 4. Undeniably cooler than Super Saiyan God. The future Goku felt a pang of envy. He merely changed his hair color, lacking the impressive aura of his counterpart. At that moment, doubts crept in about his own choices. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta directed a triumphant gaze at future Goku, a smirk gracing his lips. He sensed that his battle prowess as a great ape had already matched Goku's Super Saiyan God form, and upon compressing his energy to become Super Saiyan 4, he had surpassed Goku. I have surpassed my rival from 13 years hence. Ha ha, I am indeed a genius. Roar. The past Goku was still in a frenzy, witnessing Vegeta flaunting in the sky, and swiped at him with a mighty hand. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, momentarily lost in pride, sensed something amiss and turned just in time to be struck, sent sprawling away. With a resounding crash, he landed on a distant mountain, causing a massive collapse. Damn you. Kakarot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged out of the rubble, delivering a kick to the golden great ape, who was sent flying after enduring the blow. Goku, now in his Super Saiyan God form, felt a surge of discomfort witnessing this, a desire to retaliate against Vegeta swelling within him. Jamos, noticing Goku's lack of recovery, shifted his gaze to Krillin. Initially engrossed, Krillin suddenly shivered, sensing an eerie presence. A voice echoed within everyone, and they exchanged peculiar glances but said nothing, eventually departing for various reasons, leaving behind only Beerus, his companions, and the ever-present Krillin. Suddenly, a familiar figure descended from the sky, smooth white skin, purple joints, and a diminutive stature, none other than the cosmic overlord, Frieza. The golden great ape's demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly agitated. With a loud roar, it opened its mouth and unleashed a devastating energy blast. Frieza effortlessly blocked it with one hand, the explosion sending debris flying and a golden light piercing through the dust. Then, a formidable aura surged toward the golden great ape. Damn Saiyan monkey. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Enveloped in golden flames, Frieza extended his arms, standing poised in the void. Roar. A colossal roar answered him, followed by a fist crashing down. Frieza kicked the blow away, then raised a finger, firing a deadly beam at his opponent. Goku. Krillin instinctively leaped in front of Goku, attempting to absorb the impact. However, the powerful energy beam pierced through, leaving the golden great ape in a state of bewilderment. Father. Gohan rushed forward, accompanied by Trunks. Frieza showed no mercy, merging his fingers to unleash a red laser toward them. The golden great ape instinctively sought to protect them, but was too slow, helplessly watching as the two were severed by the red energy beam. Frieza unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the two into dust. Frieza. An anguished roar echoed within the golden great ape's mind, yet the memories of these individuals eluded him. Rage only served to further cloud his reason. Chapter 67. Promotion completed. Is it still not enough? It must be you, Krillin. Frieza cast a piercing gaze at the bewildered Krillin, descending from the sky. Frieza delivered a swift kick, sending Krillin crashing to the ground. Then, landing on a slope, Frieza pointed, and Krillin's body seemed to move uncontrollably, soaring out from a flying zone. No. This familiar scene unfolded before the eyes of the golden great ape. For some inexplicable reason, the golden great ape felt an eerie sense of familiarity, as though it anticipated the ensuing events, charging towards Krillin instinctively, desperate to intervene. Goku. With a cry, Frieza clenched his fingers, and Krillin, suspended in the air, exploded into a cloud of dust with a deafening boom, as if the scene were a haunting replay. Reigniting the golden great ape's memories. Krillin. An overwhelming fury surged through Goku, dispelling the confusion, and he recalled everything. Krillin was dead again. His dear brother had perished at the hands of the same foe. Frieza, Frieza. The golden great ape clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Bowing his head and silently repeating the name. When anger reaches its zenith, words become inadequate. From a distance, Beerus observed the unfolding chaos, his eyes narrowing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's happening. The colossal golden great ape began radiating golden energy, regaining composure as the energy within him involuntarily compressed, causing his form to shrink. When he lifted his head once more, Goku's pupils had transformed to gold, his body adorned with crimson fur. Thick black hair, signifying the success of his transformation. Frieza. This roar echoed with deafening intensity, embodying Goku's boundless wrath. Ha ha ha, Goku. This time I shall not allow you to be arrogant. Frieza's golden energy erupted once more, while Goku instantly teleported before him, seizing Frieza's hand just as he prepared to strike. Frieza, you have killed Krillin once more. The familiar scene, the familiar motion. Yet the only difference lay in their strengths. One was Golden Frieza, the other Super Saiyan 4. Observing Goku's furious expression, Frieza smirked coldly. Ah, the familiar sensation returns. You have transformed again in the face of despair, Goku. This time, I shall not be defeated. Frieza's other hand swung towards Goku, landing a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing Goku to stagger back 2 steps, yet he did not relinquish his grip. Regaining his breath, Goku retaliated with a punch. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated painfully. Frieza winced, retreating a few steps. Both warriors locked eyes, a more formidable energy emanating from their beings, their auras colliding. The sky darkened with thunder, and the entire planet trembled. The impending clash between them was imminent. Just as they were poised to strike, a voice interrupted them. Kakarot, even after regaining your senses, how can you still be so foolish? Vegeta's mocking tone broke through, and Goku suddenly realized Vegeta was still present. How dare you stand by and watch Krillin be killed? Once I deal with Frieza, I shall settle the score with you. The past Kakarot had returned, having stirred up enough trouble to come back, waiting to transform into Super Saiyan God. It was future Vegeta who spoke up, and Goku finally understood. Ah, so there are indeed 2 cold-hearted Vegetas. Fortunately, no one could hear his inner thoughts, otherwise, everyone would burst into laughter. Past me, cease this. That entire performance was merely to help you regain your sanity. That was not Frieza. Super Saiyan God Goku spoke, prompting Super Saiyan 4 Goku to react, watching as Frieza transformed into Jamos with a resounding pop. Surprised? Unexpected? How can it be you? So you were truly acting, but how could you kill Krillin in the process? Goku, realizing the ruse, felt discontent at their actions against Krillin. Though the dragon could revive him, he was still a person. Life should be held in reverence. Goku, I'm here. Krillin came running from a distance, unharmed, leaving Goku momentarily dumbfounded. Oh, I remember now. The 4-symbol fist. It can split a person into 4, with each possessing a quarter of the strength. If one perishes, their power returns to the remaining 3. Only by killing all 4 can one truly die. Indeed, as he gazed at the more majestic Goku, Krillin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This red-haired monkey was truly impressive. As the grand performance concluded, the vanished figures returned. A group of super androids gathered. Even if the real Frieza appeared, he would surely meet his downfall, let alone killing Krillin. It was fortunate if Frieza didn't fall victim to Krillin himself. Laughter erupted among the group, celebrating Goku's successful promotion as a joyous occasion. Comparing Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, Krillin noted their differences. Vegeta's pupils were blue, while Goku's were gold. The same transformation yielded distinct variations, likely due to the disparity between higher and lower warriors. Oh dear, these individuals are truly remarkable. Super Saiyan 4 has surpassed Super Saiyan God. Wish chuckled softly while Beerus maintained a solemn expression. The Saiyan race was indeed peculiar. Has Lord Beerus not noticed? Though these individuals lack a visible aura, the energy fluctuations within them are formidable. Their combat power is likely nearing the 8th dimension, particularly that cell, whose strength had transcended the 8th dimension, now approaching the 9th. Assessing the combat prowess of both sides, even Beerus was astonished. It was that these individuals were exceedingly strong. In the eyes of a destroyer, they were merely adequate, yet they vastly outperformed others. Pray tell, what do you mean by the dimensions of power? Inquired Jamos, who whose keen ears caught the discourse. The dimensional power scale is our divine terminology for combat strength. In your terms, 1,000 power units equate to the first dimension, 10,000 to the second, and so forth. With your combat power nearing trillions, you are approaching the 8th dimension. This is a divine calculation. After all, divine combat power is so overwhelming that using Frieza's subordinates methods would yield cumbersome calculations. This conversion proves far more convenient. The combat power of the super androids approaches 10 trillion, positioning them near the 8th dimension. Cell's golden form has already surpassed the 8th dimension, estimated at 5 dimensions. According to JMO's initial calculations, Super Saiyan 4's power should lie between 1 trillion and 10 trillion, placing them at the 7th dimension. However, it now appears that they may need to adjust the range upwards, estimating it between 7, 5 and 8. 5 dimensions. Chapter 68. For against one come. Let me test the might of your Saiyan race. Beerus still yearned to engage in combat with these Saiyans. His curiosity piqued by their transformation from the subservient minions of Frieza to formidable warriors. Very well, we shall not hold back. In the future, both Goku and Vegeta have attained the form of Super Saiyan God, yet due to their insufficient foundation, they remain unable to achieve the blue transformation. The path of Super Saiyan God is indeed a challenging one. Goku and Vegeta from the future felt a twinge of regret, as others had recently transformed into golden great apes and seamlessly ascended to Super Saiyan 4, while they still needed to train further to unlock the blue form. As Beerus slowly ascended into the sky, the two members of Team Baekong followed suit. Despite Goku's side having the numerical advantage, facing a god of destruction rendered their numbers insignificant. Particularly, this god of destruction was far more powerful than that depicted in the original narrative. Go for it, Goku. You must win. The spectators cheered, urging them on, eager to witness this clash between mortals and deities. Whis, ensure that little one is protected. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. After issuing instructions to Whis, Beerus began to manifest his aura. A purple energy enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Make your move, Saiyans. Super Saiyan God Goku initiated the attack, closely followed by Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Their forms blurred into streaks of crimson light, flanking Beerus. Beerus spread his arms wide, effortlessly catching the two approaching fists. In an instant, Super Saiyan 4 Goku teleported behind him, intending to strike from the rear, while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged directly in front of Beerus, creating a pincer attack. However, in response to such an assault, Beerus merely grinned, seizing the hands of Super Saiyan God Goku and Vegeta, and began to spin them in place. The immense force propelled both warriors like baseball bats, sending them flying away. Future Goku, future Vegeta, the transformation into Super Saiyan God merely elevated you to divinity. As mortals, you were capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, thus as deities. You can also transform into Super Saiyan with divine bodies. The Saiyans possess no limits. In this battle, you shall surely achieve the blue transformation. Following the reminder from Gamos, the two Super Saiyan gods exchanged glances and nodded, then began to surge their auras. If Super Saiyan God is their norm, then they must be able to transform into Super Saiyan. With a resounding cry, their auras erupted, and amidst the flames of crimson, a hint of blue began to emerge. Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta charged toward Beerus, delivering simultaneous kicks. Beerus merely tilted his body slightly to evade their strikes. A swift spinning kick connected with Super Saiyan 4 Goku's abdomen, while an elbow strike landed on Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's midsection. Both warriors recoiled in pain, and Beerus conjured two spheres of purple energy, hurling them toward the duo. Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power, bracing against the oncoming energy spheres. Yet they were still propelled backward. With a united shout, they clapped their hands together, dispersing the purple energy into a cloud of dust. Kamehameha! Sky Cannon! The two Super Saiyan gods seized the moment, launching their strongest attacks at Beerus. Without turning around, Beerus merely lifted his tail, which became enveloped in purple energy. Resembling a whip that floated effortlessly, aimed at the two. The tail lashed out, leaving a purple streak upon their attacks. They had expected the purple energy to be overwhelmed by their assault, yet the crescent of purple energy sliced through their Kamehameha waves as if they were mere paper, heading straight for them. Be careful. Goku and Vegeta were struck solidly by the attack, engulfed in a cloud of smoke as they fell from the sky, appearing gravely injured and temporarily incapacitated. Is that all? Beerus scoffed, unimpressed by their combat prowess, deeming it relatively low. Damn it, this guy is too strong at this rate. Victory is impossible. Super Saiyan 4 Goku's mind raced, contemplating their next strategy. Perhaps if the two from the future could successfully transform into Super Saiyans, they might stand a chance. Exchanging a determined glance, the duo promptly devised a plan. They utilized instant transmission to arrive beside the two Super Saiyan gods. Enough chit-chat. Kakarot and I will lend you a hand. With that, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta transmitted their energy directly into the two Super Saiyan gods. Achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan. As their energy flowed, the two Super Saiyan gods felt invigorated, the shared energy resonating perfectly within them, with no energy wasted. At the moment their energy peaked, they unleashed a unified roar, their muscles tensing as crimson energy enveloped their forms. They did not halt, continuing to amplify their auras, striving to extract every ounce of potential. Perhaps due to a new warrior's protective instinct, the recovery rate of the two Super Saiyan gods was astonishing, their potential seemingly boundless. With a series of primal roars, blue energy erupted like a bomb dropped into water, engulfing their red energy, their hair standing on end. They had finally transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, embodying divine power. Witnessing this, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta gasped for breath, a smile breaking across their faces. You have finally surpassed that threshold. Now, let us engage in battle. Beerus remained aloft, silently observing the display of power from the four warriors. Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta reached unprecedented heights, while Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, despite their fatigue, swiftly consumed a Senzu bean. With a crisp crunch, their energy was fully restored. Onward, the four shouted in unison, charging toward Beerus. The clash commenced, a whirlwind of attacks and counters. Regardless of their relentless assaults, Beerus' defenses appeared effortlessly impenetrable. Throughout the fray, the four warriors felt that with just a little more effort, they could land a hit. Yet no matter how hard they tried, Beerus evaded their strikes with ease. It became evident that Beerus was merely toying with them. Damn it! Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could no longer contain himself. The constant mockery was infuriating. He created distance, unleashing all his power in a final flash. The other three seized the opportunity, teleporting to Vegeta's side. With two Kamehameha waves and one final flash, three energy blasts joined the fray. In response to their combined attacks, Beerus simply extended his hand and uttered two words: destruction. Chapter 69. A future on the right track. This marked the first occasion when Beerus wielded destructive energy. He was eager to observe how long the four could withstand the might of a god of destruction. A 10-meter diameter sphere of destructive energy repelled their attacks effortlessly. Upon striking the sphere, their combined assaults disintegrated into mere specks of light, showing no signs of mutual cancellation. Alas, it was destructive energy. The four secretly lamented their predicament. Yet time afforded them no chance to evade. The destructive energy erupted before them, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept across a 10-mile radius, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, two colossal energy spheres, one blue and one red, materialized within the devastated area, dispersing the residual destructive energy. As the energy spheres dissipated, two figures emerged. Oh, what is this? Beerus observed the two individuals below with curiosity, both adorned with a pair of green Patera earrings. They were Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Gamos watched the figures with excitement, his face reflecting the essence of an invincible warrior. Pondering whether they could indeed embody that invincibility, the two warriors launched their attacks first, their fervor intensified by their appearance. Beerus, sensing their enthusiasm, felt invigorated. Indeed, it has been a long time since I faced worthy opponents. Perhaps you shall witness my true power. Beerus's aura surged as a terrifying stream of destructive energy coalesced behind him, forming a purple dragon. With a powerful tail swipe, he sent both Vegetos hurtling away. Let the dragon fist erupt. The duo, undeterred, unleashed their most potent assault in response. Two golden dragons surged towards the purple dragon, swiftly tearing it apart, then charging at Beerus. With a thunderous roar, Beerus concentrated his energy into both fists, obliterating the two golden dragons, which disintegrated into golden motes in the air. Seizing the moment of his attack, the two Vegetos executed an instantaneous move, appearing before him in an instant. One struck from the left, the other from the right, delivering powerful blows to Beerus's abdomen. Beerus was sent reeling, but just as the Vegetos sought to capitalize on their advantage, he abruptly halted his backward motion, retaliating with a swift kick that sent both Vegetos flying. This god of destruction is formidable. Below, Cell observed the frenzied battle above, finally shedding his earlier disdain. Vegeta's strength had surpassed his own, and the fact that Beerus could contend with two Vegetos without faltering highlighted the true prowess of a god of destruction. Naturally, Each god of destruction is the mightiest entity in the universe, and Lord Beerus is the strongest among the 12. The battle raged intensely above, with Beerus maintaining the upper hand against the two Vegetos, the disparity in strength evident. Alas, it seems to be nearing its conclusion. Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone intently focused on the ongoing clash. At that moment, the two Vegetos executed their ultimate technique, the fusion dance. With the sound of their fusion, a new warrior emerged. Conversely, Beerus entered his second form, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy toward the newly formed Gogeta. Aware of his dwindling energy, Gogeta summoned his full power, aiming for a decisive blow. This would be their final clash. A tremendous wave of energy collided, erupting into a blinding white light that obscured vision. As the sound of 4 distinct impacts reverberated, the brilliance receded to reveal 4 craters, each containing a weary combatant. The 2 Gokus and 2 Vegetas lay battered and on the brink of unconsciousness. Beerus descended from the heavens, bearing several wounds, indicating he too had not emerged unscathed. Impressive. Yet it will be quite some time before you can defeat me. Beerus relished the battle, astonished at how far the Saiyans of his universe had evolved. However, he noted that 2 of them appeared not to belong to this timeline. Ah well, with the timeline sealed, no new parallel worlds would emerge from historical alterations. They could remain as they were. Yet, time travel is not something to be trifled with. It must align with one's mood. Truly, Lord Beerus is remarkable. The future Goku, lying in the crater, managed to open one eye halfway while the other narrowed to a slit, weakly murmuring. Goku, Vegeta. Bulma rushed over, producing 4 Senzu beans from her pocket, distributing one to each warrior, instantly reviving them. Lord Beerus, would you like one? Bulma offered a bean to Beerus, who initially declined, feeling his minor wounds could be mended by allowing the destructive energy within him to circulate. However, curiosity piqued at the sight of the beans. He snatched one and placed it in his mouth. Crisp and devoid of flavor, it was merely an ordinary bean. What a disappointment. It is far from delectable. Beerus regarded them with a solemn expression, having just engaged in a fierce battle and feeling fatigued. Bring me all your finest dishes. Seeing the slender cat demanding food, Bulma's lips twitched. Fine, we cannot hope to defeat him, so let us dine together. There is nothing that cannot be resolved over a meal. Goku, you are incredible. Krillin approached, followed by Tien and others, all coming to celebrate. Though we did not win, facing a god of destruction and achieving this level of combat is commendable. Haha. Indeed, Lord Beerus is the mightiest. Despite our combined forms, we were no match for him. I wonder how many transformations Lord Beerus is capable of. If he could transform 3 or 4 times, it is unfathomable how strong he would be. The others nodded in agreement. However, Gamos interjected, suggesting they were overestimating. A god of destruction is not like a Saiyan, so numerous transformations are unlikely. The group soared back to Earth, returning to the blue and white planet. Bulma promptly took out her phone, instructing her chef to prepare a feast for 100, ensuring ingredients were ready for additional servings. This battle forged an initial friendship between Beerus and the Saiyan Goku, reminiscent of a grand cinematic clash. In the future, Goku and Vegeta might leverage this bond to gain the opportunity to train under Whis, fostering further interactions. While the future reached a satisfying conclusion, unbeknownst to anyone, a petite figure stealthily infiltrated Gamos's laboratory during their absence. Observing the dormant androids within their capsules, a smug smile crept across her face. Nappa, Raditz, Dorius, and androids 17 and 18 had all transformed into super androids. The figure pressed a switch, and with a beep, all the capsules opened, awakening the slumbering androids. Gamos. I shall claim your androids as my own. In the past timeline, after Gamos departed with Goku and Vegeta, an unwarranted character emerged. At last, it is complete. Gamos. Your sister has come to find you. P.S. At long last, we have reached Super Saiyan 4. The anticipation was excruciating. Having refrained from introducing formidable foes for fear of the protagonist's demise. Now that the android technology is mature and the younger generation has grown, it is time for Gamos to mature as well. The war is on the horizon. Chapter 70. The Celestial Path seeks external aid in the eastern galaxy of the past timeline. Zangia held the neck of a frozen demon, giving it a gentle twist that resulted in a crisp crack, extinguishing its life force, disposing of the lifeless body onto the ground. She absent-mindedly brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. The frozen demons were truly repulsive. No matter how many she dispatched, they seemed inexhaustible. Zangia, one of the galactic warriors, had once been an innocent young girl. Her homeland was devastated by the Frozen Demon Clan, ultimately leading to her transformation into a cyborg alongside several other warriors. Their endless lifespan rendered them forgetful of their former ideals of justice, morphing them into mere machines of slaughter. The Galactic Warriors made their appearance in the theatrical version, set in the timeline following the destruction of King Kai's planet by Cell's self-detonation, which resulted in cracks in the seal that had confined the Galactic Warriors. Under the command of Captain Bojack, they invaded Earth, only to be vanquished by the enraged Gohan. Returning to the present after eliminating the frozen demon, Zanjiao approached another young girl nearby. Sidonxia, we have nearly eradicated the frozen demon clan in the Eastern Galaxy. The remaining few are clever enough to hide and refuse to show themselves. Should we linger here any longer? Sidonxia chuckled softly. It is time to depart. If we remain any longer, Gula and Frieza from the frozen demons will arrive, and escaping then would become troublesome. The timing is also right. Earth should be reaching its climax. Let us join in the festivities and utilize the Dragon Balls there to search for my useless brother. Evidently, in this world shaped by anime, the name Sidonxia itself was quite peculiar, unmistakably hinting at her Eastern origins. The Dragon Balls? Are those the orbs you mentioned that can grant any wish? Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten, Zanjia exclaimed, embracing Sidonxia's arm with enthusiasm. Sidonxia merely smiled slightly, and a vibrant green aura enveloped the two, forming a protective shield as they soared towards Earth at incredible speed. Little universe. Please check the current events on Earth. Sidonxia summoned her system within her mind. Within her consciousness, a glowing sphere responded to her command, immediately beginning to sift through the data. Host, there seems to be an anomaly. The information displayed is from the cyborg era, but why is Satan also a cyborg? And a super cyborg at that? Little Universe exhibited signs of distress, as its database appeared to be in disarray. Oh, when did this inconsistency arise? Have you reported it to your superiors? Little Universe replied, feeling aggrieved. I distinctly remember that 10 years ago, there were no issues when I first searched this timeline. It strictly followed the original narrative. The voice of Little Universe grew fainter, its guilt palpable. 10 years. How diligent of you. Have you been watching short videos again? Do you realize the difficulty of our current mission? This world has been inundated with traversers. Even the celestial path has made its appearance. And you still dare to be idle? Sidonxia's tone grew increasingly stern, causing Little Universe to tremble in trepidation. Humph. Quickly gather the latest data and relay it to my mind, Sidonxia commanded, concluding her communication. As a premier agent within the Quick Travel Bureau, Sidonxia harbored no illusions about completing this mission. The complexity of this world was daunting. Unlike other realms that might only feature a singular male and female protagonist, this world was riddled with parallel dimensions and chaotic elements. Identifying the puppeteer behind it all would be a formidable challenge. Indeed, Sidonxia was not originally from this world. In contrast to other traversers, she belonged to an elevated tier, being an employee of the Quick Travel Bureau, which ensured the proper functioning of various worlds. As a top-tier agent, she understood that the immense energy system of the Dragon Ball universe was exceptionally powerful. Should this world face obliteration, the repercussions would inevitably ripple across countless dimensions. Thus, her superiors had dispatched her here. According to the Quick Travel Bureau's reconnaissance, the number of parallel worlds exceeded 4 figures, and the count of traversers surpassed 3 digits. However, to avoid attracting the attention of the celestial path, each world could harbor no more than 1 traverser at a time. Each traverser bore an inflated sense of self-importance. Most were far from compliant, often attempting to exploit their unique abilities to instigate chaos. The celestial path had previously enacted divine retribution to eliminate these intruders, yet the sheer volume overwhelmed the efforts. Just as one group was repelled, 2 more would infiltrate, akin to an unending swarm of locusts. Little did Sidonxia realize that her world had already been infiltrated by another traverser. Her own entry had been sanctioned by the celestial path through legitimate channels, thus making the presence of 2 traversers in the same realm plausible. Who could this other traverser be? The boon granted to me by the celestial path is the ability to inherit the ultra bloodline. Could my twin brother possibly have also been affected, thus becoming a variable in this world? What if the fluctuations caused by my presence were the true source of this world's greatest uncertainty? The more Sidonxia contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Nevertheless, the truth remained to be uncovered upon reaching Earth. In the northern galaxy, Frieza floated in the cosmos, his form radiating a dark golden hue, clearly having surpassed his golden transformation. Opposite him stood a humanoid with a ram's head, who was now devoid of his lower body, barely clinging to life. Mora, I expected you to be formidable, yet this is all you can muster? Frieza taunted. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Submit or face death. At the mention of death, a murderous glint flickered in Frieza's eyes. Should Mora dare to utter a word of defiance, his life would surely be forfeit. Haha. It is surprising that a clan as insignificant as the Frozen Demons could produce a being like you. Mora, as a major antagonist within the comics, was indeed a powerful entity. However, in this timeline, upon his emergence, he sought the Dragon Balls, only to collide with Gula's forces, resulting in immediate conflict. Had it been Frieza, perhaps there would have been a chance for alliance, but Gula's rigid nature left no room for negotiation, demanding subservience from Mora, who, as a prominent figure, would never bow his head. Thus, an epic battle ensued, culminating in Mora's rejuvenation yet leaving him severely injured. As he escaped, his fury only intensified, prompting a campaign of vengeance. As a real estate mogul, Frieza was committed to providing excellent after-sales service. However, with Mora wreaking havoc on the planets he had sold, a barrage of complaints flooded in. Once or twice could be tolerated, but as the complaints multiplied, Frieza's wrath boiled over. He set an ambush to capture Mora. Gazing down at the near-dead Mora, Frieza sighed in regret. Since you refuse to submit, then death shall be your fate. With a flash of crimson laser, the formidable antagonist Mora met his end before ever confronting the protagonist. Lord Frieza, where shall we go next? Inquired a baseball player donning a cap, approaching with eagerness. Ha ha ha, Captain Jinyu, having resolved this major dilemma, I finally have time to spare. Let us venture to Earth, as you suggested. Chapter 71. The triumvirate assault. In the early morning, Lam-Z, with her azure hair, tidied her attire and donned her small leather bag filled with an assortment of universal capsules. She then called out to the outside, Xiaoyin, are we ready to depart? All right. Like a toddler, Xiaoyin emerged from the bushes, her small backpack in tow, cradling a calico cat in her arms. Hee, mommy, let us go. Lam-Z smiled at her adopted daughter, clasping her tiny hand, and soared into the sky. A delicate, gossamer green energy shield enveloped the two, transforming them into a streak of light as they shot towards the cosmos. Xiaoyin, a synthetic being born from the fusion of Fu La's cells with others, shared an innate bond with Lam-Z. The blue-haired Lam-Z, gentle and kind-hearted, felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoyin, who lacked parents. The golden-haired Lam-Z, brash and carefree, combined their personalities in such a way that she instantly regarded Xiaoyin as her daughter, since Xiaoyin was a continuation of her essence. Sharing her bloodline, it was not an exaggeration to call her a biological daughter. Xiaoyin, the universe is vast and surely teeming with formidable beings. Once we set out, be sure to avoid causing any trouble. Understood, mommy. Lam-Z produced a radar the size of a basin, pressing a button that immediately displayed the location of a Dragon Ball. Wasn't it said that the Super Dragon Balls were scattered across 2 universes? Why is there only one in Universe 7? Could it be that Lord Kampa has gathered the rest? Indeed. The mother and daughter duo had ventured into the universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Following the demise of the other universe Kais, the gods of destruction had perished as well. Thus, the golden-haired Lam-Z and Xiaoyin had been persistently pestering Bulma to create a Super Dragon Ball radar. Once it was completed, they set off immediately. While they claimed their quest was to revive the deities, in truth, their motives were rather simple. They merely sought adventure. Beyond the universe, a rift in space-time opened, and 2 figures emerged. Is this the place? Inquired a Saiyan resembling Vegeta. Indeed, this is the correct dimension. One of our companions, a Goku, and another, a Vegeta, went missing upon arriving here. Moreover, we also dispatched a fused warrior Fu La and a time-manipulating hit, both of whom have vanished as well. As he spoke, Dark Goku's expression darkened, his voice grave. Although we remain unaware of the events that transpired, the disturbances here are undoubtedly linked to Earth. Upon hearing Dark Goku's words, his companion's eyes glinted with a predatory light. Earth, the planet where Goku and Vegeta resided, was also frequented by Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. It seemed necessary to pay a visit. I shall also assess the strength of this mutated Saiyan known as Reg. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he gazed at his hands. The two entered Universe 7 and swiftly soared towards Earth. 2 shadows of darkness traversed the cosmos, passing over a majestic palace located on a nearby planet. Within the opulent confines of the palace, Broly lay in a deep slumber, suddenly stirred by the presence of the 2 dark figures. Kakarot. An instinctual fury welled within him, deeply ingrained and inexplicable, yet undeniably profound. Snatching his garments, he donned them in less than a second and bellowed, leaping towards the source of the dark energy, leaving a gaping hole in the palace roof. Elsewhere, a group of green-skinned aliens trembled in fear at the familiar oppressive aura emanating from Broly. Only when the malevolent presence departed the planet did they collectively exhale in relief. Collapsing to the ground. That fiend has finally left. Oh, poor old king. Broly sensed that this time he would not only eliminate the one he loathed to his core, but also confront the individual who unsettled him. Kakarot. Broly unleashed his energy, accelerating towards his target. The two dark figures ahead seemed to sense the following presence, their brows furrowing in concern. "We are being tracked," Dark Goku stated. "Pay it no mind. If he follows us to Earth, we shall deal with him there," his companion replied. With that, they pressed on, showing no intention of stopping for a confrontation, and continued their flight towards Earth. Meanwhile, those on Earth, blissfully unaware, remained oblivious to the three factions converging upon them. Inside a crab-shaped spaceship, Frieza and Cooler sat atop their thrones, sipping from elegant goblets. "Hehehe, brother, what sudden interest do you have in visiting Earth alongside me?" Frieza inquired, well aware of his brother's disdainful nature. "I wish to meet the Saiyan who bested you, as he resides on Earth." Upon hearing this, Frieza's smile faltered, realizing the gravity of the comment. Thankfully, it was his brother speaking. Had it been anyone else, he would have taken drastic measures. "Both of you. The big boss is calling." A screen flickered to life, revealing King Cold's visage. "My dear sons, are you planning a trip to Earth?" "Yes, father," Frieza replied courteously. "Just received word that a galactic warrior named Zangya has also headed to Earth, which should be your destination. You might as well take care of her while you're at it." "Oh, how fortuitous." "Very well, it shall be done," Cooler replied nonchalantly. King Cold expressed his concern for his sons before terminating the communication. On Earth, the Pilaf gang remained ensconced in their laboratory, garbed in white coats, appearing quite convincing in their roles. "I never imagined that biological research could be so enthralling. My experiment is nearly complete, and with it, Earth shall gain an additional layer of protection. Long live King Pilaf," exclaimed Mai and Shu, their enthusiasm lifting Pilaf's spirits. Suddenly, a blaring alarm pierced the air, sending the trio into a panic as they began frantically typing on their keyboards, the screens analyzing the unforeseen situation. "An unidentified object is hurtling towards Earth. You too," quickly informed Satan and the other Z warriors. Obliging, the two subordinates sprang into action. Bulma soon received the alert and began summoning the other warriors. With Krillin and Yamcha still reveling in the cosmos, and Lan Chi and her daughter having departed Earth, the planet's remaining defenders included Tien, Kaiatsu, and the androids 16, 17, and 18. Of course, they could not forget the planet's heroic figure, the enigmatic Mr. Satan, along with his formidable ally, Majin Buu. Chapter 72. Frieza encounters the Dark Ones. "Have you sensed it, Gohan?" Piccolo inquired gravely, gazing at the sky. "Yes, I can feel it. Such immense power. Even stronger than Uncle Krillin and Uncle Yamcha," Gohan replied, his expression mirroring Piccolo's concern. Both were enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. Piccolo's strength was currently limited. Without the crisis of the androids or the fusion with the deity, his power barely reached 300 million. Gohan, having returned from Namek, had taken to scholarly pursuits and was not even a Super Saiyan, his combat power falling short of 100 million. It was evident that neither could contend with the impending threat. Even a mere aftershock could potentially injure them. This time, they were overwhelmed with a sense of futility, as their peaceful existence faced disruption once again. Gohan, in particular, regretted not dedicating himself to training. "The enemy's strength is formidable. We should leave this to the others," Piccolo consoled as he placed a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. Gohan clenched his teeth, sighed heavily, and reluctantly lowered his fists. Frieza's spaceship gradually descended into Earth's atmosphere, landing in a mountainous forest. Before the ship could fully touch down, several figures emerged. 3 androids stood solemnly, their microcomputers having detected the formidable energy signature and calculated their opponent's power. A staggering 300 billion in combat strength, and that was merely in its normal state. They dared not underestimate what Frieza could unleash at full power. Tien and Kairatsu also arrived via instant transmission, bracing themselves for confrontation. Meanwhile, Satan continued his speech in the city, confidently declaring that with him around, no one could threaten Earth. The audience erupted with excitement, chanting his name. With a dramatic leap, Satan soared into the distance, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems they are quite welcoming." As the spaceship landed and the hatch opened, Frieza emerged, his petite frame striking against the backdrop of the sky. Why is there not a single familiar face? Where's Goku? He demanded, irritation evident in his tone as no one responded. In that case, Captain Ginyu, let's reclaim Earth. I trust its environment can fetch a handsome price. Frieza smiled lightly and floated backward. Ginyu stepped forward, his heart racing as he recognized the androids before him. Androids 16, 17, and 18, all formidable super androids. Particularly, Android 16, a pure robot, possessed power surpassing even the super androids. Yet, recalling his rigorous training under Frieza, Ginyu regained his composure. Androids, considering our past acquaintance. If you surrender, I can plead with Lord Frieza to spare your lives. Is this how you repay us for granting you such a splendid body? Tien retorted, his voice laced with indignation. I, Ginyu, am utterly loyal to Lord Frieza. If you refuse to surrender, I am left with no choice but to engage you, Ginyu declared, hastening toward them, eager to showcase his newfound strength. Your opponent is me. Satan intervened, transforming into a super android and launching Ginyu into the air with a single kick, sending him crashing into a meteor, unconscious. Satan was no pushover. Since becoming an android, he had trained daily with Majin Buu, declaring, having finally become a true hero. I cannot fall behind. A soldier behind Frieza, clutching a state-of-the-art scouter, gasped, My lord, the enemy's combat power has reached an astonishing 1,003 billion. Is that so? Frieza replied, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated encountering a Super Saiyan with a power level of merely over 100 million, but instead found himself facing an extraordinary adversary. Are you frightened? Satan posed, arms crossed, standing defiantly atop a small hill, casting a scornful gaze at Frieza. Frieza, who despised being looked down upon, felt his ire rise at Satan's audacity. Indeed. You are formidable, but you still lack the temperament to match your abilities, he retorted, ascending into the air, golden light enveloping him as he transformed into his golden form. Satan, observing the scouter's readings, felt his confidence wane as sweat trickled down his brow. 5 trillion was a staggering figure, equivalent to 5 dimensions, calculated by Amosu as the full power of the Saiyans. As the realization struck him, Frieza delivered a decisive blow, knocking the arrogant Satan off Earth and into the meteor beside Ginyu. Is that all? Frieza smirked, turning to the remaining androids. If you submit and serve me, I can grant you Earth as a gift. What do you say? Frieza's intentions were not to annihilate. Despite his brutality, he showed a degree of tolerance for capable subordinates. This world belongs to us. Do we need your charity? Android 18 retorted, her temper flaring. Frieza, unfazed by her defiance, beamed even brighter. I appreciate your spirited nature. Subordinates with opinions are far more valuable than mere sycophants. However, seeing your reluctance, I may need to demonstrate my strength to compel your obedience. As Android 16, 17, and 18, along with Tien and Kaiatsu, prepared for battle, the sky suddenly darkened. Thunderous clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning. From the swirling center of the cloud, 2 dark tornadoes descended, abruptly revealing 2 figures in a dramatic fashion. Goku. No, you are not Goku, Frieza recognized, realizing that this doppelganger was none other than the one who had nearly ended his life, Zamasu. Ah, Frieza, what brings you to Earth at this hour? But that is of little consequence, Dark Goku said, while dark rage continued. What matters is that you Earthlings recognize us. It seems the disappearance of our comrades must be linked to you. With that, Rage's voice rose in intensity, glaring furiously at those on Earth. Chapter 73. Dales and Reg. Upon noticing the distinct tails of the Saiyans behind them, Frieza instantly felt a wave of relief. After all, they were merely Saiyans. Even as Super Saiyans, their battle power topped out at just over 100 million, hardly worthy of carrying his shoes. Ha ha ha. From where do you two hail? Seeing Frieza, Reg found no desire to engage in banter, recognizing that they were all destined for death and thus saw no reason to squander time. In response to Frieza, he unleashed a wave of yellow energy enveloped in black, which Frieza attempted to block, only to be violently propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Frieza, my lord. A group of minions called out to their king, only to be obliterated by an energy blast from the dark figure, with even their spaceship exploding in the chaos. Zamasu, how many of Goku's bodies did you seize? Tien Shinhan questioned furiously, while the dark figure, resembling Goku, chuckled coldly. Many, even I can scarcely recall. However, this body of mine is not Goku's, but that of a Saiyan named Dales. On Master Roshi's island, Master Roshi, Granny Crystalline, and Gohan's family watched the live broadcast. Upon hearing Dale's name, Master Roshi's heart skipped a beat. Dales, was that not the Saiyan who had once planted the Tree of Might on Earth? His power level exceeded 10,000, far surpassing that of King Vegeta back then, and he was certainly not a mere low-level warrior. Dales possessed a unique identity. His existence was essentially a shadow of Goku. The narrative surrounding Dales served to contrast Goku's divergent life path. Goku, the brain-damaged Kakarot, stood in stark contrast to the fully darkened Kakarot known as Dales. Thus, whenever Dales did not directly cross paths with Goku, he retained a semblance of a protagonist's aura. In the manifested Dragon Ball universe, Dales would undoubtedly be even more formidable than Goku, due to his tenfold darkened strength. Goku, my Kaioken exceeds tenfold. Enough. Villains perish through excessive dialogue. Let us commence the extermination of parasites. Standing side by side, Dales raised his right hand while Reg lifted his left. Two small energy blasts coalesced, swiftly enlarging and merging into a colossal energy sphere. Vanish, humans! With a sweeping gesture, the energy sphere soared over the crowd, hurtling towards the distant city. Not good. Tien Shinhan aimed to intervene, but was ambushed by Reg, who struck him down. Reg then descended, delivering a crushing stomp to Tien's chest. As androids 17 and 18 prepared to act, a figure suddenly appeared before the energy blast. With me, Satan present. I shall not permit you to destroy Earth. Satan stretched out his hands and pushed the energy sphere back towards Dales and Reg. Take this back. He even kicked it, averting a crisis in the city. Seeing the energy blast redirected, Dales performed a backflip, altering its trajectory towards Android 16. Android 16 merely extended a finger, unleashing a beam that pierced through the energy blast. Satan's shadow fist. A multitude of fists rained down upon Dales, whose speed far exceeded anything he could manage, striking him repeatedly in the chest and face. Just as Satan prepared to unleash his other techniques, Dales' aura surged, enveloping him in a dark energy. He seized one of Satan's arms and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending Satan crashing from the sky to the ground. As he regained his composure, a torrent of attacks rained down mercilessly. The prince's combat style returns. Satan was engulfed in the onslaught. After a considerable bombardment, Dales finally ceased his assault. But before the dust settled, a figure charged forth. Satan launched a flying kick from below, catching Dales off guard and striking his abdomen. Dales coughed violently, but with clenched teeth, he spun away from the attack, aiming to stomp down on Satan. Satan utilized instant transmission, appearing behind Dales, unleashing a Satan impact that engulfed him entirely. Nothing more than this. As Satan turned to confront another opponent, a chilling laughter echoed from behind. Who would have thought there were such experts on Earth? It seems I shall not find this tedious before I eliminate Goku. Upon hearing the voice, Satan whirled around to find Dales and scathed, with a wicked smile gracing his lips. Human, you are indeed strong, yet in the eyes of a god, you remain but an insect. Today, you shall witness the visage of divinity. It shall be your lifetime privilege. With that proclamation, Dales began to gather energy. And with a mighty shout, a crimson light shot into the heavens as black lightning illuminated the sky, pink flames enveloping Dales. This is my transformation, Super Saiyan, Pink. Satan was rendered speechless at the sight of Dale's new form. Was the increase in battle power truly this effortless? Was it merely a change of hairstyle? He felt unfazed. Having been astonished by Dale's enhancement, he sensed that even after the transformation, Dale's power still paled in comparison to his own, instilling confidence within him. Satan explosion. Satan concentrated energy in his right fist and struck at Dales with all his might. Dales braced himself, crossing his arms defensively to endure the blow. Upon impact, a energy erupted like a cannon, overwhelming Dale's figure once more. This must surely resolve things. Yet not quite. Dales reappeared, a triumphant grin adorning his face. Dale's right hand morphed into a radiant sword, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Satan. Before Satan could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, he saw Dale's blade had pierced through him. How could this be possible? Dales withdrew his hand nonchalantly and delivered a kick that sent Satan sprawling. Satan crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Although the super android possessed boundless energy, it too could be injured and lacked regenerative abilities. Without swift treatment, Satan would be left to await his demise. This power is truly intoxicating. Dales reveled in the surging energy within him, erupting into laughter. Meanwhile, the pink, rotund figure far off in the city observed the unfolding events from a rooftop. Satan, you dare to harm Satan? I shall not let you escape unscathed. Majin Buu teleported to Satan's side, placing a finger on his chest as the wounds rapidly healed, even restoring his punctured heart. Raising his gaze towards the pink dales, his eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 74. Broly shouting Kakarot as Majin Buu, filled with fury, prepared to confront his opponent. The voice of Android 16 rang out. You are no match for him. Leave it to us. Majin Buu gritted his teeth. Yet upon sensing the overwhelming energy of his adversary, a wave of helplessness washed over him. His own power felt feeble, rendering him incapable of avenging Satan. Meanwhile, Reg grabbed Tien Shinhan by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Do you have any last words? Tien roared in defiance, his muscles swelling as an immense power erupted from within. Breaking free from Reg's grip, reluctantly tapping into this strength, he realized that his own abilities were insufficient to contend with him. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped him, and a transformed Tien Shinhan emerged, now in his super android form, boasting power in the trillions. He delivered a punch that connected with Reg's face, catching him off guard and forcing him back 2 steps. Nothing more. How underestimated you are, human, Reg remarked, turning to retaliate with a punch to Tien's abdomen. Tien, sensing the impending danger, was sent flying by the blow. Compared to Goku and the others, you are still lacking. With a mighty roar, Reg's Saiyan power surged, his tail transforming into a vibrant red, and his body became covered in crimson fur as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 4. What? Tien was incredulous. This was Super Saiyan 4, and Reg's aura surpassed even Krillin's Super Saiyan Blue. Truly a mutated Saiyan, his strength was formidable. Clenching his fists, Reg's gaze toward Tien revealed both excitement and a murderous intent. Meanwhile, on Satan's front, Android 16 and Satan had initiated a group assault against Dales. But their efforts proved futile. Each time they inflicted harm, Dales only grew stronger, leaving them increasingly alarmed, yet unable to vanquish him swiftly, placing them in a precarious position. Seeing his side gaining the upper hand, Reg could now focus entirely on his opponent. At that moment, Android 16 and 17 stood beside Tien, forming a line to commence their own assault. Have we forgotten something? 17 inquired. I remember now. We overlooked Frieza. The thought of Frieza caused the 3 to glance in his direction, where he lay on a stone, his white skin restored, leisurely observing the battle. Oh ho ho. Were you thinking of me? The Saiyans have indeed surprised me, yet it is merely that, Frieza chuckled. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Reg narrowed his eyes, deciding to first deal with the present threats before confronting him. A grand melee erupted as Dales, in his Super Saiyan Rose form, clashed with Satan and Android 16 amidst chaos. On the opposite front, Super Saiyan 4 Reg similarly overwhelmed 3 super androids. Hidden in the distance, Chaozu wished to assist, but found himself unable to intervene. Majin Buu enveloped him in his embrace, charging toward Frieza's position. Our powers are too weak to help. I must train diligently henceforth, so that next time, I can fight alongside Satan. The only formidable presence idling was Frieza, standing beside him. One could weather any storm. Just as the battle intensified, a green figure descended from the heavens. Kakarot. A streak of light hurtled toward Dales, who, having just blocked Satan's attack, was caught off guard by a strike to his back. With a crack, his spine shattered, sending him hurtling away. Satan and Android 16 initially thought reinforcements had arrived, only to be struck by an elbow to Satan's arm and a kick to 16's face, sending them both flying. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, causing Reg to be distracted and take several punches. Kakarot. The muscle-bound Broly advanced menacingly toward Dales, each step reverberating with power. Dales, now restored, looked upon Broly, who resembled a tank with seething rage. As a deity, he was nearly slain. Had he not gained immortality from the Super Dragon Balls, he would have faced death countless times today. Broly, do not be so arrogant. Reg discarded Tien and charged at Broly. Sensing Reg's approach, Broly executed a swift counter, sending Reg flying with remarkable speed. A mutated Saiyan? Intriguing. Reg surged again, but Broly swiftly appeared before him, unleashing a rapid, brutal counterattack. The ground trembled as a massive 10-meter crater was formed, leaving Reg, now severely injured, gasping at the bottom. Trash. Just as Broly intended to leave, a flash of white light enveloped Reg, restoring him to full strength. What? Caught off guard, Broly was launched skyward by a sudden, powerful kick. Broly witnessed this. Super Saiyan 4. Limit break. Reg erupted again, his luscious black hair transforming into a brilliant red, exuding an alluring aura. Meanwhile, Dale's rose once more, a sinister smile gracing his lips. What of the legendary Super Saiyan? Against two immortals, what can you do? With that declaration, the surge of power surged within Dale's, his pink aura deepening into a rich crimson. Is this the realm that matches Krillin and Yamcha's deep blue? Broly, brace yourself. Dale's felt empowered and charged forward. However, Broly merely glanced at Dale's before retaliating with a colossal strike, sending the power-hungry Dale's crashing to the ground, where Broly placed his foot upon his head. Throughout the encounter, Broly had never regarded Dale's as a threat. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Reg. Super Saiyan 4. Limit Break was akin to an upgrade of Super Saiyan 4, far surpassing Dale's Deep Crimson form. The Deep Crimson form resembled the muscle form Trunks adopted during the Cell Saga, possessing Super 2 strength but sacrificing speed in a real fight. It paled compared to Super 1. Since you have unveiled your new forms, allow me to demonstrate the might of a true warrior. With that proclamation, Broly's energy began to ascend. With a thunderous roar, Broly's green hair grew long to his waist, eyebrows vanishing as he entered the third stage of Super Saiyan. Dale's, trampled beneath Broly's foot, exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 75, Relentless Saiyan. Broly charged forward like an unstoppable tank, catching Reg with a headbutt that sent him flying. Grasping his opponent's ankle, Broly violently slammed him into the ground. The thudding sound echoed ominously, causing a wince of pain from those who heard it. Revived, Daora's power surged once more, ascending to Super Saiyan Rose 2, crackling with electric energy and wielding a sword of light aimed at Broly's neck. Kakarot, Broly roared, using Reg as a makeshift weapon and hurling him at Daora's. With a loud crash, they were both sent reeling. Though the two dark warriors possessed formidable strength, they were utterly overpowered by Broly. Meanwhile, several warriors on Earth sensed the impending danger and hastily sought refuge. Why are you all gathering around me? Frieza exclaimed, exasperated. Look at this crowd. Do you think I'm your bodyguard? I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. This familiarity is quite unbecoming. Let us not dwell on that. We are all in this together, and only by uniting can we overcome them. In a desperate bid for survival, Satan shamelessly rubbed his hands together, exuding an air of awkwardness. When Frieza first appeared, he was the most arrogant, eager to eliminate the foes and assert his dominance. Yet now, he was the quickest to kneel, resembling someone desperately clinging to power. I am not one of you Earthlings. Once I finish my business, we will cleanse this planet together, Frieza declared menacingly. The terrifying explosions outside made Frieza break into a cold sweat, hastily changing his tone. Once my brother returns, we shall depart. Whoever desires this earth may have it. I will not return. I merely sought revenge against Son Goku and a chance to eliminate the Saiyans. Yet here I am, confronted by a few lunatics. Frieza harbored a grudge against the Saiyans and was notoriously arrogant, yet he was not devoid of intellect. Two immortal beings that grew stronger with each injury, alongside Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, were formidable foes. The Dark Warriors had been beaten to the brink of death countless times, and each encounter had triggered their latent potential. My power has reached its pinnacle. What about yours? Daoraz inquired. Almost there. We can begin. Reg, having been defeated yet again, finally unlocked all his potential, ascending to Super Saiyan 5, with silver energy swirling around him. Truly a remarkable rate of growth for a mutated Saiyan, Broly laughed, sensing that the mutant Saiyan was merely a diluted version of a true Super Saiyan, a failed ancestral regression. Possessing the growth rate of a Super Saiyan, yet lacking their potential and strength, he was merely a Saiyan enhanced by a growth factor. Ignoring his opponent, Reg adjusted the position of his earrings, causing both him and Daoraz to be drawn towards one another. Upon collision, a flash of white light erupted. Broly, your moment of reckoning has arrived. A voice of divine authority resonated, prompting Broly to step back. Another fusion? Useless, I fear nothing, he declared, unleashing a verbal assault. The figure raised a hand, effortlessly blocking his attack. Unfazed by the ease with which his assault was deflected, Broly welcomed the challenge, knowing that without pressure, there is no motivation, especially for a legendary Super Saiyan, who possesses an innate mechanism for infinite enhancement. As the white light faded, the fused warrior Realus emerged, exuding an aura of intimidation with deep crimson hair, the essence of Super Saiyan 4, and violet eyes. Broly erupted in fury, swinging his massive fist towards his opponent's face. In response, Realus raised a hand to intercept the blow with ease. With a swift motion, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Broly's face. Staggered, Broly became even more ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Realist's hands, not allowing him to escape, and delivered a crushing kick that sent Realist soaring into the sky. Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but Realist deftly evaded, appearing in various locations to avoid the onslaught. Realist suddenly materialized before him, conjuring a fireball the size of a soccer ball and launching it at Broly's abdomen. Unable to evade, Broly was engulfed in the explosion and sent flying. It must come to an end. Broly leaped into the air, soaring high. Kakarot. The emerald light cascaded in waves, the signature green aura of a Super Saiyan re-emerging. This time, in the form of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, Broly unleashed an ultimate technique of unprecedented power. Gathering immense energy in his palm, he cast a glass-sized energy sphere toward the ground. As the sphere departed his hand, it rapidly expanded, quickly exceeding 20 meters in diameter. A faint smile graced Realist's lips as he positioned his hands before him, conjuring his own massive energy sphere. The ensuing explosion created a beam of light that shot skyward, colliding with Broly's colossal energy sphere. The two forces clashed, neither yielding. God will not be defeated, Realist bellowed, intensifying his grip and unleashing a greater torrent of energy, forcing Broly's sphere back. For the first time, Broly's expression shifted to one of fear as his attack was repelled. Impossible! I will not be defeated, Broly shouted, pouring more energy into his assault, yet it proved futile. The overwhelming force consumed him, and he screamed in agony. Humph! Humanity will always remain human. Realist panted heavily, reveling in his apparent victory. However, before he could savor the moment, Broly's figure re-emerged, his bare chest marred with countless scars, eyes wild with rage. Kakarot. Broly clenched his fists, his power surging once more. As he howled to the heavens, an aura of terror radiated outward, stirring the dust and debris around him. The potent energy billowed, forcing Realist to shield his eyes until the tempest subsided. Before him stood Broly, now enveloped in a mane of red hair. His locks transformed to black, and his muscles pulsating with raw power, evoking an involuntary tremor in those who beheld him. Kakarot. Chapter 76, Support of the Dark Ones. What a joke. It must be a fabrication. Rails gazed in horror at the imposing figure before him. Broly, towering at 3 meters, transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Who could withstand such might? With a sinister grin, Broly advanced slowly, each step creating a crater beneath him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. How could a mere human possess such formidable power? Rails gritted his teeth, furious at the thought that he, here to annihilate humanity, might be vanquished by them. Wait, he had been engaged in battle with Broly for so long. Where had those Earthlings gone? It dawned on him only then that they had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a bald head peeking from behind a small hillock, accompanied by several eyes discreetly observing the unfolding chaos. How absurd. He had been battling here, while those insignificant beings merely watched, revealing that he was the true jester in this scenario. A divine being like himself reduced to a mere shield for mortals. How infuriating. Realizing he seemed to be protecting Earth, rage surged within Rails. He retaliated by unleashing an energy blast towards Frieza's direction. Oh no! Frieza exclaimed, taking flight in a panic. With a thunderous explosion, the hill was flattened, while Frieza elegantly leaped onto another stone, 3 feet high. Please, pay us no mind. Continue with your business, he mockingly stated. Broly turned, his expression menacing as he focused on Frieza, abandoning Rails. Frieza felt a surge of dread. How had he been dragged into this conflict? I believe we are not acquainted. Once, the Saiyans were your minions, a disgrace to our kind. I, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, shall erase this humiliation, he proclaimed, charging forward. Frieza attempted to retort, but Broly denied him the opportunity, sending him hurtling away instead. Stabilizing himself mid-air, Frieza dodged a colossal fist that grazed his cheek. Broly's knee connected forcefully with Frieza's abdomen, causing him to retch, before Broly stomped him into the ground. Seizing the moment, several Earth super androids made their escape, realizing that standing alongside their leader had been the right choice. Frieza, engulfed in golden flames, broke free from Broly's grasp, executing several backflips to gain distance. With both hands raised, a massive energy sphere formed. Curse you, Saiyan Monkey. Let this planet meet its demise. Yet again, he prepared to obliterate a planet with his signature move, the supernova. Unfazed, Broly merely smiled, opening his mouth to unleash a devastating energy blast that pierced through Frieza's fireball. Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he was engulfed by the attack. The explosion resounded through the air, and Frieza fell from the sky like a tattered rag, utterly defeated. Broly looked down on him disdainfully. How could such a weakling claim to be the ruler of the universe? With the cosmic tyrant dispatched, Broly redirected his focus back to Rails. The ground trembled with each of Broly's footsteps as he charged forward. This time, Rails made no attempt to evade. Broly, from the very beginning, you were merely our sharpening stone. Since this timeline has been disrupted, let us set our sights on this realm for our conquest. Suddenly, a rift appeared behind Rails, emanating a powerful aura that even Broly paused to acknowledge. A muscular figure, also 3 meters tall, emerged from the rift. Rails grinned wickedly. This dimension is now yours. Fear not. The newcomer resonated with Broly's own bloodline, evoking a mix of trepidation and boundless combat spirit within him. This figure, akin to Broly, matched his strength, but instead of red hair, bore a striking pink hue, much like that of Dale's. Who are you? Broly inquired. I am you. From an alternate timeline, yet my heart belongs to Zamasu. Beside him stood a normally sized individual clad in a vest, none other than Gogeta. Following the events of Dragon Ball Super, a new Broly film had emerged. This iteration of Broly was not the ruthless and cold-blooded version of old, but a more complex character, occasionally prone to rage. In the film, after witnessing his father's murder, he unleashed his fury, ultimately befriending Goku with the help of the dragon. Clearly, the two newcomers were bodies acquired by Zamasu in the film. Now, two Brolys faced each other. One, the newly transformed Pink Broly, and the other, the cold and brutal Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Until we meet again, Broly. Rails retreated into the rift, which sealed behind him. The Earth Warriors, who had been hiding, were nearly choked by the turn of events. Two dark figures had appeared, one of whom was also Broly. How were they to contend with this? Frieza's expression was equally grim. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed terrifying, and now there was another. His position as the Cosmic Emperor was in jeopardy. Hey, Frieza, if we join your army, can you help us eliminate these foes? Dajan asked with a forced smile. Frieza glanced at him dismissively, replying, I can assist you in fleeing. Dajan felt foolish and turned back to observe the unfolding battle. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the two Brolys felt their bloodlines surge, their fighting spirits ignited, engaging in an invisible clash of energy that neither was willing to concede. This was no longer a fight Gogeta could intervene in, so he swiftly exited the battlefield. Catching sight of Frieza and his companions lurking at a distance, he smirked. Allow me to warm up with you first. Chapter 77, The New Pink Versus. The old Super Saiyan 4, a powerful surge of energy erupted into the heavens, manifesting as two vibrant energy pillars, one a radiant pink and the other a striking red-green. As these pillars clashed, their diameters expanded from 1 meter to an astonishing 10 meters, resulting in a cacophonous explosion before they merged into an even grander energy column. Two colossal figures, akin to tanks, known as Broly, charged towards one another amidst this energy spectacle. The initial collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward for miles, sending Goku and Vegeta hurtling through the air. Frieza and his entourage were similarly affected, screaming as they soared upward into the sky. Nearby cities suffered catastrophic damage from this immense force. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant, and towering structures crumbled to dust. What had once been a bustling metropolis transformed into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of power displayed by both combatants, Goku felt a mix of dread and elation. The potential within their formidable forms astonished him, igniting a desire to harness Broly's strength for his own purposes once the battle concluded. As the two Brolys ascended into the clouds, they exchanged blows with fervor, each strike resonating with raw power. Super Saiyan 4 Broly retaliated after taking a hit, delivering a punishing counterstrike. With each injury, their ferocity escalated, and their energies surged higher. Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to remain uninvolved? Outside of Earth, Beerus observed the unfolding chaos with a smirk. He was intrigued by the capabilities of the two Brolys and eager to witness the extent of their potential. On a distant planet, Gula engaged in combat with Krillin and Yamcha, sensed the escalating energy from Earth, causing him to feel apprehensive. What is happening on Earth? Surely Frieza hasn't been defeated, he declared, casting a threatening glance at Krillin. Next time, I will eliminate you. With that, he vanished in a flash of instant transmission. We must return swiftly. Krillin and Yamcha agreed and also used instant transmission to return to Earth. On the planet, The two Brolys were engaged in a frenzied clash. High above the earth, the pink Broly launched a powerful punch that sent the Super Saiyan 4 Broly spiraling, raising his hands above his head to hurl a massive red energy sphere towards his opponent. The Super Saiyan 4 Broly responded fiercely, unleashing a colossal energy beam from his mouth. Their combined energies resulted in a violent collision that threatened to destabilize the very fabric of space. According to the Dragon Ball doctrine, as long as the battle did not intentionally devastate the planet, the conflict would only affect the surrounding area. Often referred to humorously online as no opportunity for showboating. This doctrine had been a source of jest among fans, but now it was on the verge of being shattered. It is worth noting that when Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan God and battled Beerus, the residual energy alone could obliterate the universe. Now, with the Super Saiyan 4 Broly in play, the stakes were even higher. As the Super Saiyan 4 Broly kicked into the void, the pink Broly seized the moment to lock him in a chokehold. Struggling, the Super Saiyan 4 Broly retaliated with an elbow strike, causing the pink Broly to loosen his grip in pain. In a swift maneuver, the Super Saiyan 4 Broly grasped the pink Broly's ankle and unleashed a fierce whirlwind, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, the Super Saiyan 4 Broly launched a devastating energy blast. In mere moments, a massive tornado, akin to a Category 5 hurricane, swept across the ocean towards the land. The pink Broly caught the energy blast with both hands, flinging it aside, but it struck the ground, leaving a vast chunk of the western continent shattered. The resulting explosion in the ocean triggered an unprecedented tsunami, further erasing the land. As the two Brolys continued their relentless assault, they unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the Earth. With the planet's destruction, the constraints of the doctrine vanished, unleashing the true power of the strong. The pink Broly roared to the heavens, a more terrifying force emanating from him, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. The Super Saiyan 4 Broly, witnessing this surge, matched the intensity with a similar display of power. The universe began to destabilize, particularly in the North Galaxy, where the fabric of space began to fracture. The transformation into Super Saiyan Pink was complete, while Super Saiyan 4 transcended its limits. The two formidable forces collided once more. In the distance, Whis furrowed his brow. Lord Beerus, the entire universe is becoming unstable. Beerus narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Perhaps we should conclude this for today. He was the god of destruction, devoid of compassion, yet he could not idly witness the annihilation of the universe. For as a god, his existence hinged on the balance of the cosmos. At that moment, amidst the fragments of Earth, a green energy shield protected Pilaf as he gazed out into the cosmic void, astonished. Is Earth truly so fragile? I've been so preoccupied with creating androids that I forgot to safeguard it. Frustrated, he lamented, while his two companions echoed his sentiments, offering mutual encouragement. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan and his group, encased in a protective shield, transported Dend and the others to the laboratory's safety. Ashi, gather the Dragon Balls. We must prevent those two from causing further damage. Obeying his leader's command, Ashi soared into the cosmos, aided by Xiao Wu, who wielded another Dragon Ball radar. As super androids, they could thrive in space. Back with Beerus, Whis was about to employ time reversal when he sensed another formidable presence. Lord Beerus. Whis's expression turned grave, prompting a cold sweat to form on Beerus's brow. This energy surpassed his own. What is this? A Saiyan. A brilliant green light materialized before them, dispersing to reveal the figures of Su Dongxia and Zanjia. Greetings. Su Dongxia initiated, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, while Zanjia timidly hid behind her, peeking out with a small head. With her time having passed, she recognized that everyone around her was now stronger, especially those whom Su Dongxiao addressed. May I inquire who you are? Despite feeling somewhat intimidated, Beerus maintained his composure as the god of destruction. I am Su Dongxia, the legendary Super Saiyan. Here's my card. With a flourish, she produced a small black token. Upon sighting the token, both Beerus and Whis gasped in terror. Beerus knelt, drenched in cold sweat, while Whis bowed deeply. Salutations, harbinger of destruction. Chapter 78, The Mightiest Scion. Su Dongxia rise. Thank you, Angel. Su Dongxia clapped her hands, unleashing a formidable and intangible force that swiftly enveloped the vicinity, capturing two Brolys, Pilaf's laboratory, and all the androids, including the recently returned Krillin, Yamcha, and Gula. Rewind time. Indeed, with a gentle tap of his staff, Whis halted the flow of time, which then began to reverse rapidly, restoring everything to its former state. The peaceful earth, bustling streets, where no one would recall having perished once. Witnessing this, the pink Broly struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Su Dongxia's grasp, aware that it was the Angel's intervention. With the space-time restrictions in place, the Grand Zeno vanished, and the angels were left without any limitations, fully capable of eliminating him. He held no fear of the god of destruction, for he believed in his unfounded confidence that the god could neither kill him nor defeat him. However, the angels were different. They transcended the universe and might possess the means to shatter his immortality. Even if they lacked such power, their enigmatic abilities could easily seal him away. Noticing the struggles of the two Brolys, Su Dongxia furrowed her brow and unleashed her own aura, instantly subduing them. Their legendary Saiyan bloodline yielded to her. Trembling in fear, a clear manifestation of overwhelming dominance. Zamasu, Su Dongxia's commanding voice resonated, leaving the pink Broly stunned, his very soul destabilized. With a swift motion, she seized Zamasu's soul, crushing it effortlessly. Observing this, the Super Saiyan for Broly felt a pang of despair wash over him. It was as if he were witnessing the death of a fellow creature. Indeed, in the next moment, Su Dongxia replicated her actions, extracting Broly's soul and obliterating it, leaving behind only their lifeless bodies. The new Broly might have been spared, for he retained a semblance of goodness, but the old Broly, cold-blooded and brutal, could not be allowed to persist. Concealed behind a meteor, the dark Vegeta witnessed this spectacle, marveling at such prowess that rivaled that of the angels. He was astonished to discover such beings among the Saiyans. Just as Vegeta was engrossed in this scene, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned, only to hear the word exchange. In an instant, Vegeta found his perspective altered, confronted by another Vegeta. "What is happening?" he questioned, bewildered. "Ask King Yima." Kinyo replied, obliterating Vegeta without a trace. The commotion attracted the attention of others, and Frieza, lurking nearby, wished he could kick the fool for his folly. Indeed, Beerus quickly took notice. "Come here." Realizing escape was futile, Gula and Frieza flew over, their hearts tinged with anxiety, while Kinyo approached with an audacious demeanor. "And Master Beerus." The two greeted cautiously. But Beerus ignored them, fixing his gaze on Su Dongxia. In dark gold form, impressive power. The universe will only descend further into chaos. You must grow stronger and assist Beerus diligently to survive the impending turmoil. Upon hearing Su Dongxia's admonition, Frieza instinctively prepared to utter a derogatory remark about Saiyans, hoping to curry favor with Beerus, but he found Beerus unresponsive, prompting him to swallow his words. "Whis, please investigate a Saiyan named Gamos." Whis nodded and promptly began his search, yet found nothing. As time progressed, it became evident that Gamos had long fled to another timeline. Observing the images Whis displayed, Su Dongxia mused that her arrival must have influenced her twin brother in this world, causing him to revert to the legendary Super Saiyan. In accordance with historical records, Gamos was but a minor pawn, a lowly warrior who perished alongside Planet Vegeta due to Frieza's attack while still in the incubation pod. Yet now, he had inexplicably survived. "Host, the individual's age seems inconsistent." A voice echoed in Su Dongxia's mind. The existence of the hyperbolic time chamber in the Dragon Ball universe indicated that this realm could manipulate timelines. Discrepancies in age were not unusual. It was likely he had entered a world with a slower time flow. Unperturbed, Su Dongxia concluded that confirming the individual's identity was paramount. Pilaf returned to Earth with his laboratory, observing the restored planet, leaving everyone perplexed by the recent manipulation of time. They were filled with trepidation, uncertain of the identity of the formidable being, friend or foe. Pilaf the Great, what shall we do next? Pilaf paced, contemplating their next course of action, finally resolving to expedite his experiments. "Everyone continue your training. I will hasten the progress of my experiments, and once they succeed, I will contact you immediately." "What experiment are you conducting?" Din inquired, concern etched on his face, recognizing that Pilaf's caution stemmed from the gravity of his undertaking. "The infinite fusion system for super androids." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fusion, was it what they imagined? They had witnessed the power of fusion, where two warriors' strengths compounded and multiplied tenfold, akin to Saiyans surpassing new transformations. Now, Pilaf sought to create a unique fusion solely for androids, an infinite fusion, truly terrifying. Infinite fusion sounds indeed formidable, however, I advise against it. For true strength cannot be quantified merely by numbers. Even fusion cannot change that. A melodious female voice resonated among them, prompting everyone to look up as a beam of light illuminated a clearing, revealing 6 figures. Lord Kampa, you seem to have lost weight. Bulma, unafraid of the god of destruction, mistakenly addressed the wrong deity. Hearing this, was stifled a laugh, while Beerus's expression darkened. Kampa is the god of destruction from Universe 6. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe. This is my attendant, Whis. The recent time reversal was his handiwork. Wow, you were the one who reversed time. That's impressive, Mr. Satan exclaimed, stepping forward to flatter Whis, seeking to build rapport. This is, I am Su Dongxia, Gamos's sister and also the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 79. The Rescue of the Latecomer, another legendary Super Saiyan? Is it not said that one appears only once every millennium? How many have there been by now? Su Dongxia noticed the peculiar gazes from those around her and cleared her throat before speaking. Indeed, in the annals of Saiyan history, a Super Saiyan emerges once every 1,000 years. However, this time is an exception. The universe is on the brink of chaos, which has led to the emergence of a second Super Saiyan, apart from Broly, namely, myself. Moreover, Jamothus is my twin brother, thus we can be considered as one birth. The crowd began to comprehend that due to the turmoil in the universe, 2 Super Saiyans had manifested, and since one of them is a fraternal twin, it resulted in 3. But what of Kefla? She is the legendary Super Saiyan of Universe 6. Universes 6 and 7 are known as brother universes, mirroring each other in many ways, hence the existence of a Super Saiyan in Universe 7 also implies the presence of one in Universe 6. Krillin, observing the live figure before him, felt a surge of curiosity. Is this truly a formidable warrior? He inquired, what is your current battle power? What transformations can you achieve now? Su Dongxia cast a glance at him and uttered a few words that sent shivers down everyone's spines. 14th dimension, advancing towards the 15th. Whis chimed in, noting that the 2 Brolys they had encountered possessed power equivalent to the 10th dimension, which, by human standards, translates to 100 trillion. Meanwhile, a god of destruction typically ranges from the 12th to the 14th dimension, thus indicating that Su Dongxia's strength has indeed surpassed that of a god of destruction. Wis's expression was grave, leaving no room for doubt. At this revelation, the gazes directed towards Su Dongxia were filled with awe. She surveyed the assembly once more and continued, Krillin, Yamcha, the bodies you are currently using do not belong to you. They have not fully merged. Furthermore, you overly depend on the power of your bloodline. Upon acquiring Saiyan bodies, you should have sought higher transformations continuously. The 2 nodded in agreement, not contesting her words. I will send you to the underworld for a period of training, allowing your souls and bodies to merge completely. Moreover, cease your pursuit of higher transformations. Without a sufficiently robust foundational battle power, such transformations will become a burden, leading to the eventual collapse of your bodies. Upon hearing Su Dongxia's guidance, the 2 experienced a moment of enlightenment and expressed their gratitude. Great power can easily lead one astray. After experiencing the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, they sought even higher forms, unlocking the deep blue state, unaware that they had wandered into a trap. As the group contemplated continuing their conversation, the surrounding space began to warp, and 6 figures suddenly materialized. Where are the enemies? I, Son Goku, have arrived. Goku exclaimed as he jumped forth, scanning left and right, but finding no trace of adversaries. It seemed Earth was devoid of danger. Lord Beerus, another Goku greeted, but Beerus appeared bewildered. Oh, you know me? He queried. Indeed, we know you, though from a different timeline, was the reply. The newcomers included 2 Gokus and 2 Vegetas, along with Jamothus and his subordinate, Cell. Realizing there was no threat, they felt at ease. Jamothus, sensing the stirrings of his bloodline, turned to Su Dongxia, who bore a tale similar to his own. Undeniably a Saiyan. Yet, the sensations within him felt peculiar. There was a mixture of battle intent, fear, and an odd warmth. Jamothus. Upon hearing his name, Jamothus felt a wave of confusion. He did not recognize this person. Do you know me? Has your bloodline not revealed my identity? I am your elder sister, Su Dongxia. Your twin sister. Stepping forward, she playfully delivered a sharp rap to his head. Ouch, he exclaimed. What a joke. I'm still a child. You're already an adult. How can we be siblings, let alone twins? Jamothus expressed his disbelief, asserting that a Super Saiyan of his caliber could not be so easily trifled with. Su Dongxia, unfazed, exuded an overwhelming aura, causing Jamothus' usually dominant bloodline to tremble as if confronted by a primal beast. Observing the emerald glow enveloping her, Jamothus swallowed hard. Could it be? Do I truly have an elder sister? And she possesses the same bloodline? How can this be? Furthermore, this character seems absent from the original tale. Is it my unique abilities that have granted my twin sister extraordinary traits? It must be acknowledged that both siblings shared a common thought. Each believed the other was merely basking in their shared glory, with themselves as the true protagonist. You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for a moment. Su Dongxia then embraced Jamothus and, with a casual farewell, whisked him away into the cosmos. The remaining group began to share their experiences, while Bulma astutely instructed her butler to arrange a meal for 100. Arriving at an asteroid belt, Su Dongxia waved her hand, causing the floating asteroids to coalesce into a flat surface. Standing upon it, Jamothus anticipated a touching sibling reunion, having prepared an emotional speech, only to be startled by her first question. Is the Dragon Ball world enjoyable? Jamothus was momentarily stunned, his jaw dropping. Was she truly this direct? Shouldn't a fellow countrymen initially conceal their identity before delivering a surprise attack? Su Dongxia stifled a laugh, her mirth causing Jamothus to momentarily lose his composure. She was undeniably beautiful. In a fantastical realm, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a saintly figure. I possess absolute power. You are akin to an ant in my presence. Besides, we are siblings, so why should we disguise ourselves? In the next instant, Su Dongxia transformed effortlessly, a flash of silver light heralding her new form, Super Saiyan 5. Jamothus could not restrain his amazement. Being a Super Saiyan 2 himself, he found the disparity overwhelming. At that moment, he grasped that Su Dongxia had no need to hide, for she was indeed formidable. Observing her ease, he began to suspect that Super Saiyan 5 was not her ultimate transformation. I can hardly recall, Jamothus muttered, his gaze cast downward. Since becoming aware of the tumultuous spirit lurking within him, his memories had grown increasingly muddled. The reality of his previous life felt ever more distant. And the more he reminisced, the more blurred the recollections became. It was akin to stepping on shards of a shattered mirror. Each memory seemed to fragment the pieces further. Chapter 80. Ascending beyond the third level, Rampage listening to the other party's explanation, Su Dongxia thoughtfully stroked her chin, finding herself lost in contemplation. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Having traversed countless worlds, Su Dongxia was well-versed in various experiences. Based on the description provided, she speculated that it could be a form of mental illness or a psychological self-defense mechanism, wherein a portion of memory was stored away, altering many unpleasant recollections. For an ordinary person, it might be feasible to live a life devoid of recovered memories. However, for Jamoth, it was different. The transformation that lay ahead required not only physical training but also a profound mental state, making the restoration of memories unavoidable. With my presence, you shall first break through to the third level. Should you lose control, I will be there to catch you, she reassured him. Noticing that the other party had no intention of returning the favor but rather sought to assist her, Jamoth felt a certain relief. Without delay, he seized the opportunity. Recognizing that chances for assistance, especially from someone as formidable as a powerful traveler, were rare. The world was becoming increasingly chaotic. If he could not resolve his own issues, he would inevitably become mere cannon fodder. The emerald energy surged rapidly, and with a powerful effort, Jamoth ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. His output was fueled by sheer force of will, as he continued to elevate his internal energy. His bloodline surged forth, awakening like a slumbering titan, unleashing a terrifying power. A green radiance enveloped him, his emerald hair shimmering and extending backward, culminating in a deafening roar as a blinding green light erupted, cascading in layers of effects before ultimately condensing into Super Saiyan 3. The continuous flickering sounds filled the air, and Jamoth's height of 1.50 m appeared rather comical after his transformation. Sister, Su Dongxia waved her hand in front of him, only to find that Jamoth was utterly unresponsive. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had departed. In a pitch-black void, Jamoth gazed around in terror, bewildered by his surroundings. Where am I? How did I end up here? Sister, can you hear me? Please, save me. His cries echoed in the darkness, met only with silence. Suddenly, the sound of chains scraping against the ground pierced the stillness. For some inexplicable reason, Jamoth found this noise eerily familiar, as if he had often been the source of such sounds. In an instant, his heart was flooded with a torrent of negative emotions. Anger, helplessness, despair, hatred, madness, all overwhelming sensations. Jamoth clutched his head in agony as fragmented memories began to surface. Unlike the recollections from when he first traversed here, he now envisioned a dark, damp dungeon, stained with blood and littered with dismembered limbs. They deserved to die, all of them. At that moment, Jamoth completely lost his rationality, consumed by a singular desire for destruction. In reality, an even more terrifying power erupted from him, his aura escalating as he grew to an astonishing 2 meters and 50 centimeters, entering a state of furious rampage. Damn it, I will kill you all. The green light surged and coalesced around Jamoth, then erupted explosively, transforming into countless energy blasts that shot out in all directions. Sudongxia conjured a protective barrier, encasing the entire meteorite zone within. Waves of explosions followed. The initial onslaught devastated the area, reducing all the meteorites to mere fragments. Jamoth, Sudongxia called out, but received no response. He remained lost in his wrath. Little Universe, scan his condition. Without hesitation, Little Universe complied, and a scanning image appeared on the screen. The results revealed that Jamoth's reason was being influenced by a violent mental force. Fortunately, Jamoth possessed a formidable mental strength, achieving a state of unity between mind and body. Otherwise, he would have been completely consumed, leaving even deities powerless to intervene. The screen displayed an abstract lake, illuminated by a red glowing sphere beneath it, casting an eerie crimson light, reminiscent of a sea of blood. It appeared that the source of the issue lay here. This ferocious mental force was intrinsically linked to Jamoth, as they were fundamentally one. Thus, it was not feasible to extract it directly. He would have to rely on his own strength. At this moment, Jamoth continued to spiral into madness and soon noticed Sudongxia, bellowing at her before charging forward. Sudongxia did not evade. Instead, she snapped her fingers, summoning 7 figures: Goku, Vegeta, Cell, Frieza, and Gula, who appeared in an instant. Die! Jamoth's furious fist collided directly with Frieza's face, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. The others, disregarding the situation, focused on transforming immediately. A powerful aura erupted as 2 Super Blues, 2 Super Fours, Gula in his dark gold form, and Cell in his golden Super Blue combined their powers. Seeing so many foes, Jamoth swiftly unleashed an energy blast, executing a sweeping attack that sent all 6 opponents flying, their screams echoing as they were blasted away just like Frieza. After the explosion, the 7 lay in disarray upon the meteorites, some floating in space, others half embedded in the rocks. The scene was nothing short of tragic. Damn it! The previously defeated Vegeta arose once more, followed by Goku, Cell, and the Frieza brothers. Rather than diminishing, their spirits surged with renewed determination. Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Goku called out to his partner, and they nodded at one another before charging forward together. One to the left, one to the right, they launched a fierce punch at Jamoth, who effortlessly caught their arms with open hands. King Kai Fist. They executed the same technique, amplifying their power tenfold. The 2 Super Blues did not lag behind, swiftly joining the fray, unleashing their own King Kai Fist, striking Jamoth's chest simultaneously. Jamoth winced in pain, spewing a bitter liquid as he was sent soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Seizing their momentary success, the 4 pressed their advantage and charged once more. Yet, Jamoth's speed surpassed theirs. He rocketed forward like a cannonball, his terrifying impact launching the 2 Super Blues aside, while he seized the heads of the 2 Super Fours. Undeterred, Jamoth pursued the 2 Super Blues, slamming the Super Fours into them with tremendous force. The resulting sound was a deep, resonant thud that echoed painfully. As the protagonists faltered, the Frieza brothers seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, transforming into their dark gold forms and swiftly appearing behind Jamoth. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Jamoth spun around just as they prepared to strike, hurling green energy spheres the size of his thumb at them. The moment the energy orbs were released, they expanded rapidly, morphing into gigantic energy blasts over 10 meters in diameter. The brothers barely had time to scream before they were engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion, collapsing unconscious upon 2 meteorites. Chapter 81. Complete defeat. Upon witnessing that the 6 individuals were no match for Jamos, Shara was astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was his leader truly this formidable? He had initially believed that his blue-gold form would enable him to rise to power and seize control, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow to his expectations. After arduous training, he found himself outclassed by an opponent who had merely broken through to a higher level of strength. Noticing a gaze from afar, Jamos turned. A fierce expression etched on his face. You shall all perish. Die. He bellowed, seizing the tails of the Frieza brothers and hurtling towards Sheru. Those Sherus sought to escape. The speed of his adversary was overwhelming. Jamo swung the two tails like a meteor hammer, delivering a devastating blow to Sheru, who cried out in agony as he was sent flying. With a flick of his wrists, Jamos hurled the two tails in the direction Sheru had been propelled, then gathered an immense energy blast. You will all die. The energy cannon unleashed, instilling an overwhelming dread of death in Sheru and the Frieza brothers. Boss, snap out of it. I am your subordinate, Sheru. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the three were engulfed by the terrifying energy blast. Act quickly. The ice demon, a veritable meat shield, did not succumb immediately. The two brothers unleashed their energy, resisting the looming threat of death, and began to gather their most potent attack for a counterstrike. Sheru followed suit, and together, their energies surged, forcing their way out of the energy beam and retaliating with 3 energy waves. The combined might of their waves coalesced into a massive force aimed at repelling Jamo's assault. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastened to join Frieza's side. 2 Kamehameha waves and 2 final flashes swiftly joined the fray. The united strength of the 7 individuals pushed back Jamo's attack. With their combined might, they unleashed a sudden eruption of energy that even Jamo's could not withstand. The colliding forces sent shockwaves through the air, and Jamo's roared like a beast as the tremendous energy struck him. After a series of terrifying explosions, Jamo's, though marred with injuries, remained standing, his aura thickening with murderous intent. I refuse to remain weak any longer. I will grow stronger and annihilate you all. A surge of even greater power erupted from him, the emerald glow around him intensifying as his muscles swelled once more. With a primal roar, Jamo's reached the pinnacle of his strength, mere moments away from achieving Super Saiyan 4. In that instant, he devolved into a beast, his consciousness consumed by the urge to kill, exuding an oppressive pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. Su Dongxiao observed the chaos unfold, but showed no intention of intervening. Host, will you not act? Jamo's is merely influenced by that will. If we do not stop him now, he may be irreversibly consumed. Su Dongxiao reclined comfortably upon a meteorite. No worries. I have it under control. Jamo's has focused on honing his mental fortitude while his body has grown rusty. This battle will serve to awaken him, benefiting him in the long run. Besides, the protagonists have significantly surpassed their original strengths, especially Goku and Vegeta from the past timeline, who have ascended to Super Saiyan 4. It is essential they face this challenge to accelerate their growth. With a wave of her hand, Krillin, Yamcha, and a host of androids surged onto the battlefield. Before they could comprehend their surroundings, they faced the same fate as Goku and the others. Jamo's unleashed an energy blast that sent them sprawling. Everyone charged. A throng of warriors rushed forward once more. However, in the face of such overwhelming power, their numerical advantage proved futile. Jamo's merely unleashed his aura, and several super androids found it impossible to approach. With a single punch, he felled one, and with a kick, he sent another flying. The 2 Vegetas, struck hard, quickly reverted to their normal states, incapacitated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A one-sided massacre ensued as Jamo's showed no mercy, leaving them gasping for breath. When all had collapsed, Jamo's let out a victorious roar, preparing to unleash a final wave of energy to obliterate them all. Jamo's. Goku summoned every ounce of strength to call out, hoping to reach him, but it was in vain. A colossal energy sphere loomed over Jamo's, its concentrated power capable of obliterating the universe. He thrust it forward, a cataclysmic wave of energy threatening to consume all. In the face of despair, everyone closed their eyes, bracing for death. At that critical moment, Su Dongxia intervened, stepping forward with determination. She raised a hand and caught the energy sphere with a single hand. A different energy emerged from her palm, neutralizing the colossal blast. Seeing his attack thwarted, Jamo's rage boiled over. He aimed to eliminate the woman before him and her companions. In a swift motion, Su Dongxia appeared behind him, delivering a precise strike to his neck. Jamo's felt a sharp pain, his vision fading as he collapsed, unconscious. Observing the now normal-sized Jamo's, Su Dongxia shook her head. My dear younger brother is rather weak. I'll have to toss him into the time chamber for some rigorous training. Once you've regained your strength, hurry back home. She instructed before vanishing with Jamo's back to Earth. The sheer display of power left the onlookers in stunned silence, a sense of dread washing over them. Especially for the Frieza brothers, the realization that a mere Saiyan could possess such terrifying strength was hard to fathom. This is unacceptable. Upon returning, I shall train vigorously. No more of this so-called legendary Super Saiyan nonsense. I shall crush them all. Frieza seethed with rage, feeling reduced to a mere pawn in the cosmic hierarchy. In contrast, Cooler maintained a calm demeanor, despite his own anger. He glanced at the bioweapon Sharu, contemplating the possibility of cloning a Super Saiyan. Chapter 82, Conclusion, The Three Lives Mirror. Viewing past lives in a state of near demise. Son Wukong summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and managed to retrieve a bean from his pocket with his unbroken arm. With a crisp crunch, his body rapidly rejuvenated. Haha, I'm all better now, he exclaimed. He then pulled out several more magical beans and fed them to his incapacitated companions. One by one, they all rose to their feet, including Frieza and Cooler, who, after enduring such a severe beating together, had become reluctant allies in adversity. Sharing a bean was hardly a burden. What did you just feed us? Frieza inquired with curiosity. Oh, those are Senza beans. Just one will instantly heal any injury. No matter how grave, Son Wukong replied with alacrity. Another version of Son Wukong added, and as Saiyans, we only grow stronger when we are on the brink of death. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Oh, I see, Frieza said, stroking his chin with a mocking smile. The others cast him, and the two Son Wukong's glances filled with resentment. Brother, has your mind gone awry? This is Frieza, the tyrant of the universe and our foremost foe. Just because we endured a beating together, you can't blur the lines between friend and foe. Son Wukong realized he had misspoken and sheepishly scratched his head. Without further ado, everyone took to the skies, heading towards Earth. On Earth, Beerus was relishing the delightful food, savoring flavors he had never encountered before. With several Saiyans absent, he faced no competition and indulged himself wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Saiyans appeared, dragging a person along and casually tossing Gamos onto the ground as if discarding a mere package. Whis, how many gods of destruction are still alive? Upon hearing this, Whis promptly consulted his staff and responded, currently, there are 3 gods of destruction alive, Lord Kappa from Universe 6, Lord Beerus from Universe 7, and Lord Belmont from Universe 11. The gods of destruction from all other universes have perished. What? Gods of destruction have died. Aren't they supposed to be incredibly powerful? Who could kill a god of destruction? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. That is because the Kai share a life with the gods of destruction. If one dies, the other follows suit, was explained solemnly. Thus, the first order of business for Lord Beerus upon awakening was to conceal our Universe 7 Kai. So, if someone wishes to kill Lord Beerus, they merely need to eliminate the Kai? Krillin said in surprise, only to be met with a resounding slap from Beerus, which echoed loudly against his bald head. This matter was no longer a secret. The dark forces across other universes had already disseminated this information. In Universe 12, a mere mortal with a grudge against a god of destruction had slain their Kai. It seems being a god of destruction is no easy task. Especially with teammates as inept as pigs, not everyone is capable of carrying the burden. The Grand Priest had issued an order for us to gather the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect all the gods of destruction. Beerus interjected, continuing. Kampa has already collected 6 Dragon Balls, but the last one remains elusive. I have come here primarily for the Super Dragon Balls. The universe is vast, so I am not worried about finding it, but I fear it might be destroyed before we can obtain it. The dark forces are no trifling matter. Zamasu can traverse different timelines and is never short of Dragon Balls. He would destroy them without a moment's hesitation. Regarding the Dragon Balls, we possess a Dragon Radar, and Lam-Z has already embarked on a search. I believe the final Dragon Ball will be retrieved shortly. As the conversation continued, Saiyans greeted them and departed with Gamos in tow. Beerus enjoyed the warm hospitality of the group and, perhaps influenced by his role as the protagonist, formed a bond with Son Wukong. He sent the future versions of Son Wukong and Vegeta back to their time before leaving with the current iterations of Son Wukong and Vegeta. After this calamity, Chi-Chi did not object but rather encouraged Gohan to join them, while Piccolo also expressed a desire to accompany them. Whis remarked that whether it was one sheep or a flock, it made no difference. Thus, this chapter seemed to reach a conclusion. In the deep of night, Gamos awoke, dazed and confused, and discovered he was lying atop a mountain. His sister Saiyans sat quietly beside him, meditating. A crescent moon hung in the sky, sparing him the worry of transforming into a giant ape. Are you awake? Yes. Gamos obediently sat up and cautiously moved closer to Saiyans, nestling beside her. Sister, what's wrong? Gamos asked, casting a careful glance at her. For some reason, seeing Saiyans now filled him with a poignant sense of longing. as if he had regained something lost. Yet simultaneously, a heart-wrenching pain lingered, as if he were facing an eternal loss. These two conflicting emotions surged within him. Yet they coexisted unmistakably. "May I hug you?" Sadongsia asked earnestly, and Gamos felt a twinge of anxiety. He could hardly comprehend why he uttered such sentimental words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sadongsia wrapped her arms around him tightly. The suddenness of this embrace left Gamos momentarily at a loss. Yet in that instant, he felt his restless heart calm as if soothed by a warm balm. He reveled in this comforting sensation, instinctively holding her close in return. They remained in this embrace as Gamos gradually lost consciousness, slipping back into slumber. Sadongsia did not release him. She allowed Gamos to rest peacefully in her arms. "Host, that entity has calmed down," a voice echoed in Sadongsia's mind. She responded, "Understood." Then she inquired, "Do you have any means to access his past memories?" The little universe opened the system store and commenced a search. Soon, it identified a target item. "Found it, host. There exists an item from the realm of cultivation known as the Three Lives Mirror, which can reveal past and present lives. However, we are in an era of diminished spiritual energy, so it can only be used once. It costs 50 points. Do you wish to purchase it?" "Purchase," Sadongsia declared. Having accumulated points through her prior missions without ever using them, she felt no hesitation in acquiring this small artifact. With the deduction of points, a palm-sized mirror materialized from thin air. Sadongsia held the mirror up to Gamos, and it began to enlarge, revealing scenes from his past life. Chapter 83. The former life of Zamasu. The culprit is a peer in the scene. There is a young man of modest height and unremarkable appearance, dressed in plain attire, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, one who could easily be lost in a crowd. He sits beside a table, preparing to eat. Next to him is a remarkably beautiful girl, adorned in a light blue dress, exuding an air of innocence. On the other side, a woman appearing to be in her 30s serves 3 bowls of rice as the family of 3 shares laughter. The home, modestly furnished, suggests they belong to a middle-class family, leading a relatively happy life. "Sister, after my college entrance examination, I want to attend your university. You must look out for me then. I'll be your loyal underling," Li Guifan said. "Li Guifan, can you not be so lackluster?" A sycophant meets a grim fate. His sister, Xia Lingling, teased in a playful reprimand. "All right, let us eat quickly." A brother obsessed with his sister and a sister doting on her brother, 2 peculiar individuals. The family revels in joyous laughter, devoid of any melodrama of gender preference or early tragedy. As the scene shifts, the atmosphere turns grotesquely bloody. This is a campus, where countless zombies wail incessantly. In a corner of a classroom, Xia Lingling clutches her bitten arm, sorrowfully bidding farewell to her 2 children. "You two must rely on each other and survive. Mother cannot hold on much longer. You must live well." Ultimately, Xia Lingling bravely rushes out, drawing a horde of zombies away, leaving her siblings in silent tears. "Sister, you will be my only family from now on. Guifan, I will protect you from now on." The siblings embrace, depending on one another amidst the cruelty of the apocalypse, striving to survive together. The scene transitions once more, revealing Li Guifan and Li Han walking along a road accompanied by a dozen others, evidently forming a small team. Leading them is a handsome young man, wielding lightning in one hand and fire in the other, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Suddenly, a zombie lunges forth, none other than Li Guifan's mother, Xia Lingling. The siblings are overwhelmed with grief, trembling uncontrollably, while the team leader swiftly brandishes a knife, executing her without hesitation. This is the beginning of the apocalypse, and a student displays such a heartless demeanor, devoid of guilt or the initial trepidation of taking a life, acting as a seasoned killer. The siblings weep for an extended period. Xia Lingling's head sent flying by the leader's kick, who mutters a curse. The scene shifts again. The group has left the campus, now in an unfamiliar locale. Here, many people are present, unhidden, evidently within a base. Li Han is being dragged away by a group, and Li Guifan attempts to intervene, only to be kicked to the ground. "She stole my money. I have the right to deal with her," one of the assailants bellows. Li Guifan screams in madness. "How could my sister steal anything? Even if the apocalypse drives people to darkness, stealing money is unfathomable. Money is now worthless, merely scraps of paper." Such a clumsy lie is laughably foolish, and everyone knows it's nonsense, yet no one speaks up. Even the captain of his team wears a grin. "Since she stole from you, she should be handed over to you for punishment." However, the captain gestures. and a burly man immediately retrieves 2 blue gems from his pocket, handing them over. Thus, amidst Li Guifan's desperate resistance, Li Han is taken away. 3 days later, Li Guifan encounters his sister's corpse, her lower body unrecognizable. Li Han's eyes are wide open, lifeless. At this moment, Li Guifan feels an overwhelming despair. He loathes himself for his powerlessness, resents his weakness, and curses the injustice of fate. In the depths of his hatred and fury, Li Guifan undergoes a transformation. With dark energy seeping from his being, soon intermingling with a red aura, both merging back into his body. The inferno of hellfire consumes everything in the base. Steeped in malice, is soon engulfed in flames. Li Guifan finally possesses power, yet he has lost everything. What is the worth of vengeance when his loved ones can never return? However, the story is not over. Just when Li Guifan believes all is lost, a figure emerges from the inferno. Clad in interstellar armor, with a single move, he subdues Li Guifan effortlessly. Ultimately, Li Guifan finds himself confined in a dark basement, a chilling place surrounded by severed limbs and gruesome remnants. The team leader appears, holding a head aloft, his sister's head. The captain cackles maniacally. Your sister met a truly miserable end. TSK, to have enjoyed the company of hundreds, that's not a life wasted. Hearing such vile taunts, Li Guifan struggles in vain. His limbs shackled by iron chains, unable to unleash the hellfire within him. Amidst his furious gaze, the captain divulges many secrets. You, young man, are blissfully unaware. From the very beginning, you fell into my trap. It wasn't a weekend. Do you know why she was at school? Because I told her you had an accident. Surprised? Are you? And your promiscuous sister, TSK, I've wanted her for ages. What a day of innocence. Wasn't it just because I alone was insufficient? Hundreds of people, what a joy that was. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know yet. After your sister died, I severed her head, in this apocalypse. Food is scarce, and I couldn't let it go to waste. That meat dumpling was delectable, especially those 2 soft morsels from your sister. Simply divine. Ha. The captain's laughter is that of a madman, and Li Guifan's eyes burn with rage, wishing to flay the man before him, yet he is powerless to act. Why are you doing this? I don't even know you. Why target my family? Li Guifan roars in anger, but the captain merely chuckles. Because you were meant to die? In your past life, you were a scourge. Do you know how many people you killed? The cycle of retribution is unbroken. All that you endure now is deserved. In a previous life, you used your powers to incinerate entire bases, with countless lives lost at your hands. This is your retribution. In this life, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse arrived a week early, and your family did not perish tragically, especially your licentious sister, who also found her way to the base. You've sown so much chaos in your past life. Thus, in this life, you must pay with your life. Since your sister came here, it was fated. She was meant to endure the most horrific death to shield you from disaster. Look at you. Your current self is so reminiscent of your past life. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Let me tell you plainly. I do not belong to this world. I came to exact vengeance for this body, and as the target of that vengeance, you must be the vile antagonist. The sins of your past life must be repaid in this one. How absurd that you, who killed so many in your previous life, must be a villain now, with a self-proclaimed hero aiding your descent into darkness. Ha. The sins of your past life have nothing to do with me. How laughable. Unjust accusations have no shortage of excuses. You will annihilate the universe in the future, so why not end your own life? You claim I am guilty. Does that make it so? Who do you think you are? I know not what transpired in the past, but in this life, I am guiltless. In your quest to become a hero, you have deliberately forced me into the role of a villain. Such justice is indeed laughable. In this lifetime, my family remains alive. Yet you took it upon yourself to extinguish their lives so that I might bear the burden of guilt, only to conclude with the taunt. You have indeed succumbed to darkness. You are truly the wicked one. Ha. Li Guifan laughed with a wild abandon, his laughter echoing madness. As all negative emotions reached their zenith, Li Guifan transformed into a swirling inferno of black flames, lunging towards his adversary. The squad leader, as if foreseeing this very moment, swiftly produced a glass vial, uncapped it, and absorbed the fiery essence within. Witnessing the spectacle, Xiao Yuzhou gasped in astonishment. Ah, this is indeed one of our Quick Travel Bureau members, the protagonist from the Dragon Aotion faction. Xiao Yuzhou recognized the individual. It turned out they were all colleagues in this endeavor, though their own host was not affiliated with the protagonist faction. Chapter 84. The super divine dragon, after watching the scenes projected by the three worlds mirror, a glint of cold light flickered in Su Dongxia's eyes. Such ruthless individuals, who employ any means necessary to achieve their ends, truly evoke disdain. The debts of past lives are settled in this life. Having endured calamity and darkness in her previous existence, she has narrowly escaped disaster in this one, only to have that very calamity resurrected by others. As a premier traveler through countless worlds, Su Dongxia was acutely aware that the ultimate goal of that character, Long Out Yin, was to bring Li Guifan to the brink of collapse, transforming him into the final black flame. The forbidden fire, a remnant spark conjured by a formidable forbidden entity, was anything but simple. Su Dongxiao recognized Long Out Yin as an arrogant scoundrel, who, upon entering the Quick Transmigration Bureau, promptly abandoned the surname bestowed by his ancestors, adopting the audacious title of Long Out Yin, reveling in his own bravado. Li Guifan's plight was indeed tragic, and as Su Dongxiao glanced at Jiamaxi, her expression softened considerably. Alas, it seems that the scum within the Quick Transmigration Bureau is proliferating. If this continues, it will inevitably incite the ire of the powerful, and a reckoning will be at hand. Su Dongxia felt powerless. Although she was an ace traveler, she was merely a cannon fodder tasker. The cannon fodder department stood no chance against the protagonist department, akin to striking a stone with an egg. To illustrate, in a cultivation world, one could simply sign in and become a chaos body, while on her end, she had to complete numerous tasks just to acquire a talisman, a disparity as vast as the heavens and the earth. May you live well, she thought. In the Dragon Ball universe, the pace of gaining strength far surpasses that of the cultivation realm, requiring perhaps only a few hundred years to shatter the barriers of worlds, rather than a million years of seclusion. Imagine a Saiyan arriving in the cultivation realm, ascending to the status of an immortal emperor, and then suddenly transforming into a Super Saiyan, with their power exponentially multiplied. What a spectacle that would be. Su Dongxiao pressed her cheek against Jiamaxi's head, and the two spent the night together. As dawn broke, sunlight graced their faces, and Jiamaxi awoke, acutely aware of the spiritual fluctuations deep within his heart post-breakthrough. "Sister," he exclaimed, raising his head to find Su Dongxia's beautiful visage before him, striking him like a stunning blow to the senses. Only then did he realize he had spent the night in her embrace, and a flush crept across his face. Observing his embarrassment, Su Dongxia couldn't help but chuckle. "I am indeed your sister, your biological sister. Why are you blushing?" Unable to withstand her teasing, Jiamaxi swiftly changed the subject. "So, from what world did you traverse?" With a light laugh, Su Dongxia replied, "I hail from the cultivation realm. A mere cannon fodder character in a novel titled The Overbearing Immortal Lord Falls in Love with Me. I then transitioned to an urban world before arriving here. The cultivation realm? How impressive. Are there powerful sages or beings of heavenly caliber, capable of annihilating universes in a single year, transcending the river of time?" Jiamaxi asked excitedly. "Ah, the allure of cultivation. It is often associated with suppressing the ages and exercising unilateral dominion," Su Dongxia said, shaking her head at his eager gaze. "You are overly optimistic. What you envision is a fantasy novel, while my world is a romance tale. It revolves around love, awakening a bloodline, and instantly acquiring invincibility. Typically, one encounters a prominent figure who becomes the object of affection for various immortal and demonic lords, leading to battles and confrontations. But enough about that. Once you grow stronger, you can explore those worlds yourself. For now, let's discuss your situation." Jiamaxi assessed his body. Post-breakthrough, he felt significantly more powerful. Particularly, his mental strength had expanded exponentially, achieving a state of perfection. Yet, the only flaw lay in the increasingly agitated violent spiritual fluctuations, as if they could awaken at any moment. Previously, due to insufficient mental strength, this violent energy had remained hidden, but now he could directly sense its potent influence. "What an immense grudge," Su Dongxia remarked, showing no surprise at his situation, as everything unfolded as she had anticipated. "Your next course of action is to actively engage with that violent spiritual energy to discern whether it is a second personality or merely a manifestation of resentment. If it is indeed your second personality, you must decide whether to consume it or coexist. If it is purely resentment, the path will be more arduous. You will need to digest it gradually, ensuring you maintain your mental fortitude and not succumb to its influence." Jiamaxi shared her sentiments. He preferred the notion of a second personality, as it would at least allow for communication. On Destroyer Planet, Lan Chi, clad in exotic attire, held her daughter's hand as they finally encountered the destroyer of their universe. At that moment, Beerus, dressed in pajamas, was yawning while observing Goku and Vegeta sparring. Feeling utterly bored. Children's games are so dull. Lord Beerus, are the other Dragon Balls ready? I have located the final one, Lam-Z declared proudly, showcasing the universal capsule in her hand. Was immediately notified Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6, who promptly arrived alongside 6 colossal planets, shimmering with golden hues, each featuring a small red star. Upon seeing the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, Lam-Z and Xiaoyin were filled with excitement. They were on the verge of meeting the legendary Super Divine Dragon. Each Dragon Ball was the size of a planet, and they could only imagine how immense the Super Divine Dragon would be. Goku and Vegeta approached curiously, unable to contain their intrigue, and even Gohan and Piccolo joined them. Lam-Z pressed a button on the universal capsule, launching it into the air, and with a resounding pop, the 7th planet-sized Dragon Ball appeared. This was the universal capsule, modified by Jiren, which had expanded its spatial capacity to the size of a planet. However, due to the complexity of the technology, mass production was unfeasible, so it remained for internal use only. Whis and Kampa nodded appreciatively upon seeing the capsule in Lam-Z's hand. The ingenuity of humanity was remarkable. They had created such a large storage device in such a compact form. Finally, we can make a wish. 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls were found by me, so I shall make the wish, Kampa proclaimed. Good fortune, I'll let you take this opportunity. Beerus waved dismissively, causing Kampa to feel as if he had punched a cloud. Realizing he had misrepresented himself. I know you're envious, he retorted, leaving a parting shot to salvage some pride before eagerly commencing his wish. Come forth, dragon. I wish to resurrect all the destroyers of the other universes. Kampa shouted excitedly, using the divine language. As the 7 massive Dragon Balls began to glow, a multitude of golden lightning linked them together, followed by a blinding golden light erupting as a colossal golden dragon emerged. Its massive form rapidly expanded, engulfing the galaxy as it soared through the cosmos. Beerus and his companions found themselves within the consciousness space of the dragon. This is an order personally issued by the High Priest. Once accomplished, the High Priest will surely commend me. Xiangpa is eagerly rubbing his hands together, utterly elated. Chapter 85. The stable status. The colossal golden dragon's crimson eyes gleamed as the 12 gods of destruction, with the exception of the 3 who had not perished, were instantaneously revived. The 9 bewildered gods of destruction pondered over their predicament. The 9 angels promptly took charge, elucidating the recent events, thus revealing the reasons behind their current state. Subsequently, they summoned all the Supreme Kais to the realm of the gods of destruction. In that instant, all 12 Supreme Kais found themselves stripped of their freedom under the pretense of safeguarding them. In the wake of this incident, every god of destruction commenced the training of their successors, ensuring that should calamity befall them again, the universe would not be devoid of formidable warriors. The demise of the gods of destruction had ignited countless wars among the inhabitants of these 9 universes, with some even daring to set their sights on the realm of the Supreme Kais. It was a chaotic time, akin to a tiger being absent from its lair, leaving monkeys to reign unchecked. As order began to restore itself, the warriors became increasingly fervent in their training, unwilling to pause for even a moment. Even the notoriously indolent Frieza initially joined his brother in rigorous training, striving to achieve a breakthrough into the black gold form. A week later, in the 6th universe, Krillin and Yamcha, along with Goku and Vegeta, arrived at the planet Salad. Accompanying these 4 ordinary Saiyans were the formidable Lam-Z and Little Een. It is worth mentioning that these individuals were brought by Whis and Beerus, who also had Frieza in tow. Zampa, your universe's Saiyans seem rather lacking, Beerus taunted, noting that in his universe, Saiyans had already surpassed the gods of destruction, while in the 6th universe, there was not even a single one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Do not be overly proud. It is merely because I have not nurtured them yet. Once I spur them on, they will undoubtedly surpass your Saiyans, Zampa retorted, stubbornly maintaining his bravado despite the evident disparity. After discussions between Beerus and Zampa, they resolved to cultivate a large number of promising warriors, with the Saiyans being the primary focus. Beerus had brought Goku and the others to observe the clash of Saiyans from both universes and the sparks that would ensue. As anticipated, upon their meeting, a battle erupted. The Saiyans of the 6th universe possessed sufficient foundation but had never experienced extreme rage, nor had they specifically trained in transformations. Thus they were entirely unaware of the existence of such abilities. The collision of the two universes allowed the sixth universe to unlock transformation capabilities, enabling hundreds of Saiyans to successfully transform. Notably, Caulifla and Kale broke through to Super Saiyan 2. As for Caulifla, upon sensing the bloodline within Lan Chi and Little Een, she resonated with it and immediately unleashed her berserk form. While the Saiyans remained in this realm, Frieza was left to contend with Frost. The encounter between the two icy fiends was nothing short of spectacular. One was at Super Saiyan Stage 1, while the other had already attained the Dark Gold form. Frieza, undeterred, opted to stay, viewing the situation as a perfect opportunity to train Frost into a form akin to his own, thus making it all the more intriguing. In summary, under the arrangement of the two gods of destruction, the motivation for training on both sides was significantly amplified. On Earth, after concluding an experiment, Jamos exuberantly dashed out of the laboratory. "Sister, I succeeded." The Pilaf trio was equally ecstatic, having collaborated with Bulma on this endeavor. After their collective efforts, the super android was finally brought to fruition. Now, all the technologies of the super android had been fully integrated with human DNA. Only a vial of serum was needed to transform into a super android within 12 hours, eliminating the need for further bodily modification. This experiment marked a revolutionary leap. Previously, androids required the alteration of certain organs, followed by the addition of various components, ultimately relying on their own efforts to grow and gradually assimilate these elements into their bodies, thereby becoming independent entities. Now, a single vial of serum could achieve this transformation in one fell swoop. Of course, if one wished to control their appearance, bodily modifications would still be necessary. The longevity of super androids was remarkable, potentially reaching 500 years. Even at the age of 499, as they approached the end of their lifespan, they would retain the appearance of their super android form, thus fulfilling the dream of remaining perpetually 18. If a 70-year-old man desired to become a super android, the serum would simply enhance him into a super android of his current age. To transform into an 18-year-old youth, one would have to resort to the original android modification method. Utilizing the formidable learning capabilities of Super Saiyans for research is quite an oddity, Su Dongxia remarked, poking Jamos's forehead with a hint of annoyance. Jamos, unfazed, wore a cheeky grin. As a traveler between worlds, Su Dongxia naturally found such technology appealing. Thus, at Jamos's enthusiastic invitation, she stepped into the laboratory. The super androids were now poised for mass production. However, to maintain societal stability, Jamos decided to keep this under wraps. These remained his trump cards, ensuring that should the world face annihilation, he could guarantee the rapid proliferation of super androids. With the first phase of experiments concluded, Jamos returned to his training. Despite numerous attempts, he had yet to awaken the fierce spiritual turbulence within him, as if it were devoid of consciousness. Each approach merely resulted in being affected by the unintentional resentment emanating from it, revealing a complete lack of awareness. Helpless, Jamos resolved to continue his training, speculating that perhaps breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 would awaken it. As time slowly flowed by, another month passed, and Jamos's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened, enabling him to seamlessly transform into Super Saiyan 3 at will. He could transition into Super Saiyan 4 whenever he desired. One fine morning, Jamos visited Bulma's residence, seeking his sister, who was staying there. "Sister, long time no see. I've missed you dearly." Jamos attempted to embrace her, only to be halted by Su Dongxia's hand against his chest. Observing his towering height of 1.80 meters, Su Dongxia couldn't help but marvel. "You've grown so quickly. Have you been taking hormones? How old are you now?" "Oh, I can't quite recall. I spent some time in the hyperbolic time chamber. So now I might be around 15. Saiyans possess a notably long lifespan, with their youth extending for an extended period. The average lifespan of a Saiyan hovers around 200 years. At 15, they enter their youth phase, remaining youthful until they reach 190, after which they begin to age. It is precisely for this reason that Saiyans are often referred to as a warrior race. They seem to be born for battle. Jamos's physique had matured completely, making him eligible for marriage. Thus, he sought out his sister to accompany him to the sacred space in search of his two fiancées yet to be wed. "Sister, now that I'm of age, it's time for me to find a wife." "Oh, you came to me for assistance in selecting a few girls?" "Indeed. Such remarkable genes as those of a Super Saiyan must be preserved. I can arrange for 20. Will that suffice?" Hearing Su Dongxia's bold suggestion, Jamos's expression soured. "I'm not a stallion. 20? Is that even polite?" "Sister, 2 would be sufficient, and we are already acquainted. We just need to finalize the marriage. Are you certain? What sort of individuals are they? If they were ordinary individuals, are you certain that 2 common people could withstand your impact? Su Dongxia spoke in a manner that was utterly impolite, leaving Amos completely speechless. Chapter 86. Return to the divine space. Jamos felt that Su Dongxia was indeed a remarkably responsible sister, the kind that would go to great lengths for her younger brother. Just look at her eagerness to provide him with a harem of 3,000 beauties. What dedication! Sister, do not jest with me. I truly have 2 fiancées. We promised that we would marry when I grew up, and now that I am of age, I intend to bring you along to wed them both. Su Dongxia's interest peaked at the mention of his fiancées. Which families do they belong to? When did you meet them? Jamos decided not to reveal everything immediately, but instead took Su Dongxia to his home. Upon arriving at his quaint villa, he gathered his belongings and began reciting the incantations taught to him by Yasi to summon the others. It had been many years since he last saw them, and he was uncertain of how they had changed. Once the incantation was completed, Yasi, who was in the divine space, immediately sensed the familiar aura and promptly permitted his entry. A mystical force enveloped Jamos, and he quickly grasped Su Dongxia's hand as their bodies were shrouded in a golden light, vanishing in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a picturesque paradise, surrounded by lush mountains, flowing streams, and the melodious chirping of birds. The air here was refreshingly pure, filled with vibrant life. Returning to this place, Jamos felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, and he perceived everything anew. The vitality of this space was abundant, with all flora and fauna thriving in perfect health, truly an ideal sanctuary. By a distant lake, a woman with exquisite features and an alluring figure sat in a small boat, her bare feet playfully splashing in the water. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that while she resembled a human, she possessed 2 delicate antennae on her forehead, akin to butterfly feelers. Rather than detracting from her beauty, they added an enchanting allure. Sensing the familiar presence, the woman abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming, "Ah, the brave warrior has returned. I wonder how that little being has fared all these years?" A soft glow materialized behind her, transforming into a pair of diaphanous, multicolored wings resembling those of a butterfly. With a gentle flap, she soared into the air, speeding toward Jamos, her wings moving slowly yet propelling her like a rocket. Jamos, leading Su Dongxia, walked in the direction of Yasi's tribe, recounting tales of his past experiences in this realm. Su Dongxia listened with a smile, quietly absorbing his stories. Upon their arrival, she felt an uncanny familiarity. This place mirrored where she once resided, yet there was an entirely different essence. From her pocket, she retrieved the God-slaying token, which now shimmered with a dark light. Indeed, this space was undeniably linked to the God-slaying space, as evidenced by the token's reaction. The God-slaying token was not merely a piece of metal. It was a tangible manifestation of ethereal energy, symbolizing identity and serving as a life-saving trump card with unimaginable power. Suddenly, a streak of light raced toward them, and upon sensing the familiar aura, Jamos's smile broadened. "Lanya," he called out excitedly, extending his arms, anticipating her embrace. However, upon seeing Jamos, Lanya's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Who is this? Where is my brave warrior? After so many years away, he returns only to be elusive. Could that little being have learned to become invisible?" Noticing Lanya standing 10 meters away, looking around in bewilderment, Jamos's expression darkened. Observing his discomfort, Su Dongxia couldn't help but chuckle. Here he was, brimming with joy, yet she found it amusing that Lanya did not recognize him. "Lanya? Brave warrior?" Lanya called out tentatively. Yet the surroundings revealed no one else. Only a man and a woman, with no third party in sight. How strange. Where could he be? Clearing his throat, Jamos attempted to gain her attention, prompting Lanya to glance at him, mistaking his cough for a sign of illness. She instinctively cast a simple healing spell, which Jamos and Su Dongxia both recognized, causing Su Dongxia to laugh even more heartily. "What are you searching for over there, Lanya?" Jamos teased. "Hey, who is this rogue? I am the brave warrior's woman. Do you dare to flirt with me?" Jamos abandoned his pretense, crossing his arms, proudly adjusting the tail coiled around his waist and swaying it erratically. Upon seeing the familiar tail, Lanya's disbelief turned to recognition as she cautiously inquired, "You, are you?" "I am the brave warrior you speak of," Jamos replied, feigning anger with a huff. "Ah, you truly are Jamos," Lanya exclaimed, measuring their heights in astonishment. "The little rascal has grown taller than I. Have you been taking growth hormones?" Jamos's lips twitched, He had never noticed how playful Lanya's personality was before. The icy executive had transformed into a neighborly sister, such a stark contrast. By the way, how has life been for you all recently? After a moment of contemplation, Lanya replied earnestly, life has been splendid. Without those pests, everything has returned to normal. However, there has been an increase in the malevolent energy in the universe. Jamos perceived a hint of melancholy in her eyes, reminiscent of a teacher lamenting a student's shortcomings. What is this malevolent energy? It was the first time Jamos had encountered this term. After 5 years in this realm, he had discovered something he was unaware of. Let us return to the tribe. Once you see my sister, you can ask her directly. You have grown now, and some things you ought to know. As the trio conversed, they made their way to the tribe. It had transformed into a small town, predominantly inhabited by the Merdesians, with only a few members of the Butterfly Spirit tribe. At the town center stood a grand altar, directly opposite a magnificent cathedral. Inside the cathedral sat Yasi, holding a staff and quietly reciting incantations. Upon sensing their arrival, she turned to see the grown Jamos. As they entered the hall, Yasi beamed at them. Welcome back, my brave warrior. Ah, it seems you anticipated my return. Even Lanya did not recognize me, yet you identified me at once. It was gratifying to be recognized despite his significant transformation. Jamos stepped forward and embraced her. It felt as familiar as ever, though he was acutely aware of how much he had matured. No longer the boy who could be easily swept away by the tides of life. Yasi embraced him warmly, reflecting on how quickly time had passed. It felt as though she had raised him as a mother would her son. You are the divine messenger? The unexpected question caused Yasi to tremble slightly as she released Jamos from her embrace and appraised Su Dongxia, whose light attire and tail hinted at a shared essence with Jamos, yet carried an additional familiar presence. You are the God-slaying messenger. Chapter 87. The Spirit of Thought and the Spirit of Destruction at last. A different aura came to mind, and Yasi exclaimed in surprise. The messenger of destruction had unexpectedly arrived, much to her astonishment. The two exchanged curious glances, both being messengers, inevitably intrigued by one another. Noticing their mutual curiosity, Jamos turned to the side to see Lanya, who was also gazing at Sidonxia, yet without the same curiosity towards her sister. Well, it seems that among the four present, I am the only jester. To my utter surprise, the messenger of destruction is actually Jamos's sister. I had assumed an evil demon would be chosen instead. Humph. I also did not expect that the one entrusted with such a grave responsibility as the messenger of thought would be a frail little butterfly, with such a slight frame. I bet even a mere breath could extinguish her. The tension between the two was palpable. One spoke in cultured language with a condescending tone, while the other was straightforward and blunt. Sidonxia was no stranger to all sorts of people, and Yasi's ploys were transparent to her. As the high priestess, how could she be merely a gentle older sister? Her kindness towards Jamos had always been insincere. Jamos was a warrior personally selected by the Spirit of Thought, and in a sense, his status was not beneath that of the high priestess, since a warrior symbolizes the future of all beings in the realm of thought. His standing actually surpassed that of the high priestess. Having been raised near Yasi, Jamos had been focused on his training, completely oblivious to the machinations of power, which allowed Yasi to maintain her influence. To put it bluntly, in terms of power dynamics, Jamos could command Yasi to her demise, and she would be unable to resist. Sidonxia's disdain for Yasi stemmed entirely from her actions, reminiscent of palace intrigue, where Yasi took advantage of Jamos's ignorance, treating him like a puppet emperor. As for the messenger of destruction, Yasi interjected, You've misjudged me. I am merely a humble high priestess, not a messenger of thought. The true messenger of thought is someone else. As the two exchanged pointed remarks, Jamos quickly stepped between them to prevent a confrontation. Could you clarify what this messenger business is all about? I'm feeling rather lost, he said, turning to Yasi. Yasi, when I lived here before, why didn't you tell me about this? What exactly are the messengers of thought and destruction? With a gentle smile, Yasi replied, Well, let me speak plainly. Jamos, who do you think holds the highest divine position in the Dragon Ball world? After pondering, Jamos answered directly, the Omni King. No, it's the gods of life and death. They represent life and death, as well as the future direction of the Dragon Ball world. Jamos, how much do you know about the Lord of Thought? Reflecting on his 5 years here, Jamos recalled that almost everyone worshipped the Spirit of Thought, yet no one had seen or knew of its strength or even if it existed. The Lord of Thought must be an incredibly powerful being, right? Perhaps the invincible ruler of the universe who wields the power of life and death? Yasi shook her head and began to explain. The Lord of Thought is not a singular entity, but rather a collective will, an essence formed from the lives of all beings across time and space. Every creature harbors a desire to live, possessing its own life essence, and the Lord of Thought embodies this, representing existence, life, and prosperity. In contrast, the spirit of destruction symbolizes annihilation. At the moment of death, every being has a will to die, and the spirit of destruction embodies this will. These two divine wills can be considered the very essence of the Dragon Ball universe. During ordinary times, the cycle of life and death unfolds naturally within the cosmos, rendering the spirits of thought and destruction virtually non-existent. Only when the entire Dragon Ball world is on the brink of destruction do the wills of life and death coalesce to manifest as these two divine beings. The Lord of Thought guides sentient beings to resist calamity, while the spirit of destruction governs annihilation and controls disasters. Simultaneously, these two divine beings select their agents to address the sources of crisis, and the Traveler is the most suitable choice. Suddenly, it dawned on Jamos that the other party had long been aware of his identity, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Wait, if the Traveler is the best choice, does that mean that my summoning indicates that the Lord of Thought has chosen me as the messenger of thought? As Jamos lamented his failures, a spark of realization struck him. Indeed, Yasi replied, glancing at the large character for thought inscribed on the church's front wall, her expression tinged with melancholy. Years ago, when the Lord of Thought sensed your existence, you were, in essence, the most unfortunate traveler, facing imminent erasure by Frieza as an infant. The Lord of Thought examined your memories to assess your worthiness. At that time, what the Lord of Thought discovered was an ordinary individual, a so-called 301. No car, no home, no assets, a quintessential failure. The more mundane one is, the more one yearns for brilliance. Thus, the Lord of Thought gave you a chance. However, upon summoning you, the Lord of Thought's divine power clashed with your essence, leading to a thorough investigation. It was revealed that your memories were entirely fabricated, merely a defense mechanism of your soul. Although the specifics of your past remain a mystery, the deep-seated spiritual fluctuations within you do not align with the criteria for the messenger of thought. This misjudgment also resulted in the subsequent space-time storm. Originally, the Lord of Thought intended to select another messenger, but the Lord of Destruction had already chosen Saiyans. Therefore, the Lord of Thought decided to grant you an opportunity. If you can dispel that violent spiritual turmoil, you may still become the messenger of thought. Messenger of thought, Jamos repeated, then turned to Saiyans. Sister, what are the benefits of becoming a messenger? Jamos resolved that if there were advantages, he would pursue it. If not, he preferred to refrain from entangling himself in such weighty matters concerning the Dragon Ball world. Saiyans produced a black token, casually toying with it in her hands. There is indeed one benefit. Upon completing a mission, you may request a condition from the heavenly path, even if it means transporting you to another world. At the mention of another world, Jamos felt a shudder run through him, and the buried spiritual turbulence within him began to stir, manifesting a fervent desire in his mind. Return, return, avenge, avenge. Under the influence of that will, Jamos felt his head spinning, as if everything around him were shrouded in crimson. Oh no, I'm being affected again. He quickly collected himself, attempting to clear his mind. After 2 minutes, he finally regained his composure. Chapter 88. Transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Sister, what should I do? Feeling the tumultuous waves of energy emanating from deep within, Jamos found himself at a loss. Any slight contact would immediately expose him to the negative emotions, causing him to lose his composure. Yet, prolonging this state was not a viable solution. Perhaps it was better to confront it directly and release it. As the High Priest, Yas could sense the oppressive nature of that spiritual turbulence to some extent. Do you require my assistance? As the High Priest of Lord Nian, I possess considerable insight regarding spiritual matters. No need, Su Dongxia interrupted coldly, then turned to Jamos. Every breakthrough and transformation we Saiyans undergo shatters the limits of our bloodline, propelling us to higher realms. It is a comprehensive enhancement of our entire being, including the soul. What you must do now is to break through to Super Saiyan 4. At that point, your soul will undergo another metamorphosis, and your mental prowess will expand immensely, awakening that fierce spiritual energy within you. If anyone understood science better than Su Dongxia, they would be hard-pressed to claim the title. Her extensive experience, combined with her formidable lineage, rendered her strength a perpetual enigma. All right, I will heed my sister's words. Yes, if I can resolve my own issues, does that mean I will become the new Nian messenger? Indeed. Then can I marry you, along with Lanya? Yes, who had been serious, found her smile abruptly frozen at his whimsical remark. Ahem, just focus on your training. She turned and left. Observing Yas's retreating figure, Jamos couldn't help but pout. Is it because I can't become the Nien messenger that you refuse to marry me? His feelings were tinged with a hint of grievance. It felt as though his identity dictated her choice, blurring the lines of their bond. If she won't marry me, then my raised cub cannot be given to someone else. Lanya haughtily scoffed. Upon hearing this, Jamos felt a surge of joy. There was indeed someone who desired him. From now on, I shall let you take charge. Even if your sister wishes to marry, she must settle for being the second wife. And she will have to call you sister then. Just as Jamos sought to share an affectionate moment with his wife, Su Dongxia pinched his ear and urged him towards the door. All right, after your marriage, there will be plenty of time for intimacy. For now, let's refrain from flaunting our love. Thus, Jamos was escorted out by Su Dongxia. Darling, when you return, give it your all. Watching his wife wave enthusiastically, Jamos felt invigorated. Convinced he would succeed. In a rocky terrain, Jamos and Su Dongxia stood facing each other. Sister, is this truly the right place? It seems inappropriate. The Nien space should be a sacred realm. Will we not disrupt it? Fear not. With me present, nothing will go awry. If anything does happen, I will promptly kick you out. Well, my sister is indeed reliable. Sister, please give me a hint. What transformation have you achieved? With her arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed upon him, Su Dongxia rendered Jamos mute instantly. Sister, I shall begin. Given the time spent in contemplation, had it not been for the dread of succumbing to that violent spiritual energy, Jamos would have surpassed this hurdle long ago, possibly even attaining Super Saiyan 5. With a mighty roar, the power within Jamos surged exponentially, reaching its zenith in an instant. Super Saiyan 4. He pressed forward with relentless vigor, battering against his limitations, his muscles swelling and morphing into that of a powerhouse. Yet he did not cease. With his internal energy escalating, the once unyielding barrier began to crack, producing a sharp sound. Jamos felt as though he had shattered some shackles, a surge of even greater power erupting within him. With one final roar, Jamos underwent a radical transformation. Possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, he bypassed the Golden Giant stage and directly morphed into Super Saiyan 4. His muscles bulged with vitality. His hair a vibrant red, a long red-tailed appendage swaying in the air, with crimson eyelids and violet pupils exuding strength and authority. Sister, I have succeeded. Sister, I. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped his vision, as if the entire world had been shrouded in shadow. Only the spot where he stood remained white, while the surroundings descended into an abyss of darkness. Where's this? Die. All of you shall perish. A frenzied voice echoed, transforming the environment into a blood-soaked landscape. A 2-meter diameter crimson mist erupted from the ground, unleashing a cacophony of manic laughter. It was a madness of the utmost degree, a frenzied collapse, akin to a deranged soul, instilling terror in those who beheld it. At the moment the entity emerged, Jamos felt as though his soul was gripped in a vice, suffocating him. What are you? The entity did not respond, only laughed, a laughter filled with madness, sorrow, and despair, ultimately enveloped by a destructive intent. Everything is gone, all is lost, so you shall all perish. The red mist began to tremble, innumerable tendrils of crimson fog spreading outward, rapidly saturating the entire space. Jamos attempted to intervene, but a powerful force of oppression rendered him powerless. In the external world, under Su Dongxia's watchful gaze, Jamos began to exude a red aura, manifesting an undeniable intent to kill. Oh, has he lost control again? Su Dongxia glanced toward Universe 12, noting that the Saiyans and Frieza had retreated to Universe 6. She pondered whether to cast this ticking time bomb in that direction. It's not the first time. Goku, do your best. From a distance. Lanya observed Su Dongxia's sinister smile, sensing an ominous premonition. Jamos' eyes rolled back, fists clenched tightly, clearly under the dominion of that violent spiritual energy. His body began to levitate slowly, a vibrant green effect re-emerging as immense energy coalesced on the brink of explosion. Su Dongxia executed a swift maneuver, and the surrounding scene shifted instantly. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, with countless green energy spheres radiating from Jamos, showering outward like a torrential downpour, overwhelming in its intensity, leaving no room for escape. In Universe 6, Frieza and Frost had activated their dark golden forms, preparing to engage Goku and Vegeta when a towering figure, 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by an explosive release of energy. Duck. Chapter 89. The Beaten Frieza, Black Gold Skin Lying Down. Frieza was oblivious to the shouts that echoed around him as the crowd scattered in haste. A barrage of energy blasts rained down from above, creating chaos and devastation, turning the surrounding landscape into a cloud of dust. The once modest hills were transformed into gaping craters. Following the onslaught, a chorus of coughs resonated in the vicinity. Frieza was the first to rise, his gaze fixated on the familiar figure in the sky, his teeth clenched in fury. This was the second time he had suffered at their hands. Amidst the chaos, the relentless Jamos noticed Frieza's defiance. Kill. Jamos became a streak of light, hurtling towards Frieza. Fear not. I, Frieza, am no longer the king I once was. My power now surpasses your wildest imaginings. After a year of training with Frost in the hyperbolic time chamber, Frieza's strength had evolved significantly. He was confident that this time he could retaliate. Even if his opponent transformed into a red-haired monkey, he too had the means to overpower them. With a surge of dark golden energy, Frieza surged forward, launching a counteroffensive. The collision of red and gold light was brief. As Frieza's arrogance was swiftly crushed, he was sent crashing to the ground as if struck by a train. The realization that he was still being suppressed was almost unfathomable. Frieza! Frost bellowed, unleashing his own dark golden form, albeit with significantly diminished strength, evidently newly acquired. Nearby, Goku and Vegeta joined the fray, their red auras igniting as their once raven-black hair transformed, a testament to their training alongside Frieza in the time chamber. Achieving Super Saiyan 4, a breakthrough of limits. Frost's foot connected fiercely with Jamos' face, but Jamos merely tilted his head slightly, retaliating with a punch that sent Frost flying. Goku and Vegeta attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Jamos spun around, seizing their fists, and began to whirl violently around himself. The immense centrifugal force forced Goku and Vegeta to relinquish their grip, flinging them away. Clearly, these four were no match for Jamos. Let us join in, Kale. Khalifa exclaimed with excitement, observing the fierce battlefield. However, Kale hesitated, fear creeping in. They're all so formidable. Can we really make a difference? Gabera chimed in. Indeed. We are merely at the Super Saiyan 2 stage, and even Kale struggles to control her power, Kale admitted, calming down at their words. Realizing her current strength would render her mere cannon fodder, she lamented her inadequacy. This is so frustrating. Khalifa lamented, scratching her head in exasperation. In the mind space, three women stood in a row, intently watching a screen before them. Is he truly all right, darling? What exactly is your method, Su Dongxia? Lanya questioned. Worry etched across her face as she beheld her future husband in distress. Yasi, though silent, harbored her own concerns. After 5 years together, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent. Do not fret. I am well aware of what I am doing. This dual personality situation is essentially one soul manifesting two cognitive identities. When the psyche shatters, it crystallizes into pure obsession. To communicate with it, we must cause it to deconstruct and then reconstruct into a single identity. For Saiyans, facing insurmountable power often births miracles. The three women refocused on the screen, witnessing Jamos being overwhelmed. With Frieza at full power and aided by Frost, they quickly subdued Jamos. He appeared as a monstrous being wreaking havoc, his clumsy movements unable to strike the aircraft soaring above. With Goku and Vegeta's seamless collaboration, Jamos soon found himself at a disadvantage. Jamos swung his massive fist forward, causing Frieza to leap back, only to be met with a barrage of attacks from the remaining three. Engaged in a guerrilla warfare, Jamos quickly became battered and bruised. Kill. The wounds only fueled his fury, intensifying his wrath, yet it proved futile. His terrifying strikes remained ineffective against his agile opponents, who danced around his attacks like pesky flies, retaliating with their own. As frustration mounted, Jamos erupted with even greater energy, a flame-like force enveloping him. Oh no, we must stop him. Goku and Vegeta recognized the impending danger. He was on the verge of breaking through to a new level of power. The two ice demons also sensed the shift, channeling red lasers that shot towards Jamos. Unyielding, Jamos absorbed the oncoming assaults, his body becoming an immovable wall against their attacks. The immense energy collided with him, splitting like water against stone, leaving him unscathed. How is this possible? The two were incredulous, and even Goku and Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding. Kamehameha. Final flash. Two powerful attacks surged forth, yet Jamos remained unfazed, allowing the immense force to crash against him. With bulging veins and muscles at their peak, Jamos clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar that conjured a vibrant green shield around him. The four beams were repelled by this formidable barrier. With a deafening roar, Jamos, akin to a tank, advanced towards Goku. His colossal fist struck Goku and Vegeta with tremendous force, eliciting cries of pain as they were hurled into the depths of space. Facing the two remaining ice demons, Jamos unveiled a sinister grin. Die. All of you shall perish. What do you want? Stay back. Jamos raised his massive fists, looming over them. In an instant, Frieza and Frost felt an overwhelming malice enveloping them. The unfortunate king was struck into a boulder, embedded and unable to escape. A punch from Jamos connected with Frieza's face, distorting it grotesquely. Bang. Bang. Oh. 3 punches produced 3 expressions of despair, leaving Frieza in a state of shock. How could 4 individuals relentlessly target him? Did they truly believe him to be so easily bullied? Frieza, now second only to Cooler in strength, had never endured such humiliation. Consumed by rage, he finally shattered his last shackles, a dark flame erupting from within. Jamos was flung away as Frieza continued to unleash his fury, his skin rapidly transforming to a deep black. The black gold skin emerged. Chapter 90. Jamos rampages once more. Jamos. In gratitude for facilitating my breakthrough and granting me a new form, I have decided to make you the first soul under my command, upgraded and empowered. Frieza revealed his arrogant and sinister grin. Jamos, undeterred, charged forward. Frieza bellowed, transforming into a streak of black light, swiftly colliding with him. Beyond the planet, Beerus and Kampa, accompanied by their angels, stood in the void, gazing at the battle unfolding on the planet. Kampa, your subordinates are lacking. They do not even qualify to enter the battlefield. Beerus mocked, pointing towards the direction of Caulifla and her companions. They have yet to mature. Their potential is remarkable. Moreover, our universe has the formidable assassin head. Kampa replied defiantly, though he knew well the insecurity lurking within him, recognizing that Hit also resided in the 7th universe. Ha ha ha, do you possess anything of value to present? Beerus continued to deride him, while Kampa turned his head away, dismissing the taunts of this mischievous deity. Observing the battlefield below, Whis could not help but speak up. This Jamos is formidable. Even the Broly of yore, upon transcending to Super Saiyan 4 and breaking through his limits, could only reach the 11th dimension. Yet Jamos, in his ordinary Super Saiyan 4 state, has already attained the 11th dimension. Now, having further transcended into his red-haired form, his power has reached the 12th dimension. Upon mentioning the opponent's battle prowess, the two gods of destruction ceased their laughter. The 12th dimension equates to the level of a god of destruction, granting eligibility for such a position. It is merely the 12th dimension. If he does not reach the 14th dimension, he poses no threat to us. The realm of a god of destruction spans from the 12th to the 14th dimension, serving merely as a reference range. For beings like them, who have existed for countless eons, their strength typically hovers around the 14th dimension. If one factors in destructive attributes, they could even reach the 15th dimension. Especially now, with all angels unbound from restrictions, freely unleashing their full power, it is indeed a trump card. Frost, observing the clash between the black golden Frieza and Jamos, clenched his fists in frustration. If only I had more time, I too would become stronger and not merely stand by and watch. He longed for battle, in his era. Frost was considered a tyrant of the cosmos, committing heinous acts under the guise of justice. Regardless, he stood atop the pyramid of power. Yet now, he had been reduced to a mere bystander, and this was intolerable for him. Frost, if you lack the courage to fight, you might as well go home and play in the mud. Vegeta taunted mercilessly, while Goku added his encouragement. Only under sufficient pressure can we swiftly break through our limits. Relentless training alone will only slow our progress. Goku's words, though not as sharp, resonated with Vegeta's sentiments. The two returned to the fray, and Frost, inspired by their fearless advance, revealed a wicked smile. Saiyans are truly madmen. However, this time, I concur with your perspective. Thus, Frost joined the fray, and the three charged towards Jamos. The frenzied Jamos raised his enormous fist high and brought them crashing down upon Frieza, who lay beneath him. As his fist struck down, Frieza let out a pained howl, the excruciating pain igniting his fury. Damn Saiyan monkey, I will utterly annihilate you. A surge of black energy erupted as Frieza executed a powerful kick against Jamos' abdomen. Yet it was futile. Jamos' 3-meter-tall frame stood as unyielding as a boulder, impervious to all force. With each punishing kick, Jamos grinned menacingly, seizing Frieza's ankle and hurling him skyward, only to slam him back down with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Frieza was forcefully embedded into the ground, creating a massive crater. Jamos, cease this. As the three approached, Jamos retaliated with a sweeping motion, sending Goku and Vegeta sprawling. Frost narrowly evaded the strike due to his shorter stature, but was subsequently stomped into the ground by Jamos. With a furious roar, a vibrant green beam erupted from Jamos's mouth, launching Goku and Vegeta outward. Grasping Frost from the ground, he hurled him towards Frieza, who had just risen, only to be sent flying once more. Roaring with wild abandon, Jamos soared to greater heights, gathering a terrifying energy that manifested in a relentless barrage of attacks. Falling like a torrential storm, the trio of Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba, hiding in a corner, could not escape the devastation, each of them coughing blood from the onslaught. Kale struggled to open her eyes, discovering Caulifla and Kaba unconscious in a deep pit. Sister, seeing her sibling in a state of unconsciousness. Kale's eyes welled with tears as she rushed forward, relieved to find Caulifla still breathing. Wiping her tears, she turned to Jamos, her teeth clenched in anger. You dare harm my sister, I will not let you escape. As the harm to her loved one awakened the dormant power within her. A radiant green light emanated from her being. With her rage igniting, a formidable force surged forth, transforming her once frail form into a massive figure towering at 3 meters, matching Jamos in stature. I will not spare you. Kale, consumed by fury, propelled herself toward Jamos. Sensing the power behind her, Jamos turned to confront a giant mirroring his own stature. Roar. Jamos bellowed, unleashing a fierce punch toward her. Kale crossed her arms defensively, hoping to absorb the impact, but the disparity in their powers was insurmountable, and her arms shattered under the strain. The terrifying force continued unabated, striking her chest and causing her to cave in. Blood spewed forth as she was driven into the ground, enveloped in dust and debris, leaving behind only a frail girl lying despondently in the depths of the pit. Chapter 91. The Arrival of Krillin and Yamcha, the Rescue of Cell. This planet, a desolate training ground set aside by the real estate magnate Frost, is now a barren wasteland. Once round and smooth, it has become pockmarked and scarred. The few inhabitants who remained are now sprawled on the ground, bereft of the strength to rise. An hour has passed since the appearance of Jamos, and aside from the severely injured Goku and Vegeta, and the half-dead Caulifla and Gabe, only 2 figures remain, enduring further blows. The indomitable Frieza, renowned as the universe's strongest shield, has already endured an hour of relentless assault from Broly, and now faces the same fate under Jamos. However, there is a small solace in this misery. Frieza has a companion in his suffering, Frost, who has also been on the receiving end for half an hour. Having grown weary of this brutal game, Jamos flung the 2 frozen demons aside, declaring it time to bring this to a conclusion. As Frieza lay discarded like refuse, he glared at the ascending Jamos, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cursed be you. When I grow stronger, you shall be the first to fall. Despite his grievous injuries, Frieza staggered to his feet, his face a mask of stubborn defiance. Seeing his adversary rise once more, Jamos did not charge down to deliver another beating. Instead, he soared into the sky. With hands raised overhead, a colossal green energy sphere began to coalesce, a force potent enough to obliterate an entire universe, yet aimed solely at the planet below. Die! Jamos bellowed as he swung downward, the 10-meter-wide energy sphere hurtling toward the world beneath. Upon impact, the entire planet would be reduced to dust, leaving no survivors. In this critical moment, Krillin and Yamcha arrived with a flash of instant transmission. They quickly materialized beside their companions, each feeding a senzu bean to the fallen warriors before turning to face the impending doom of the energy sphere. Yamcha, can you withstand this? Krillin inquired. Do not underestimate me. I have grown immensely stronger, Yamcha replied, both radiating confidence as they transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Their hair elongated to the waist, with prominent brow ridges and vanishing eyebrows, yet their locks shimmered a deep blue, the fruit of their rigorous training. Under the guidance of Sidonxia, they had ventured into the depths of hell, merging their souls and bodies, and under Whis' tutelage, they better harnessed the divine aura. After extensive training, they achieved a higher form, Super Saiyan Blue 3rd grade. Kamehameha, they exclaimed in unison, striking the same pose and channeling identical energy. As brothers in arms under the same master, this technique was naturally within their repertoire. Facing the terrifying energy sphere, both felt their hearts race. Only by confronting it could they truly grasp its terrifying might. 2 azure beams collided with the enormous energy sphere, which began to swell ominously, reminiscent of a sun about to strike the earth with its overwhelming force. Ha ha. Jamos laughed maniacally, pressing down with renewed vigor, causing Krillin and Yamcha to feel an even greater strain. Goku, hurry and assist us. The newly risen Goku mirrored their stance, shouting Kamehameha. In that moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with crimson hair. Count me in. The proud Prince Vegeta refused to be outdone, launching his own attack. Frieza and Frost sought vengeance as well, unleashing 2 crimson lasers into the fray. Faced with the combined might of 6 warriors, Jamos felt the pressure mount. But with a resounding shout, he unleashed an even greater force. The ground beneath the 6 began to crumble, the planet itself cracking under the immense strain. Hold firm, they cried. Yet against Jamos's overwhelming power, they felt themselves being crushed. In a spectacular clash of energies, Sidonxia lay back on the grass, joyfully snacking on chips while occasionally cheering them on. Historically, the left side has lost in such standoffs, except for that pig, Dina. And now, facing Jamos's might, it seems 6 more pigs are about to be born. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power erupted from Jamos, his aura sharpening into a terrifying force. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air as the 6 warriors felt their strength dwindle. This is bad. We can't even use instant transmission now. We're doomed. They lamented. Jamos, snap out of it. But their pleas fell on deaf ears as Jamos continued his rampage. Just as the 6 believed they were on the brink of defeat, a familiar figure emerged, cloaked in black wings and a green body, with a striking visage crowned by 2 shells. It was none other than the ultimate android, Cell. Looks like you all cannot do without me, Cell proclaimed, arms crossed, gazing skyward with an air of aloof superiority. However, faced with imminent peril, the others ignored his bravado as he began to transform. Cell unleashed a primal roar, augmenting his energy to unprecedented levels. His aura shifted from blue to gold, ultimately merging into a resplendent blue-gold hue. This was swiftly followed by an evolution into a magnificent purple-gold form. With a final shout, his transformation was complete. As purple-gold Cell surveyed the beleaguered 6, witnessing the colossal energy sphere now less than 10 meters from the ground, he finally took action. Kamehameha. The same technique, yet imbued with a newfound potency. Cell's formidable power surged to the 13th dimension, surpassing even Jamos. The overwhelming force pierced through the energy sphere, leaving Jamos in disbelief as a beam of energy shot back toward him. Instinctively, Jamos raised his hands to block, but the torrent of energy proved insurmountable, sending him hurtling away. With the immediate threat neutralized, the 6 collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. We're alive. We actually survived, they exclaimed, their disbelief palpable. They were astonished to realize that Jamos's strength had far exceeded their own, and even united, they had been unable to withstand his onslaught. Who would have thought I would inadvertently become this strong? Truly, the ultimate android. Cell reveled in his accomplishments, chuckling at the irony that even his former master was now beneath him, reveling in his newfound prowess, reflecting on his past tribulations. He couldn't help but laugh at the irony of his journey, from being defeated by Vegeta to underestimating Jamos, only to rise above it all. No longer would he be bullied. Chapter 92. The rift in space-time. Zijin Shalu stood with his fists clenched and hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. I, Shalu, am the strongest. Black Gold Frieza, feeling defiant, was about to step forward to contest this claim when he sensed the ground beneath him trembling. A terrifying force overwhelmed them, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. What is this power? A gaping tear appeared in the sky, emanating an oppressive force that made it difficult for the onlookers to breathe. Shalu, who had been floating moments ago, widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn it! Is the heavens toying with me? I have barely attained this new form, and already a stronger foe has emerged? Am I destined to be tormented for eternity? A powerful force of time and space manifested, fiercely mending the rift, allowing the crowd to breathe a little easier. Gasping for air, they were drenched in cold sweat, collapsing onto the ground. What on earth is that? Krillin exclaimed in terror, with Yamcha echoing his sentiments. This was merely a fragment of the released power. They could only imagine how formidable its master truly was. Unbeknownst to them, 2 gods of destruction concealed on the planet wore expressions of utmost concern. Bardos. That was your power just now, wasn't it? The trio turned their gaze toward Bardos, who looked grave. That was the power unleashed by another version of myself. It appears a great battle has erupted in a different realm. I can only speculate how powerful my counterpart's adversary must be. The ability to fracture time and space indicated that Bardos from another dimension had unleashed her full might, hinting at the extraordinary strength of her opponent. Beep, beep, beep. Whiz. clutching his staff, turned increasingly pale. Lord Beerus, a rift has also manifested in the 7th universe, and my power has leaked as well. What? Beerus gasped, realizing that both the 6th and 7th universes faced identical predicaments. Had their enemies simultaneously attacked both realms? This was a grave situation, without the Omni King present. What were they to do? Immediately report this to the Grand Minister. Beerus felt a sense of urgency. Such occurrences had never transpired before. If even the angels had to intervene, how terrifying must their adversary be? As a god of destruction, he was left wondering if he would survive this ordeal. The angels, typically the mentors of the gods of destruction, rarely engaged in combat. If they were fighting, it signified that the gods of destruction might have encountered a dire fate. The power from another realm has reached us, indicating that something has gone awry in the neighboring universe. Could they be eyeing our dimension as their next target? Bardos, feeling powerless, clung to Champa. Let us hope for the best. If my parallel self cannot stop them, what can I do? During times of great crisis, deities must fulfill their duties. Should they traverse to the other realm, perhaps their counterparts could unite to vanquish the enemy. However, what if this was merely a ruse to draw them away? No one dared to gamble, not even the gods of destruction, who could annihilate a planet but would never dare obliterate an entire universe. Such overwhelming power was certainly sensed within the mind god space as well. With a wave of his staff, Yas appeared beside the combat footage screen, revealing another display. This screen showcased the 6th universe, now reduced to mere dust, all life extinguished. Save for a handful of powerful beings battling against a horde of dark entities. What is this? Su Dongxia grimaced at the sight of the grotesque dark figures. They all look utterly hideous. Destroyer Messenger, what should we do in this situation? Yas inquired of Su Dongxia. Both the destroyer space and the mind god space existed independently of the temporal flow, allowing them to traverse any timeline without being bound by the parallel realms. Regardless of altering history or the future, neither space would be affected by the emergence of additional parallel worlds. Observing the aftermath of the fierce battle, Su Dongxia smirked. With my current strength, venturing there would be akin to courting death, especially against that angelic adversary, far beyond my capacity to confront. Pointing at a figure clad in white robes, her eyes glimmered with combat fervor. Despite the Saiyan blood coursing through her veins, urging her to fight, Su Dongxia quelled the impulse with reason. She then adjusted the left screen to focus on the location of Jamos. At that moment, Jamos was in a pitiful state, drifting unconscious in the cosmos. Due to his unconsciousness, he had reverted to his normal form. The immense power he had previously withstood weighed heavily on him, leaving him with a faint sense of backlash. Jamos awakened. Su Dongxia's voice resonated within his mind. With great effort, Jamos opened his eyes to the emptiness of space. Jamos, there's a parallel world in distress. You must handle it. Sister, I still lack control over my body. I cannot move. Jamos mentally cried out, anxiously eyeing the crimson energy sphere, fearing it might erupt once more. The red energy sphere received Su Dongxia's message and regained control of its body, sitting up in the vast cosmos. Feeling the numbness and pain coursing through him, Jamos found himself exhilarated. This pain seemed to numb his very soul. He craved battle. He yearned to fight. His body, akin to a size 38 shoe being stretched by a size 42 foot, gradually adjusted, suggesting it had been enlarged. At that moment, Jamos' physique grew stronger, capable of withstanding even greater forces. Fight, fight. I must continue to battle. As his body revived, it was immediately filled with overwhelming power. The legendary Super Saiyan possessed the ability to unleash limitless energy, as long as his physical strength kept pace. Reaching Jamos' level, his body had developed formidable self-healing capabilities. The injuries he had sustained were nearly healed, leaving only a slight muscle strain. With energy flowing, all ailments vanished, and Jamos rose once more, declaring, I am fine. A terrifying power erupted as Jamos transformed into a red-haired Super Saiyan 4, followed by a surge of silver energy radiating from him. Threads of silver light intertwined brilliantly amidst the crimson glow. Jamos' strength surged from the 12th dimension to the 14th. Having brushed against death, Jamos' potential was reignited, propelling him from the early stages of Super Saiyan 4 to its later stages, evolving him into a pseudo-Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 93. The Triple Personality Jamos. Jamos, can you hear me? Quickly consume a heavenly being. Your wounds appear to have healed, but without proper rest, lingering injuries will remain. Upon hearing Su Dongxia's telepathic call, Jamos felt a surge of anxiety. he certainly did not wish for old ailments to resurface. He shouted desperately at the crimson orb, hoping to restore some semblance of rationality and persuade it to consume a being. Simultaneously, he fought for control over his own body. Yet, his efforts were in vain. The red orb was solely fixated on battle, claiming that it possessed no reason, only the instinct to fight. The two were not a single entity with dual souls, but rather one soul with two personalities. The mental energy Jamos had painstakingly cultivated was shared between them, granting both the right to wield it. Now, the only thing left to contest was willpower. Clearly, faced with a disintegrating psyche, Jamos found himself utterly powerless. Although uncertain of the truth behind the orb's words, he was unwilling to risk his well-being, no matter how slight the chance. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, another voice emerged. Who? Jamos instinctively tensed. This was his mental realm, and the presence of an additional crimson orb was already troublesome enough. The emergence of another individual was an unthinkable complication. Suddenly, black flames materialized from all directions, coalescing into the form of a man before Jamos's astonished gaze. The familiar visage sent a jolt through Jamos. This was none other than Li Guifan from his false memories of a past life. In moments of despair, one either awakens or succumbs. I empathize with your plight, and I share your indignation. However, I find your irrational behavior quite distasteful. The black flames lunged towards the crimson orb, and with a resounding crash, the once mighty red sphere was sent careening away. Seizing the opportunity, the black-flamed Li Guifan commandeered the body and retrieved a bean from his pocket, crunching it with satisfaction. Immediately, a wave of relief washed over him. A piercing scream echoed through the air, compelling both Jamos and black-flamed Li Guifan to cover their ears. The previously expelled crimson orb reformed into a dense red mist. Get back, Jamos warned Li Guifan, but the latter pressed forward, charging into the swirling mist. I want to see just how much stronger you are. As the black-flamed Li Guifan plunged into the red mist, he emerged scarcely a second later, howling in agony. Insane. This guy is truly mad. Despite sharing the same soul, they were merely different thoughts. Yet, the red mist was willing to expend its essence to inflict harm on its counterpart, engaging in a deadly exchange. Li Guifan, having ventured into the mist for a mere moment, found himself singed and charred. This lunatic is a madman. We ought to hide. The red mist regained control of the body. It was unafraid of death, but both Jamos and black-flamed Li Guifan were terrified of it. They would allow the mist to revel in its arrogance for a time. Once it reformed its shape, Jamos vowed to deliver a sound thrashing. Black-flamed Li Guifan seized Jamos's arm, and with a deft motion, they vanished, merging seamlessly with the very fabric of the space around them. Who exactly are you? I am you, your first incarnation. Everything occurring here was observed by the microcosm, and Sudongxia, watching the screen, fell silent. She had initially believed Jamos was only the incarnation lost to his companion, yet the personality of his first life had now materialized. How remarkable! Dual personalities were already perilous. Now, with the emergence of a third, the situation had escalated dramatically. Host, what shall we do? I sense matters have grown increasingly complicated. The microcosm clutched its head, racking its brain for a solution. This was not merely a case of three souls within one body, it was a true triple personality. If it were three souls, they could extract two, but with three personalities, they were confined to a single vessel. Sudongxiao pondered deeply, stroking her chin. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she excitedly slapped her thigh. Of course, why didn't I think of that? With a graceful gesture, a tear in space appeared, revealing two soulless bodies, one a new version of Broly, the other a classic Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Jamos turned his head, noticing the direction from whence they approached. You all must perish. Here, regardless of whether they were heroes or villains, all had gathered to discuss their next course of action. I believe we should focus on training. After all, strength is paramount, declared Cell, who had recently reveled in his newfound power, only to realize his insignificance in the grand scheme of things, igniting a fervent desire for greater strength. Yet, the parallel worlds are in turmoil. Should we not offer our assistance? Son Goku countered, recalling his and Vegeta's journey through time. With Cell being a product of that very realm, thus advocating for interdimensional cooperation, why not leave the choice to Lord Beerus? Frieza suggested, glancing upwards as Beerus and his entourage descended from the heavens. You are all warriors we hold in high esteem. There is no need to hasten your demise. We have contacted the Grand Minister, and similar troubles have arisen there, perhaps even worse. Therefore, We must conserve our strength and, when the enemy approaches, we shall ensnare them in a single, decisive strike. I concur. Kampa echoed this sentiment, believing that taking the initiative would be far too perilous. Better to lay traps and wait for the adversary to stumble in. Lan Shi, accompanied by Caulifla and Kale, approached, holding her daughter Xiaoyin. Mother, second mother, third mother. I sense an overwhelming power. Xiaoyin's expression grew somber as she gazed in a particular direction. Caulifla embraced her daughter, also looking towards that same point. That presence, it belongs to that scoundrel. The group sensed Jamos's formidable aura. It was Cell whose expression darkened the most. Wasn't he that the very leader he had just sent flying? The aura emanating from Jamos seemed to surpass his own. Indeed, a true anomaly. He grows stronger with each blow, and even in battle, he continues to evolve. Is there truly no limit to this? At that moment, Jamos, now entirely under the control of the Crimson Orb, shimmered with a silver glow and appeared before the assembled group in an instant. To his astonishment, not a single one of them had perished. They all stood before him, unharmed, which ignited his fury. You were all meant to die. With both hands raised high, Jamos prepared to strike down upon them. Jamos, cease this at once. Chapter 94. Preparing for war suddenly, Su Dongxiao appeared, his aura pulsating as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a mere wave of his hand, the towering figure of Jamos, standing 3 meters tall, was suspended in midair. Jamos struggled desperately, yet it was futile. The bindings around him were as unyielding as golden shackles, impossible to break free from. Su Dongxiao produced his token and lightly traced it through the air, causing a rift in space-time to manifest, unceremoniously casting Jamos into its depths. Destroyer of gods. What are you planning? Beerus felt an unsettling premonition. Turning back with a faint smile, Su Dongxiao replied softly, there are many formidable warriors in another world. I believe our universe's fighters should venture there for training, as it has transformed into a true battlefield. Countless strong beings clashed in that realm. Starkly different from the playful matches you have previously engaged in, this was a genuine battleground, one soaked in blood and flesh. Su Dongxiao's smile concealed words that sent shivers down the spines of his audience. Would you care to join in? Exchanging glances. Everyone detected a fierce spirit igniting within one another. Yes, as a warrior race, we must continually battle to grow stronger. The proud prince was the first to step forward, followed closely by Sun Wukong. Witnessing the Saiyans rallying together, Frieza, the cosmic emperor, could only reluctantly nod. He could not afford to lose face. Frost, seeing Frieza's ascent, decided to join as well. After all, his own power had been honed by Frieza, and fighting alongside him could only prove advantageous, provided the situation didn't turn dire. In which case, retreat was an option. I will go as well. Kale raised her hand high. As a Saiyan, her bloodline forbade her from retreating. Sister. Caulifla anxiously gazed at her sibling. The number of powerful warriors was overwhelming, and she vividly recalled how her sister had nearly perished, with even her own berserk state being effortlessly dispatched by an opponent. The despair of helplessness left her feeling profoundly anxious. All she wished was for a tranquil life with her sister, not to relive the pain of losing a loved one. Kale, I understand your concern, but as Saiyans, fighting is essential. Only through battle can we grow stronger and survive against even more formidable foes in the future. Caulifla placed a reassuring hand on her sister's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, her younger sibling possessed the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, yet bore the heart of an ordinary person, which would not suffice in the long run. Seeing the determination in Caulifla's eyes, Kale realized she could not dissuade her sister and reluctantly nodded, deciding to accompany her. Mom, I want to go too. Little Yun raised her hand high, eager to join. Earlier, when she and Lan Shi arrived, they had witnessed 2 individuals on the brink of death, igniting a fierce anger within her. Before she could avenge them, Jamos had already been cast into another time and space by Su Dongxiao, and she too wanted to follow. Lan Shi embraced her tightly. Little Yun, you're still too young. Stay here and wait for our return. Yun, now standing at 2 meters tall and growing rapidly, was still a child. The dangers of a battlefield were not a place for someone her age. The 2 gods of destruction observed the eager crowd signing up and couldn't help but shake their heads. One might think they were preparing for a group vacation, after all. This was a battlefield where even angels exerted their full strength, and the enemy's numbers and strength were unknown. Su Dongxiao once more utilized his token to open a spatial entrance, beckoning everyone to enter. Meanwhile, on Earth in the 7th universe, Satan was training with several androids when he suddenly heard Su Dongsha's summons. "We're to engage in a war in another time and space. If you wish to join, prepare yourselves. I will open a time tunnel. Simply enter if you wish to go." Satan paused his training, contemplating. A true battlefield. This meant there would be death. Without enduring brutal combat, stained by blood, one could never become a true warrior. I, the great hero Satan, shall participate. At the same time, Master Roshi, Tien, Android 16, 17, and 18 all gazed skyward. A battlefield? On a distant island, the assassin Tao Pai Pai flexed his wrists, a smile creeping across his face. A battlefield? Huh, how intriguing. As an assassin, I must also partake. In the Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan and Piccolo also heard the call. "Uncle Piccolo, I want to go." "No. You are too weak right now. You wouldn't be of any assistance." Piccolo was reluctant to let Son Gohan join. He had discerned Su Dongsha's cunning nature and knew that he would not relent until his teammates were thoroughly tested. "Uncle Piccolo, I want to fight." Son Gohan's eyes burned with determination, his words filled with resolve. Knowing he could not dissuade him, Piccolo sighed, preparing to accompany him. As the time tunnel manifested, all the androids on Earth soared into it, leaving only Android 16 to guard the base. In the 6th universe, Sun Wukong retrieved a universal capsule, pressing the button atop it and tossing it to the ground. With a loud bang, a 2-liter bottle appeared, brimming with an abundance of green beans, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "Senza beans? Where did you acquire so many?" Su Dongsha was equally taken aback. These beans were precious. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had never possessed a full bag. Now, it appeared they were no longer in short supply. Hee, all thanks to Jamos. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head before distributing the beans, giving each person 20. Everyone received their share, even Frieza, the notorious antagonist, who was allotted his own 20 beans. Gazing at the vibrant green beans in his hand, Frieza felt they were losing their value. Since discovering their existence, he had ordered his subordinates to cultivate them. Upon learning of the cultivation method, he, as a real estate tycoon, had developed a planet for mass planting. It seemed Sun Wukong possessed plenty. Once his batch matured, these beans would flood the market. Ah, indeed, rarity begets value. No matter how splendid something is, if its quantity increases, it becomes worthless. Now, let us depart. After distributing the combat supplies, the group surged into the time tunnel. Watching the swirling rift, Beerus could not help but inquire, what transpired in that other time-space? There are those who wish to obliterate all beings across the 12 universes and consume that parallel world entirely. With that, Su Dongsha returned to the mind space. Chapter 95. The War of the Future in a brand new future world. On Earth in the 7th universe, the sky is shrouded in darkness, with ominous red clouds heralding the apocalypse. The version of Vegeta from this world crashes down from the heavens, his silver fur fading, returning to his normal state. Vegeta, damn it, is there truly no way out? Goku, adorned in shimmering silver fur, gazes at his two adversaries with gritted teeth. Grandpa, hang in there. Xiaofeng shouts encouragingly at Goku. Trunks rushes to his father's side, channeling some of his energy into him. Vegeta heaves a deep breath, finally reviving. Father. Vegeta struggles to his feet, looking up at Goku in the sky, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, these two bastards are unbeatable. Above them, standing against Goku, are two formidable foes. One, a pale-skinned creature with spiky protrusions on his back and 7 Dragon Balls emblazoned on his chest, the GT main antagonist. One-star dragon. Unlike in the original tale, the Dragon Balls on his chest are red instead of black, and his towering form reaches 3 meters, exuding an aura even more potent than Super Saiyan 5. Beside him stands a fused warrior, Releth, who had previously suffered at Broly's hands. Goku, this all ends now. One-star dragon raises a hand, gathering a black energy sphere. Goku, bracing himself for the impending attack, prepares for death. The energy sphere is launched, and Goku readies the Kamehameha. As immense energy gathers, the fabric of space suddenly tears open, revealing a similarly 3-meter-tall giant. Before Goku can speak, One-Star Dragon's energy blast collides with James's back. Boom. The catastrophic explosion sends everything nearby flying, and James feels excruciating pain once more. His furious roar echoes through the sky as he turns to glare at One-Star Dragon with white, wild eyes. One-Star Dragon, sensing imminent danger, realizes too late as James transforms into a tank, charging directly at him. Why fear a red-haired monkey when I don't even fear my white-haired father? One-star dragon, emboldened by his recent victories over two silver-haired foes, dismisses the threat. Releth, sensing the shift, hastily warns that S.A. transcendent being, just like Broly. But it is too late. Jameis collides with one-star dragon, causing turmoil in his stomach, and he spits out bile, hurtling backwards. Jameis does not relent, delivering a mighty punch the size of a sandbag to one-star dragon's face, sending him soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, Jameis strikes again to his left, and Releth vanishes with a scream. Remarkable. Future Goku watches in awe as Jameis dispatches two powerful foes with such ease. But are they truly so easily vanquished? The answer is a resounding no. Suddenly, the earth quakes, and two powerful beams of energy shoot into the heavens, with one-star dragon and Releth rising unscathed. Cyberman. Accursed race. One-star dragon exclaims, while Releth muses, Saiyans, a most intriguing race. The two exchange glances, and one-star dragon declares, this Saiyan is mine. Having gained such formidable power, I have yet to unleash my full potential, and he is the perfect opponent. Releth nods in agreement. Humph. We have but a week for this annihilation mission. Within this time frame, we shall eradicate all life in the region. Let us first resolve matters here. Releth sends a mental signal to the other dark beings. There has been a change of plans. Hurry. The entire universe is engulfed in conflict, with countless dark beings rampaging across various planets, intent on exterminating all life. Upon receiving the message, a figure in a black robe at the center of the universe rises, gazing towards Earth. Who would have thought there would be a twist in this countdown universe? How amusing. First squad, follow me. In an instant, the black-robed figure vanishes, accompanied by over 100 dark beings from the cosmos, tasked with eliminating strong entities and gathering intriguing artifacts, culminating in the obliteration of the entire universe when the 12 universes shatter and time itself is consumed. On Earth, Jameis, towering 3 meters, stands toe-to-toe with one-star dragon. Evenly matched, their hands clasped, a surge of power erupts between them, neither yielding to the other. I never expected to confront a strong opponent like you. However, I, one-star dragon, am the strongest in the universe. Die. Regardless of one-star dragon's taunts, Jameis has but one response. Die. A sprinkle of silver light mingles with the red energy, as Jameis's muscles bulge, and he delivers a knee strike to one-star dragon's abdomen. Unfazed, one-star dragon retaliates with a vicious elbow strike to Jameis's face, sending him hurtling away. The two vanish simultaneously, colliding in another location before disappearing again, reappearing in yet another unknown realm and clashing once more. Both possess unparalleled strength, neither able to overpower the other. Allow me to show you my ultimate move. One-star dragon's 7 dragon balls begin to glow, transforming into 7 beams of red light that coalesce into a black energy sphere. Annihilation Strike. In response to this formidable assault, Jameis stands resolute, his green aura flaring as waves of energy cascade, coalescing into a minuscule projectile aimed at his adversary. The tiny energy quickly expands, morphing into a colossal energy sphere that collides with one-star dragon's attack. The two massive spheres clash, and both warriors exert their full strength, neither conceding ground. Witnessing this fierce battle above, the warriors of future Earth are finally exposed to an even greater power. Despite not achieving Super Saiyan 5, they exhibit remarkable combat prowess. Future Goku and Vegeta feel profound despair. After relentless training, they have attained the Super Saiyan transformation and reached the pinnacle of the 12th dimension. Yet they remain powerless against such formidable foes. Recognizing their own frailty, they must also acknowledge their impending doom. Releth gazes down at the gathered warriors, energy coalescing in his hands, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. At that moment, a familiar space-time rift reappears, and a group emerges from within. Leading the charge is Cell, who, upon seeing Releth, cannot suppress his laughter. I'm here to kill. As reinforcements arrive, dark beings from their side are also on the verge of reaching Earth. The two formidable forces are destined to collide. Chapter 96. The hundreds of dark beings. Zijin Shalu found himself at the forefront, and Laylis cast a glance at him. Recognizing him as a formidable adversary, it appears necessary for us to sweep through the cosmos, for behold, so many powerful beings have emerged. Although you do not belong to this space-time continuum, since you have arrived, you shall remain. After all, you will eventually be eradicated. Laylis was no longer the same Laylis of yore. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, transforming him into a new form. His entire body was cloaked in crimson fur, with peach-colored hair standing on end, enveloped by blood-red lightning. This manifestation was a fusion of Super Saiyan 4th Limit Break and Super Saiyan Peach. And the power unleashed was undeniably on par with Super Saiyan, bordering on the later stages of Super Saiyan 5, approaching full power. As this transformation unfolded, Shalu, who had previously been filled with fervor, immediately sensed a tremendous pressure, feeling oppressed shortly after acquiring his new form. Cursed be this day, I shall claim your head, and no one shall deter me. The two soon clashed, their fists colliding with a ferocity that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Only the resounding thuds could be heard. But Shalu was not alone. Other warriors from the 7th universe had also arrived. It seems we are not lacking in opponents. Frieza activated his black gold form, revealing a wicked grin towards the heavens. I distinctly remember slaying you with my own hands, yet I believe I have just glimpsed a rift in time and space. How peculiar. A figure clad in black descended from above, the leader among them, a man in a dark robe. Since you are our cosmic ruler, let us allow our king to meet you. Suddenly, 5 Friezas appeared, all regarding the original Frieza with a mocking gaze. Staring at 5 identical figures left Frieza momentarily stunned. 5? Cursed Zamasu. Frieza was genuinely enraged. Having 5 counterparts implied that 5 parallel versions of himself had been usurped, and the implications were dire. Frieza, it is an honor for you to have your body utilized by me. The 5 Friezas erupted with energy, activating their golden skin, which soon merged with a divine aura, unveiling a blue-black form. Upon witnessing this new appearance, Frieza felt an ominous premonition. The moment the adversaries unleashed their golden flames, Frieza sensed their power, pinnacle of the golden form. Mere steps away from black gold. Now, with Zamasu's divine essence infused, they had ascended into black gold and mutated into a blue-black form. A battle was indeed imminent. Frost intended to join the fray, but halted upon seeing the 5 blue-black figures. Brother, it's not that I lack loyalty, but your form is far too formidable. I cannot engage without consequence. Frost quietly retreated, only to be kicked forward by another behind him. Useless fool. Just as Frost was about to unleash a tirade, he turned to see his elder brother, Cooler, a towering figure of 1.80 meters, standing before him. Observing the 5 blue-black Friezas, Cooler merely snapped his fingers, and 2 more Coolers emerged. With metallic Coolers, the numbers could be endless. As the main body advanced, all Coolers would upgrade accordingly, an existence beyond compare. The stage was set for a clash of titans as powerful auras permeated the surroundings. A battle was about to commence. 3 Coolers simultaneously unleashed their power, activating their black gold forms, while Frost was not to be outdone, embracing his dark gold form. 10 ice demons clashed violently, heralding the eruption of an earth-shattering conflict. On another front, Master Roshi, Tien Shin'an, androids 17 and 18, Mr. Satan, along with several of his disciples, gathered. Additionally, nearly all participants from the previous World Martial Arts Tournament were present, as long as their integrity allowed. More than 20 androids transformed, unveiling their super android forms, engaging in a fierce battle against over 20 dark beings. These dark entities comprised Shalu, Frieza, Majin Buu, Jiren, Toppo, and several other unfamiliar figures, each exuding immense power. This was a war, a life-and-death struggle, distinct from previous one-on-one duels, emphasizing collective strength. Altogether now, the robed figure waved his hand, summoning everyone to join the fray. 100